Inbound goes over to Jokic. Denver down by 3. He's guarded by Hartenstein. Gets him in the paint. Spins. Kick out over to Porter for 3. Short, no good. Rebound down to the Thunder. Michael Porter Jr., 1 of 6. And now the Thunder are playing clock. A bucket here, they win the basketball game. SGA has it at the point. He's guarded out there by Christian Brown. Gets a pick from Hartenstein. Takes a 3. Ball game. Denver's going to lose game number 5. They're down by 6, 109 to 103. And it's win or stay home for Denver in game number 6. Loose ball comes down to Alexander, and there's the horn in Oklahoma City. The Nuggets get absolutely crushed in the fourth quarter for the second game in a row. And Denver loses game number 5, 111 to 103. And for the first time, the Denver Nuggets trail in this series. Game 6 coming up in Denver, and that's going to be a win or stay home game for the Nuggets.
Pain. That's it.
Never really seen a better example as to why this team had to let some people go before the end of the regular season and as to why the team is flawed. I'm sick after that game. You get what could have been sort of an all-timer performance from Jokic. It was unbelievable. We were waiting for the Jokic efficiency to come back. Well, it came back. We were waiting for that dominant sort of look from him. It was there. He was making shots inside. He was making outside. He was grabbing boards. He was doing literally everything, hitting huge shots down the stretch. And outside of what, like a 6 or 7 minute stretch from Jamal Murray, quite literally you got almost nobody else to go with you. This team was flawed heading into the postseason. We know that. But people lost their job. It's why I was skeptical, even during the LA series, on how far this team could go. Now, is it possible that this team still goes out and wins a couple in a row? It's possible. I think highly unlikely. Oklahoma City's really good. And despite all of the disadvantages that you've had in this series, in fact, Nelly, I thought the only advantage you did have is what happened the last 2 games on the opposite side, which is close game late. You would close out better than OKC would. It's been the opposite. OKC has closed better. Now, OKC closes better because if your name wasn't Nikola Jokic last night, you were 0 of 14 from the field for the last 11 minutes and 42 seconds of that game, which is just almost an impossible stat to have. Going to repeat that one more time. If your name was not Nikola Jokic and you were donning a Nuggets jersey last night for the last 11 minutes and 42 seconds, or, to make it easier, 18 seconds into the fourth quarter, anything beyond that. If you weren't Jokic, you were 0 of 14 from the field. And in a game that's tight, and it's just like Jokic is the Sombor shuffle 3 to tie the game back up with a couple of minutes left. Like, that should be the key moment that's being played over and over again this morning, celebrating the Nuggets coming back and finding a way to win in OKC. And instead, you just got nothing else.
That play was number 10 on SportsCenter's top 10, so it is at least getting some love.
I mean, it would have been like number 1, though, if you get the win out of it.
So, Brett, you actually answered a question I was going to ask you today,
Sure.
Because it's been almost 1 year of me working in this time slot with you, and so I'm getting better at staying up for late games.
Sure.
And I stayed awake.
Ooh, you had the anger stay awake, didn't you?
Well, here's the problem. I stayed awake until about 3 minutes into the fourth quarter when the Nuggets were still going back and forth. And I mean, they let the Thunder make up some ground. You remember at one point they had up to a double-digit lead in the third quarter.
Yeah.
They let the Thunder bring it all the way back. But when I fell asleep, it was still tied, or the Nuggets would have maybe a 1-point lead. Then I woke up with like 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and the Thunder had the lead. So I missed probably the most important 7 minutes of the game, because when I went to sleep, the Nuggets were in this game, and when I woke up, they were out of it.
Well,
so
I'll tell
fill
you,
in the blank for me in that fourth quarter. What happened?
The blanks are very simple. First of all, get those rookie numbers up. There ain't no falling asleep with 3 minutes left, Nelly. We gotta cut that out. You gotta do what I do. You have to watch the whole game, and then you have to be angry for the next 2 hours and don't sleep until 12:30. That's what's got to happen. And then you're just really tired the next day, and you just deal with it, and you live in anger.
Well, much like the Nuggets bench, I guess I'm not ready for the playoffs. I guess I'm not battle-tested yet.
Well, here's what happened. You just had nobody else. It's not like a new thing for the Nuggets. It's, again, what we witnessed last night was the reason we felt the way we did at the end of the regular season. It's the reason why Calvin Booth is no longer the GM. It's the reason why Mike Malone is no longer the coach. You decide. It's a choose-your-own-adventure book on who takes the most of the pie chart of blame. But out of the two names of people who got let go, at least as of now, the decisions you have are the roster isn't good enough, which I certainly think that's a huge part, or you didn't give guys enough experience throughout the course of the season as to where Porter couldn't play last night. There's been some games that he could. He couldn't last night. And in crunch time, you got a guy who can't put his jersey on by himself because his arm hurts. And he's missed virtually every shot he took in the game already, taking 2 clutch shots that you needed down the stretch. That can't happen. And so, I'll get to this a little bit later. It's the first time I think I was really upset with the way that Adelman handled the game. But here's the catch-22. Porter was in the game because Russell Westbrook was airballing threes. So when you take Westbrook and you take Porter out of the equation, what are you left with? Well, you could say, we'll play Peyton Watson. I wouldn't be against the idea, but Peyton Watson was, for whatever reason, these guys just don't want to play these guys late. I don't know what it is. But I can't tell you how frustrating. And I know that the text line is going to be filled with a whole bunch of MPJ and Russell Westbrook suck stuff this morning and whatever. I mean, they were terrible last night. Fine. That's an 11-minute and 42-second stretch that Jamal Murray didn't make a shot either. That Christian Brown didn't either. That Aaron Gordon didn't either. Like, Murray was on fire for like 7 or 8 minutes of the third quarter. But look at the box score at the end of the night. Like, I don't know what that stretch was in the middle of that where it looked like Murray was about to do the I can't miss thing. But he put up, let's see here, 1, 2, 3 buckets, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we got 6 buckets in the span of 4 minutes in the third quarter. 6. Jamal Murray also finished the game 10 of 27. That's what I'm talking about. You know what Jokic did? He played top-tier basketball for 44 minutes last night. And there's just not enough. They still got game 6 at home. Wouldn't be. In fact, I would put, if I had to bet on somebody to win, I bet you the Nuggets win game 6. But look at the course of this series here. You are not as good as Oklahoma City. You aren't. But you had 2 consecutive games where it's late and you have a lead and you couldn't close. If that is not going to be part of your arsenal in this series, you don't win this series because you don't have advantages in this series. That's the one thing that you might have had. That, first of all, you're a really good closeout team, just in general. And secondly, the Thunder haven't been put in the pressure cooker quite like this since that team's been assembled. And in both instances, they were better than you down the stretch. But God, man, it just feels like Jokic is selling out to make every play possible. And it's just you're looking around saying, hey, does somebody just want to make a bucket, please? Just one. That's all the help that I need. And really, it felt that way. If one other guy could make a shot with the way that Jokic was playing, the game's over. You know, I always go back to this scene, but I think it can be used in so many different places. The scene in The Departed, where they don't have the camera set up in the right place to catch the guys who brought the microprocessors. And Mark Wahlberg goes, I'm the guy who does my job. You must be the other guy. And I just think that Jokic is like that so many times. Like, he could very easily just be like, how am I the only one doing everything right? Like, the only one here.
That's him in the locker room. He's going, I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy.
Which Jokic would never do, but easily could. He could do it. Here's some stuff from Adelman in the postgame. I do want to get to Adelman in a couple of minutes because I thought coaching decisions on his part were really bad. Really bad yesterday, especially late. So here's the first question in the postgame. I think this is from Vic. Like, what happened? What happened to you just once again in the fourth quarter being dominated? Is that fatigue? Here's what he said.
If it is fatigue, that's on me. You know, I'm deciding who's going to run it, who's going to be out there. So, you know, if guys were tired or had tired legs, that's the decisions I'm making. So I like the group that we had. We had a good rhythm there going to the fourth. And I thought we sustained it early. You know, and I had the 4 timeouts to stop the game a couple times in the first 6 minutes. We didn't have enough at the end. And the shot creation that when we did make it, it felt like every time we had a chance to go back up 12 or get back up 14, you know, we wouldn't make the shot and they'd run out and make a basket or score in transition. So it compounded itself. You know, we had great performance from Nikola. Just, you know, have to have a few other guys have a game, which we can do in game 6, have full confidence in our guys.
I don't think we can do the fatigue thing. Because he mentioned it, at least he took some ownership. Like, if it's fatigue, then that's on him. There's a stat, I think the last 3 times that Jokic has been in the fourth quarter, started the fourth quarter, the Nuggets have lost. And I get it, you're trying to sell out for a win. And if you got that one, it's huge. I totally understand. And to be fair, it wasn't Jokic. Maybe the decision to play Jamal the entire fourth quarter also backfired. You know what Texter says? The story today is MPJ. I know his shoulder's hurt, and we've been making excuses for him all series, but he had 2 points last night and played over 30 minutes. If you guys want to be angry at MPJ this morning, that's fine. I was angry watching him miss shots last night too. But I'm not blaming a guy who's got one arm out there. I'm blaming why is he in the game in the first place. Like, if Porter was playing for Oklahoma City, guess what, guys? He's not even suited up because they have the depth to get away without him. Porter is playing. Think about this. Think about the decision they made. You guys have watched Porter enough during this postseason ever since that shoulder injury and how much he struggles. He's had a couple of good games, but it's mostly been bad. And he continues to play. Why? Like, ask yourself that question. Why? The answer is they don't have anybody else. They think an MPJ on like 40% is better than the next option off the bench. So go ahead. If you want to kill MPJ, do it. I feel like empathetic. Like, he shouldn't be out there. And again, I don't know what it is, if it's just like he's one of those guys, he misses loud and he makes loud. He missed 2 big shots late. Where the hell was Jamal Murray in crunch time? Not a bucket. So you can point to the max contracts and all this stuff, but I'm telling you, Porter shouldn't even be on the floor. But they feel like him doing that at 40 to 50% of who he usually is. And by the way, Michael Porter Jr. has one asset. He shoots. He's not a great defender. He's a good rebounder. He can't really dribble the basketball all that well. He shoots. And this thing has taken away his one thing that he's good at, and they're still like, yep, I still feel like that's the best option. So, it's another day. By the way, they're going to need you tomorrow at Ball Arena. We got a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to Game 6. Another day full of keywords coming your way next. All right, I'm going to be honest. We got to get to the keyword first. Sorry. I'm caught in so many different emotions right now. The keyword, though, for the 6 o'clock hour and your chance to go to the Nuggets game tomorrow, Game 6, pivotal game to push to a Game 7. The key word for this hour is blanket. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Why blanket? Because we've run out of words, okay? We just chose random ones now.
No, these are the creme de la creme. You remember Moser yesterday said he wanted clever keywords.
Yes, these are, of course, clever. Blanket.
Blanket. This is as clever as you're going to find.
So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can still head to nuggets.com/playoffs to see limited inventory that's still available. But we have keywords on the 20s of every hour today. We'll say a winner's name at 9:45. You have 5 minutes to call to claim those tickets. So all of that coming your way today. Now, I'm caught between two emotions. First is anger. I am pissed after that game. It feels like such a wasted opportunity with how great of a game Jokic gave you when he's been struggling to seemingly find something within his offensive game and find that efficiency back and hit the shots that he did late down the stretch. And it's wasted in a loss. Is entirely frustrating. And then I have this other emotion where all of the reasons why they lost, I've seen and known since January. Part of me says you aren't allowed to be frustrated by something you knew was there. Does that make sense? We knew this roster was flawed all months ago, way before the trade deadline. We knew it. How many times did we see Jokic have a 40 or 50-point game that ended up in a loss? So, I don't know how angry I'm allowed to be, considering, this isn't a surprise. This is exactly who we thought the Nuggets were. It's just a matter of the only thing that surprised me was that they couldn't close the last 2 games. That's the only thing. But I'm just... You should have had it. You just should have had it. And it's so difficult to watch your team, and maybe this is why I'm frustrated. So difficult to watch your team with somebody who is playing at just an unbelievable level to not get help along the way. And then on the other side, the guy who's going to receive the MVP trophy, which whatever, don't care. But the guy who they're chanting MVP for in that stadium, it's like Caruso's knocking down big threes. And Lou Dort's knocking down big threes. And Hartenstein's doing stuff in the paint. And Chet Holmgren's throwing down dunks and blocks. The amount of help on the opposite side is so frustrating. There is no question who was better last night. Jokic was in his own stratosphere of player last night compared to the next best guy who was Shea, but it wasn't close. But I think that's what it is. It's just so apparently and in your face of what are the Nuggets without Joker doing that? And you're just like, I have no idea. And again, it's hard. Who do you blame? Some people want to blame Michael Porter Jr. Fine. The guy shouldn't be on the floor. He shouldn't be on the floor with this injury. I'm not going to blame him. Do you blame Calvin Booth for the way the team's constructed, the roster? Do you blame Michael Malone for the refusal to play anybody outside of basically 7 guys every night for the last 2 years? What do you do?
Yes. The answer to those questions is both. I blame Calvin Booth for, remember, what was the impetus for letting KCP sign elsewhere? Do you remember there were 2 words that were used over and over again?
I know exactly where you're going. Go ahead and say it.
Roster flexibility. Brett, how flexible is this roster? I am more flexible than this roster, and I'm not flexible at all. You probably can't touch your own toes. You're more flexible than this roster, and we let KCP walk for that?
I'm flexible enough to do this, to do one thing. I can pat myself on the back, which I rarely do, but I mentioned this when KCP walked. The whole point to letting him go, and I'm not even saying that KCP is the difference between winning and losing this series or whatever, but he was a really good defender on this team. The point to letting KCP walk was just that, roster flexibility. And I looked at their roster and I said, you're still in the luxury tax. You're still handcuffed by a million different things. And here's what they did. The only thing that changed with KCP walking, the only player that could not, it would be impossible for him to be on the roster is who? Do you know? There's one guy. They made basically a one-for-one switch. KCP left, so you had enough money for just a money line exception contract, which turned into Dario Saric, who has played, I think, 30 seconds this entire year. That was the trade that you made. That was the, quote, flexibility. It wasn't flexibility. It was trading one guy who did play for one guy who doesn't. You could have still signed Russell Westbrook while keeping KCP. He was on a vet minimum contract. That's allowed. Everybody else that's playing right now for the Nuggets would still be on the floor. But it's so much of, I don't know. It just felt like yesterday was the epitome of what this entire season's been. Which is Jokic is great, but this team just isn't good enough.
And I think the reason you're feeling such a roller coaster of emotions, right? You don't know how angry you should or are allowed to feel.
Well, that's just it. I am angry. I'm very angry this morning. I just don't know if I'm allowed to be. Like, in my own head, I'm like, hey, stupid moron idiot. You've known this for 5 months. What are you mad about?
See, that's the problem. I think if the Nuggets squeaked their way into the playoffs by the hair of their chinny chin chin, maybe they got bounced in the play-in, we would all go, yeah, we all saw this coming. Or maybe...
Or if they lost to the Clippers, I just would have been like, yeah.
Yeah, or even if they made it to the first round and they sunk lower, so they played a higher seed, and they got swept. They just got the doors blown off them. You'd go, you know what? That's kind of what we expected. Great. Offseason starts now. Yeah. But I think the fact that they beat the Clippers and they've showed flashes of brilliance.
Sure.
And you've seen the seeds. So now you start to get hope, and then things like last night happen, and then all that hope gets cut down. And so pretty much the Nuggets are playing with your heart. You're going, what do you want from me? Do you want to be a good team? Do you want to be a bad team? Do you want to be a contender? What do you want from us? And I think that's why you're so torn up right now.
It's just with Joker specifically. I think it's that he had that game too. If Joker had the same sort of night that he's had the past 3, where it's like he really struggled to get a look, and when he did get a look, he wasn't really making it, and he, finishes the game 10 of 30 or something like that, I think I feel different. But he put together, like, that's a winning performance. That should be rewarded with a dub. And he wasn't. Because Porter is 1 of 7, and Murray was 10 of 27, and Christian Brown, who had one of the worst games I've seen him play in a long time on both sides of the floor, was 3 of 12. I'm pissed. I don't know. I always tell you guys this. I never claim to be right about anything, but I will be honest with the way that I feel about things. And this is it. I feel like I'm having some sort of therapy couch moment where I'm like, I'm angry, but am I allowed to be angry because I knew this was always kind of who the team was? But Jokic puts together a game like that. And it's almost like I feel sympathetic. Because I don't know what's going on in his head. Reminder, by the way, keyword for you to have a chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 6 tomorrow is blanket. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Some more Adelman post-game.
Yeah, I thought Nicola played incredible. I thought her effort was incredible, but we can play a lot better. I think it's in these guys that if we create the open shots we created tonight, we're going to have games where guys make shots behind it. And you look at the 13 for 46 from three. There were so many good looks from different people. We know Michael's a better shooter than that. Aaron shot the ball so well. I thought Jamal had great looks. So you have to live with some of that. But if we can complement 17 to 25, 44 points with some other guys finding a rhythm out there, we're very capable of doing special things. And that includes Thursday, and that includes on the weekend if we can get back here.
Well, and that's kind of what I wanted to get to here is I think that this is one of the first times I think Adelman's handled this really poorly. He was faced with a couple of decisions late in that game. So you enter the fourth quarter, and you have won every quarter, by the way, so far in that game. You won the first by 1, you won the second by 1, you won the third by 6. You have an 8-point lead heading into the fourth. I think you give Jokic a little bit of rest. Maybe you start Murray. He plays a few minutes until Jokic gets back on the floor. You bench Murray for a couple of minutes. You bring him back in. But the decision to play Jokic, but especially both, the entire fourth quarter has not worked for largely this postseason. And I know you want to go back to the well. You want to continue to leave, especially a great Jokic game that he's having. You want to leave him on the floor. But where the Nuggets win is late. But if you have your top dogs that are the ones that kind of spearhead your ability to close, and they're fatigued at the end of the game, then I think you get results like this. So that's one. The other is Porter should not have been on the floor late. I think that he's handled the Porter thing, considering that they are playing him, the way that I probably would, which is Porter starts. You see if he's on, because he's had a couple of games where he's knocking down shots, but if he's not, he can't. He can't play, and especially not late in the game. And I know what the counter is going to be. He can't say this out loud, but here's the truth. He was probably thinking something like this, Nelly. I didn't want to play Porter, but Russell Westbrook was airballing like 3 different threes. So I didn't want that on the floor late either. So where did you want me to go?
Oh, man, he had one. I don't remember the exact players. See, I'm not these people that can watch this game and then immediately commit everything to my encyclopedic memory. But
Yeah.
there was some play where the Nuggets had an amazing block on one end, like a block or a steal.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went back the other way, kicked it over to Westbrook, and he airballed it.
Yeah.
And I watched that and I went,
Had another possession where he dribbled it off his foot for a turnover. Like he was terrible last night too. And so I think that's what Adelman was thinking. He was like,
sorry to cut you off,
No,
but those plays specifically where you make a good defensive stop on one end and then you get a disrespectful 3 on the other end, those plays are twofer because not only do you get the points, but it's the mental game,
sure.
the mental toll. Just that those are those momentum shifters. And for him to airball it in that moment, man, that was the live by Westbrook, die by Westbrook.
Well, to me, you got two options here. And one of them is not Porter late in that game. One option is you play Peyton Watson, who I thought played pretty well, actually. It's not like he was crushing it offensively, but I thought he was playing really good defense. Got a couple steals out of it. He was rebounding. I was like, you could go to him. Or you play Westbrook because at least Westbrook can do other things. And this is the important part. When Porter's not making shots, he's not helping you really anywhere. Not right now. Westbrook, even though offensively it wasn't great, Russell can get you a couple steals. He can make life a little bit more miserable. You know who knocked down big shots late? Shea. He could have helped in that department, as Peyton Watson could have. And I just think a couple of those decisions were just not smart. Here's what Adelman on not sitting Joker to start the fourth.
Yeah, it was my decision. I had a conversation with him. He felt good, and I was going back and forth with it. With the 4 timeouts, that was a big factor for me. You get 2 of those timeouts. If Mark calls one, that's 7 minutes of rest. The 2, 3.5, timeouts. So I felt comfortable with that. And, I felt like the momentum of the game was going our way, and he was, very sure of himself. Wanted to play through him. I'll look back on it. I'll doubt myself because we lost the game. But keeping a guy out there that was 17 of 25 was extremely efficient, 5 for 7 from 3, had 44 of 15 and 5. So it was a decision that I made to leave him out there. I do not regret it right now, after a loss. But if I go back and watch the tape, maybe I'll have a different opinion tomorrow.
I like Adelman. I think he's done a pretty good job. Just didn't like the way that they finished last night. It's tough, man. Not to mention, we can get to something else here in a second. There was something else that was kind of hanging over that game. Not really like a dark cloud, but there was something else that was going on that I just think is crazy to do in the postseason. So we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. One last reminder, the keyword is blanket in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You want a chance to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow's game, which I think they win, at Ball Arena to push to a Game 7. They need everybody being as loud and as boisterous as they can at Ball Arena tomorrow. So your chance to win those tickets, text blanket in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. All right, a lot of text coming through here, a lot of mixed bag feelings. I'll read a couple. Michael Porter Jr. is a loser. Stop making excuses to the fan base to explain his loser mentality. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, he's been through a lot. Oh, these guys are gassed. What? Everyone's tired. He can shoot better, win, produce, or get off the floor. I did this last year. Nelly, I don't know if, can't remember how. Now, you came on right after the season ended last year. So I said the same thing for Jamal Murray last year in the postseason. Jamal was very clearly hurt, and he was very clearly not producing and being bothered by that. I'm not saying you got to like it, but the guy's got a damn maxi pad on his shoulder, okay? He can't take his uniform off by himself. I don't think the indictment here is on the guy who's trying to gut it out. I think the indictment here is on how the team's constructed that you feel like that's actually an option that you need to go with. Does that make sense? Okay, if we have a relay team and I cut off Nelly's leg at the knee, and me, Vic, Moj, and Nelly all race in this 4x400 relay, and we lose because Nelly, who has a leg and a half, gets beaten in the final leg of the race. One thing I wouldn't do is go to Nelly and call him a B word and say, what the hell's the matter with you? I might be asking, did we really not have an option of somebody that has two fully functional legs to be on this team? And if we don't, whose fault is that? Let me reiterate something. And go ahead. Like, if you want to be angry with Porter, be angry with him. I was angry watching him shoot and miss last night, too. But I do know there's a reason. If Michael Porter Jr. was not wearing a Nuggets uniform and he's wearing a Thunder uniform, would he even be playing? Would he be suited up or would he be in street clothes? The answer is very simple. He ain't touching the floor for OKC because they feel like they got enough. Now, you want to make it about the individual. Fine. I'm not. My question is, why is this team in a place where you feel like that's the best option? That's what I don't get. So that's one. It's one of these things that I keep getting, and whatever. Like, I'm not going to tell you guys how to feel. I tell you how I feel. That's the thing. But why are we giving MPJ so many minutes if he's hurt? He was the lowest scoring Nugget last night. Put Watson in instead of Westbrook. Now, it's what I just said, right? I said he had no business playing in that game late, not in crunch time. He couldn't give you anything. The only thing that Porter can do right now with that shoulder is shoot. And if he can't shoot that night, then he can't be on the floor. I think Adelman thought to himself, well, you know what? You know who else can't shoot right now is Russell Westbrook. And I said earlier, I would have played Peyton because at least Peyton Watson can give you stuff on defense. I would have played Russell over Michael Porter Jr. late in that game, despite how bad that Russell was on offense, because at least he can do some other things. He can make life difficult for OKC in scoring. Because, yes, you want to get points, but if you can't get somebody to get you buckets, which nobody outside of Joker could for 11 minutes and 42 seconds in the fourth quarter, then at least put somebody in to play defense. That's what I don't get. That's why I told you. It's like the first real time that I had a problem with the way that Adelman handled the game late. By the way, Vic was in the locker room. He was in OKC yesterday, so post-game. He's talking to AG. He asked AG about the game. AG didn't want to talk about the game because, I'm sure you guys saw this yesterday, this story that Ramona Shelburne had. And I think this is just some dirty work, by the way. The toss of this out there before a playoff game is just pretty nuts. But here's just a piece from this article. An anonymous player on the Denver Nuggets says Russell Westbrook is, quote, immature. So the first thing, the anonymous player quote. Well, I know that's not anybody in the starting five. So it's somebody on the bench who's not playing. Here's the quote. Minutes after the Nuggets lost Game 2 of their first-round series against the Clippers, Adelman had a problem. While he'd been at the post-game lectern, there'd been a heated discussion between Westbrook and Gordon in the locker room. Multiple sources told ESPN Gordon had challenged Westbrook about his attitude. Outside the locker room, one player relayed why Gordon might have done so. Quote, he's so immature, he said of Westbrook. Well, Aaron Gordon, when asked about the game last night, said, I want to talk about that. I want to talk about this.
Aaron, you know this team and you know the character of this team. Can you win 2 in a row against that team?
Absolutely. But it got to start with 1 at home. But really, I don't feel like talking about the game. Earlier, I caught wind of an article that came out about Russell Westbrook and in our locker room after Game 2, which was a completely arbitrary article and pointless and unnecessary by whoever it was that put it out. Russ is one of the most talented basketball players that has ever played the game of basketball. And quite frankly, he's been great for us all year long. We're brothers. We spend more time with our team than we do with our own family. Of course, there's going to be disagreements, but that conversation wasn't for anybody other than our own group and the internal workings of our locker room. So that article is just so arbitrary and so far from the truth. Russ has been amazing for us. And not only is he a great basketball player, but he's an even better human being. And he's going to continue to be great for us, and he's going to make a huge impact, and he's going to help us win these next 2 games. And that's all I got to say, guys.
Thanks, Aaron.
So I had no interest in talking about the game, talking about this, and I don't know the, quote, journalists out there, which I am not. Nelly, even me not being a, quote, journalist, I have gotten anonymous off-the-record quotes about certain people and players and teams and coaches in this town. I'm not going to run with that, though, because I'm not a loser, okay? And to do that in the middle of a playoff series like this is just insanity.
You know how there are certain buzzwords or certain issues that a politician can always go back to because they know it's going to win them cheap points? All you got to do is say, we got to fix the economy. Mm-hmm. And then everybody cheers. Oh, wow.
We need more jobs.
Exactly. I am gonna bring down prices across the board. And then everybody loves you. Westbrook is kind of becoming that for the national media. All you have to do is question anything about Westbrook, and it is going to be more interactions, more clicks, more anything than you've seen in the past 6 months.
Yep. I hate it, but whatever. I'm angry this morning. Sorry, everybody. I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way. Again, the main question I kind of have is, for as much anger as I feel, am I allowed? And here's what I mean. I'm pissed because Joker had this, what felt like an all-time kind of playoff performance for him. And it kind of falls by the wayside. Because in the fourth quarter, for the first 11 minutes and 42 seconds, let's just say the whole quarter because it was a garbage layup at the end of the game, that the entire fourth quarter, if your name wasn't Jokic, you were 0-14. Not a single bucket. And that's not like just Russell Westbrook. That's not just Michael Porter Jr. That's AG. That's Christian Brown. That's Jamal Murray. It's all of them. And at the same time, the other part of my brain tells me this. What are you so mad about? You've known this since January. You've known what this is the exact same team. Jokic plays great. Nuggets lose because he didn't have enough help. Trade deadline comes and goes. No moves are made. This is the team you got. How angry am I allowed to be for something I knew? Right? But it just felt like, God, man, the last 2 games, you've had one distinct advantage in this series, at least I thought is what you had, which was the ability to close games late. And for the last 2 consecutive, OKC was better. Got more keywords throughout the course of the day today. If you want to be at Ball Arena for Game 6 tomorrow, it's going to be on the 20s of every hour. You can watch the show live on Twitch. It's the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel, Altitude Sports Radio, today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Murray goes to the left hand. He's in the paint, leans in, layup no good. Rebound Jokic, good! They had been blocked again by Hartenstein on the Murray layup. 98-98 the tie. Jokic runs it down at the midcourt circle. 6 on the clock. Jokic, spin move, one-legged three. Got it! Oh my God! 103-103 the tie! What a shot by Joker! Inbound goes over to Jokic. Denver down by 3. He's guarded by Hartenstein. Gets him in the paint. Spins. Kick out over to Porter for 3. Short, no good. Rebound down to the Thunder. Michael Porter Jr., 1 of 6. And now the Thunder are playing clock. A bucket here, they win the basketball game. SGA has it at the point. He's guarded out there by Christian Brown. Gets a pick from Hartenstein. Takes a 3. Ball game. Denver's going to lose game number 5. They're down by 6, 109-103. Loose ball comes down to Alexander, and there's the horn in Oklahoma City. The Nuggets get absolutely crushed in the fourth quarter for the second game in a row, and Denver loses game number 5, 111-103. And for the first time, the Denver Nuggets trail in this series. Game 6 coming up in Denver, and that's going to be a win or stay home game for the Nuggets.
Pain. That's it.
Just 2 things right off the bat. And Vic, I want to get your thoughts immediately. I know you're sleepy. It felt like that game was sort of a perfect example of the flaws that this team has that were pretty evident, especially late in the game. Like the things that they don't have that OKC has, you saw it. But secondly, I'm having trouble here because I'm really angry. Legit angry.
I'm legit angry as well.
And here's the problem I have. I'm angry because Joker plays what feels like this all-time performance, and it's not rewarded because for an entire fourth quarter, literally nobody, not named Jokic, made a shot. And at the same time, the other part of my brain says, why are you allowed to be this upset? This is the exact same team you knew you had in January. This wasn't new. We've seen the games in which Jokic puts up 40-some points and they lose because there's just not enough help. But I mean, Vic, you were there. You were in the arena last night. What do you think?
First of all, it's not over. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe it's going to go back to Oklahoma City for Game 7. Having said that, if it does end and they do lose this series, I will go to my grave thinking that the Denver Nuggets are one bench player shy of another NBA championship. Just one.
Yeah.
Just one player. One. That's all they need. One more player. One guy. Again, I'm watching a game last night where your 5th and 6th highest paid players did not play. Could not play. And the minutes that are being eaten up by the starters, it's become too much. It's a second straight year. If you look at the starters for Oklahoma City, not a single one got into 40 minutes. Not one. For the Nuggets, Joker 44, Christian 43, Jamal Murray 42. It's too much. And I don't think they have any choice in the matter. You're going to hear a lot of people, especially on our radio station today, say, well, should have rested Joker early in the third. No.
You mean the 4th?
I'm sorry, the 4th. I'm half dead right now.
I got you.
No. Joker wanted to play. He was fine. He wasn't your problem.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't your problem one iota. It's the rest of the bench. It's just they don't have anyone. They don't have that person. They don't have that Bruce Brown. One guy. One guy that would have helped. Caruso had 13 points for them. One guy. Caruso had more than the Nuggets bench combined. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mo.
One guy between the Nuggets and a championship.
Vic, I'm not going to be a negative Nelly today. No offense, Nelly. I don't want to be, but I'm going to be a realist. I would hope that people listen to this program maybe to be uplifted and so on, and we believe, and we'll tell you if we truly believe, if it's real. But hopefully people listen and they at least know that we come with our opinions that we believe to be fact or to be real, to be genuine. This team just isn't good enough. End of story. Christian Brown should be coming off the bench, period. Russ, all the good and all the bad, if you're going to get to what... Is that directed at me or is that directed at your coffee cup?
So we got you today, Vic.
We got you
We
today.
got you today, buddy.
We got you today. You just don't have enough players. And the reason, Brett, you asked the question, why am I allowing myself to be frustrated today when I realize this is the team? Because you know what? This team is good enough. The way it is right now, this team is good enough to win this series. All these guys have to do is make some shots. Every one of these guys who went I'm talking 3-point range, 1 for 5, 0 for 5, 3 for 13, 2 for 8, 1 for 3, 0 for 3. All these guys can make shots. All of them. If half of them make one more shot, you win the game.
Yeah, but again,
don't well me because I'm not in the mood to be welled either.
I'm not welling you. I'm just saying for the second straight game.
They can't make shots, Vic. And here's the thing. They can't make them, let's put it this way. They can make shots, but they can't make enough, and they can't make enough consistently. And they're going to have to find some people who can. That's all there is to it.
But let's get to the core of the matter. Why do you think they're not making shots? What is it that they're not making? What in the fourth quarter, are they not making shots because the opposition increases its defensive pressure or because they're just tired? What is it?
I don't know, Vic. I don't know. They had some good looks. Russell Westbrook isn't tired, and I know that he's good and bad. I understand that. But air balls, I blows my mind.
But hang on, can I give you an example of something real quick? Because there's a lot of time that was spent, at least in the appetizer, talking about MPJ. And I get it. Like, I was frustrated, too. He's taking shots, missing shots. And it's been like that for a lot of this postseason, with the exception of a couple games where he's been good. My whole thing is this. If you want to be angry at Porter and say, well, he's a max contract guy and he's got one bucket throughout the night and blah, 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 that's fine. You can. I think the more frustrating thing is this. This is what I ask people in the appetizer. See what you think. The fact that you feel like you need Michael Porter Jr. to play when he is obviously like 50%.
It tells you all you need to know.
Wild to me.
It tells
if
you what
Michael
you have.
Porter Jr. had a Thunder uniform on, he's in street clothes in this series. Mm-hmm. He's not on the floor. But your roster is constructed in such a way where Adelman's saying not only is Michael Porter Jr. going to play at 50%, he's going to play crunch time and take clutch shots that are needed to win late in the game. Mm-hmm. So you can blame Porter if you want to for missing the shots. Totally up to you. I'm sitting here like, this is the best option that you had? And so you wonder, well, why not go to Russell Westbrook late in the game? Well, because Russ is airballing stuff. And then it's like, well, maybe do you play Peyton Watson, who I thought was okay? Like, maybe you would. But the point is, you're relying on that guy because you feel like you have to. And again, to go back to the beginning of it, I'm angry this morning because, God, man, when Jokic hit the circus turnaround, Sombor 3, it felt like the Lakers, right? Like that was going to be the shot that kind of pushed you over the top. I can't believe he made that in that moment to tie the game. Here you go. But literally, no one, not named Jokic, made a single bucket for the entire fourth quarter.
Nobody went with him. You know, for a while, Jamal Murray went with him. Jamal had 13 in that third quarter when they built that 12-point lead. Jamal got really hot.
I looked that up, by the way.
And then it went away.
Yeah, I looked that up, Vic. So I went back through it because I remember I was like, Murray gave you a nice little flurry in the middle of the game.
Correct.
He had 6 made buckets in 4 minutes in the third quarter. He finished the game 10 of 27.
I know, but I'm just saying he had that run.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying
that run.
He had that, but dude, it's 6 buckets in 4 minutes and then 4 buckets. All the rest of the game is crazy.
Well, what troubles me now is, you know, one game is a fluke, 2 games is a bit of a trend. In game 4, the Nuggets were up 8 late.
Yep.
They were up 8. and then suddenly stop shooting. Couldn't make shots. Last night, they're up 9 late and stop shooting. Couldn't make shots. Listen to this. I was keeping track of this, and I couldn't believe it. From the 10-minute and 11 mark, 10-11, Joker makes a little floater, okay? And at that point, you're still pretty confident because the Nuggets at that point are up 9. It's 90-81. He's playing the fourth quarter. Things are looking good. Things are looking smooth. From 10-11 of the fourth quarter all the way to 3, let's see, where is this? 3:22. They did not make a single field goal. Mm-hmm. That's almost 7 minutes. Now, they had free throws in there, a couple Joker free throws, a couple Jamal. They went 7 minutes of the fourth quarter without a single field goal.
Yeah.
You can't win. You can't win.
No.
Can't win. I mean, they missed 8 straight shots.
And that's the thing that's a killer. I know you're convinced, Vic, that they're going to win Game 7. I think if I had to put money down, I would put the Nuggets down to win game. Or
they're winning
Game
Game 6.
Or
Game 6. They're winning Game 6.
I think they're going to win Game 6 tomorrow night, too.
But
I think they're going to blow them out.
Here's a problem that I have. We mentioned this heading into the series, or at least I did. I think the Thunder are better in most categories that you would need for a basketball team. They're obviously deeper. They're better defensively. They have more options on offense. They had a whole bunch of different things. The one advantage I thought the Nuggets had was the ability to close out a close game. Mm-hmm. And for 2 consecutive games, OKC's been better than you. That's what's freaking me out. Mm-hmm. Is that the one thing I thought you had as sort of the upper hand in this series, they've taken from you.
Is there a better definition or example than last night's game of, and I hate to go to this because it means nothing right now, of who the real MVP of the league is?
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody else need to go to the chalkboard to see this? Does anybody else need to be? I mean, Lou Dort makes three threes in a row and keeps them in the game, and they get contribution from everybody and anybody. There's one MVP of this league. There's one. That's all that matters. And that one almost won you the game last night.
Yep.
He almost won you the game. And even though he had one of the all-time efforts, you fell short again. And now you got to figure out how to pick yourself up again. And you got to figure out what to do with your rotation. Because when you get guys going 1 for 7, MPJ 1 for 7, Russell 1 for 7, Christian Brown had a rough shooting performance as well. You combine all 3 of those guys and they're shooting, I don't know how you're going to win. Someone's got to make a shot. I think Julian Strawther deserves more playing time.
Yeah, he was fine.
He might. Vic, but here's where I struggle. I said yesterday in the program, look, I know that this shooting is contagious on this team, good and bad. I know that. But why? Why can't somebody else just make 2 more shots in a game?
Because I think they're tired, Moj. Because, Moj, they're tired. They're playing too many minutes. And they're playing too many minutes because they have no choice.
Well, I noticed something else late in the game. How did the game start, by the way? You guys remember?
Slow.
Yeah, they were terrible. They were 12-2.
They were 0 of 8 from the floor to start the game. And then they did what?
They attacked the rim.
They attacked the rim, and they got buckets. They took a lead pretty quick afterwards.
Yeah.
Late
and
in the game.
And that takes a lot. When you attack the rim, I'm telling you, everybody says, well, just attack the rim.
It's
Great.
taxing.
That takes a lot more effort than shooting jumpers.
And what happened late in the game?
They lost it.
They were too tired to attack the rim. They settled for jump shots. They missed jump shots.
I'm going to give you one stat that pretty much tells the story of this series. And it told the story last year, too, in the Minnesota series. And it's going to tell the story again unless you get some depth. In this series, the starters for the Nuggets have played 950 minutes total. OKC starters, 813 minutes. That is 137 more minutes of playing time for the Nuggets starters. That is more than 2 hours. More than 2 hours on the court for Nuggets starters. You don't think that impacts you a little bit?
Sure it does. Yeah. And that's game time, by the way. That's not real time. That's just game time.
That's physicality. That's up and down the court. And for everybody who's, okay, well, play your bench. Who?
Well, let's get to that in a second. We have more keywords, by the way. If there's ever a night that you need to be loud at Ball Arena, it's going to be tomorrow. And we got another pair of tickets to give away today with more keywords on the 20s. Stick around.
Yeah, it was my decision. I had a conversation with him. He felt good.
Sorry, Nelly. I'll do the keyword first, and we get to that audio from David Adelman. Again, a chance for you to be in Ball Arena tomorrow for Game 6. The keyword for this hour is pumpkin. Why? Because we've run out of words. Pumpkin and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 gets you in the running. We will draw a name at 9:45. You have 5 minutes to call and claim the tickets, or else we move on to somebody else. But again, the keyword is pumpkin.
I got a keyword for you. Back right molar pounding like a mother. That's a word.
I've got two keywords for you. One starts with an F.
Mm-hmm.
Fun time. Tomorrow night.
There you go, yeah. Tickets still available, by the way, so head to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory that is still available. But again, keyword this hour is pumpkin, your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Fun time tomorrow night.
David Adelman on the decision to not rest Joker to start the fourth.
Yeah, it was my decision. I had a conversation with him. He felt good, and I was going back and forth with it. With the 4 timeouts, that was a big factor for me. You get 2 of those timeouts. If Mark calls one, that's 7 minutes of rest, the 2, 3.5, timeouts. So I felt comfortable with that. And, I felt like the momentum of the game was going our way. And he was, very sure of himself, wanted to play through him. I'll look back on it. I'll doubt myself because we lost the game. But keeping a guy out there that was 17 of 25 was extremely efficient, 5 for 7 from 3, at 44 of 15 and 5. So it was a decision that I made to leave him out there. I do not regret it right now, after a loss. But if I go back and watch the tape, maybe I'll have a different opinion tomorrow.
I don't regret it one bit. I don't regret it now. I don't regret it tomorrow. I don't regret it last week. Joker wasn't the problem. You regret it if Joker falls flat on his face and can't do anything. Joker's the only guy who contributed in the fourth quarter.
I think that you're probably right about the Jokic stuff. I will say I disagree with a couple of things that he did late in that game. It's the first time I really had disagreements with it. One of them was playing Jamal the entire fourth, I think, was a problem, too.
I would have played Russ over MPJ.
That's what I'm getting at. And I know how bad Russ was. Here's the difference. I would have said even Peyton Watson. I thought Peyton Watson was doing good things, at least defensively. He was grabbing some big boards.
Yeah.
Playing MPJ was a mistake. Like, MPJ's got one thing that he can do right now. He's got one thing, even when he's fully healthy, that he really does, and that's shoot. He can grab some boards.
He can rebound.
He can rebound.
But,
Moshe, if MPJ can't hit shots, he can't really do anything for you right now. He can't play defense. He can't do anything.
That is correct.
At least if Russell's not making shots, Russell can be a pest on the defensive side, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander kind of ate you up late in the game.
Yeah. There's another layer to Russ's game.
Yes.
Listen, he was not just not making shots. He was missing shots by 5 feet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay? So let's just pretend that didn't exist. At least there's another element to his game that he can give you. On that, I agree. I think we should have closed with MPJ.
Vic, when we were kids, we played basketball outside, right? And, everybody played outside. But on one of those really stiff, windy type of days, right?
Oh, so Russ looks like he was shooting into the wind.
It's like somebody opened all the doors. As soon as he took a shot, somebody opened all the doors. And I'm not trying to be.
No, it's true.
I'm not clowning him. I'm just saying that there were times he wasn't close to the rim, and I'm like, you're wide open. An NBA player, wide open, should not airball.
Yeah. From
anywhere.
Yeah. Well, again, I firmly believe that the Nuggets are going to win tomorrow night. And I want you to hold on to this piece of hope, just a shred, just a shard of hope. This is what it is. If the Nuggets win tomorrow night, which I think they will, understand something. They are going to get the benefit of 2 days off, not one, before Game 7. 2. That is the most days off they will have had in a basketball game, between games, in more than 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
They have not had more than a day off in more than 2.5 weeks. If they could win tomorrow night, that extra day of rest will make all the difference in the world. That's what I'm leaning on.
As the great 38 Special once said, let me back Vic up here with a 38 Special quote.
I love 38 Special.
Just hold on loosely, but don't let go. if you cling too tightly, you're going to lose control.
Yep.
No, Vic, your baby needs someone to believe in. Did you know that?
You can't do this to Vic.
I know
It's
it's the next line that got him. I know. Vic, you're completely right, though. I believe they're going to win Game 6. They're going to force a Game 7 on 2 days rest back in OKC. I get that. I guess part of me, when I see a game like I saw last night, and now more evidence is starting to stack up, correct?
Of what?
Of exactly who they are and who they are not.
Well,
No, Brett, you're not understanding here.
Okay.
Because part of me holds out hope that, oh, man, they're going to make some. These guys are who they are. Each player on this roster is who he is. And you're going to live with it, you're going to die with it. And right now, if you want to win a championship, you're going to die with it because right now you just – and by the way, you haven't had enough makers for some time. Okay? You simply have not had enough shot makers for some time. Everybody can make shots, but they can't make enough, and they can't make them consistently when they're left wide open.
What's sad is that the Nuggets won all of the hustle points last night.
They did.
They got more rebounds, 49-43. They got more offensive rebounds, 16-8. They got more steals in this game. They were all over the yard. They were great. They were hustling. They just ran out of steam again. And for the second straight year, if they don't come back to win this series, I will go to the offseason thinking, my God, the Denver Nuggets are one player away, one bench player away from playing for another NBA championship. Because I look at the rest of the field, I mean, they can win this whole thing if they get there. They can win this whole, that's what makes it so damn frustrating. Look at what's left. They can win this.
Can I ask you a question?
I felt that exact same way about a week and a half ago.
I don't want this to be like
fun.
I don't want this to be like a hindsight 2020 thing, but just out of curiosity, I want to see what you think because you're talking about one more guy, right? There was a decision that was made this offseason that essentially became a 1-for-1. They let KCP walk in the name of roster flexibility, but all that flexibility got you was a MLE contract that was used on Dario Saric, who doesn't play.
Yeah.
If they made the decision to eat the luxury tax, screw the MLE contract, and keep KCP, do you think that's enough?
I disagree with your rationale. They made that decision so as to get some help with a big. They wanted another big, right? So they let KCP walk. They advanced Christian Brown. I'm not saying I wouldn't want KCP on this team. Hell yeah, I would. Of course I would.
But
another defensive wing.
That is the difference.
But the difference is who they got.
Well, understood.
The difference is who they got.
Well, okay, fine. But that's the decision that they made.
I'm just saying the decision wasn't bad. The execution of the decision. It's who they brought in.
Totally
that's what
fine.
didn't work.
Totally fine. But the question is, you're saying one guy away. KCP would be playing. He'd be playing on this roster right now. He wouldn't be on the bench. So I'm saying, just for argument's sake, do you feel like that one guy would be enough right now?
Understood. I could also make the argument that, listen, I'd be fired as a GM because I'm the one who pounded the table for Dario Saric.
No, I understand all that. I'm just, for argument's sake, Vic, let's just say they made the opposite decision and KCP's still here. Do you think that would be enough if you're talking about one more guy?
I think so. To win one of these last two games? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, again, I want anybody and everybody to examine all other teams still alive. How many of those teams, 5th and 6th highest paid players, 5th and 6th, don't play, don't contribute?
Not one of them.
At all.
Not one of them.
I still
you can't
wonder
win
this.
that way.
You
can't.
I still wonder this. There's a pie chart of blame to go around, and the Nuggets obviously had that in their head because they let go of two people that were at the key pole positions of an organization with 3 games left in the regular season. And I don't even know who to really put it on. Like, where does the pie chart go? Because it could be one of two things. You can blame Calvin Booth for the roster as is, right? That you have a roster that has the 5th and 6th highest paid players that are unplayable. Or you could look at Malone and say, for 2 years, none of these guys really played, and now they aren't trusted in the postseason, and now you're having to tax guys.
Well, you're doing a chicken or egg thing.
Right. I don't know what it is.
I think it's born out of a flawed roster.
Very
I
well
think the
could
flawed roster leads to guys not playing because you don't trust those guys playing.
Should I ask Vic what I asked you during the break? Or is it too mean?
Well, no. I thought about it.
Okay,
No,
let me give a reminder for the keyword.
Yeah,
The keyword
please.
this hour is pumpkin, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to have a chance to win a pair of tickets to the game tomorrow. Go ahead.
The reason I don't want you to bring it up to Vic is because I think there's plenty of time for that discussion.
Okay, that's
at
fine.
another time.
No, now you have to bring it up. No.
All right, I
Okay,
got you.
let me bring it up. Let me soft pedal it to Vic a little bit here.
No, don't be soft. Come at me
No,
hard.
let me just do it. I'll just ask it the same way that I asked you.
Please do.
Slap me with 10 pounds of meat.
Again, I'm going to be in make-believe world for a second, okay? Let's say that the Nuggets, they lose Game 6 and they head to the offseason and they're doing an organizational blow-up, okay? So the only guys that they're going to keep on this roster, like Joker and AG and Christian Brown or something, okay? But the guys are on the bench right now that are not playing, that do not get any minutes. So those guys are Dario, Vladko, Pickett, Zeke. Who am I missing? DJ. There's one more that I forgot. Whoever. Hunter Tyson. There you go. How many of those 6 are on an NBA roster next year?
Let me see here.
The fact that I'm asking that question freaks me out.
No, is this Vic talking or is this Tooth talking?
The fact that I asked that is freaking me out.
Dario Saric, if they get their way, will be playing in Europe next year, but it's going to be a difficult transaction to make because he makes a lot more money than a European team will play him. All right, so I don't know what DJ's future holds if he's got another year in him. Zeke's still under contract. The other guys you mentioned are still under contract.
Again, in make-believe world, they're all off the roster. In one way or the other. Mm-hmm. How many are on rosters? Because if you remember, back when, I think it was the final year that MPJ and Jamal were both hurt before the championship roster, right? Yeah. And we looked at that and we said, well, Faku's not in the league.
Nope.
And Will Barton couldn't find a job.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. And we went through all that list, all those different guys that were on the roster that couldn't find a job the following year.
Yeah.
Is it similar to that?
I cannot believe, and I'm gonna try and just contain myself this morning because I don't want to argue with people. I cannot believe how many of you out there are looking at this as a coaching flaw and not a roster flaw. I just cannot believe it. I don't know what game you're watching. I don't know what game you're watching. I don't know what planet you're from.
Well, can I say this, Vic, too?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
It's a flawed roster. It's been a flawed roster. How do we know this? The bench doesn't contribute, and when it does, they usually win games. When the bench contributes, they win. When they don't, look at yesterday's bench contribution. Look at the last 2 games. And when you can't get contribution from the bench, it weighs on the starters. They have to play more minutes. And when it weighs on the starters, they get heavy legs, they get tired legs. And you go through this cycle of life over and over again. But it's all born out of a flawed depth chart. They don't have it.
Let me back you up, though, Vic.
It's not a coaching issue as much as it's a roster issue.
Let me back you up. I look at those guys you were talking about, Brett, and I don't want to be offensive to anybody, but this is hard basketball. This is intense basketball. This is physical. This is junkyard dog hoops is what this is, this series. This is, again, I think everything else is going to feel like a slip and slide compared to this damn series.
It's going to be hard to go back to regular season basketball when you watch it.
I think it is, yes. Yeah. And that being said, I would argue that you can't put any of those guys in the game. I'm not sure they can handle it right now with the way this game is being played, and that sounds offensive, and that sounds, it sounds mean, to be honest, but that's the reality of the situation. Adelman knows it.
Let me tell you, the OKC Thunder have a player named Isaiah Joe. Take a look at some of the games he's had this year. That guy's exploded for 40-plus points. He played 5 minutes last night. Yeah. He's barely seen the court. That's how deep they are. Do the Nuggets have a bench player that's exploded for 40-plus in multiple games?
So, Vic, I agree with you. To play devil's advocate, to play it, we all kind of said, hey, I wouldn't have minded if Strother got a few more minutes last night.
That's true.
And in the past, there's a guy who's on the floor in big minutes for OKC right now that was a Nugget that didn't play, and Isaiah Hartenstein.
Yeah.
So, could he not play in Denver and then figured it out afterwards?
That's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
You don't think there's a chance that maybe if he got more minutes with the Nuggets, that he would have looked better?
Well, sure, but
that's all I'm asking.
They traded him for JaVale McGee.
Okay. But I'm saying they didn't play him very much, and then he got a lot more playing time, and then it was apparent that he could actually play. That's all I'm asking.
What do you think the Nuggets need?
I'd say he's more of a late bloomer than
that's fine.
than a franchise insurrection.
Yeah, I mean, at no point were you sitting here pounding the table, Brett, when Isaiah Hartenstein was a Nugget saying, oh, my God, they let him. Come on.
No, but there's a lot of examples of guys. Vic, Zeke Najee's been on this roster for like 5 years, and I don't even know if he can play.
That's a roster flaw.
But I don't know if he can play because he doesn't. Does that make sense?
You haven't seen enough?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if Jalen Pickett can play or not. Pickett sometimes looks like he can, and then he just doesn't play, and then I don't have an answer for you. Like, if Pickett goes somewhere else this offseason and he gets 25 minutes a night somewhere, maybe he's a player there. But I don't know. So it's either one of two things. They just know it and they refuse to do it.
Yeah.
Or there's just a lack of trust where they're just like, I'm going to roll with the guys that I know already. I don't know.
I just, again, for those of you arguing that this is a coaching issue, not a roster issue, I got nothing for you this morning. I'm not going to waste my breath. I'm not. Now, does Julian Strother deserve more time? Yeah. In hindsight, I guarantee you, David Adelman's waking up this morning saying, damn, I put Mike back in the game and he didn't give me anything. I should have put somebody else, but that's hindsight. He was hoping that Mike would find something. He was hoping upon hope he would. He didn't. Now, it's always easy to say I should have played the other guy, but they don't have many options there. I will say this again, for those of you who think it's a coaching issue over a talent issue. Give me a team in the history of the NBA whose fifth and sixth highest paid players do not contribute, get DNPs in the playoffs. Give me one that's won a championship. I'll wait.
Yeah, the answer is never. Anyway, a lot more to talk about with this.
Maybe this is a positive. I was much less foul last night than I was in Game 4. Like the words flying out of my mouth were more like,
It was. Reminder one last time, the keyword for this hour is pumpkin. Text that in your first last name to 303-504-0925. Have a chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 6 tomorrow at Ball Arena. Huge game, obviously, to push to a Game 7. Back after this. Obviously, a lot more to get to with the Nuggets today. Some few other notes and details as NFL roster leaks continue. We know a little bit more about the Broncos roster that we'll get to in just a little bit.
Also, I was watching some highlights from the World Championships in hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan McKinnon is participating for Team Canada along with Sidney Crosby. They're playing France.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that goes?
I think they probably win that.
Crosby and McKinnon versus France in hockey.
Seems like an unfair battle.
Can you imagine what they do to Italy?
Well, hang on a second. Let's go back to this.
Yeah.
First.
That's just a little thing.
First, you know what we're talking about, and I can see both sides of the argument. I largely agree with Vic that the roster is it's very obviously not good enough and not up to the standard of what championship caliber teams have. Okay? It's just not. And part of that is because you don't trust people enough to where fatigue can play a factor. It did last year, and it looks like it's doing that in the fourth quarters of this year. Now, there's a question. This is from a texter, Vic. If the Nuggets had OKC's roster, do you think that they would go 10 deep in the postseason like OKC does?
Why did DMac take our show off YouTube for his own podcast right now?
What?
Why are we not on YouTube right now?
We are, from what I'm seeing. We're fine.
What are you saying?
All right, I'll repeat that. If the Nuggets had OKC's roster, would they go 10 deep in the postseason like OKC does?
What do you mean OKC's roster? I mean, you mean Joker's not on the roster anymore?
I'm saying if you swapped rosters, would the Nuggets go 10 deep in the postseason? Because I do think that's a legitimate question. When they get there,
you are what you're used to coaching. You are what you have, right? So Mark Dagno is used to coaching a deeper roster. That's what he's done all season. That's what he's leaned on all season.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you have that all season and you're used to coaching that way, normally it doesn't work in the postseason. Normally shorter rosters is where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But their benefit of having guys they can lean on, especially in the fourth quarter, it's all the difference in the world in the last two games. It really is. It's made all the difference in the world. So I guess you're asking a question, would Michael Malone or David Adelman use 10 guys if they were afforded 10 players who could play at that level? I mean, you gotta give them a season to play with them.
Yeah, the curiosity always comes from, especially with Malone. Malone's the only person I can really judge. Adelman is it feels like he's doing rotations in the way that Malone probably would, but Malone's been here in charge for the last decade. And Moj, I think you've seen this as well as anybody. Malone was very intent on every night he was out to win, and he was going to do whatever it took to win.
On any given, he had a very micro view, yes.
And so there's plenty of regular season games where he would go 7 guys deep and just be like, I don't care. This is giving us our best shot to win tonight. That's the way I'm rolling. And there wasn't room for experimenting a whole lot. But you get to this Adelman post game, and I think you asked the question, Vic, fourth quarter, struggle to make shots. Was it fatigue?
If it is fatigue, that's on me. I'm deciding who's going to run it, who's going to be out there. So, if guys were tired or had tired legs, that's the decisions I'm making. So I like the group that we had. We had a good rhythm there going to the fourth. And I thought we sustained it early. And I had the 4 timeouts to stop the game a couple times in the first 6 minutes. We didn't have enough at the end. And the shot creation that when we did make it, it felt like every time we had a chance to go back up 12 or get back up 14, we wouldn't make the shot, and they'd run out and make a basket or score in transition. So it compounded itself. We had great performance from Nikola. Just, have to have a few other guys have a game, which we can do in Game 6, have full confidence in our guys.
Okay. That's when David Adelman is talking like that, it sounds very reasonable. And he's not incorrect. I agree with what he's saying. There was a point when I thought like, oh, God, this is going to get away from them. The Nuggets have a chance to stretch the lead again. Russ misses at one end, right? They come back and they bang at 3. So it goes from what should have been like 11, and all of a sudden it's 5. And you're like, oh,
right.
My God, right? I mean, that's a 6-point swing in the span of 20 seconds. Mm-hmm. And then I'm seeing Lou, and I think that might have maybe have been the start of the Lou Dort little flurry there, Vic. And I'm thinking to myself, well, Lou Dort he missed 3 threes in a row. He stopped shooting after that.
By the way, his shot goes to the rafters.
It does.
His 3-point shot.
It brings rain.
Yeah.
But then he hits that first one, and I'm like, oh, God. Lou Dort, who's not shooting well tonight, is making. Why can't just one of the Nuggets make?
The Nuggets
outside of 50, why can't one of the other Nuggets make?
The Nuggets just weren't efficient. They shot 41% to Oklahoma City's 50. The Nuggets took 15 more shots in the game, 15 more shots. Usually that spells good news. You're shooting it that many more times. That means you're winning other battles.
Well, their offensive rebounding was crazy good.
Yeah, it was very good. But again, 1 for 7, 1 for 7, 3 for 12. Those are 3, you combine those 3 numbers right there. Got to shoot.
I
gotta make.
But that's
I think you have to throw in 10 of 27 too.
Yeah, that's 5 of 26, which is just abysmal. Absolutely abysmal.
Guys, I know it's woe is me, the end of the world this morning. Listen, they're winning tomorrow night. They're going to win.
I agree. I think they're going to win tomorrow night,
and they're going to have 2 days. We're going to do this all over again. They're going to have 2 days before Sunday. For the first time in 3 weeks, they're going to have 2 days of rest. I cannot tell you how vital that is. We're going to have this here's what's frustrating this morning, and I could look at it from both sides. The Denver Nuggets wake up this morning saying, damn it, this series should be over. We should have won by now. Oklahoma City can wake up and say the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma City lost 2 close games. The Nuggets lost 2 close games. This series could be over both ways.
Yeah.
All I know is this. As flawed as the Nuggets roster might be, ain't no way Oklahoma City is 18 games better than the Denver Nuggets as they played in the regular season, right?
God, man.
Ain't no way. If everybody looks at the regular season with the same light again, no. You're going to look at OKC and say they're that much better? They're not. They're not. It's this close.
And the only reason it's that close is because I don't know if you guys caught it all. I was like just kind of sitting there in stunned silence at the end of that game. And I just wanted to wait for initially the Barkley reaction to it. You know what Barkley's reaction to the game was? The first words out of his mouth? And he goes, Chuck. And he sits there blankly with a stare. And he goes, this Joker, man. The first thing he said was talking about Joker's game. And I think that's why I'm so upset. If the Nuggets had another game in which Joker was like his previous 3, where he was like, I don't know, it looked more like Jamal's numbers, right? 10 of 27 from the floor. It wasn't that efficient. Still wasn't getting all that. But he was masterful. Like, as good as Jokic could have played in a game that really mattered with the series tied 2-2 on the road at OKC, all the different stuff, he was as good as he could possibly be in that game. And the stat that I can't stop, because here's what it says. The first 11 minutes and 42 seconds. It was the whole fourth quarter. The only bucket that a non-Jokic player scored in the fourth quarter was a nothing layup at the end of the game that didn't matter. It was the entire fourth quarter. Not a single other person made a shot who wasn't named Jokic. Okay. That is infuriating.
Okay, we're not going to fix the roster. We're not going to fix what happened already in the first 5 games. That's non-fixable. We're moving forward. What can the Nuggets do with what they have to win these last 2 games? And I'm telling you, what they can do is what they've done. Only tomorrow night, I think on pure energy and pride alone, tomorrow night, I think they win just on that alone. And then Sunday, you roll the dice that extra day of rest will help the guys who play big minutes. You hope. Again, I told you, Nugget starters combined have played more than 2 hours than Oklahoma City starters in this series. That catches up. But maybe that extra day of rest will give them a little bit of a break, enough of a break to catch up.
Is this stupid to say, Moj? When you ask the question, what can they do differently? I don't think anything. I think they just, as stupid as this is to say out loud, They need to make a shot.
I would like to see.
They're open.
Here's what I'd like to
see. Make a shot. You're open.
Here's my amateur opinion. I would like to see more Julian Strother minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Because here's why. And usually the dismissive response for Julian Strother, and I get it, his defense, he needs some help defensively. Well, they're playing a lot of zone in these playoffs, if you watch. So if you're playing a lot of zone, you have some more room for error in there. Plus, I think he has sneaky length where he can challenge guys.
Mm-hmm. Is he ready for the physical side of things?
Well, I guess we're fixing to find out.
I guess that would be my only hesitation, Vic, is he going to get in there and just get smoked, just get roughed up?
See, every decision you made yesterday, like there's a flaw in every one of them, okay? I give you bench players down the stretch because I know David Adelman is thinking this through his head right now, and everybody's going to criticize, and it's easy to do that. But, all right, let's say you go with Michael Porter Jr., and that's the decision he made. What's the rationale for going with MPJ to close that game? Tell me what it is.
Because he can get hot and he can knock down some shots.
Okay. What's the rationale? Maybe, I should have gone with Russ. What's the rationale there?
Because Russ is
big steals,
maybe
big
get energy guy. Absolutely.
Oh, maybe Peyton Watson in that moment. Why not go there?
He's got length. And he's. What do you mean? Why not go there?
No. I'm asking you every single player that you could go with. Why would you go with that player?
Yeah, because he's got length. He's got youth. He's a great defense. He's a good shot blocker. Yeah.
But it's truly a roll of the dice, is what I'm saying. Right?
That is correct.
It's a roll of the dice. Where in years past there was no rolling of the dice. You had Bruce Brown. There's no rolling of the dice. You're going to that guy.
I said this yesterday. The decision that they have made, I'll take Porter specifically. They're betting that Michael Porter Jr. can hit 3 of his next 4 threes, even if he's been awful that night, more than they bring somebody off the bench like Strother to hit shots. That's what they bet on. They did that again last night, late in the game. I thought that was the wrong decision, but that's what they were banking on. And Porter had 2 shots late in the game. Didn't work. So get back to this in a bit. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
How are you sleeping? Wake up feeling tired, falling asleep after dinner, you got some brain fog, maybe even feel a little sad or depressed. Well, those are just some of the symptoms of what could be a low testosterone problem for you. And if you think that maybe you're dealing with that, get fixed and go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Most guys wait a year or longer. There is no need to do that. Do yourself a favor, just go to their website today. Maybe even thinking about it, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 simple yes-no answers. Figure it out. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go over all the results with you. And then you can make the decision together with their medical team on whether or not you need treatment for low T. Maybe you don't. Cost of the appointment is only $99, which includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. And they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men, including yours truly. 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm going to repeat this a couple of times today. It's weird to me. I'm still like we've talked about this. I've talked about this 2 hours. We've talked about it together for an hour. I am still like I'm seething. I'm angry. And I'm angry over a result and something I witnessed that I've seen multiple times over like 5 months. Right? That game from the Nuggets isn't new. It's not something that we haven't seen before. It's largely the reason why I think the head coach and GM got fired was something along the lines of what we witnessed last night, which is lack of depth and not. It's too much on Joker to do everything always. And that's how you get all these games that Joker puts up 40-some points, 50 points. In Minnesota's case, a 60-point triple-double, and you end up losing the game, right?
The problem with what's happened over the last 2 games is not only are the Nuggets failing to close and execute in the fourth quarter, which is something that they've dominated over the NBA the last few years. They've been the best clutch team in the league. So they failed 2 straight times in that endeavor. That's one thing. But in the process, they're also polishing Oklahoma City's crunch time confidence, which was always a question mark.
Right.
The Nuggets, twofold, are hurting theirs and helping OKC gain more confidence in that category, which is a scary proposition because that's the only thing between that team and a championship is close game encounters. And now they're learning how to win the close game, and the Nuggets are contributing that. But I want to ask you guys this simple question. When's the last time you can remember a team that was considered the underdog, down 3-2 in a series, when it looked like all hope was lost? They're down 3-2 with 2 games left, 1 at home and the final on the road in the second round, and that team won both of those games. When's the last time you remember that happening?
I don't ever remember it happening.
Really? Because it happened last year when Minnesota beat the Nuggets.
You're talking about Minnesota last year, yeah. I guess I was specifically thinking of the Nuggets. My bad.
Last year, the Nuggets put on a ridiculous performance in which Joker received his MVP award before Game 5, and he just cooked, and they handled Minnesota. The series looked like it was over. Everybody assumed it was over. The assumption was it was over. The Nuggets had won 3 straight at that point. Do you remember?
Yeah. Vic, it essentially was.
It was over.
It was over in Game 7, essentially. Okay.
But they go to Minnesota, get blown out, come back home, lead by 20, and lose. So for everybody out there, and I know I get it, listen, I'm one of the most cynical guys on Denver radio when it comes to this stuff. I am Mr. Cynical. But for those of you who don't understand why the Nuggets still have a good chance to win this thing, I don't know how many more examples I could give you. It's not over.
Vic, no, I don't think anybody's saying that it's over.
Oh, really? Read some of these comments.
Okay.
It's not over.
However,
it sucks. It should be over. It's not close to being over.
I'm with you. I believe they'll win tomorrow night at home. I believe they will. I'm looking forward to that game. I can't wait to see it because shots are going to have to go in eventually. They have to. The ball has to go in the hoop eventually. These guys, no matter who you think these guys are, Brett, the guys that actually play, let's just go with the 8 that played last night. No matter who you think they are, we'll take Joker outside of it. Every one of these guys can make shots, and they're not going to go 0 for forever. Yes, Vic.
Have the young Oklahoma, they've proven a lot, Oklahoma City. They've really grown up before our eyes. Have they ever played in a Game 7?
Never. Not with everything on the line like that. So
get
here's
it
the
to
thing.
Game 7.
I agree with you, Vic.
Get it to Game 7.
I think when we're looking at the long-term situation, and maybe
get
you're
it to
maybe
Game
you're
7
okay.
with 2 days rest. Get it there.
Okay, maybe you're more optimistic than I am, but I see what I see.
You got 5 straight texts saying it's over.
Okay.
These aren't the Dallas Stars. These aren't the Dallas Stars have proven. In that series, the Dallas Stars have proven they've won those close games in Game 7s.
Okay.
Oklahoma City's never played a Game 7.
But Vic, I think when I agree with Brett, that I look at the overall picture, and some things start to become incredibly apparent. That guys aren't playing in the proper roles. Guys aren't able to play at all because they really can't. You can't afford to put them in games. I mean, there are overall things that you see why they are where they are. In fact, you see why the Nuggets were a 4 seed And we're an underdog in this series instead of being the top dog. And welcome, everybody, to Ball Arena. The reason that you're a 4 seed and not a 1 is because of what we were talking about all morning long, the flaws within the construction of this roster.
But that, again, those flaws and all that stuff, they mean a lot more in the regular season. It's why Oklahoma City won 68 games to your 50. Those 18 games, that difference, that's a roster. That's depth. Now, that's not as meaningful in the playoffs until you see it in the fourth quarter, until you see it worn on the players' faces who are incredibly fatigued.
That's what scares me. Like I said this at the beginning. If I had to put money down on who's going to win Game 6, I would put it on the Nuggets. I am not nearly as forceful as you two seem to be about it. And there's really just one reason. You got a couple of things over the last 2 nights, but last night specifically. You got the incredible Joker game, which he did not have since Game 1. You got the masterclass of a performance that resulted in a loss, 1. Number 2, the thing that I thought could push you over the top for all the disadvantages you had in this series was exactly what we're talking about. Young team, not been in the pressure cooker like this before. How do you respond in closeout situations? For 2 straight nights, they out-executed you in that department, which I thought was your distinct advantage. And twice now in a row, they've done better than you.
Watch my lips.
Okay.
Moser and Kane. When's the last time I ever guaranteed a Nuggets victory? Have I ever done that on the show?
It's been a
Have I? I don't think I've ever done it.
Well, you've done the loins back in the day.
You've come pretty close.
But where do I normally err on the side?
Do I have to look at your mouth?
I want you to look directly at my lips. Listen to me. And for all of you who say it's over, it could be over in Game 7. I'm going to tell you right now. The Denver Nuggets are winning Game 6 tomorrow night. Look at my face. The Denver Nuggets are winning this game. And when they do, all of you who are chiming in, and I believe it with every ounce of my soul. And if they do, I want to be referred to as Emperor Lombardi by all of you.
Well, look, this is what they do, right? Like, the Nuggets, like most champions across sports, are really hard to kill. They're really hard to kill. The Golden State Warriors, I don't think people have considered them title contenders in a while, but they are really hard to knock out of the postseason just because they've been there before a million times. They know what this is all about. The Nuggets are the same way. I think they win Game 6. I do. I'm incredibly nervous because even if they have a 10-point lead with 6 minutes left, I would typically think that the Nuggets close that game out and they're in the clear.
Emperor,
I don't have that anymore.
Hold on, Emperor Lombardi.
I'm being called a homer. I'm being called this. A homer says you're going to win every game. A homer, I was cynical in the Clipper series. I thought the series was over when the Nuggets were down 2-1. I was the most cynical guy on the show. Was I not?
You're pretty cynical. Yeah, you're pretty cynical.
Does that make me a homer? I'm just telling you, I can read a room, and I was in that room last night. I was in that room.
And listen, I agree with you.
You've been in those rooms, right? You know how you can read a room?
Yes.
You can believe it or frankly, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you people think. I'm just telling you what I believe.
Can I play something from AG in the postgame?
Can I talk to his? I can't wait until his tooth gets ripped out. I'm just telling you right now. How about you?
I like it.
You like it?
He's spunky today.
You like the angry tooth guy?
I like the spunky tooth man. You talked to AG after the game, Vic, and this is something that broke after our show. And look, I don't want to give this too much time, but it's not so much about him addressing this situation as much as the things that he said surrounding it. So if you guys missed it yesterday, there's an article from Ramona Shelburne on ESPN, and it's one of those oh-so-beloved anonymous quote articles, which I think is just, by the way, ridiculous to throw that out there in the middle of a series that's tied 2-2. I think
it had no impact on this series. I went off on this yesterday. listen, do disagreements happen in the locker room? Do guys yell at each other? Do they go at each other's throats?
Sure.
All the time. I saw it the year that the Broncos won an NFL Super Bowl championship. There were major disagreements.
Sure.
Peyton Manning's last year, major. It happens all the time. But to recycle the story in the second round for something that happened in the first round, a series you won, by the way, I don't get it.
Well,
I don't get
what
it.
it is.
I don't understand it. My hands are up in the air.
In case people don't know what we're talking about, I'll just give you some background. So this from Ramona Shelburne. An anonymous player on the Denver Nuggets says Russell Westbrook is, quote, immature. Okay, that's kind of the headline of this thing. Here's the quote. Minutes after the Nuggets lost Game 2 of the first-round series against the Clippers, Adelman had a problem. While he'd been out at the post-game lectern, there'd been a heated discussion between Westbrook and Gordon in the locker room, multiple sources told ESPN. Gordon had challenged Westbrook about his attitude outside the locker room. One player relayed why Gordon might have done so. Quote, he's so immature, he said of Westbrook. So that's just kind of a blurb in the middle of this story. So, Vic, you, after the game, go and ask AG about the game.
I asked him about the game, but I didn't realize how seething the players were about that article because it just, again, it came out of left field. I like Ramona. I know Ramona. I see her a lot. I talk to her a lot. That shocked me, that nugget. It was almost done like, well, here's why the Nuggets are struggling, because Russ isn't a teammate. And I guess it would warrant a little more attention if the Nuggets had lost the first round.
Right.
If that article comes out after the Nuggets lose to the Clippers, you're like, okay, well, they won the series. And how did they win the series? Who helped them win that series?
Russ helped them win the series.
Do they win that series without Russell Westbrook?
No, they do not.
So what the hell does that article even mean?
Well,
so you're ripping a guy and calling him a bad teammate, and yet that guy helped you win that series. What are you doing? Anyway, that was top of mind on Aaron Gordon. Here's my exchange with him. I thought we were going to talk about the game. He had other ideas.
Aaron, you know this team and you know the character of this team. Can you win 2 in a row against that team?
Absolutely. But I got to start with 1 at home. But really, I don't feel like talking about the game. Earlier, I caught wind of an article that came out about Russell Westbrook in our locker room after Game 2, which was a completely arbitrary article and pointless and unnecessary by whoever it was that put it out. Russ is one of the most talented basketball players that has ever played the game of basketball. And quite frankly, he's been great for us all year long. We're brothers. We spend more time with our team than we do with our own family. Of course, there's going to be disagreements. But that conversation wasn't for anybody other than our own group and the internal workings of our locker room. So that article is just so arbitrary and so far from the truth. Russ has been amazing for us. And not only is he a great basketball player, but he's an even better human being. And he's going to continue to be great for us, and he's going to make a huge impact, and he's going to help us win these next 2 games. And that's all I got to say, guys.
Thanks, Aaron.
So I know
sometimes.
Go ahead, Vic.
Sometimes an article like that can bring a team down, tear a team down, and I know people are saying, "Oh my God, look at the implosion." And sometimes it can spark something. It can spark something. You heard from Aaron Gordon. What is your impression?
Well, here's my impression. First of all, he said when we win the next 2 games twice.
Yep.
He said that. Second of all, I know why they're pissed about this. I think more than anything else. It's not so much the article. It's that an anonymous nugget was quoted.
Yeah.
And they're probably like, I don't know if they know who that is or not. I think they might have an idea. My guess is, Vic, it's probably somebody that had a 0 or a DNP next to their name over the course of this postseason. Just my guess. But that's not the first time this year, by the way, anonymous Nuggets player has been quoted in an article, if you guys remember. Happened earlier in the year, too. Anyway, get back to this in a second.
What was the one earlier in the year?
It was right around when they were struggling. I'll have to pull it up again. But this isn't the first time. I know there was one earlier this year, too. I'll find it during the break, get the exact quote. We got another keyword to give away as well.
But this whole anonymous quote thing,
can I be anonymously quoted on this show?
When we come back.
Yeah, when we come back.
Please do that.
You heard from Vic Lombardi, who wants to be referred to as the governor. Or no, the emperor, if the Nuggets win Game 6, as he is calling. Well, if that's the case, and this does push to a Game 7, why not look on the Circa Sportsbook and see what the odds are like? So I'll tell you right now, they're steep. If you think the Nuggets can come back and win the last 2 games of this series, $100 would win you $950. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. If nothing else, just the actual game, the early line on that for tomorrow is Nuggets are 4.5-point dogs. Can find that and so much more with all the game props and live odds that you could imagine. Circa Sports has it all. Best odds in the game, no question about it, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, chance for you to be at Ball Arena tomorrow for Game 6, because it is a Nuggets Playoff Ticket Wednesday. The key word for this hour is, Mose, you actually suggested this one yesterday. What do you think it is?
Platypus.
It is platypus.
Go get it, baby.
So text Platypus in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, no place in the world like Ball Arena during a Nuggets playoff game, and you need to be there, so either win these tickets or head to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory that's still available. But text Platypus in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
I cannot wait to see all the misspelling of platypus that comes in.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Vic, you want to be known as Emperor, not if, but when the Nuggets win tomorrow night. So if you're going to win these tickets, by the way, anybody who wins them, you're going to see a dub. I agree, Vic. I can't hear Vic, but that's okay. Sure, you're very.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Big time win.
Hey, you're like the Verizon guy.
I don't want to be called the Emperor. I'm just tired. I'm tired of arguing with people.
Okay. What would his Emperor name be? Vicus Dilholus?
Yeah, maybe.
That might work. Vic, I don't think you're incorrect. I agree that I believe they're going to win tomorrow night as well.
You know,
I guess my issue is, and again, they had this game, and I know they're tired. But Vic, and the difference is 2 shots during the course of this game, or anybody else putting the ball in the cylinder in the fourth quarter. Anybody. Take your pick. Anybody.
I have the roadmap for the Nuggets to win the next 2 games. I know exactly what they need to do. And it's pretty simple. So last night, they led at halftime. Or they led after the first quarter for the first time in this series.
That is correct.
They led at halftime in this series. They led by 9 early in the fourth. The trick is not to lead. Because the games they won, they were trailing the entire game.
And did you guys know that the Nuggets won the first quarter, the second quarter, and the third quarter of last night's game?
I do know that.
The trick is not to lead the game. The trick is to be down 9 in the fourth. Remember that whole notion about how the Nuggets don't do well? I'm not going to feel good about that either right now,
Yeah,
Vic.
Probably not.
You and your reverse psychology, that's not going to make me feel any better tomorrow night either, if that ends up being the case, which I don't think it will. I think the Nuggets are going to play a good game. Listen, I know Aaron Gordon can make. I know MPJ is playing at whatever percent he is. I know that, but even then he can make. I know that Jamal is better than 3 of 13 from 3. I know that Christian Brown can make. Why they're not making, I don't know why they're not making. Unless it's just simply fatigue and that's it. Well, were they ultra fatigued? Hold on a second though. Were they ultra fatigued? In the second and third quarters when again, Vic, you're talking about less than a handful of buckets and you win this game. Were they fatigued then, or are you pointing out specifically just the fourth quarter and that's the deciding factor?
It wasn't just fatigue either. It was guys not willing to take decisive shots too. They got indecisive. I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it. It became a little too much of, oh my God, I got to get the ball out of my hands and get it to Joker.
Hang on a second. I saw one time, though, MPJ missed. This is one sequence on the floor. MPJ misses. Jamal gets the rebound, or it's kicked out to him. He fires it. He misses. Then he tracks down his own rebound in the corner, and he fires it yet one more. Right again. All 3 misses in a row.
Yeah, that was
there
a
was
tough
one
sequence.
possession. Who was I talking to? I think it was the Bear. Trying to think of which moment in the game. But I'm like, the Nuggets, they can't come away with an empty possession here. They have to make. And they came down, and it started with Aaron Gordon, and then it started kicking around, and then they missed the shot, rebounded by OKC. I'm just like, that. You had 3-4 kicks at the can. You can't leave with an empty possession on these types of possessions. Hindsight is 20/20. But it just gives you an overall feeling, Vic, that I'm with you. I'm just struggling this morning like Brett is.
If I guaranteed you a win tomorrow night and it got to Game 7, would you have belief that the Nuggets can win the series?
Absolutely.
Well, sure.
Okay. Well, then just get it to Game 7. Just get it there. Just get there. So take this piece by piece. Do you believe they can win tomorrow night?
Yes. I believe they're going to.
Yeah.
So if you believe they can win tomorrow night, if that's what your loins tell you, and you believe they have a chance in Game 7, isn't that what you wanted from the get-go, just a chance to win the series?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. You have to drop all that stuff. This series should be over. It could be over. They gave away 2 leads in the fourth. It could be over. Oklahoma City can be saying the same thing. They lost 2 very close games. It could be over on their part. Both teams are saying this series should be over. That's how close it is. Now we know that Game 2, aberration game.
Just a few things here. Number one, another update to the Broncos schedule from Jordan Schultz. It looks like the Broncos opener is going to be at home against the Tennessee Titans in what is assumed to be the debut of Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick.
That is a dub. So the Broncos are already.
Do you remember the last time he said this with Seattle?
Well, they're already 1-0. That's a win.
Well, Moser, look, when the schedule gets released, we got to do
big time win.
The Moser goes through every game and gives his win-loss record again. But
what did he say about that game in Seattle that when Russ first went back and he said, "There's no way"? What were you? You were ridiculous.
I think you put your junk on it.
Yeah,
I think you put your junk on that game.
I'm not sure it was full junk.
I think you used the term Ginsu knife.
Did I actually say Ginsu?
I think you did. Yeah.
Because back in the day, Ginsu knife, those commercials were very, like if I had money, I probably would have bought a Ginsu knife.
I'll tell you this much, though. On the surface,
Tennessee
guys,
was 3-14 last year, bro.
On the surface, it feels like a really good matchup for the Broncos in week one. First of all, because you're playing against what was the worst team in the league last year. But secondly, if this defense is as good as we think it's going to be, hey, Cam Ward, good luck in your NFL career. Here's your initial sort of foray into this.
Welcome to the National Football League, kid. Watch out. Dub. Okay, so the Broncos are 1-0. All we have to worry about now is what they do with those next 16 games.
Yeah, that's it, Mosh. That's all we need to worry about now. You're like 9 wins, 9 more wins in the next 16. You should be in good shape.
No problem at all.
You know the bad thing about this for both teams, really, because I'm convinced it's going to go 7. It's going to go 7 games. Minnesota's going to sit there waiting with 5-6 days off.
Well, yeah.
Did you just bring us back to the?
Yeah.
Bring you back to what?
How much sleep did you get?
2 hours.
How bad is your tooth hurt?
It's throbbing to the point where it doesn't even hurt anymore. You know, where it just takes over your body.
Look at his forehead, Brett. Stare at Vic's forehead for a second.
Uh-huh.
Then try to imagine what's going on behind those eyes and in that head. What is going on now?
I feel for our boy today.
I do too.
He's got no sleep. He's hurting right now. He's playing hurt.
He's bumming about last night. I don't blame you, Vic.
My mom was in the hospital.
I'm glad she's not. That's good.
It's rough. Now, what we were saying, Vic, was the opening to the Broncos season was the Titans, and Cam Ward's going to be facing a very tough defense in his debut, which I think is a good sign for
What does that have to do with my mother?
I don't know, because the last time I said it, we went to the Nuggets, and now...
Well, I think, let me put it this way. I think Cam Ward's completion percentage in that first game is going to be about as much as your mother's would be. Which is probably 0. Because the Broncos are going to beat the kid up hard.
You know what? When I did see that is a wonderful schedule win for the Broncos to open the season at home, number one, and to be given that. Listen, we don't want to assume, but what a gift to be given Tennessee. Just sort of let's roll into the season,
That's what
boys.
I'm saying. Yeah,
let's get that dub. Let's roll into it. You don't have to be perfect.
It's what it feels like now. Now, again, the NFL's weird. I'm sure whoever played with the Washington Commanders in week 1 last year thought the same thing, that, hey, dude, we get this terrible team to open up the year. This is going to be great. And then the Commanders were an NFC championship team. So you don't want to make too many assumptions, but it does kind of feel like when Power 5 school schedules the directional state school in week 1, just like, hey, we're going to ease our way in with a little Savannah State action.
Mm-hmm.
And then in week 2, we'll play the big non-conference game sort of thing. That's what it feels like initially. And it's purely because the defense going against a kid who's never played in the league before. Look at the Broncos defense on paper and be like, this is the first thing I have to go up against? Yikes. Secondly, look, we can get this out of the way now. I saw so many people thinking this was a big deal. I don't think this is a big deal. But I do have one thought. Reminder on the keyword, by the way, it's platypus in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
If you don't know how to spell platypus, look it up.
Yeah, I'm not going to help you.
It's one of these.
It's Nuggets tickets. Go figure it out yourself.
Not only that, but it's one of them. Yeah, do some work. Just lay on your couch and get free tickets. It's also one of the most unique animals on the planet. Okay, go ahead.
The news that came down yesterday that everybody who has a radio show in the summer, if they're really bad at it, likes to trot this one out there. Does Pete Rose belong in the Hall of Fame? Well, they just got a whole bunch of fodder for July because the MLB commissioner, Rob Manfred, has removed Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson from the MLB's permanent ineligible list, meaning that both of them have a pathway to get in the Hall of Fame. Here's my first thought, okay?
Oh, so now you're gonna bring that up, make fun of it, and then talk about it.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I care for this reason. I still don't think he's going to be named because Hall of Fame voters still have to vote for him. Just because he's eligible doesn't mean he's going to get voted for. And there are too many holier-than-thou nerds that vote for the Hall of Fame.
Well, what I think is, I think you're right, first of all.
Moj, you agree with that?
Brett, when I tell you this, and you're being a baseball guy, maybe you'll have a different skewed attitude. But I used to call them the Society of the Protectorates, which means these people who basically they think they're the ultimate gatekeepers of the sport,
The worst.
of the game.
The worst.
They are so full of themselves, it make you throw up. Not all of them, but enough of them make you want to puke at times.
They carry themselves like their job to gatekeep people from the hall is like finding a cure for cancer. They think it's that important.
It's like exactly right. They
do
as important a job as all the cardinals in Rome.
Yeah,
and around
what would God think if we did? I mean, it's so ridiculous. I liken them to hall monitors. I went to a private school. You had hall monitors. They were tattletales. That's all they were.
I thought you were a hall monitor.
What's that?
I thought you were a hall monitor.
Oh, I was good, but I wasn't a tattletale. I let people do their thing and party.
Yeah, but that was a good one.
But you know what I mean?
Yes.
And they're not all like that, Hall of Fame voters. But a lot of them are.
There's enough of them.
Here's the first thing that I thought. If they allow Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame and Barry Bonds, who is, no offense to Pete Rose, he's a great player. Barry Bonds is the best that's ever lived.
Barry Bonds is a Hall of Famer. I don't care.
No. But hang on. Barry Bonds is not a Hall of Famer. Barry Bonds is arguably the best player that's ever stepped on a baseball field before. If you aren't going to let him in the Hall of Fame, then I don't give a damn about your Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, listen, again, you can't let nerds dictate who you think is among the best in the game. We saw Barry Bonds. We witnessed what he did.
Yeah.
He's among the best to ever swing a bat. The end.
I'll give you a perfect example of what you guys are talking about, by the way. I can't stand these guys. Bob Nightingale. He had an article after this game, or after this news broke. Here's the title. You ready for this? Dark Day for Baseball. MLB's shock decision on Pete Rose could open the floodgates.
Oh my God, Bob. Oh my God, how dark. Oh my God, are you serious? This is the end of baseball as we know it? You mean they opened the... Holy crap. Hey, somebody give Bob some therapy. I mean, they're actually going to consider Joe Jackson and Pete Rose? I mean, think about the mothers out there. Think about the children. What is this going to do? What impact will this have on life?
It really, and Moj, I guess I don't know where you're at. You are kind of gatekeeper.
But what's the point?
That's the other thing.
What is the point?
What is the point of this?
Okay, let me say this. If Shoeless Joe Jackson somehow with the Veterans Committee gets into the Hall of Fame, does it really matter in the grand scheme of the world?
How does it change? I want to ask Bob Knight.
Everybody who is related to Shoeless Joe Jackson is either dead or even family members. They're all dead.
But
even his children are dead. Everybody's
a query
dead.
I have for Bob Nightingale and every other nerd, how does it impact your life? Like, are you going to go and lack sleep? Are you going to look like me? Have 2 hours sleep because of this? Does it? Because let me tell you another story. If it impacts your sleep, you got to find a life, brother.
It's a dark day for baseball, though, Vic. Dark day. Texter, OMG, Bonds is not the best ever. He was the best steroid user. not doing this.
Listen, as somebody.
They walked the man with the bases loaded in the ninth intentionally. No one else you would do that for. No one.
He was a phenomenal hitter and a phenomenal player.
Imagine
He was a Hall of Famer when he was in Pittsburgh, for Christ's sake.
Are we going to
Excuse my
relitigate
language.
the steroids era?
No, we're
For all
not.
you
We're not
people-
doing that crap. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Because my only retort is for all
I'm
you
not
people
doing
that
that.
make claims that we all know he was on roids. We get it. But how do you know that the guy throwing the ball to him on the other side wasn't on roids? How do you know that? How do you know that for sure? How can you prove that
Well,
to me?
somewhere, yeah. But either way, look, I'm not going to
Royce,
relitigate
don't put
it.
the barrel on it.
How could you be so sure?
I just think and then for Manfred to come on and say, well, if somebody all these posthumous things can happen. What happened?
Read that up there, Moj.
It
Can you
says-
see the fine print down there?
Braun gets, it says, Perk says Joker deserves more criticism. Braun gets tired at 40 years old and people question his greatness. But Joker gets tired and he needs more help. We got to stop moving the goalpost.
So hang on a second.
Shut up, Kendrick
I know.
Perkins.
I just want to ask.
He's a bum.
Do you
Shut
want?
up.
Do you want to talk about what Kendrick Perkins said, or do you want to leave it alone?
No,
'Cause
we
that's
need to
the
talk
most-
about it.
that's
Did
the
he
most
watch the game?
insane thing I've ever
I'm going to
heard.
call him names. We're calling him names. What a bum take. What a guy who didn't watch the game. Do you
All right.
watch basketball?
So-
You played it. Do you watch it?
We'll get to it in a second. What? Out of all the takes you could have had from that game last night, that's the conclusion
That was your
you come
takeaway?
to.
That?
All right, so we'll get to that in a second. One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is platypus. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to win a pair of tickets
Get on it.
to Game 6 tomorrow at Ball Arena. Back after this. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So I can't. It's just low-hanging fruit, but sometimes I like to pick it. It's fun to pick it. Kendrick Perkins is an idiot. I don't know how else to say it. I don't do the name-calling thing all that often, but it's one of two things. He's playing a bit for a character, or he's legitimately stupid. Or he didn't watch the game last night. I don't know which one it is. But he tweeted after the game, so he must have watched it. Here's the conclusion he came to. So Jokic, who I think scored... Does this sound right, Vic? You were at the game. I was trying to do quick tallying. Was it 25 points in the second half? Is that what Joker had?
Yeah, he's the only guy who scored in double digits in the fourth quarter, too.
So I think he had 13 in the fourth and 12 in the third.
Yeah, let me check my notes. I think Joker last night finished with 44 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. That's what my notes say. And he did it efficiently on 17 of 25. Oh, and he was 5 of 7 from 3, including one fall-away ridiculous 3 to tie the game late. That's what my notes tell me. I don't know. Do your notes support that?
Perkins' mental notes told him this after the game. This was the conclusion that he came to. Braun gets tired at 40 years old, and people question his greatness. But Jokic gets tired, and he needs more help. We got to stop moving goalposts. Now, I'm going to throw out the editorial, just grammar errors aside that were in that tweet. Didn't feel like that many words, but there was quite a few of them. So I'll throw that off to the side for now. And I'll just say this. First and foremost, scoring 25 points in the second half, 13 points in the fourth quarter, and you're the only player on your team that had a bucket in the fourth quarter does not mean that you were fatigued in that. That's number one. Number two, people say that Jokic needs help because he didn't have Luka Doncic on his roster. And again, nobody made a bucket for the entire fourth quarter except for Jokic, which I think is almost impossible. That an entire roster of players does not make a single field goal for a quarter.
I'm fully convinced that Kendrick Perkins is employed by ESPN simply to fire up fan bases and gain the bitterness that fan bases throw his way because he has no clue what the hell he's talking about. This goes way back.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points.
How in
and
the
may
world?
God have mercy on your soul.
How in the world, Vic, do they allow him to continue to say things like that?
He single-handedly swayed the Joel Embiid vote for MVP. Remember that?
Yes.
He swayed it. He brought race into the equation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he called Joker a stat stuffer. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Joker heard the words. In fact, he told me after that game in Houston. He heard them. He knows. Is it fair to say he has some sort of vendetta or personal? I don't know what it is regarding Nikola Jokic. I don't know what Kendrick Perkins has against him. But if you're going to look at that game last night, if you're going to criticize Joker over the last 3 games, fair game. Fair game.
Sure, I did.
Games 2, 3, and 4, 100%. But if you're going to wait to open up your mouth after game 5 and what he did, what kind of mouth do you have? What kind of brain do you have? And it's bigger than Kendrick Perkins for me, guys. I'm glad I'm lacking sleep because I'm going to say whatever the hell I want on these airwaves this morning. I think ESPN's NBA product is terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Which one do you prefer, the TNT product or the ESPN product?
I prefer the TNT product tenfold over the
Why
ESPN
is that?
product.
What I'm talking about everything. Games, everything.
Well, I just think that everybody there is better, and everybody's certainly more fair on the TNT crew, and they're more entertaining. They're more everything. How about that? Is that a fair enough answer? They are more everything. And the fact that it's going away breaks my heart. Absolutely crushes me.
ESPN is the worldwide leader. I have a lot of friends that work there, very good friends. They can't get out of their own way when it comes to this stuff. They can't get out of their own way. Let me ask you this. I read the comments. Did anybody challenge him on any of these shows? Did anybody challenge those comments?
Well, he just tweeted last night. I don't know if he's been on TV yet this morning. Like, here's the thing, though. The only conclusion that you could possibly come to, if you're evaluating just Jokic from the game last night, was what Barkley did. That I witnessed right after the game. The first initial thoughts, they kick it over to Barkley, and he goes, Chuck, what do you think? And he just does this. This Joker, man. Like, that's the first thing that he said. After OKC
you're so right.
comes back and wins,
You're right.
Chuck's first reaction was, I can't believe how good. And he said, we can't take this stuff for granted. He had a couple of bad games, but that was unbelievable.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
He gave OKC their flowers, which they should. Like, they won.
It was the exact opposite take from Kendrick Perkins.
Correct.
It was the exact opposite. It was one which this guy is unbelievably good, and yet they lost the game. Kendrick Perkins goes, not only does Kendrick Perkins make a moronic statement, but he has to invoke LeBron's name.
That's ridiculous.
You know what it is? It's an ESPN standby. ESPN loves invoking LeBron's name. They love taking that name out their mouths.
Vic, correct me if I'm wrong. Haven't the TNT guys, specifically Chuck, bagged on the ESPN guys in years gone past? Yeah,
Chuck hates Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, hates him. Yeah, hates him.
Hates him.
And again, I think back to just the evidence. I mean, think of all of the teammates that LeBron has had over the years, and ADs and Lucas and Bosches and Wades and Loves and Kyrie's. I mean, think of all of the talent that he's been surrounded with in his career. It's just there's nothing about what he said that makes logical sense. So, and it's not. Listen, it's not even worth giving it time to, except for the fact that now we need to ask ESPN why they actually employ people like this. Why are you doing this?
Well, you tell me. Why?
I don't. He's got a vendetta, and I don't know what it is. And why invoke LeBron as well? Like, that's going to buy you some sort of
what the hell?
Some
does
sort
LeBron,
of favor or something? I have no idea.
It's so funny. What the hell does LeBron James, who's sitting at home after getting ousted in the first round again
in 5 games?
What the hell does he have to do with Game 5 of the semifinals in the Western Conference?
You know what's funny? Kreckman had such a perfect comment on his show. So it was the day after Malone got fired, maybe the day of, can't remember. But it's the big reaction show, right? It's like, oh my God, the Nuggets just fired their head coach with 3 games left in the regular season. And Kreckman goes, I can't wait until ESPN talks about how this affects the Lakers' chances of winning a championship. Because it's exactly what happened, by the way.
Yeah.
It's exactly what happened. If any reaction you had to that game, Nuggets fan or not, when it comes to Jokic was not, that was, and I mean this, guys, and Moj, you heard me. Me and Vic were kind of going back and forth a little bit about Joker's struggles and, hey, he's being defended really hard and all this stuff.
I've been sort of on the sideline now for, I would say, the majority of the series. I'm just sort of letting you two go at it.
But what was I saying? I don't disagree with anything Vic's talking about. They're selling out to stop Joker, but the results are the results. He is not efficient, and it is the worst stretch of basketball offensively that I've seen Jokic play since he won his first MVP.
We all agreed with that, though.
That was just the fact.
We all agreed with that.
For him to come out and play that way in a crucial Game 5 on the road where he did everything within his power to win that basketball game, to find a way to blame him is insane.
Did he tweet those comments?
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, Vic, I'm not even sure that you can say that Joker got really that tired.
He didn't. That's the point. Quarter. He wasn't fatigued at all. He made every play.
I mean, he did everything in the fourth. He made all but one bucket for the Nuggets in the fourth quarter.
It's almost like Kendrick Perkins' brain just took a break for a while, turned off, and he forgot what he was watching.
No, it's very simple. It's what I rail against all the time. So it's a microcosm of rings, bro, that argument, okay? The Nuggets didn't win the game. So here's what happens in his head. It's the easiest common denominator you can have. It's the stupidest argument you can make, and it's why I think that he's stupid. Again, I don't name call, but you're stupid. Team had a lead in the fourth. Team lost lead in the fourth. Team lost game. Team's best player is this guy. It's his fault for not willing them to victory. That's what his brain went to, despite the fact that everything that you witnessed in the fourth quarter was he was the only reason why that was even a game late in the fourth.
I think we have summed up at least 25 reasons why the Nuggets lost last night, 25 of them. And everything from, Russ airballs, MPJ 1 for 7. They couldn't hit the outside shots. They should have subbed early. There's so many reasons why the Nuggets lost that game. The last reason, and the one reason that will never make our list for any rational fan who watched the game, is that Nikola Jokic got tired and Nikola Jokic this and it is. I don't even know if it's not even a question. He's the only reason you were in the game. Are you that dumb?
Last thing here, Vic. Somebody said
the old
sent this
meme
to us
of Jokic carrying the horse through the field, right?
Correct. Last thing, somebody sent this to us, but I saw this as well from Perk. This was back on December 7th. So this is December 7th, 2024.
I think he was drunk.
Just over 6 months ago. Here's his tweet at 9:35 at night. Jokic needs help, capital help, both from his teammates and his coach. I'll address that on Monday. Y'all enjoy the rest of the weekend and carry the hell on.
All right. Well, I've heard all I need to know then. Then, he goes from that to this. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
He just wanted to, you know what? He probably got a text from LeBron. And decided to, invoke his buddy's name, make him look better.
Whoa. I need to start doing this for everything now. Can we just, in the middle of the summer, no matter what the topic is that we're having, when basketball season's over and we're in that sort of like dog days of baseball leading up to training camp sort of time, can we just have a show where every topic we discuss, no matter what it is, we have to relate it to LeBron James somehow?
Everything.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Vic, if a new season of White Lotus comes out and you just watch the episode, you have to say how that relates to LeBron James.
In fact, this next segment coming up, we're going to play the role of ESPN. This is what ESPN has become. This is what my steady staple of diet of sport. It is the worldwide leader. It is everything I grew up with, all of you. This is what they've become. It doesn't make news unless they compare something to LeBron James. So we're going to take a page from them and do exactly that in the next segment. Everything we talk about.
Maybe that's the recipe.
Yeah.
We'll try it next.
What's up, boys? I had a question about the defensive scheming last night. I know that we've been changing from zone to man a lot throughout this series, but last night it seemed like the zone was really working, and then as soon as we got beat by a 3 or 2, we automatically switched to man. And then it seems like every time out of a timeout almost, we went back to the zone, or if we got beat in the paint once or twice, we went back to zone. Vic, I was wondering if you saw any more rhyme or reason to it, because I felt like the zone was really effective because the Thunder weren't shooting great, and it felt like we were almost making panic moves of when we were changing back and forth from zone to man.
Hey guys, Randy in Nebraska here. I just want to say I agree with Vic. The Nuggets' lack of depth is the main problem, and nobody can make a shot. Is that too much to ask? I ain't asking for the world here. I need somebody to make a shot, an 8-ball, and $2 million.
Good job, Randy.
You can get in touch with us on Voice of the People. That is on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and that is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Well, the real question I have is next year when you're taking on the Lakers in the first week of the season.
Yeah, of course.
And do you really, no matter who the coach is, do you really want to switch from man to zone when Luka and LeBron are on the floor at the same time? Now, again, you may not want to, okay? But it's going to be interesting to see what J.J. Redick and company employ. Sure. And do you counteract what the Luka and LeBron two-man game is? And LeBron's going to be, he's going to be 40 years old, almost 41. So, you really have to take that into consideration.
Schematically.
Regarding the first question asked by that gentleman about moving away from the zone, and I'm sure when LeBron was watching last night, he thought the same thing as he had his goblet of wine watching the game. The one tactic that David Adelman is wanting to employ is to give them different looks, not to let them feel comfortable in a defensive look, so as to confuse them a little bit, right? Because as soon as they fall comfortable into a defensive alignment, that's when they go on their runs. Well, I think last night they should have stuck with a little more zone in the fourth quarter because they got caught in over-rotating and they got caught with open threes, and that caller's exactly right. These are all hindsight things that you can question. They had a couple lapses defensively. But here's my comeback to that, because as LeBron James would say, just make some shots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Make shots in your
That's what he would say, yeah.
If all of those defensive lapses that we just quantified, and they were there, none of that matters. None of it matters if you don't go 7 minutes and 16 seconds without a field goal. Just free throws. You got to score.
Yeah.
You got to score. If you score, you can deal with that. You can deal with defensive lapses. You're not scoring at all.
And OKC very good in transition, missed shots lead to transition buckets and blah, blah, blah. Your defense doesn't get set. That doesn't help either. Texture says, I'm driving around. I'm seeing all these Burger Kings. Come on, man. There's only one king. He resides in L.A. He's absolutely right on that.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Yeah, the problem with the zone is OKC's got a lot of guys who can shoot. And there a lot of times, Moj, there's like an over-rotation, and then somebody's wide open in the corner, and it's Dort throwing a three-pointer up to the rafters and going in, or Caruso kind of has the same look. He does the same thing.
Hey, let me give some. By the way, Vic, when I'm watching Lou Dort last night, when I'm watching Lou Dort play the game, I can't help but think of your discussion with both Sean and George Payton, but specifically Sean Payton and the guy you would like, because Lou Dort looks like he'd be an awesome defensive end.
Mm-hmm. No, he's huge.
He'd really. But
not as good as LeBron, man.
Yeah, LeBron would have been the best.
LeBron could probably play any position in the NFL.
I think if you put LeBron in any sport, really.
Yeah.
If you gave LeBron a golf club, if you give him he'd be the best at it.
Mm-hmm.
Him and, if you listen to Kendrick Perkins, of course, LeBron, he'd be a great, a jockey. In fact,
he really would.
He ought to run the Kentucky Derby next year.
Big pronouns is he, him.
Anyway, the point is that Lou Dort, his shot was not going into the early part of the game. And so he only took 8 shots total in the dang game. His shot wasn't going in, but you know what he did? He said, screw it. And bam, it goes in. And then all of a sudden he made 2 more in a row. That stretch of those 9 points were killers, man.
Here's a great line from
Hoops.
And
so they come up big. And you just, Vic, I can't wrap my head around the fact that you can't make a shot.
Here's
Can't
a
make
great
a
line
shot.
from Hoop CC on Twitch. The zone strategy for the Nuggets and offensive paint game is like LeBron's hairline, present at the beginning but vanished pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Again, if you're just tuning in, we're trying to employ the same tactics ESPN uses to garner ratings. We're going to invoke LeBron's name as often as we can, making no sense whatsoever.
You know, there's a couple of massive things from last night. I actually thought that was one of the worst Christian Brown games I've seen in a long time. He wasn't very good on defense either. Maybe that's a byproduct of fatigue because he's been out there a lot playing really tough and physical defense against OKC, so I get that. But it's all about the subject of help. And if you guys are just tuning in, if you missed this earlier, a pretty unbelievable stat to me is that the Nuggets entered that fourth quarter up 8, right? 8 points going into the fourth?
Correct.
They were up by as many as 9.
In the fourth quarter, there was not a single other Nugget that made a field goal, that made a bucket, other than Nikola Jokic for an entire quarter.
No.
With the exception of some garbage layup at the end of the game that didn't matter. So I'm not counting that.
Here are the Denver scores in the fourth quarter. And Westbrook had 2 points. 2 points in the fourth quarter. Those were, was that a layup or free throws? I got to go back and look at it. Jamal Murray had 4 points. Nikola Jokic had 13 points. That's it.
No, the only other bucket, Vic, the only other field goal that was made, Murray made a nothing layup with 17 seconds left when the game was over. That was it.
So the Russell Westbrook, they were free throws. They were free throws early in the fourth to put them up by 8. So Russell Westbrook, 2 free throws. Jamal had a bucket and 2 free throws. And Nikola Jokic had 13 points. But according to Kendrick Perkins, he got tired, unlike LeBron.
Yeah.
No, he said LeBron gets tired at the age of 40. But everybody questions his greatness then. Nobody talks about how he needs help.
Gotcha.
I just, said this earlier in the show, and it's just a common sort of theme in my head for today specifically. I'm still upset. You had it. And I feel like this one hits different. It certainly hit differently than Game 4. Because Game 4, you weren't very good. But you had a shot late, and you just didn't capitalize. Okay. Well, when you start the game 2 of 22 from the floor, am I allowed to be anything about you losing a game? Probably not. Mm-hmm. In that game, you got what felt like one of, I don't know where it would rank in all of the great Jokic playoff games in history, but for me, it was up there. That's how good I thought he was. And it just got wasted because there wasn't help. But at the same time, I think about this in this context, which is I've seen this team play basketball for 5 months. This team, the one that we witnessed last night, is the reason why 2 major pieces to your organization were fired right before the playoffs started. Was because you didn't have depth on this team and maybe some coaching decisions that they found were not correct. It wasn't new. The way they lost that game, I've seen them lose over and over again this year. Jokic goes off for 45 points and you lose a basketball game. How many times does that happen? 5 or 6 this season?
As I'm watching this stuff unfold and the season is not over, and I'm going to be, I don't know what else I could say to convince people that it's not over. It's not over yet. Until I see this team get dragged off the court with zeros, it's not over. I've seen this story. But when it is over, the one thing that I'm convinced of, they know exactly what they need to do to fix this. They know.
Vic, before the postseason
and there are going to be some changes.
Yeah, before the postseason even began, what did I say to you? I said you said, hey, what would LeBron think of the Nuggets' chances in this postseason? Is that what you said? Once he's knocked out in 5, what would you think that he thinks they can do? Yeah.
I love it when I get, by the way, I love it when I get these Lakers fans who are still mad show up in my Twitter mentions. I just love it. I love the fact that the Nuggets are now top of mind to Laker fans. Go on.
What I said to you was, this is going to be a real opportunity, not only in the final 3 games of this regular season. This is when it went down. But to really find out when you get into the postseason who you can and who you cannot win with from this point forward.
Yeah.
Who is going to be on this team and who are you going to work to get off of this team from this point forward? And by the way, I would imagine that everybody who believes they might be in the running for a job here in Denver, Colorado, either with a general manager position or a coaching position. And there's a lot of those people that exist, right, that would certainly like to have this gig. I bet they are all watching the Denver Nuggets with beady eyes and taking notes. Because when you step into that interview, no matter when it is or who it's with, you better have some friggin' answers to this team. You can't say, well, I couldn't have to get and look at it and see what's going on. There's no doubt in my mind that there are going to be ideas about how to fix this club, but it's becoming more and more apparent the further along we go.
Well, that's for the offseason.
No, agreed. But I'm saying, Brett, you just said, I've seen this same team for the last 5 months in a row.
Yeah.
Okay? So do you have a pretty good idea of what you want to see fixed or what you need to see fixed? And, Vic, you're also right. Last night, they're one bench player away from winning the damn game.
Mark, the Denver Nuggets, presently constituted, and it's not over, are one bench player away from winning an NBA championship now. Right now.
That might be a little over the top, but not much.
Left. Look what's left, Moj. Look what's left. If you could throw Bruce Brown into that game last night, would you win that game?
I feel like you do, yeah.
Probably. A lot of people are talking about Deron Holmes. I mean, I know that was kind of a hope that he was going to be available, and then he tears his Achilles, immediately in the preseason. We don't know what Holmes was going to be. I don't know if he's the difference maker or not, but, you have hope for it. The thing is,
well, if LeBron was running this team like he does the Lakers, what do you think he'd want?
Well, he'd unload everybody. He'd look for a favorite. Here's what he'd do. He'd get his friend to become an agent of – he'd have that Giannis switch to Clutch Sports if he isn't already.
Yeah.
And he would hold the entire Milwaukee team hostage to get Giannis here.
I mean,
and then claim he had nothing to do with it.
I mean, we can talk about they're a bench guy away, and I know that they were fatigued in the fourth quarter, but man, if you really think about it, you still got good players on this team that were in the game in the fourth. And Murray didn't make a shot, and Gordon didn't make a shot, Porter didn't make a shot, Christian Brown didn't make a shot, and Russ didn't make a shot. Think about this. I'm not saying that they were missing a lot. They didn't make one for an entire quarter in which you had an 8-point lead entering the fourth. And when that happens, of course you're going to get the result that you got. Like Jamal, for as good as he was for that stretch, that 5-6 minute stretch in the third quarter, that's kind of all you got from Jamal in that game. He made 6 shots in about 4.5 minutes.
He had a flurry. He had a little flurry.
He made 10 shots overall in the game. He was 10 of 27. 10 of 27 is not efficient basketball. I think that's sub 40%.
It is.
Well, the one thing that the OKC is doing, they're not allowing the assist total for Nikola Jokic has been down, way down in this series.
Even last game it was.
Way down.
Yep.
Way down. Right?
What do you have, 5 last night?
Yeah.
He had 5.
So let's unravel that. Let's unravel that. The way LeBron James would unravel a defense in front of him. Why do you think Nikola Jokic's assist totals are down?
Because his teammates aren't making. That's why. Because they're not making. He's kicking, they're not making.
Folks.
He's dishing, they're not making.
This is not rocket science. Please, when you look at this, don't try and dig deeper than you have to. If guys made shots, Nikola would have had a triple-double by the end of the third quarter last night.
Absolutely true.
They're not making shots.
Absolutely true.
They're not making shots.
Yeah.
That's it.
Get back to this in a second. We got one last keyword for you guys to give away. Again, we're going to draw a name at 9:45. You have 5 minutes to call to claim those tickets to get to Game 6, but one more keyword coming your way next.
Hey, our boss just had a pretty good retweet or quote tweet here, Vic. What was he named?
What did you just say?
So, according to StatMuse, Nikola Jokic this playoffs. You ready? First in points, first in rebounds, first in assists, first in steals.
Yep.
And then the boss quote tweets and says, but Kendrick Perkins says, I mean, it's just it's incredible, man. Incredible.
I just responded. I do a sports show outside of our sports show, it seems, sometimes. I just responded to a tweet. I want to see what you guys think about it.
Okay, hang on to that for just a second. Let me get this last keyword out.
Oh, my God.
Hold, please. Yeah. Last keyword. If you want a chance to get to Game 6, I mean, look.
Last keyword is LeBron James.
No, it's not. But if you want to get to Game 6, obviously, going to be huge, right? Push this game to a Game 7.
They're going to. Let's get this bottom line out right now. Yes, you're going to want these tickets because they're going to win.
They're winning. They're winning tomorrow night.
So if you want to win, according to Vic and Moj, a dub tomorrow at Ball Arena. Text sandwich in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
I could use a good sandwich. Hey, speaking of sandwiches.
Just really quick.
Yeah.
It's all on the line, so you can also head to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory that's still available. But text sandwich in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We're going to call a winner's name at 9:45. They have 5 minutes to call back to claim the tickets. Go ahead.
Speaking of sandwich, Nikola Jokic. What made that game was so brilliant last night
Hang on. Vic had a thing to say, remember?
I know, real quick. But he was sandwiched in the paint. I mean, they were all over him, and he still came up with those hard rebounds. He was so good. Go ahead, Vic.
The beauty of sports is we can agree to disagree on a lot of things, and it's not personal. It's just not. It's just I disagree. You know, when I got to the post game last night, I'm sitting in the locker room, and I'm hearing a lot of these questions, and I'm sitting in the post game, and you know, I asked Adelman, was fatigue an issue for your team, and he said maybe, and if it is, it's on me. But then a lot of people pressed him on Joker and playing Joker to start the fourth quarter. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm 100% supportive of that move to play Joker. First of all, he wanted to play. Second of all, he was cooking. Third of all, and here's the headline, Bennett, who does a wonderful job for the Denver Post. Love him. I just disagree with this take 100%. Says, did the Nuggets make the right move by playing the full second half of Game 5? Playing Joker the full second half. Did they make the right move? I will tell you, look at his numbers in that full second half. Just look at his numbers. What he had in the second half. Yeah. What do you have, 25 in the second half?
Mm-hmm.
How does that look? How's 25 in the second half? Is that good?
Pretty good.
Does that sound tired to you?
Not really.
Okay. So this notion that the Nuggets lost because Nikola Jokic didn't rest for the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter is stupid. He's the only guy who performed. The rest of the team in the fourth quarter went a combined 1 for 15. Nikola went 4 for 6, 13 points. These stupid narratives are stupid. He was fine. Are there other days where he's not? Yeah. Not last night. He was fine. That's not why they lost.
It's what's the stat, Vic, that people keep pointing to? Is that the last 3 times Jokic has played the full second half or started the fourth quarter that the Nuggets have lost in this postseason? Is that what people point to?
Let's see. Jake Coyne had that. Jake Coyne said Nuggets have now lost 3 of the last 4 postseason games where Nikola Jokic has not rested in the fourth quarter. That's a supposition. Is that a causation?
No.
Is that
that's a coincidence.
Did the Nuggets lose last night because Joker looked fatigued to you guys?
No.
Did the Nuggets lose because? Let me ask you a very simple question. Did the Nuggets lose to Oklahoma City because Joker did not take 2 minutes off at the beginning of the fourth?
No,
they were.
Well, then
they were
stop
tied.
with this. Stop.
They were tied late because of Joker.
Stop. Just stop it. I get it. Sometimes it is the case. Not last night. We're making these ridiculous assumptions. And, there it is again. They didn't rest Joker. It had nothing to do with last night. They lost last night because the rest of the team went 1 for 15.
Yeah, I really think it's that simple.
I find myself...
And again...
It is that...
Vic,
because it is that simple.
No, hang on. Vic, I find it offensive that you say the rest of the team went 1 of 15. They were 0 of 14. I don't accept that last bucket. I don't accept the nothing bucket with 17 seconds left when the game was over.
What are these things? Why is that a headline? How is this? Am I stupid?
No. Vic, here's why
How is this even a topic?
Here's why we struggle on a day like this, okay? Because this is a perfect example of Occam's razor. A perfect example. And I sit here today, and I'm listening to you two go back and forth, and I'm hearing you, and you've got a bad tooth and a bad face, and you got 2 hours sleep, and you came in, for the first time in a long time, you actually came in pissed. You came in angry this morning, Brett.
Yeah. I wasn't angry.
No, Brett. Brett came in angry. But it's an Occam's razor, which is what? The simplest explanation is likely usually the best, right?
Yeah.
They missed shots. That's just it. By the way, it wasn't like, and I'm going to credit OKC, but they missed far too many open shots, far too many easy shots. I didn't say easy, but far too many when they had nobody on them. Shots that NBA players shouldn't always make, but you shouldn't miss that many.
Which is why
fair to say? Is that fair? That's fair.
It's insulting to have to deal with dumb topics. I got Kendrick Perkins on one line saying, "Oh, LeBron wasn't fatigued," and then I got these ridiculous narratives. Oh, well, maybe David Adelman should have said. What are you talking about?
David Adelman made for sure one bad decision. Should not have put MPJ in the game late.
100%, I agree.
Should not have done that. That
you want to touch that one?
That should have been Westbrook. That should have been Peyton Watson. That should have been somebody else.
That's 100%. That is the argument, not this crap. What is this crap?
And by the way, I'm not even getting on MPJ's butt here. I'm not getting on Mike's butt because he's playing at, I don't even know, 60% max?
Oh, Moj, I'll repeat myself here.
If that?
If people want to criticize MPJ for missing shots, and there's been a ton of people that I actually really respect their basketball opinions on that have been crushing MPJ. And I get it. It's an easy thing to do. Max contract for these numbers in the postseason. I'm like, guys, he can't put his jersey on by himself. So here's my thought. You want to blame MPJ, you go ahead and do it. Why the hell are you in a position where you feel like that's your best option? That's my question.
That's roster makeup then. Because that's
you're in a
roster
place,
makeup, Brett.
Imagine being in a place where a guy who's already kind of limited in the things he can do on the basketball floor to start with, like he can shoot, he can rebound, and that's kind of it. He's not a great dribbler. He's not a great defender. Where you're taking away the thing that he does best, or at least hindering that, and he's playing, I would say 50% is about what he's at right now, because he's got one arm. You're in a position where you're like, we have to play the guy who's at 50%. How is that even remotely possible? That's an option for you. I said this earlier. I will ask, you know what? I haven't done one of these in a long time. Let's do it.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Straw poll, 303-504-0925. If Michael Porter Jr. was on the Oklahoma City Thunder, is he even dressed for the game?
The answer is no.
Would they even put him in a uniform?
The answer is...
Or would they say, you are so hurt, you are no help to us, I'll play Isaiah Joe, I'll play Case and Wallace, I'll play any number of the other guys they have on the bench.
Wiggins, anybody.
No, because they have those clones. They have clones that
Correct.
can play that role, and the Nuggets don't.
But
and this is why we keep coming back to this, and this is why I don't understand people pointing to coaching. It's a roster flaw issue. Has been all season.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you guys are watching, what you're seeing.
You know what's so amazing? How flawed do you think this roster is?
I mean,
flawed enough to not have enough at the
team that took out one Final Four team in the damn league, as flawed as this may feel to us at this very moment.
You know what else it tells me?
Golly,
remember when
I hate having perspective.
When this series started, Moj, we looked at 68-win Oklahoma City, who just swept Memphis. We said, oh, my God, what a machine, what a wagon. How'd he beat them? They're beatable.
They really are, Vic.
They're very beatable.
And maybe that's why, Brett, deep in your heart of hearts, you know that. Maybe that's why you come in this morning all angry and antsy.
They're not as good as they think they are, put it that way.
No, I completely agree.
They've been better the last two games, and especially question. But they're not what everybody painted them to be. double-digit favorites the last, 2 games.
See, I'm kind of in between on this because I say this. OKC is very good. They are very good. They are better than Nuggets. They're better than them. They don't have Jokic, though. Jokic is such an unbelievable equalizer. Every once in a while you get like an NFL team that maybe their overall roster isn't great, but that QB that they have can just take you to heights that you're just like, well, what are you going to do? This guy's that good. That's Joker. Joker is that dude where it's just like the Nuggets are not better. And that's why we're talking about roster flaws. How many flaws does OKC have? Like, you want to talk about a good basketball team? I ask you this question. What is OKC bad at? What's your answer?
They're not really bad at anything. No.
They're at least okay.
OKC has one of the best GMs in the history of the game.
Yeah. And
he's proven it time and time again.
As we've talked this through this morning, I've been having this like inner sort of therapy couch thing, which is I'm super angry. Why am I this angry if that's the team that I've seen for 5 months and it's nothing new? And I have the answer now as we've talked this through. Because the only thing I think the Nuggets are better than them at, other than having the best player in the world on their team. And if last night wasn't a case in point of how much more value Joker brings to the table than Shea, then I don't know what you're looking at. They have the best player in the world. But the thing that I thought that they would have hanging over the head of OKC is close game, late in the fourth quarter, OKC would crumble. You would find a way to get it done because that's been your MO for years. And for 2 straight games now, you haven't. You've had leads in the fourth that have dissipated and stayed that way.
You know what gnaws at me? This is what gnawing at me right now, besides my tooth.
The beaver?
Right now, the Oklahoma City Thunder have a 73.5% chance to win the NBA championship, according to Basketball Reference playoff probabilities. Thank you, Andy Bailey. 73.5% chance. Heaviest favorite. If they go on to win the NBA Finals and they take care of the Nuggets, what's going to gnaw at me is knowing that the Nuggets were that damn close to that team.
If the Dallas Stars go on to win the Stanley Cup, dude, I'm going to feel the same friggin' way.
Same exact thing.
Because
if
you're the Avs, you were the better 5-on-5 team. Yeah. You were better. If you look at the analytics overall, you were better. It's painful, Vic.
Yeah, but the difference between the Nuggets and the Avs were the Avs had depth. The Nuggets don't.
Yeah. Well, Dallas has a boatload of depth, too. Hey, the keyword for this hour, one more time, please, Brett.
Yeah, the keyword is sandwich. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets game tomorrow, Game 6, huge game.
Let me address something that Jay has just texted in with. And I like the way Jay texts because he does a lot of caps, and then he does some lowercase, then he gets back into the caps.
Okay.
Moj, we are wasting Joker's prime years. Jokes don't grow on trees. But, Jay, let me explain something to you, okay? I know how you think in your head right now, and you're wrong. You think that the Nuggets should win an NBA championship every single year. You think they should win every single year, period.
Are you saying that's a bad thing? I think that.
No,
I think that.
But no, what I'm saying realistically, it's not possible. I mean, people would think the Chicago Bulls should have won every single year with Michael Jordan. Every single year for 17 years. No, man, it's teams go through ups and downs. Yes, I know he's the best player on the planet. I know you have to pull at least one more out of the hat, probably 2 or 3. I feel the same way about the Avalanche, by the way, with a Nathan McKinnon and a Cale Makar under 30. You got to do it.
Let me give you one more example.
But it's hard. It's also hard to win. I know you're frustrated, Jay. I'm frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. But right now, you got to also be real with yourself.
Let me give you one more example of why Nikola Jokic can't win in the eyes of Kendrick Perkins and all of his critics, playing the entire fourth quarter, whatever. He was fine. Remember I talked about his assist total being down, and it's really down because guys aren't making shots, and that's the difference between winning and losing. Dan Hyde gave me these numbers, and it's really stunning when you look at them. Nikola Jokic on passes to Michael Porter Jr., wide open. MPJ was 0 for 4. Nikola Jokic passes to Russell Westbrook, wide open. Russell Westbrook was 0 for 4. Passes to Christian Brown from Joker. Christian Brown was 1 for 4. Worst of all, passes to Jamal Murray from Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray was 2 for 11.
So that's 3 for what? 8, 12, 3 for 23? They were 3 for 23 when Joker passed to a wide open guy.
And so you wonder what happened. If you're wondering what happened to his assist total, there it is.
That's it.
That 2 of 11, that hurt me inside to hear that. It really hurt. Because if
Here's some good news.
If there's somebody that you would think you have to rely on, it's him.
I'll give you some good news, and I'll repeat this again tomorrow, but might as well start now because I think the Nuggets are going to win tomorrow. In elimination games, all right, this is the first time the Nuggets since the bubble have faced an elimination game in a Game 6. But in elimination games over the course of the playoffs, Nikola Jokic averages 26 points. Jamal Murray averages 28.
Good. Then let's see it.
Did you see the stat last night, by the way?
Good. Let's see it. Good.
I think we will.
In the Jokic era, this was heading into the game last night. The Denver Nuggets were 11-2 in Game 5s and 6-0 when the series was 2-2.
That changed.
God, and you felt like you had it, right?
Then again, they've hosted a lot of those Game 5s.
That's true.
But, I wrote this down yesterday before they collapsed in the fourth. I said, home court doesn't mean crap anymore. Like, I know it was loud. It was really loud. Nuggets didn't lose because of loud. They didn't lose because of those shirts and those patterns. They didn't lose because of any of that. The game's elements, all that had nothing to do with the game. Trust me, they're immune to that.
There's still something about playing at home. I mean, there's something.
I'm telling you right now, the reason that the Nuggets collapsed in the fourth quarter had nothing to do with fan noise.
Joker shooting those free throws late, and they got the camera behind him.
Yeah.
And you see the crowd. It's so distracting. He's like, drain. No big deal. Hey, listen, a couple things real quick. Number one, the Bear goes, why are they all dressed like that? I said, well,
are you talking about the shirts again?
Yeah. They give out free shirts, and everybody gets bullied to put them on.
Yeah.
She's like, okay. Mm-hmm. And number two, Vic, I thought that your pregame stuff with the fake Alex Caruso was good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wish that Alex Caruso would have played.
Did
you see that one?
Dude, he wasn't even dollar store Alex Caruso. That guy was like...
He was 5 below Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
Did you see that one possession? It made me laugh because Caruso, he gets what he can out of his body. When he was literally pulling and tugging on Joker, and they waited like 7 seconds to call a foul. I could not believe my eyes.
It's the same. Vic, that's what we were talking about the other day. It's like the dance where you put your hands behind your back and somebody else puts their arms in between for you. He was doing that again last night. I'm just like, what's going on down there? Where you're just like, that's okay. Imagine that happening at the three-point line to a guard and how quickly a whistle comes out.
And Joker finally said enough of that crap.
All right. So, again, last chance to get in here. We'll announce a winner when we return of these tickets to Game 6 tomorrow. The keyword is sandwich in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a winner. You have 5 minutes to call after we announce your name. If you don't, we move on to somebody else. We'll get to that winner next. All right, we'll draw a winner here in just a second. Just quickly, I noticed this, and I think it's interesting for a couple of reasons, but Art Stapleton, who is a New York Giants beat reporter, said the Giants will travel to Denver in Week 7 to take on the Broncos in Russ's return to Mile High.
Ooh.
So it's interesting from one perspective. Russell Wilson, assuming he's going to be starting then, who knows, but I assume so, will be back in Denver.
They missed him the last time around, remember? Because Justin Fields was the quarterback.
This whole slow leak of the schedule crap. Vic, I thought you had an inside dope.
Okay, but hang
thing on this.
There's a second reason why this is interesting.
Why?
That follows the London game. So they aren't getting a bye after that.
Wait. Excuse me?
That's in Week 7. The London game's Week 6.
How is that allowed?
Unless Art Stapleton is wrong, but he seems to be pretty sure about it.
Normally, the whole thing about going to London and going overseas is you get the following week off. It's part of the deal. I wonder if that's true.
Don't know.
Help me out with this. Is the NFC East part of the rotation this year? Is that it?
Yeah, you got Philadelphia.
Okay, so you got Philly, the Cowboys, and you've got Jaden Daniels. Ooh, baby. Ooh, mama.
But it's interesting, right? If that is true, then they aren't getting a bye after the London game, which would seem odd with how they do that scheduling.
I guess it's a home game for Denver or in New York?
Home.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll wait to see. What time schedule release?
I'll look it up.
I thought you had it all ahead of time.
I ain't leaking it this
6
year.
p.m.
I get too
tonight.
much. I ain't leaking it this year. In years where I leak it, people get mad. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Wait for 6 o'clock. Let the NFL have its party. They deserve it. It's their schedule. It's not mine. Not doing it. Too tired. Get my root canal done. I'm gonna sleep. Wake up at 6 and watch the schedule release. That's my day today. So don't ask me. Don't call me. Don't bother me. Don't tempt me. Just leave me alone.
Yeah, you usually give us a couple nuggets on a day like today.
Well, typically you give us the Raiders home game. Typically.
The Raiders did have some video that came by where they were announcing, it was like a preview of their schedule video, and there was a little horse walking in front of them.
Oh,
People
really?
thought that meant it was a Monday night game between them
and the Broncos.
Yeah.
Could it be the Colts?
I guess could be.
Could be Colts.
Yeah, could be.
All right, well, I have it right here in front of me.
Don't tease us then. Don't tell me that if you're not going to give it to me. It's just.
Well, as Vic looks that up, I got a winner.
Look, he's in one. All right,
as Vic
all right, fine.
Pulls that up, I got the winner. So again, I'm going to announce a name. You get 5 minutes when I announce your name to claim these tickets. The winner for a pair of tickets to Game 6 tomorrow is Shanda Zinter. Shanda Zinter.
Is it a CH?
CH.
That's Chanda.
Chanda
Zinter.
Chanda Zinter. So congratulations. You got 5 minutes to call. 303-504-0925. Call KJ. He'll answer the phone.
Yeah, we got a little KJG on our glass here today. I love that.
You know what's different about KJ from Nelly, by the way? KJ, when he hits me and talk back, it's like he's talking dirty to me. He whispers to me, like an actual whisper. It's like very breathy.
Yeah, Nelly is
he's a talker.
He's a bit of a loud talker. Yeah, I mean he's great. Don't get me wrong. Just a little bit of a loud talker.
5 minutes until break. Like it's like an air traffic controller.
You gotta shut the heart, come back.
Meanwhile, KJ was doing this number. He goes, "I'll email you." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, got it."
Sultry.
It's time to go to break right now.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So, Chanda Zinter, you're on the clock. So, KJ,
Chanda.
Chanda.
By the way, if your name is Chanda, there's probably only a couple Chandas in the tri-state area.
I've never heard of a Chanda in my life.
I've heard of Chandra, but Chanda's cool too.
Chandler.
Well, anything with a CHAND and then just throw whatever else you want on the end. It's probably not a lot of those either.
I like it though. When I was in Nebraska, they had a backup offensive lineman whose name was Chongo Condolo. Still remember that name.
That's a pretty good name.
I love that name. So anyway,
Chongo
Condolo.
I feel like a pound of Chungo right now.
You do. You look like a pound of Chongo.
You look like 10 pounds of Chongo.
Anyway.
Tomorrow I'm going to come renewed and reinvigorated and revived because the Nuggets are going to win game 6.
Wait, did you say you're going to come in nude?
What did you say? And renewed. Nude and renewed.
You just said, I'm going to come in nude.
I'm going to come in nude tomorrow and reinvigorated.
My tooth's going to feel great. I'm going to have a hole in the back of my mouth. I'm going to feel great. Nuggets are going to win game 6, and we're going to talk about the pressure of a game 7.
If you come in nude tomorrow, I'll come in nude tomorrow.
Nobody wants to see that. We're going to be talking about the pressure of a game 7. I think Nuggets role players will shoot better at home. I do. I think they figured something out. Even though they've lost the last 2 games. So at the end of the day, you're like, what'd you figure out? You lost. But do you get the sense, though, that they're in the rhythm of how to play OKC? Do you get that sense?
I think they are, Vic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I mean, I don't even know how another series would be. I think Minnesota would be physical and angry, but I don't know. I think another series could be as physical as this one. I don't know that it could be more. This is pretty tough basketball, night in and night out. And part of me last night watching, I saw a couple ticky-tack calls, and I'm like, that's lame, only because you let a lot of stuff go.
So I'm sitting.
By the way, Chanda called, by the way. Chanda, congrats on those tickets. Pair of tickets, go to the game tomorrow. Go ahead,
I forgot to tell you about the 2 things I witnessed last night. First of all, I'm sitting next to Kaz. He's right to the right of me during the game. It was so loud in there, I can't hear Kaz call the game, and he's literally sitting 4 inches from me. I can't hear him call the game at all. Like, I can't hear his voice. That's how loud it is in there. But when the Nuggets went up by 12, it was 12 with 4:53 left in the third. Their biggest lead of the game. They called a timeout, and I nudged him, and I said, too much.
Yeah.
Too much. And Kaz agreed, too much. I don't know what it is about the Nuggets and leads. I'm almost more sure when they're trailing in the fourth than when they're up. I don't know why.
I think I know why. They don't play aggressively when they have a lead. It's like they try and, okay, well, let's really take our time. Hey, let's burn off a good 20 seconds.
They get cute.
Yeah, but
when they're down, Vic, it's like, let me just find the best shot at a bucket and go get it.
Like, how many cute passes did you see, like, that were intercepted?
Yeah, I know.
Cute passes.
Okay, hang on. I mentioned this earlier in the postseason. This Jamal Murray lazy pass behind the back, one hand flip stuff that gets picked off over and over again is driving me insane.
Me too.
Because it's just unnecessary.
But there was a time when it got frenetic and the Nuggets were aggressive, and then they turned the ball over, and then OKC would come down and miss. And then Jamal I'm like, no, keep pushing. And then he'd walk it up the floor. I'm like, no, keep pushing. He'd walk up the floor. But part of me was almost like, yeah, bleed clock. I got caught between the moon and New York City last night. Keep pushing it and the just milk it. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what I needed. I had no idea.
I just want them to get a good shot. That's all.
When a possession ends without a shot attempt, it's the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah.
Right? You just want a shot attempt at least because empty possessions are awful. The other thing I witnessed last night, and I've never seen this because I don't spend much time in the stands, but where they have the radio booth positioned is right in the middle of the stands, all right? At the top of the first row, right in the middle of the court is where the radio booth was. You're among the fans. They're all around you. And in the fourth quarter, that Oklahoma City mascot brings out the gun, the T-shirt cannon.
Yeah.
Whatever that's called.
Yeah.
And they're throwing those T-shirts everywhere at mass force. Right in front of us, a little girl gets hit on the side of the head by a T-shirt. She's in tears.
Jeez.
The dad has to walk her out to the concourse. Dude, have you seen the velocity at which these T-shirts come out of those cannons?
Well, they get them on the third level.
I saw an old lady get hit in the face with a hot dog. Yeah. Remember that?
Bro.
The old lady in Philly. Black eye.
I was like stunned.
Broken nose.
I was stunned at seeing that. I'm like, whoa.
Well, how did they shot the little girl point blank in the head?
No, I mean, it was 100 feet away. I mean, they're down on the court.
Oh, toughen up then. But unless the T-shirt's wrapped tight like...
it's wrapped very tight. Okay. Otherwise, you have to have the friction to shoot it.
Well, how did he even get to the little girl?
How are you staying eye level with the... why aren't you pointing it up? That's the whole point. The lower level is for the people throwing out the T-shirts. The upper level is for the cannon.
Yeah. Poor thing. That's sad.
She got nailed right upside the face, man. And she had a little mark right by her ear. And
So nobody could stop it before it got to the kid?
You know what? And
You
that's
do
when
that
the
to
game
baby
changed.
Jamal Cale, I'm going to jump on the court and go malice in the palace at somebody.
That's when the game changed, by the way. It was around that time.
Yeah. Now it'll do it.
So you're blaming
Cool
that?
story, bro.
The T-shirt cannon guy?
Actually, I do feel bad. I mean, especially if it was point blank, that would be misfire. That'd be horrible. But if the parent, you got to protect the little one. If the T-shirt's coming your way, by the way, does a T-shirt ever get to the person it's intended for? Ever? No, you got 87 arms up in the way blocking that sucker. That's too bad.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So, whole bunch more coming on this station throughout the course of the show today. You know, tomorrow we'll kind of be looking ahead to Game 6, pivotal Game 6 in Denver. Season's on the line. They haven't faced one of these yet. The last time they faced an elimination game was Game 7 against Minnesota, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they've had even series. Well, I guess Game 7 against the Clippers was win or go home. I take all that back.
I'm going to reiterate this tomorrow a lot, I'm sure. But I'm not ready for this to be over. I'm not ready to walk into this weekend with nothing. I'm not prepared for that.
Right.
Okay? Because the Rockies lost again last night. They're now 7-35. I'm not ready for nothingness.
Well, you guys seem to be very confident that tomorrow is going to be a dub for the Nuggets and that they'll move on to a Game 7. I am hesitantly confident. Again, if I had to put money down, I'd put it on the Nuggets to win. But there is late game situations. These last couple of games have kind of made me a bit skittish about what's going to happen if the game is tight. And even if it's not tight, if they have a 15-point lead, I feel like it's going to get tight late in the fourth quarter just because the Nuggets, they don't want to make it easy on anybody.
Yeah, Drew raises a very good point here, by the way. Why do they need T-shirt cannons when they give them out free on the seats?
That is also a fantastic
Everybody got a
question.
T-shirt anyway. How much are they springing for T-shirts every damn game?
No kidding. All right, got about a minute left here. KJ, how about a fact checker, buddy?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Well, earlier in the show today, Vic said this about how he feels about keywords.
I got a keyword for you. Back right molar pounding like a mother. That's a word.
I've got two keywords for you. One starts with an F. Fun time. Tomorrow night.
There you go, yeah.
Well, numbers have never really been this show's thing.
No.
But Charles Barkley would agree that numbers aren't his thing either.
Got two words for you. Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Must-see TV.
That's more than two words.
You didn't say 2 words. You said quick to the point.
You just said I got 2 words. Steve Nash and Chris Paul must see.
That's why I messed up, because I was trying to think of 2 words. I could have said that. Okay.
2 words.
Nash and Paul.
That's 3 words.
3 words. Wait, I said Nash.
I got one.
That's exactly what you did.
And that's why Chuck fits in on this show.
Back molar hurting, bad, and angry.
All right. Well, stay tuned all day today on Altitude Sports Radio as they break down what happened in Game 5 and now heading into Game 6 tomorrow.
Moser, when you do this, are you able to go right to sleep when you have these 2-hour nights?
Oh, absolutely. My body has been trained like a machine.
I can't sleep now.
Yep.
All right, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Well, here's
Would
what I would do
lay
if I were
with
you.
me? Put me to sleep.
I will not lay with you, but here's what I advise. Just sit here and dwell on last night's loss all day long. It'd be good for you.
Dude, if you think last night's loss is top of my mind right now with what's going on in my mouth, just come lay with me.
Okay, you'll get that taken care of. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Not happening.
Oh, no. All right. I get it, KJ. Good for you. 112-105 is the final. Thunder beat the Nuggets in a pivotal Game 5. And yeah, I was wrong. I thought it was going to be a wonderful night for Denver sports fans. The Rockies, they don't matter right now, so forget that loss. But I thought Winnipeg was going to have a good game on the road, and the Dallas Stars were going to lose. And I thought that Denver was going to have a great game on the road, and for 90% of the basketball game, guess what? They did. But they now have their backs against the wall. As we welcome you into the morning sprint, Alex Ryan, MES, the big dumb dummy, thought that the Nuggets were going to come away with the victory, like all of us did yesterday. But I will take it on the chin. It is my fault, Mike Sanford.
KJ, did you produce this morning for the morning show?
The last 40 minutes, yeah.
Tell you what, man. You were on your stuff this morning, man. Because I heard you on the tracks that you put together for the ending of, what is it called? The fact check.
Fact checker, yep.
And then you come with that diss track for Raj? That was Kendrick Lamar levels of diss track for my man.
We were
Raj.
talking about the show, as KJ and I have a pre-show meeting every single day in my office, like 25 feet to my left. And
thanks for inviting me.
Well, I'm so. If you showed up before 10:02,
it's called the morning sprint. I sprint here. You know that. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do based off the title of the show.
You also have a job before. Yes. KJ and I have like a show meeting before every time that we hop on air, and we go through the things that we're going to talk about and the audio that we may or may not use and all those things. And KJ comes in, he goes, "I'm really excited about today's open. Like, I can't wait to see what you think about it. So like, keep your energy this morning." Bravo to you.
Very, very well done.
All right, we're going to unpack this game. We're going to get you guys ready for Game 6 back here on Thursday. We gave away a bunch of tickets yesterday to Game 6. We're back to give away tickets today. So your keyword's going to come
at the
on
20s?
The 20s.
So 10:20, 11:20. Be here and stay here.
And then we're going to announce a name coming up at 11:45. You'll have 5 minutes to call back if you hear your name. If you do so, you're going to be going to Game 6 on Thursday evening.
These are the most consequential, impactful keywords in the history of this station because you are so needed in that building for Game 6. So needed.
But we have to unpack this loss. And as I watched it last night, I didn't quite realize what I was watching. But I was watching Game 7 of the Colorado Avalanche and Dallas Stars as I watched Game 5 of Denver and OKC. The whole game, I kept going, they're playing the perfect road game. They've figured out how to manage the swings of Oklahoma City. They figured out that when Joker is on, you keep him in. And I think Adelman made the right decision, although there's been a few people out there that are saying you should have sat Joker at the beginning of the fourth. He had plenty of timeouts. He got a bunch of time to actually sit and rest, and he was the only guy that was playing. If you remove Jamal Murray's garbage time layup, 14 shots, 14 misses from guys not named Nikola Jokic in the fourth. And you waste what I think we're going to look back on and say that was like an all-time Joker playoff performance, and you lose.
This game should not have been an 8-point lead going into the fourth, Coach. Whatsoever. And I felt that way about Colorado and Dallas in Game 7, where I went, 2 goals is not enough for how well that you've played on the road. Mm-hmm. It's nowhere near enough because, well, the Avs didn't score on the power play. When I rewatched this game and started to chart a few things, especially for the third quarter, the fourth quarter, and then what I didn't realize that I was watching the end of the first half, to only be leading by 2 at the end of the first half with how well you played, that loses you the game. The end of the third quarter, when you played really well, you were lights out in the third. The end of the third quarter, the final 3 minutes of that third quarter, you're only up by 8 going into the fourth as a result. You did not stretch the lead nearly enough in this game with respect to how well you played for the first 3 quarters. And that's the reason why you lost the game. Yeah, the fourth is ugly, but that's the reason why you lost. You couldn't separate. Couldn't do it.
The Avs needed to get to 3 goals. A 3-goal lead, maybe even a 4-goal lead to feel really good about it.
3 goals, and Denver needed to get to 15 points.
I'd say 18. And it was there for the taking. Was it not there for the taking? Raj, after Game 3, where you took a 2-1 series lead, and oh, how the tables have turned now. But after Game 3, and you combine the Game 1 performance on the road, where it was just pure guts from the Denver Nuggets. Game 3, pure guts. I used the term that the Denver Nuggets had dogs, more dogs than the OKC Thunder. And that was the question about OKC. Do you got dogs? Really? Do you got dogs? Well, even what you're talking about right now, when you had the opportunity with an opponent in their own building, a very, very muted home audience that was incredibly loud when that game started, you start going on these runs where you're getting north of 10 points in your leads, 12. The real dogs, they say, I'm pouring it on because this team we're playing against right now is reeling. And you didn't do it.
With 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the first half, you are up by 11 points at the 2:32 mark after Joker makes a 27-foot three-pointer off of an MPJ pass.
And you end the second quarter up 2 points.
You would miss 4 straight shots, get a layup blocked by Shea, and 2 turnovers in the ensuing 2 minutes and 32 seconds. And that lead in 2:32 shrinks from 11 to 2 in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You go to the third quarter where you seemingly can't miss. Look at all of these threes. Joker 3, Jamal and 1, Joker 3, Jamal 3, Jamal 3, AG 3. All of those, right? You
tell me when you're watching that stretch of basketball, you're like, this team's winning the NBA title.
Right, but I didn't know what I was watching in real time until I went back this morning. Joker 3, answered by a Hartenstein and 1. And this is in chronological order in the third quarter. Jamal and 1, answered by back-to-back driving layups from Shea. Joker 3 goes unanswered. That's 1. Jamal 3, answered directly by a Lou Dort 3. Jamal 3, unanswered. Those are the only 2 unanswered three-point plays in the period where you felt like you couldn't miss and you couldn't separate. It felt like it was the best offensive quarter of the series for Denver, and you couldn't separate. So Jamal 3 goes unchecked. AG makes a 3 to stretch the lead to 12. But what happens right after that? Chet goes to the free throw line. He makes the first. He misses the second. Chet gets the offensive rebound. They make. It's a 3-point play followed by a 3-point play. That is followed then by 3 straight missed threes on a single possession. You remember this one? Peyton Watson misses a 3.
Offensive rebound. Yep. Nothing to show for it.
Jamal misses top of the key, gets his own rebound to the far side corner, misses another 3. Russ gets that rebound, and then he airballs a 3 the next possession. And
one of 3 of his airballed 3-point attempts.
And you go from leading by 12 and having 3 separate 3-point opportunities to a lead that was only 8 at the end of the third. And it felt like you played great, but you couldn't separate, man. You just couldn't. My rewatch was gut-wrenching this morning.
The opportunities were so there, as they have been in this series in all but one game that you lost. 2 of the 3 games, you had the opportunity to do it. And you know when you lost? You lost in the closing moments. You lost in the deep waters. You got dragged into the deep waters by OKC, and they said, you know what? We're turning the corner here. And here's my complaint this morning, is I've used the analogy of the dogs of Denver Nuggets being greater than the dogs of OKC. And who is out? Nikola Jokic he's a horse. He is a Clydesdale. He's not a dog.
He's a 3-headed dog.
He is a workhorse. Okay? So he's not even in the dog category. And he likes horses anyway. Who would you say the number one guy that has shown guts and is the dog and Mr. Nugget himself for this basketball team?
Outside of Joker?
Outside of Joker. Who's the dog? The
AG?
dog. AG. The dog. Was he a dog in the fourth quarter?
1 of 5 from 3.
He was
overall.
He went from shrinking from being a bull mastiff to being a doodle in the fourth quarter. And you know what? Every single other player not named Nikola Jokic, who is a quarter horse, every single one of those other players became a doodle. Now, here's the thing. I love doodles. I have one. You do too, Raj. Do you have a doodle?
I sure do.
But they're not there.
Tito, good boy.
Good boy. But you know what? They're not there to chase off bad guys.
No, they're not.
They're there to pee on the carpet when the bad guy comes. Or anybody, a mailman, an Amazon driver. That's what they're there for. You know what you need right now? You need game 6, game 7, and you need the dogs to stand back up. Because that was a shrinking of every single player not named Nikola Jokic. And you know what? It's happened in back-to-back games. It has. And that's an unfortunate reality. You had the opportunity to win this series. You match up well with this team. But you shrunk. And here's what I'm going to say, and this is going to be a hot take most won't agree with, and I challenge you to fight me on this. I've been coaching for a long time. I watch body language, demeanors. Every single person wanted to blame the fourth quarter collapse on an F word. And that F word is fatigue. I could not disagree more. It's another F word. And it's every other player not named Nikola Jokic. When Jokic has a 44-point performance like that, the F word is fear. And tell me that the players around Nikola Jokic didn't look fearful to have the basketball in their hand and they're shooting with the double clutching, I don't know if I should, maybe I should take it. Oh, I got to pass it, hot potato. You know what you turned into, Raj? You turned into a perimeter basketball team that was fearful. And you know what that sounds a whole hell of a lot like? It sounds like Casey Middlestat when he was a perimeter hockey player. And this team, the Avs team, was playing perimeter hockey. That's what it looked like to me. Because the game was on the line and nobody wants to be the guy that ruins it. And they just say, Nikola Jokic, here it is, man. You got it. And what does it end up yielding? It yields a Nikola Jokic that has zero help. Get over your fears. Play fearless basketball. Get back to being the dogs and you can win this series. And I believe you can and you will if you get back to that mentality.
Your first keyword to win tickets to Game 6 comes up on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. You're listening to The Morning Sprint on Altitude 92.5. It's a Nuggets Playoff Ticket Wednesday. We're back with another keyword for your chance to win tickets to Game 6 tomorrow night. No place in the world like Ball Arena on a playoff night for the Nuggets, and we need you to be there tomorrow night's quite obviously the biggest game of the season. It's all on the line, so head to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited ticket inventory that is still available, but to win tickets today, as you can with keywords on the hour, or rather on the 20s every single hour. All you have to do is text the word noodle, Noodle. That is noodle with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Noodle with your first and last name. Again, 303-504-0925. We're going to announce a name coming up at 11:45. That person's going to have 5 minutes to call back if they hear their name. If you don't call back, we move on to the next person. You're looking at me questioning why the word is noodle.
Yeah, noodle.
I have no idea.
Cool.
Use your noodle to figure out why the word is noodle.
So the brain is the noodle. Yeah.
Do the noodle dance.
Okay.
I have no idea why noodle is the word.
But it is. It's a good word.
I don't know. You can use a pool noodle.
You know what's
to
a good
fix your golf swing. The PGA Championship starts tomorrow.
Want to know the good news on why some of our keywords are so wild and asinine? It's because we give away so many tickets, man. We're running out of keywords, man.
How many words are there in the English language?
Millions.
How many words are in the English language that all Americans can spell?
It's a good point, because texting in and spelling noodle should be very easy. Noodle. You can't screw that one up, but I'm sure some people will. My noodle was broken this morning when I thought about how you let that thing go away. And again, I told you guys just a couple of minutes ago that I felt like I was watching Game 7 of Colorado and Dallas. And I thought, Coach, what you got to at the end of our opening segment here on the show was fear. That's what you saw over the rest of the team, right? Nikola Jokic goes nuclear, but if you remove the Jamal driving layup with like 14 seconds to go, the team goes 0 of 14. I heard a stat this morning that Vic came out with 3 of 23. The rest of the team, that's the number of makes, 3 of 23, when Joker passed the ball to a wide open teammate last night. 3 of 23. And you got to fearful. That's what I felt like with the Avs in Dallas in that third period. When Rantanen cut to the middle and made it 2-1 off the post, I went, oh no, like maybe they can hold on, but oh no, something's happening. And I felt that way. I felt that way at the end of the third. I felt that way when those 3 straight missed threes, you went from being red hot from beyond 3 in the third quarter to here comes a stretch of basketball where the Nuggets can't find water out of a boat. That was my Mikko Rantanen moment going, I hope they have a big enough lead that they can hold on to this thing. And then when it extended into the fourth quarter, that's when Rantanen wraps the puck around and it becomes 2-2. And at that point I went, they're losing the game. Yep. They can't do it. They're looking at a freight train coming at them going, I'm tied to the tracks. I can't get out of the way. And the same thing happened last night for everyone not wearing number 15.
Raj, have you ever played with a Little League legend in any interconnected team sport in your life? Somebody who is just so outlandishly better on your own team than everybody else in the league. So it could have been in basketball growing up, hockey growing up, where there's just somebody that is just so good.
I was thinking about this in the shower this morning. I'm so excited you're
That's
going
why
there.
The keyword is noodle. Is that true?
Continue. Yes, I do know those players. I've coached those players. I played against those players. Yes.
I played at Boise State as a incoming freshman quarterback, and it was practice. So this isn't even a game like we're talking about with the people surrounding Nathan McKinnon and Nikola Jokic, okay? There was a wide receiver who ended up being a tight end, who ended up being a very good Denver Bronco named Jeb Putsier on our team at Boise State. The first several practices that I was in routes on air lines, and if I got lined up with Jeb Putsier, who was an upperclassman, like I was terrified. I was terrified.
Don't screw it up.
I did not want to overthrow him. I did not want to underthrow him. And guess what ended up happening as a result of that fear? I did both those things. I either underthrew him or overthrew him because I was gripping the ball too tight. And I think that there's a great illustration for the fear that was in place last night with the surrounding cast around Nikola Jokic, especially when he's doing generational things on a basketball court in a playoff setting against the best team in the NBA, that you start saying, I don't want to be the guy that messes this thing up. I think that both Nikola Jokic and Nathan McKinnon have that effect on people. And I think that you look no further, and the example that I want to cite is Marty Necas. He started to shrink as he played longer with Nathan McKinnon.
And the one thing, I'm not going to call Miko at his time here in Denver like an alpha, right? Nate's the alpha. But Rantanen never felt like he had the, oh crap, I don't want to screw it up for Nate.
You know what he was?
Thing.
He was the moose. He was just a moose. Like, is a moose really, are they really emotionally drawn to, they're just there. They're stalwart. They're strong.
I've been one of those guys that's like, yeah, I still think I make the trade because it allows the Avs to be deeper. And even with Rantanen, we saw that like the Avs weren't good enough to get past Dallas regardless. Now, Rantanen is now becoming apparently the alpha in Dallas, and all the Finnish players that he plays alongside, Rupe Hintz, Mikael Granlund with a hat trick last night, Miro Heiskanen comes back, all those guys are stepping up their level of play. But it never felt like Rantanen, when he was playing alongside McKinnon, was worried about screwing up Nathan McKinnon. And it does feel that way for the Nuggets right now, where the only other guy on the court that feels like, it's all right, I'm not going to screw it up for Joker, it's Jamal Murray. Jamal's the only other dude that's like, I got it. It'll be fine. Even if I screw up, I'm not going to be worried about this. Everybody else on the court, and maybe it's not so much Aaron Gordon, but it was last night. Everybody else on the court feels like if you get the ball in your hands from Joker, oh God, what happens if I don't make this count?
The biggest dog on this team, not named Nikola Jokic, who we established is the workhorse. He's the Clydesdale. He's the whatever amazing breed of horse that's Nikola Jokic. He's incredible, and he answered the bell to his worst 3-game stretch of scoring and production and efficiency that he's had in his NBA career, regular season or postseason. And I'd say he responded pretty well, Raj. But the biggest dog not named Nikola Jokic, it's Aaron Gordon. And I know that everybody's so disappointed right now and just destroying Michael Porter Jr. on social media. And I'm not going to say that he should be defended today. He's hurt. We know that. Is that the excuse? I don't know. If you're too hurt to be productive, then you shouldn't be on the court. That's how I look at it. We'll potentially have that conversation again when we prepare for tomorrow night's game. Should he be out there? And last time we had that question, he went out there and hit 5 3-pointers. So who knows what's going to happen there. The guy I'm disappointed in last night, who I think should have stepped in that moment and showed the type of grit, self-confidence to go take the basketball to the rim, get in the dunker spot, be the guy at and above the rim, and he did not do it for whatever reason, was Aaron Gordon. That's one of the first times I've seen Aaron Gordon shrink in a big moment. Christian Braun wasn't good, but he's still a young player, and we don't know if he is really that guy. Jamal Murray was phenomenal in the third quarter. You know what happened to Jamal Murray in the fourth quarter? He got cold, really cold. And then, as a result, his self-belief shrunk as well.
1 of 6, and the only shot that he makes is a garbage time layup. So he was 10 of 27 for the game, Jamal. 5 of 10 in the third alone. Remove that great third quarter. He's 5 of 17. It's not efficient enough. Joker.
At 28 points.
It was good.
Dude, let's be honest.
But it was
Raj.
It was concentrated.
If somebody were to tell you that you're gonna have a lead in the fourth quarter, and Nikola Jokic is gonna finish up with 44 points, and Jamal Murray is gonna finish up with 28 points, do you think you win the basketball game?
Win the game.
And to me, who's the guy that always shows up in critical moments, not including those two? Aaron Gordon, and he didn't. He didn't show up in critical moments.
Your first word today is noodle. With your first and last name, that is noodle, Noodle, to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. That's your first keyword. You'll have another one coming up at 11:20. Then we're going to announce a name at 11:45. If you hear your name at 11:45, you'll have 5 minutes to call that number back. and claim your tickets to get inside the building tomorrow evening, 7:30, game number 6.
We need you.
Winner stay home. They need you.
I need you because I have to have a game 7 in this series. I have to. I need you to be loud. And if you have a noodle big enough to make crazy amounts of volume, then text noodle to 303-504-0925. Noodle to get into that building.
So you mentioned, have you ever played with that elite player that makes you nervous to the point where you shrink? And it takes a special player to rise to a level that you don't really have yourself in order to complement an elite athlete, right? It does take that special player. The other thing that I was thinking about alongside that is either you've coached this person, you've been this person, or you've played with this person. When you were younger, there was always the kid that was bigger, faster, stronger when you were like 12. Best athlete in the state, best athlete on the team, and you go, that kid's going to go to college for free. That kid has a shot to play in the pros. And then 5 years later at 17, when everyone else starts to catch up physically, that superpower that athlete used to have, while they can still be elite, that chasm has shrunk significantly. What was the one chasm that the Nuggets were supposed to have in this series?
Finishers.
Crunch time. The one thing that you were supposed to have that you mentioned, drag them into deep waters and see if OKC can swim. And at the beginning of this series, you threw them in there and they sunk like an anvil. And it took 2 games for this young, unproven OKC team to look at Denver and go, how about all that experience? How about all that championship medal that we didn't have? All the stuff that you guys had because you won 2 years ago, that just because we get into the fourth quarter means that you're going to win the game if you're close. And now we've seen back-to-back games where you've had a lead at most at 8 points, at least at 8 points going into the fourth quarter in back-to-back games. And that superpower that you once had no longer exists. That's what I felt this morning when I woke up and I went, the one ace in the hole that you were supposed to have. Oklahoma City has played the reverse Uno on you in back-to-back games.
They sure have. And so what do we have as Denver Nuggets fans to hope for? I go back to, is this the wily vet that picks their spots and waits for the moment to exert themselves? Clearly that's not the case, because he probably would have done that in winning one of these last 2 ball games. So the other camp that I think the Denver Nuggets fall themselves into, it's the teenage boy that's a procrastinator, man. And wait until the backs are fully against the wall, and I got to get it done.
Vic said it this morning. He agreed with you. And I still think I call both of you crazy. Like, why would you want to play from behind? Why would you not want to play with a lead, that type of cushion? Right? Typically, you want to be leading games in order to win games. Vic had the same trepidation this morning, going like, I don't feel confident at all that they can hold on to leads. I didn't feel confident at all that the Avs could hold on to leads against the Stars, and look what happened to them in 7 games. Maybe I have to come over to your side where it's like, just keep it within arm's length.
Is this a KFC problem?
I don't know, man.
Can you and I hold on to a market share lead? I say we expand our lead. Let's go, man. Quit being soft, Raj. Let's make our lead 10x what it is right now. Come on, babe.
Is playing from behind the answer for them?
I just think having your back against the wall in general, both within a series, I don't know if it's necessarily like their backs are fully against the wall.
Well, they've only had their backs against the wall once so far. It's not like their backs were against the wall for the entire LA series.
They showed up when they needed to in Game 7. This is a lose, and your backs are against the wall for 2 games in a row.
And Levi goes, how does it not exist, the superpower, when there's 2 more games left for them to show that? I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that it's a superpower that you thought that you had and you possessed, and the other team did not. Right? That's my analogy, going back to the 12-year-old that was so much bigger, better, stronger, and faster than all of his peers at 12. That superpower that he had that no one else did at that time, 4 years later, they might still be that type of guy, that elite athlete. But then the rest of the crew has kind of caught up to them a little bit. And that's what it feels like OKC. OKC has gone from the 12-year-old that goes like, oh yeah, you're just a step behind right now in terms of the grand scheme, the ability to get there and win it all when they haven't done it in the past. They feel like they're now on equal footing.
What did you think about SGA last night?
Did he look like more of the MVP than Joker did?
No.
No?
He was good, though.
He was good. He gets to his spots. He hits his pull-up jumpers.
I hated SGA in Game 4. I came out of Game 5 respecting that performance.
He didn't hunt fouls last night?
The officiating played very little of a role in any outcome.
There was not a player that I hated watching on the opposition.
I'll tell you what, man.
It was a good basketball
You knew it
game.
was a dog last night that at times is questionable.
Alex Caruso.
Well, he always is.
Punchable face. And Lou Dort.
Lou Dort's a dog. But Chet Holmgren was a freaking dog last night. That dude was violent at the rim. The value of Chet Holmgren was on display last night. Just because he does a lot of those things that you wanted to see AG do. And I know they're not the same player. There's different height. Chet's way taller, way
longer.
But they do have that verticality at the rim, be violent, and then also knock down shots on the outside. He looked confident.
Make sure you guys text the word noodle with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You have 1 more minute to get that keyword in. Noodle, 303-504-0925. That keyword goes away in about 80 seconds from right now. We're going to announce a winner coming up at 11:45. If you do not want to leave it to chance, go to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited ticket inventory. Once again, that is nuggets.com/playoffs. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. This is Denver's #1 for sports talk, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Colorado, you feel those warm temperatures outside? Well, if you want to get even warmer temperatures and some incredible pool weather, go to Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, which has the largest outdoor and indoor sports book between Stadium Swim and also the world's largest sports book inside of Circa. I'm opening the Circa Sports Colorado app as we speak, and right now I see that the T-Wolves are 10.5-point favorites to close out tonight in Game 5. And the Knicks, Celtics, well, the Celtics are, even without Jason Tatum, are favored to win, 5.5-point favorites. So make sure you check out Circa Las Vegas if you want to go book your perfect sports trip. Broncos schedule's releasing today. You can start making some plans for this summer. Go to Circa Las Vegas to book your hotel room and get to the best place to watch sports, not just in Las Vegas, but I'm going to call it in the world. Or also download the Circa Sports Colorado app, because downloading the Circa Sports Colorado app, you'll get sports betting the way it should be with high betting limits and tight money line splits. Get to circasports.com today. Reminder, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ernie, hold on just a second. Welcome, everybody. Inside the NBA. It's presented by Kia. Ernie Johnson, Dwight Howard, Jalen Rose, Charles Barkley. What you got on your mind?
Man, that Joker.
That Joker. I thought you were going to tell me something we didn't know.
But you just start taking it for granted because he had a couple bad games, and you're like, okay, now it's the biggest game in the series. And he came out and he balls. I mean, listen, they didn't win the game. Shout out to OKC, but man, I hope we know what we're watching in Denver. That man is great.
Yep. It's been something special.
Yes,
44 and 15 on this night, but not enough.
44 and 15 from Joker in the loss last night. Just 5 assists. Again, 3 of 23 Nugget shooters were when Joker put them into positions where they were open or wide open, according to NBA statistics.
NBA national media is unique, we'll call it. Last night on the broadcast, the postgame show, Dwight Howard made a bit of an appearance. I haven't seen Dwight Howard on much of NBA postgame shows. Have you?
Dude was so much fun to watch.
He was
in his prime.
He still looks like he could go. I mean, he still looks good. But he asked a question that I found very interesting. He goes, "Isn't Dario Saric on this team? Why does he not even get a minute or two?" I'm like, bro, hey Dwight, did you watch Dario Saric look like not even a doodle? He looked like a lapdog. He was like a teacup poodle.
That's the thing, right? And you obviously have to look at the bench production over the last 2 games. You absolutely must look at it. The production from players that are not Joker in the starting 5. Porter and Brown combined for 10 points in 72 combined minutes. 72 combined minutes from those 2 guys and 10 points. Denver's bench finishes with 10 points compared to OKC with 22. And yeah, you can look at the Sarge situation and go, they're a shooter. They are 1 bench shooter away from having already won this series against the best team in the NBA. That's it. And Saric was the guy that they signed. And not only did they sign him for a year, he has an option on the other side.
Can't wait to see what happens with that option there.
Yeah, you're going to cash that. I get to take home those millions of dollars and I don't have to step foot on the court.
Emo Kid hasn't really been a great addition. I like calling him Emo Kid.
Like imagine if that position was Bogdanovich.
I heard this conversation earlier.
Imagine you win the game last night. You win game 4 if that's Bogdanovich. And that's the reason why Calvin Booth got booted out of here.
See what you did there with the Booth booted. I keep hearing that this is all a personnel problem. And a lot of it is, okay? A lot of it is. But I heard this morning talking about there are no other options on the bench. First off, I don't fully agree with that take because I think Jalen Pickett can provide disciplined defense. I know he's not long. He's 6'2", and he's got a bit of a caboose. He's a thick 6'2" guy. But he is a 40% plus free throw or 3-point shooter. He worked on it in the offseason. He doesn't turn the basketball over. And you're broaching 15 turnovers again last night. I also think this about the bench. I think that they are a bench without a bunch of confidence. And here is why. One of Michael Malone's downfalls and why he's no longer the head coach here is even during the regular season, he played playoff types of rotations. I've been around players that might not be the flashiest player, might not be the sexiest player, might not be the most established name on your team. But if you prop them up, give them chances, empower them, you start to see positive results. And you didn't do that essentially at all throughout the course of the regular season with your bench.
And you can make the argument for the entire Malone coaching era. He didn't really do that with young guys not named Christian Brown.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm. And so I think you do have a problem there. And could it be as simple as David Adelman going up to Jalen Pickett, having a conversation, maybe on the way home on the flight? I've been on these flights before where something happened, and you're like, you know what? I need to go have a touch point with this athlete.
Yeah.
And just, hey, Jalen, I just want to let you know, I want you to be ready to play.
Yeah, there's a plan for
tomorrow
you.
night. There's a plan. And that's on me, but I believe in you.
I think you might be looking too deep. Like, didn't Julian Strother show you enough last night?
He did.
In his limited minutes?
Yeah, I do. Yes. At the point in the fourth quarter, we've already talked about this fear component of the surrounding cast around the horse, around Jokic. But if that continues to fester, if Michael Porter Jr. is a net negative offensively for your basketball team, you've got to have other players that get at bats at those shots. Julian Strother needs more at bats at those shots. Jalen Pickett needs an at bat at those shots.
Yeah, and it's pretty, you can learn early on whether or not MPJ or Russ have it from the floor. And you can kind of know early on when Christian Brown doesn't have it from the floor either.
Yep.
And I don't want to take Christian off the court because, and granted, he didn't have a great defensive night last night.
He wasn't. I heard that somebody, I think this morning show, say that he had the worst performance they've seen in quite some time. I thought he was absolutely abysmal in that game 4. Abysmal.
I thought Peyton Watson was more than good enough off the bench, especially on the defensive side and on the hustle side. The one where he dives between Shea's legs, grabs a ball, turns into a jump ball opportunity. He wins the tip. Denver gets another shot at scoring right off. Like, I liked his hustle plays. I saw enough from Peyton Watson to get more minutes than 15.
I digress. Game 2. Game 2 is where Christian Brown was disturbingly bad. Sorry. I just want to make sure.
Strother in 10 minutes only puts up 2 shots, and both of them are from 3 in just 10 minutes. If you take away 9 minutes from MPJ, if you take away 5 minutes from Russ or 5 minutes from Brown, and you create 4 more shots from Strother, let's say all of those are from 3. Is he going 1 of 6 from 3? Chances are it's no. And chances are one of those shots, likely in the 4th, is able to stave off that freight train that we talked about coming directly down the tracks at you. I do think that while Adelman made the right decision to keep the best player on the court in the game the whole second half, keeping Joker in there was good because you didn't see the fatigue affect him at the end of the game. He was fine in the second half. Everyone else, though, I do think he made a mistake. I don't think the leash was short enough on Porter. I don't think the leash was short enough on Brown or Westbrook. And Strother, when he gave you decent minutes, should have been utilized more.
One thing I'll say about Julian Strother, he's still slight. He's still a bit of a liability defensively. Doesn't have that, that physical development of the stature needed to be in big moments from a defensive standpoint. But Raj, has Julian Strother looked fearful at all?
He hasn't looked like he's shrunk in the moment.
Has he looked like a guy that's clutching the basketball before he shoots?
No, he kind of looks free.
Which I kind of like. I want to see more of that, man.
It's almost like I can't lose. If I go in and I miss shots, they're going to take me out in 3 minutes anyway. Who cares? Like, Bones Highland felt like that. And he's not as brash as Bones was, but Bones would go in and he would, anytime I'm on the court, the ball's in my hand, I'm putting a shot up. And if they take me out of the game, they take me out of the game. Away she goes. He doesn't feel as reckless as Bones, but he does feel as free. There's a difference between reckless and free. Vast difference. That the loss hurts. I think they've got enough to win Game 6. And who knows, on 2.5 days rest going into Game 7, which would be on Sunday evening, can they pull that thing out? What I've learned is that they're a good enough team. Even with the 6-man rotation, they are a good enough team.
The matchup's good, Raj.
The matchup is good. You can beat me over the head with a stick for the remainder of our careers. The matchup meant everything. They're good enough. And it's all shaping up for them, too. Like, this shapes up for a perfect West Final. You get another shot at Minnesota, and what's waiting for you on the other side of the Eastern Conference is the winner of what? The Knicks and the Pacers? All you have to... It's a tall task.
Very tall.
All you got to do is get past OKC, and it feels like you're right there. But you let 2 games in a row get away from you, man. And
the Denver
now,
Nuggets, the 2025 Denver Nuggets, certified procrastinators. Let's go do it, because it's time to get your homework assignment in. It's a little late. Hey, we're in final season right now, Raj. Have you gone to class? Nope. But you know what you can do? You can go cram for your final.
I shouldn't feel this level of anxiety until tomorrow. I'm already boiling up right now. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us. Coming up in just 20 minutes from right now, we'll give you guys your second keyword to get inside the building at Game 6, Thursday evening, 7:30. You can only win them here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I gave you guys a deep cut Ocean's 11 hint for our 1120 word on Twitter. If you go to @RajOnRadio.
Whoa.
It's a very deep cut from Ocean's 11. And if you get that, I will be incredibly impressed.
Can I give one too?
Sure. This is a hint for our keyword coming up in 18 minutes. Go ahead.
And this is, well, I'm saying on my socials.
Oh, yeah. Be my guest.
@Coach_Sanford 2. There'll be a hint coming in the next 15 minutes.
All right. I hope that you have a good hint coming up. But if you guys want your hints, go over to Twitter and find those things. Your next keyword's coming up at 11:20. We will announce a winner's name at 11:45. My favorite thing that I saw outside of the game last night. Really entertaining basketball game. Let's just call it what it is. It was awesome until it felt inevitable that OKC was going to come back. Much like Game 7 for the Avs and the Stars was. Like, that was a great hockey game until you realized what was coming down the pike. Did you see this quote from Hunter Mahan? The PGA Championship starts at Quail Hollow tomorrow. Second major of the year. It's a good course.
I love Hunter Mahan. This is beautiful. I love this.
So I've played Quail. It's a beautiful course. It's kept very well, but it didn't stand out to me.
You know what that is? Identical to going to the new New York Yankees Stadium.
Yes. It's beautiful.
Read the quote, and the quote could apply to Quail Hollow, but it also could apply to Yankee Stadium.
So Hunter Mahan, he was pretty good golf. He was like top 30 golfer like 10 years ago. Wore a bunch of Oakley things. Kind of weird looking. Won some big time events. He goes, I guess I would say Quail Hollow is like a Kardashian. It's very modern. It's beautiful. It's well kept, but it lacks a soul or character.
Hunter Mahan.
Just Kim K catching strays
body
from a 42-year-old golfer.
He put the Kardashian family in a body
My
bag.
Favorite thing.
What are we doing, Hunter?
It's modern. It's beautiful. It's well kept, but it lacks soul.
Is Hunter Mahan married?
I would assume Hunter Mahan is married.
Probably not great that you went on the front end of the quote. So the front end of the quote pissed off his wife. The back end of the quote pissed off the Kardashian family.
Right, but the back end of the quote.
But the combination of the two. Bro culture loves this guy now.
Hilarious.
They're all in. The Flat Bill Mafia is like, that's my guy, man.
But doesn't wife love him after that? Oh, yeah. You married me for my heart.
Yeah, but beautiful, contemporary. Like that means, like to some wives, that means that Hunter Mahan's been checking out the Kardashians. You've been kind of analyzing
them.
They're
all over the place. What can you do?
I mean, you can turn your head.
You
can
have
look
a
away.
set of eyes. There's a screen in front of your face all the time. What am I supposed to do on the Explore page?
Well, you could be above reproach and just look away.
You just have to delete the TikToks.
Yeah. I don't know anything. I've never seen the Kardashians. I don't know what they're known for. Could you educate me on what they're maybe known for?
It might not be appropriate for daytime radio. But they're now known for fashion.
Okay.
And makeup.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Anything else?
That's what they're known for now.
Okay.
What they were known for earlier on, might not be able to talk about right now.
Okay. I don't know.
Hunter Mahan,
I always look away, unlike Hunter Mahan, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
PGA Championship, major number 2 on the year, starting tomorrow at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. So Hornets fans, after losing on the NBA lottery, you get to watch some golf at your soulless golf course at Quail Hollow. It's my favorite thing that I saw last night. We're about to see a rematch of the 1999 and 2000 Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana and New York, that seems like it's destined to happen. We did get confirmation yesterday that Jason Tatum ruptured his Achilles. That thing is toast. The chances of that Celtics team coming back together it's basically blown up, right? You rupture that Achilles. He's likely played his final game alongside Kristaps Porzingis. He's likely played his final game. Like, Al Horford's got to retire at some point. Derek White's under contract.
Got long-termed after last year, I believe.
The question is whether or not they decide to hang on to a more edible contract in Derek White, or if they try and hold on to Jaylen Brown and then White eventually leaves a couple of years down the road. But the Celtics, we talked about it yesterday, like, even though they were down in that series, it felt like it was the Celtics' Eastern Conference title to lose. And as a result, you go, well, you won last year. Here's the start of what could be the next dynasty. That's how we felt with the Nuggets back in 2023. They're young. They're controllable. Seems like Michael Porter Jr. is taking the next step. Jamal Murray turns into an animal in the playoffs. But then you lose these types of role players. Like, does Bruce Brown change the outcome of last night's game?
If he's capable of making 3 shots in the fourth quarter, yes.
Probably.
Jeff Green doesn't change the outcome of last night.
And now what we're looking at, too.
KCP might change the outcome of last night.
KCP changes the outcome of last night, although he didn't have a great year with Orlando, especially shooting. He did not have a good year. It's the same conversation we're having with the Avalanche, that even though you restructured the roster as the Avs to be deeper and to have more depth scoring and pieces that can help carry the load alongside McCarr and McKinnon, you still don't have enough. And now the Nuggets look like the Avs did last year, where you are very top heavy with nothing else. And it can get you far. It can get you deep into the second round of game 6 of the second round last year with the Avs and the Stars. It can get you deep. It can get you to feel like, oh, we've got a good fighting chance. The Nuggets have a really good fighting chance of not only winning the series, but winning a championship this year. But you don't feel like you're above the hump. It doesn't feel like you're ahead of the game right now. The Nuggets are the Avs from last year. Can we do it while we're mega top heavy? And if they can't, we then have this conversation of, well, how do you make sure that you're not top heavy anymore? The Avs had the wiggle room because the CBA is less penal in the NHL.
Whoa. Pause on that.
Noodle.
You what?
I don't know if the Nuggets have the ability to restructure the roster in the offseason if this doesn't go the way that they want it to in games 6 and 7, like the Avs did. And the Avs failed, even though they, like,
that's what I was going to ask you.
Even though they went the opposite way, it didn't even matter.
Are the Avs all that much further removed from being too top heavy?
No.
Because you don't know what's going to happen in the offseason in terms of re-signing some of these acquisitions.
The roadmap is so... It's so shrouded right now for both of these teams. So shrouded. Bruce Brown wins you the series. He wins you both of the last 2 games.
He was
as
actually,
a 6-man.
He's actually in the building for the Clippers series too. He was hanging out.
Can
at
you
Ball
get that
Arena.
guy? You might be able to get that guy. Can you convince him, hey man, like you already got your money. Like Indy paid you in that offseason. We know that they moved you and you've bounced around to 2-3 different teams. Toronto. Was it just Indy and Toronto, KJ? Or did you go to a third team?
I think it was just those 2.
Just Indy and Toronto.
Should we keep throwing around obscure basketball teams like Charlotte, Atlanta,
the Frankfurt Galaxy,
Ryan Fire of the World Football League?
If you can get that guy back, I think that you have fixed your bench shooter problem. My minutes from Peyton Watson were good enough last night. My minutes for Julian Strother were good enough last night. They just simply were not enough. And that's one thing that I can look at David Adelman, who I think that David Adelman's done enough to get this job.
He's playing for the Pelicans right now.
For the Pelicans, okay,
That's
third
right.
team. There you
So
go.
he went Raptors, after Nuggets, Pacers, Raptors, Pels.
All right, so he's bounced around 3 teams, but he got paid his money.
Yep.
All you have to do is look at Brucey B in the offseason and go, you want to come home, man? Like,
Why did Indy move on from him or trade him? Like they're in a position right now as a team where they probably want to have a bench shooter to they could potentially win a title.
It looks like they don't need him right now.
But they're paying. They're paying him. I mean, if he's that good of a player and that big of a bench presence for the Denver Nuggets, who have won a title, how could he not be that same guy for the Indianapolis Pacers?
Because you can't pay that money for a bench guy.
Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
Seared into the front of your brain, Coach.
Yep,
you can do
is.
it.
And I am
promise
a
you can do it.
3-time resident of the state of Indiana, which is even worse.
Did you ever coach in Indianapolis?
I did not.
So why is it seared into? Is it just a football thing?
Just because the Indianapolis Colts.
You think Indiana, you think Colts?
Indianapolis Colts.
All right. I understand that.
Which makes sense.
Speaking of football, did you see there was a little bit of a leak today with the Broncos schedule? So we know that week 1, September 7, Fox came out with this. The Broncos are expected to host number 1 overall pick Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans in week 1. We know that they're playing on the road, and this is a scheduled road game, which is awesome for them. In London, at, technically, the Jets in week 6. We know that they're playing week 17 at Kansas City, which is a Thursday evening, Christmas night. We saw a leak today, October 19th, at home against the Giants and Russell Wilson, which doesn't make all that much sense because that's week 7, and we already know that they're playing in week 6 in London. Typically, you get the bye week after that. So does that mean that week 7, week 7, October 19, would that actually mean that it's week 7, October 20? If they're not going to get the bye week, do they play the Monday night game and it's prime time? Russ returns to Denver to take on Bo Nix, the game that we should have gotten last year and we didn't.
Maybe. Opening game for the Denver Broncos. You like it?
Tennessee? I think you're going to smack them.
Dude, Cam Ward
going against that secondary?
It's time to start having that conversation instead of thinking about, oh man, Tennessee's coming here. No, it's like, oh, if I was Cam Ward, I would not want to be playing against Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, DJ Jones, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Jahdae Barron.
I was going to say, when are you going to get to the first rounder?
Oh, and I haven't even named the MVP, defensive player of the year.
What's Pat Surtain getting in there?
Pat Surtain the second.
Do you save him?
Cam Ward's going to have a tough entry into this league.
Do you save him and start Will Levis for the first few weeks this season, knowing that you have to go against Denver week 1? So we're gonna know the schedule coming up in like 7 hours from right now. I think it's supposed to come out at 6.
Yeah, it's 7 hours.
Giants full schedule leak. Yeah, week 7 at the Broncos. So you're not getting a bye week in between. That has to be a Monday night game.
Maybe I have some inside sourcing, at least with Thursday night football schedule. Week 2, Commanders at Packers. It's their first Thursday night football game.
Okay.
How good is that?
That's a great game.
Unbelievable.
It's an awesome game.
Broncos are hosting the Raiders week 10.
Week 10. Is that Thursday?
Thursday.
Okay, so week 10.
Thursday night football.
Versus Raiders. Okay, I like that.
And then we know, obviously, week 17. It's
on the road Thursday at Kansas City, which means you're likely... Dude, week 18, you know what that's matching up for? Week 18 is Broncos-Chargers, and I bet you that is a win and get into the playoffs.
You
betcha. Get ready for that. It's not going to be the Raiders. They're not going to give you a throwaway week 18 game and how difficult the AFC West is going to be. You're going to go to Kansas City Thursday night, Christmas, on week 17, and then you're either going to get the benefit of getting LA at home in week 18 with a chance to get to the playoffs.
I would love that.
That's going to be nuts. And you know what it's going to be? They will flex that thing into prime time. We were talking about over under 5.5.
It's going to be 6 primetime games.
Oh, yeah.
We already know you have
a third of your games.
We already know you have 3, right?
Well, yeah. Thursday night Vegas, Thursday night Kansas City,
in London,
and the London game, which is technically
It's 3 already.
Prime time, even though it's 7 a.m.
Right off the top, you got to assume that there's going to be at least one Monday Night Football because Sean
and a
Payton,
Sunday night game.
Absolutely, you're going to get. So you're right there. You're already at 5, and then you're going to get.
Dude, get ready for Week 18. That's going to be nuts. Calendar flips to 2026, and you have to win to get into the playoffs.
The frozen tundra of Empower Field hosting Jim Harbaugh.
Your next keyword to get inside the building for Game 6 of Nuggets and Thunder is coming up on the other side. Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Today, I do not apologize.
It's another Playoff Ticket Wednesday. We're back with another keyword for your chance to win tickets to Game 6 tomorrow night. There is no place in the world like Ball Arena during a Nuggets playoff game, and we need you to be in the building. Tomorrow night's the biggest game of the season. It is win or stay home for the summer, and it's all on the line. So head to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited ticket inventory that is still available, but if you want to win tickets, all you have to do is text the word trouble along with your first and last name. That word is trouble, TROUBLE. So text trouble with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925, and we will announce a name coming up at 11:40.
Raj, did you see my deep cut?
I did. Board game.
Very prominent in the 80s and 90s.
The board game Trouble was awesome.
Still awesome.
You could also, if you were like me and sore loser, I didn't lose well as a kid.
Still don't.
I hate losing. Hate losing more than I love winning.
That's why I had the old wellness check when the Avs won.
My favorite text you've ever sent me. Just wellness check.
Perfect timing, too. I waited like 2.5 hours post-game. Because you know why? Because I knew my friend might have been in trouble.
Yeah, the game Trouble is awesome. But if you have a kid like me when I was a child that lost, you can shatter. Like, Trouble's the game that has the dice in the middle that is protected by like a plastic dome, and if you hit it on the top, it then
it rolls the
dice.
Yeah,
almost like a video roulette, or sorry, a video craps table at a casino. And if you hit it hard enough, you can shatter the plastic dome, and if you do so, you cut your hand open. I'm not saying this from experience per se, but I know it can happen to petulant little children. I had a buddy of mine, speaking of wellness checks, I had a buddy of mine back in college who was a huge Red Sox fan. There was the crazy day at the end in game 162 where like 4 different things had to happen for the Red Sox to get knocked out of the playoffs and the Yankees and the Rays to get in. Evan Longoria rips a homer down the left side, like curls it inside the foul pole. Wellness checks. My buddy from Boston gets up and he goes, "I'm going for a walk. Don't contact me. Don't look for me."
Oh boy, that's so scary.
In the middle of the night in Syracuse, where it's a blizzard, he walks out without a jacket, comes back 4 hours later. Wellness check. Thought the dude was going to die.
Did he meet the Maharaji?
Insane to me. 11:20, we typically go through our biggest notes in the NFL. KJ Granderson, take it away.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Again, your keyword this hour is trouble with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is trouble to get yourself inside the building for a must-win Game 6 for the Nuggets against the Thunder.
Not a lot of entries so far, so you might want to hammer some entries so you can get in.
Trouble. Barney Rubble, trouble. KJ, what's first?
So Raj and Coach, they just went through the Broncos leaks thus far. We have week 1 home versus the Titans. Then you have week 6 in London versus the Jets. Week 7 at home versus the Giants. Week 10 versus the Raiders on Thursday Night Football. Shout out, Coach. And then we also have week 17 versus the Kansas City Chiefs for the Christmas game. Let's hone in on week 1, though, because late last night, Jordan Schultz leaked that game. And I went and did just a little digging on the stats. In 2024, the Titans offense ranked 26th in the NFL based on total yards per game. And they also ranked 27th in points per game last season. If Cam Ward starts the season, guys, should we expect a Cam Ward, Bo Nix versus Seattle week 1 type of performance from Cam Ward?
Yes. 100,000% yes.
I think it's going to be way worse.
I also don't think he's going to start week 1.
My opinion is that Cam Ward is going to turn the football over in this season. The amount of turnover-worthy plays that Cam Ward had in last season's sample size for the University of Miami Hurricanes football team, that just weren't caught because he has really, really, really good arm strength. Off the charts arm strength. He's going to be a little bit of a problem. I think he's starting, Raj. I do. I think it's Brian Callahan has to show progress.
Yeah, but you're throwing him to the Wolves. Is that progress?
I mean, that's what Bo Nix did. He was thrown to the Wolves. Seattle's Mike McDonald, that defense, he was thrown to the Wolves, and guess what happened? He ended up, it was either sink or swim, and Bo Nix started to swim and swam his way all the way to a postseason, brother.
I've seen a couple of other leaks, right? So that's week 1, Tennessee. I've seen a leak about week 4, Cincinnati, Monday Night Football, as you host Joe Burrow and the Bengals, and Trey Hendrickson, who's saying that he's not going to play for his team if they don't offer him a contract. I would love that. If you take Cincinnati on in the middle of them kind of pissing on one of their own, I love that. A little bit of inter-team turmoil. The team kind of looking at the ownership and going, why are we playing without that guy right now? What is happening? You've paid everyone else, but you're not going to pay him. I want that to happen.
So you want us to continue to lose 44-57?
Well, it's entertaining.
It is. Just not if you don't make the playoffs.
KJ, what's next?
Some people are really stupid.
Former Broncos tight end Julius Thomas appeared on Up and Adams, and he went on to describe in detail about why he believes Von Miller could still be a fit with the Denver Broncos. Despite their current depth at that position, he believes that situational awareness could be a huge thing for the Broncos and Von Miller.
So Broncos, bring back Von. You were saying like before your computer kicked me off because I just wasn't engaging enough.
That's not true.
Does he have it? I mean, does Von have a couple great rushes in him a game? Absolutely. Now, does he need to play 60 snaps? I don't know. That's up to them. That's up to Von. But do I think he can still get to the quarterback? Sure. I think there were some plays in last year's playoffs where, that's not a bad play for somebody that is been coming off the edge as long as he has. So I believe that both of them can still do it. They're two of the best athletes I've ever seen.
First off, Julius Thomas, what an incredibly well-spoken man. And apparently is he some type of surgeon or doctor or something along those lines? It's impressive dude right there.
He is a cognitive scientist.
Jeez.
For optimal performances systems. I don't know what any of that means. I'm not entirely sure. I'm taking that from his Instagram profile.
I think Julius Thomas would be a great guest on this show. The problem is I think that neither you nor I would be able to understand a word he's saying because he's so much smarter
There's
than
no
two
thinking
of us.
about it. I know that.
Yeah, we'll let Kreckman get him. Kreckman and him probably
the
speak the
nerds
same.
take it.
Yeah. You're cognitive analyst, data. Go hang out with Krecker.
I would love to see Von here, man. I think it'd be awesome if you have the space.
The morning sprint. We were on
this a while ago.
Von Miller. We're in the watch crew. We're on it. We
and
love
I don't
it.
need to see
we
him.
Need it.
I don't need to see him in camp, Coach. I don't need to see him, week 4 against Cincy. You know what I need to see him? I need to see him right around the time that you're going to get, I don't know, a bye around Thanksgiving-ish.
11? Is that what week 11 is what we're saying with the leak?
I think the bye is going to be like week 12-ish or something
week
like
12-ish. So, yeah, why don't you add him in week 10 through 12 right in there? And you know what would happen for Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Geno Smith down the stretch run of the season? They would be in trouble, which is our keyword, trouble, to win Nuggets tickets. Because that is what Von Miller, if added to a defensive front 7 that includes Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, Von Miller, Zach Allen, Dre Greenlaw is a blitzer, Talanoa Hufanga is a blitzer, Jade Barrett is a blitzer. The AFC West would be in some trouble.
Another leak, week 13. Broncos at Commanders. Again, this is not confirmed by the team. This is just leaks that I'm watching on Twitter right now. Week 13 at Washington. Sunday Night Football, which would be a delight. An absolute delight to watch.
Would be as good as it gets.
KJ, what's next?
Some people are really stupid.
Who is this guy?
George Carlin.
Oh, yeah, George.
Yeah, took it back a little bit with that one.
He's ripped a few lung darts in his life.
He's probably ripped about 1,000 of those things.
Part of the reason why he's not with us anymore.
Oh, he's no longer there?
No.
Just always go to Darktown, don't you?
Well, the world's greatest comedians.
Okay, the Dallas Cowboys will welcome the Kansas City Chiefs for their traditional Thanksgiving Day home game. CBS announced Wednesday morning that it will be on November 27th, and it will be a 2:30 Mountain Time kickoff. This is the first Chiefs Thanksgiving Day game since 2006. But I want to hone in on the Cowboys here, guys. Do you think the Cowboys will still be in the NFC East race by Thanksgiving?
No. So Thanksgiving is what? That's like week 12, 13-ish? No, I think they're out. I do believe that they're going to beat Philly in week 1.
In the opening week of the 2025 NFL season, the Dallas Cowboys have officially been eliminated from postseason consideration. They're not going to be a postseason team. They don't have an alpha running the football. They have Brian Schottenheimer. Love him. I've drank one beer with Brian Schottenheimer. Love Brian Schottenheimer. Am I bitter that he didn't hire me to go to Dallas? No, I didn't. I wasn't trying to. Two of my best friends coach there.
What's your point?
Exactly.
What's your point?
Exactly. You know what my point is, Jera? Listen here, nice and good, Jera. When you hire a head coach that you can control, it don't go well, Jera. It's not going to go well.
They're going to beat, I'm telling you, they're going to beat the Eagles in week 1. It's going to happen, and then we're going to have to hear Stephen A. Smith talk about how good Dak Prescott is and how the Cowboys are going to make a run at the NFC East, and they're going to be terrible in the middle of the season. They will be out of it. Washington, Philly, far and away the best teams in that division, but I will stake it. I think they're winning week 1. What's next?
Some people are really stupid.
According to Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports, the official Super Bowl rematch between the Chiefs and Eagles will be week 2 in Kansas City. But, this is I'm having one of those Brett Radar moments. If the Eagles are opening up the season in week 1 against the Cowboys, yet they're choosing to put the Kansas City game in week 2, are they potentially doing this to avoid a potential letdown later in the season between the two teams, just in case one team just so happens to fall below expectations?
Maybe. Thoughts?
I'm glad you had so many ideas on that, Coach. Yeah, they try and get these things done early on in the season. I don't think there's going to be a letdown from Philly or Kansas City. They're both going to be there at the end of the regular season.
Which seems more likely, though? Which seems more likely to have a letdown?
The Chiefs, because the division is harder.
I also think that the division is harder, and
it got me, man.
The division is harder, and I really question what Travis Kelce is even going to be this year, because last year was not good, and there's still not the dependable dude that Patrick Mahomes needs. I don't know.
LA got better. Denver got better.
Raiders got way better.
The Raiders got way better. I can't guarantee that Kansas City got better this year. Did they? I think the answer is no. There's a greater chance that Kansas City does not win their division. There's also the idea that Jaden Daniels could be going into a sophomore slump type of season.
No.
What do you mean no?
I'm a believer.
We didn't feel that way about CJ Stroud last year.
I'm a believer in Jaden Daniels.
He could be CJ Stroud.
Nah, he can. The dude can run. It's a great equalizer. When you're that good as a passer and you can run, kind of like Rain, you're a problem. You're a problem.
Yeah, with Rain.
KJ, keep it going.
Some people are really stupid.
So some
like me on that last.
That was awesome.
Thoughts?
It was something with the morning show 2 months ago. It may have been more than 2 months ago, but it's now a recurring joke on the morning show where Brett or Vic goes, China? Thoughts? And I'm thrilled that you've brought it to our program. Thrilled. KJ?
It was the way that he segued it in. That was just
those your skis?
Perfectly timed.
When he started off the answer going, I don't know, and then he looked down, I was staring. I'm just going to wait until you say something else. I was going to let that thing go for 20 seconds.
Big gulps, huh?
So some other schedule leaks that is taking place around the NFL is the Vikings will host the Lions on Christmas Day as well.
That's a bit of a departure, hasn't that been the Lions have played the Packers. Has that been
I don't know if it's the same exact teams, but I know like Detroit always plays there.
Okay. I thought Lions Packers I think is the Thanksgiving game. That makes sense. NFC North is going to be good.
And then also Travis Hunter, he will have his NFL debut at home versus Bryce Young and the Panthers, which you would think is a layup, but we'll see about that. And then obviously a few minutes ago, I just showed you guys the New York Giants schedule. Are there anything, as far as leaks at the moment that has kind of caught you guys by surprise, whether it's like, didn't see that coming or maybe something that you're kind of like, okay, well, that lets me know this team is probably out of it early?
I don't think that those types of like conversations happen with the schedule makers, do they?
I don't think so.
It's too hard to look at the overall change from year to year and go, they're going to be good at this time. They're not. We always get it wrong. I had Jacksonville winning the division last year.
But think about the NFL schedule makers. After you've set the teams, you've set home and away, and then you get into one question has to be answered. How will we make the most money? Period. And it's about markets. It's about superstar players. And for example, like we're talking about Jacksonville Jaguars opening up with the Carolina Panthers. Like a year ago, that'd be like, nobody's watching that game. Travis Hunter changes that a lot. I think so.
Really?
I do. I think Travis Hunter is must-watch TV. I think he is going to... You're not feeling that about Travis Hunter? He's won the Heisman Trophy playing both sides of the football. He's going to play both sides of the football for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Did Deion Sanders get people to tune in when he was playing for the Dallas Cowboys or before with the Falcons? You bet he did.
I mean, Travis Hunter makes Jacksonville and Carolina must watch.
I think I'd be fired up to watch that.
That's a blackout game.
It was a year ago, Raj. What's changed? There's some hope because of what Bryce did at the tail end of last season. Showed some signs that he is a franchise quarterback.
It doesn't move the needle for me.
It moves the noodle for me.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at mountainhighappliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Make sure you guys text this keyword in. You have 90 seconds
remaining.
Hurry
up, man. You better hurry up.
Text the word trouble, TROUBLE. That is trouble with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Trouble 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. We will call our first winner on the other side of the break. If you hear your name, you have 5 minutes to call that number back. If you call back, you're going to Game 6 for the Nuggets and Thunder. If you don't call back, we move on to another winner. That's next. All right, it's time to give away a pair of tickets to Game 6 for the Nuggets and Thunder at Ball Arena on Thursday evening. If you guys don't want to leave it up to chance, go to nuggets.com/playoffs to get limited ticket inventory right now. But if your name is William Putman, you have 5 minutes to call back at 303-504-0925. Your clock ends at 11:50 a.m. If you do not call back William Putman at 303-504-0925, we will move on to another winner. So your 5 minutes starts right now. William Putman. I hope that you call back and you get it. When did you know last night that you had let go of the rope that was a pivotal Game 5 victory? Because I mentioned there were two moments in Game 7 against the Stars that I knew were like fulcrums. When Rantanen scored, I went, oh no, something's happening. But I still thought there were still, you had taken enough time off the clock as the Avs that you could hold on for dear life. That was the first Rantanen goal. Then the second one happened where he wraps around the boards, it hits off Gerard's skate, and that was the moment that I knew there was no coming back from it. What was your moment last night?
Missed Chet Holmgren free throw, and he gets the rebound.
That was the oh no, something's happening.
This is not good.
Okay, so that was the Rantanen first goal. I completely agree. Holmgren misses the free throw. They get it back right after you would hit a three, and then they get a 3-point play. I agree. That was my moment that I went, something's cooking. Something's cooking. When was the moment that you knew this thing's not going our way? When was the Rantanen wraparound moment for you?
I think it was the final Russ clutching, almost stumbling awkwardly, and then throwing up an egregious air ball.
His final air ball that missed on the left side.
Of three.
Yeah.
3 air balls in the old building he played in.
Where it got off the rails for me in the fourth was while Lou Dort was going on his 3 straight threes made. It was the one that made it 92-90. After Denver gets 3 separate opportunities off of missed threes to find a way to get a bucket, right? So Dort makes his second of 3 threes to cut the lead from 92-84 to 92-87. You get the bricked Peyton Watson 3. OKC goes down, misses. You get another opportunity on the other side. Jamal misses a 3. Jamal gets a defensive rebound. MPJ misses a 3. Or rather, it was either a 3 or a deep 2, if I remember correctly. And then Dort hits that final 3 to bring it from a 5-point lead to a 2-point lead. And at that point, I went, that's it. You have gone ice cold. It's not happening, because what had just happened before that is that you had the back-to-back-to-back threes that you missed on the same exact possession that we talked about earlier on in the show. That was the moment that I knew, when you had back-to-back defensive stops and could not find a way to get a bucket. And then every single time on the other side, it felt like Lou Dort throwing the ball to the moon. He hits the shots that he hits from beyond the arc feel like they're going to hit the roof. And he hits his third and final one. I went, you're not winning this game. Yeah. That was my Mikko Rantanen wraparound.
Lou Dort, that was a Lou Dort legacy game if you're of OKC lore. I don't think this series is over, Raj. You said something off the air, and are you okay if I reveal that? About
do whatever you want.
How you felt about the result of last night and what you think is going to happen in Game 6, and that ultimately what happened last night is going to go ahead.
I think whoever won Game 6 won the series. I still think it's a 7-game series. Game 5 wins the series. And I do believe in Denver's ability to stretch it to 7. Now, the X factor, if you get it to 7 games, is the extra day of rest that they're going to get, that they have not had since the middle of the LA series. And if we're talking about fatigue last night, was it fatigue? Was it not? You say it was fear, not fatigue. If it was fatigue, the extra day goes really far for you.
If it's fear, they need to go see the Wizard, because Scarecrow or the Tin Man.
You need a heart.
Need a heart.
Some courage.
Let's get some courage.
Wait, no, that's not the Scarecrow.
I don't care.
Isn't that the Cowardly Lion? The Cowardly
Sure.
Lion needs...
Does
he need a heart? What does the Cowardly Lion need?
All I want is for the Nuggets to shoot baskets confidently at the end of basketball games. Raj, I do go back to this, man. Game 6 is so incredibly important. Don't just chalk this thing up as a victory. Don't just chalk this thing up as a loss. And I'm talking about if you're a fan. Go in there and play with your back against the wall. Be a fan base that has your back against the wall. Make insane levels of noise, because that building in that craptastic town of Oklahoma City was loud as all get out. If you get this thing won in Game 6, there's one thing that I've learned about the Denver Nuggets this year. Every year is unique. Every collection of players, clearly the coaching staff's different than it was even a month and a half ago. When they have their backs against the wall, when you're about ready to just kick the dirt on them, not even think about Michael Porter Jr. going into Game 3. Everybody's ready to just, hey, kick the dirt on this dude. He's done. He goes out and hits 5 3-pointers. This team's capable of winning these types of games. And I believe that as a Nuggets fan, you have the ability to have an outcome. You can have an effect on this outcome at Ball Arena on Thursday night, tomorrow night. And I think it's going to be awesome. Like, I am still very optimistic about this series, Raj. I am.
The Scarecrow needed a brain. If I only had a brain, right? There you go.
So that'd be you.
Yes.
Okay.
The Lion needed courage. The king of the forest.
Is that the Nuggets?
I think the Nuggets.
The surrounding
Nuggets are
cast,
the Lion right now.
The surrounding cast outside of Nikola Jokic.
That's what you need. So Nikola Jokic right now in this scenario is he the Wizard? He's not the Wizard, because the Wizard he's
fraudulent.
A farce.
Fraudulent.
Is he Judy Garland?
Is he
clicking his heels?
Is he
together 3 times with ruby red slippers?
Is he the ruby red slippers?
Could be. Who knows? Is he Galinda the Good Witch? Is he Ariana Grande?
Could you imagine them standing next to each other?
You know the pictures of Earl Boykin standing next to Yao Ming? It's
Speaking
Ariana
of,
and Joker.
Speaking of the Wizard of Oz and needing a brain, needing a heart, needing courage, did our winner call in?
KJ, do we have a winner?
We do.
All right.
He did call back.
Congratulations,
nice.
my guy, Billy Putman. William Putman is going to Game 6. Need you guys in there at the building again. If you didn't win, you have opportunities to win throughout the day. Keywords happen on the 20s. So coming up on PhD, you'll have opportunities to enter to win at 12:20, 1:20, and 2:20. Kreckman and Lindahl, the same thing, 3:20, 4:20, 5:20. And then they're going to give away their winners, PhD, at 2:45. And Kreckman and Lindahl at 5:45.
Did you read this text from the Shop Mazda text
The
line?
best one we could have got. He's Dorothy because he just wants to go home.
I just want to go to Serbia. I want to be with horse.
I want to stay on parade. The only way that he wants to stay in the wonderful world of Oz is if they win. Then he gets to stay on the parade with the Munchkins, which is everyone else not named Nikola Jokic, the Munchkins, and he stays in Munchkin land. Now, if they don't win, he does not want to stay on parade, and he wants to click his heels 3 times and go back to Serbia. It's exactly what we want. Congratulations, William Putman.
You know what Munchkin I want?
What's up?
I want a Munchkin to show up in the movie tomorrow night of The Wizard of Oz. And
Jalen Pickett.
The Munchkin is Jalen Pickett.
That's exactly who he is.
It's the widow guy. The widow guy's got to go out there and hit some baskets.
Do you feel better? Do you feel better about last night after today's cry session that I feel like we've had for 2 hours? I feel a little bit better today after going through the fact that, like, I feel better that you lost 2 games. I don't think you were beaten in 2 games.
I feel
Denver
really good.
had the rope. They just let go of it.
I went through all the different stages of grief. Anger was my first segment. I yelled about the lack of courage, the lack of belief, and really a sense of fear. And then we kind of went through rationality. And then I finished with hope. That's what I have right now, Raj. I got a lot of hope.
That'll do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, Behind the Glass, my name is Alex Ryanemi. Coming up next is PhD. You'll have your first opportunity to text in a keyword coming up at 12:20. Again, don't leave it to chance. Nuggets.com/playoffs to get tickets today to get inside the building. Game 6 against the Thunder tomorrow night on Altitude's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. See you.
I know not so smart radio hosts who love each other on the same station can have respectful disagreements about things, and I feel like today is going to be one of those days. But I'll just say this right up front. I think they're going to win Game 6, and after that, I really don't know. I think the 2 days of rest is going to help. But we had a situation yesterday, guys, that was a carbon copy of Game 4. So if you're going to do the things that you did in Game 4 exactly the same way, why would you expect something different in Game 5? And I have I've got a whole sort of theory about it, but I want to.
It was not a carbon copy.
Talk to me.
How was it a carbon copy?
You tried to
the result or the way to get the result?
You tried the way you try to get what you did coaching-wise and the result that came because of it.
I disagree.
I know. That's why I set things up.
Game 4, you rested Joker, and you got on a big run, lost your momentum, you lost the game. This time you stayed with Joker.
Yep.
And you lost your momentum and run and lost, too. So you've tried both. People ask this dude, well, 4 times they've played him in the fourth quarter and they've lost. Dude, he was 4 of 6.
It's not about him.
It was not about.
It's about the rest. It's about what it does to the rest of the team.
It had nothing to do with Joker in that game at all.
I think you would have been insane, coach, to not ride the wheels till they fall off with Joker in that game. That was one of those games that now you didn't know it was going to be as bad as it was in the fourth for everybody else until you were there and it was happening.
Well, just like it happened in Game 4.
But hindsight being 2020, it was like, thank God we didn't take this dude off the court because it was the only thing that we had. And you know what? It was almost enough. It was almost enough to get the most important win of the series. Unfortunately, you lost the most important game of the series.
Well, I might be on a branch by myself on this today. Then maybe I will be.
What is the branch? They needed to set him to play who?
It's not. It's about what it does to the team. It's
Meaning
not.
What?
It's about what it does, and in terms of it impacts the team. And
I know, but what do you mean by that?
I'm listening to Coach and Raj. Boy, they were all over it. And I'll just reference the general thing they were saying.
And don't get me in trouble again.
I'm not going to try. But you ever been on the team, or perhaps you were on the team?
Just don't say names.
Where there was a significant player who was better than everybody else, and all you did, or all the coach ever did?
DMac's never had that feeling. He doesn't know that feeling.
Ironically, I do know the feeling because I was on a team in high school with the other guy. I wasn't that guy. I wasn't Kelly Leak from the Bad News Bears. Now, listen, it's an older reference, and for those who get it, you'll get it. For those that don't, let me just explain. In one of the greatest sports movies, perhaps the best baseball movie of all time, Bad News Bears from 1976, Buttermaker wanted to beat the Yankees and win the championship for Chico's bail bonds and the Bad News Bears. And he had Kelly Leak, who was a motorcycle-riding, cigarette-smoking 12-year-old.
Yeah. How old was? I wonder how old he was supposed to be.
Well, it's Little League. Yeah. Little League only goes up to 12. Maybe you turn 13 in June. But, I mean, theoretically, we're going on that line.
12, 13-year-old, yeah.
Yeah, who wanted to...
Could have been 11.
Wanted to date the girl and smoke cigarettes, ride motorcycles. And in the big game, when they had come back from everything, Buttermaker told Kelly Leak, who was that weird hippie dude in the Will Ferrell basketball movie. You know, the guy who hit the $10,000 shot? That's Kelly Leak. But this is Kelly Leak as a kid. He was probably 21 when he did the movie playing a 12-year-old. He told Kelly Leak to just go out there and make every single play for him. And what happened? They weren't a team anymore. And it wasn't that Kelly was bad. They didn't lose because of Kelly. But they didn't depend on anybody else. When I was in high school, we had Rich Buckley. He scored 53 points in the state championship game, Scott.
There you go.
And we lost by 6. You can't have a team, and I get it. Kelly Leak is good. So is Rich Buckley. So is the best player. So is the best 12-year-old on your team. I get it. But what does it do to the rest of the team? You all sit around and watch Kelly Leak.
Listen.
You don't do anything.
I say I disagree. And I play with Dominique Wilkins, and that was the case, and sometimes with Dominique, when we had 4 of the guys stand and watch. I don't think that was a situation in that game last night at all. You shot it 21 times. He got 6. I mean, there's 15 other shots that some other guys are going to take. What I saw was guys getting the ball or hiding and I was on another show this morning. When you see a guy catch it and he's 9 foot open from the nearest defender and he's head faking, he don't want to shoot it. That's what you got last night. It had nothing to do.
He doesn't want to shoot it because he's on the same floor as
Has
Nikola
nothing to do.
Jokic.
He doesn't want to shoot it because he's afraid to fail.
I gotcha, but he's afraid he doesn't have a choice if
No.
Jokic ain't there.
No, you're reading way too much into
it's
that.
not every day that I actually refer to my friend Dan Hawkins in an affectionate way.
That's true.
But my response to your bad news Bears take,
Kelly Leak,
would be, murals. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We're saying that Jokic is taken away from his teammates, that they're afraid to play ball. No, it's up to them. These are professional basketball players. These professional basketball players are getting paid a whole lot of money, getting paid max contracts to go out there and shoot air balls. Okay?
David Adelman. David Adelman.
No. Hold on. This is not on Nikola Jokic nor on David Adelman to get them going. What you do in professional leagues, you give your dogs the ball as much as you possibly can to go win games. That's what you do.
Yeah. They did the same thing 2 games in a row, fellas, and it backfired both times.
Okay, so
this might be the dumbest take you've ever had, and you've had a bunch of them.
You still have not answered. To do what? To do what?
To build the team up, to play with confidence.
God bless it.
They went. You can disagree with me all you want, but it's happened now 2 games in a row. There was a 7 minutes.
Break it down.
There was a 7-minute stretch where nobody scored a basket. The team went 0 for 8, including Jokic, by the way.
People shot.
Who could have been tired. And it was a coaching. Like I said, I might be out on a limb all by myself on this.
Well, I thought you said somebody else agreed with you.
Well, Coach and Raj were talking about the best player on the team, the Kelly Leak factor. They don't know Bad News Bears. They were just talking about it. I had that guy, Rich Buckley. Rich was unbelievable. It wasn't his fault we lost. Despite the fact that we won our league, he was first team all Massachusetts. He averaged 33 points a game. It wasn't his fault in the first round of the playoffs that we all stood around and watched Buck because the coach just leaned on him too much. He didn't allow anything else to happen.
Hold on.
It's one thing to talk about little leaguers or high schoolers. It's another thing to talk about what Tyler's getting into, pro athletes. If you're that guy in pro athletes and you got the wrong guys, you have the wrong guys.
And here's the deal. Who's to say that Nikola Jokic wasn't doing that because the other guys couldn't play ball?
Nikola Jokic,
like who's to say that Nikola Jokic isn't reading the room, says, okay, enough's enough. I got to take this thing game over. The one thing I know is that Nikola Jokic was an animal. And if anything, I wish we could have gotten him more shots.
Nikola Jokic, nor any other player, scored a field goal for 7 straight minutes in the fourth quarter.
And he took 1 shot in that 7 minutes.
Okay.
He also had 5 assists and 20 opportunities got missed assists.
Hold on. Did you think that Nikola Jokic looked tired?
Nikola probably got a little tired as the game wore on, yeah.
You thought he looked tired?
Defensively, probably, yeah. He was offensively, he was fine.
What did he do wrong defensively?
I thought he looked fresh as he could possibly be all the way to the end of the game with all those minutes
I read
played.
that on Twitter. Somebody said, well, defensively, he looked – where?
Listen, this is not Nikola Jokic's fault. And it's easy to take, this little opinion that I have and twist it to say I'm criticizing Jokic.
No, it's either –
I'm not. I'm criticizing the coach.
Yeah, and I think that's a dumb take too.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But
because why he played in the fourth quarter is because he took him out and rested like everybody should do in Game 4. He didn't in Game 5. Now, if I were going to rest Joker, now I will say this because I wrote it down because I watched the game this morning. At the 9-something mark, they went back up 9 points.
Mm-hmm.
Joker made a nice little floater. They called a timeout. Blah, blah, blah. If you want to rest him there. I see why you start him in the fourth quarter because of Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying not to repeat the sins of Game 4. So if you wanted to rest him at that timeout, going up 9, maybe you take him out there for 2 minutes. But listen, let's go down the roster. Michael Porter Jr.'s first and only and last basket was at 5:58 in the first quarter.
Yeah, why is he in the game?
Christian Brown, because there ain't nobody else.
So now those are conversations to be had.
Christian Brown's last made basket was at 5:53 of the second quarter.
So why is he in the game?
Because you ain't got nobody else.
Which is why Nikola Jokic is in the game.
Why don't you have a general manager?
I do struggle. I do struggle with the Michael
Porter Jr. Why you don't have a GM right now?
Why isn't Jalen Pickett in that game?
I do struggle with the Michael Porter Jr. one because, Scott, I hear what you're saying. You don't have anybody else. Somebody could be better than that. I mean, somebody could be better than that.
Just tell me why Jalen Pickett wasn't in that game.
He hasn't played?
Because they don't like it. Because they don't trust him.
Cool. Why hasn't he played?
Because they don't trust him.
Why don't they trust him? He played down the end of the season. Played a lot down the end of the season. He played over Russell Westbrook in important games at the end of the season.
And there's minor leaguers come in and pitch for baseball teams late in the season that don't even get on the roster.
I'm not sure how Jalen Pickett applies to Nikola Jokic.
Well, it's all related together. You've got to play your entire team. Listen, this is not brain surgery. It's the beginning of the fourth quarter. You have the lead. You sit Jokic, which you do 99.9% of every game you've played for the past 8 years. You give it a rest for 3 or 4 minutes, and the guys can't look around the court. I get it. It's the NBA, and they're pro athletes, not high school and little league and the whole thing. But that team looked frozen yesterday in fear.
The same guys saying you should arrest Joker to start the fourth, the same guys are in game 4 say, why'd you rest in the fourth? You had the momentum. Keep the momentum going.
Well, that's not me. That's not me. I've watched this team pretty damn closely over the past few years, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, as soon as Jokic started that fourth quarter, I was like, this is a panic move by Adelman.
No.
You don't need to do this right now.
At the 9:21 mark, you're up 9. You've actually increased the lead. So how is it
But in order for your theory to be correct, you would have to see a diminishing return from Nikola Jokic. And you did not see a diminishing return.
I saw a diminishing return from the team. It's not about Jokic himself.
And how is that on Jokic?
Because Joker played.
These are professional basketball players.
Okay.
They get paid
what you're saying is the rest of the team are going, save us, big fella, save us.
That's what those 40-point games turn into. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely wrong.
So the 40-point...
I think this is the dumbest take you've ever had.
So the Jokic... How many 50-point games has Jokic actually won that he's had?
It doesn't matter.
He's 0 for 4.
I don't know.
How do they do in 40-point games by Jokic?
In those 50 and 40-point games, who all played and who didn't play? In the 61-point game, you had 2 of the 3 starters didn't play.
What I think you're doing right now is you're discounting the wits of Nikola Jokic.
No,
of why
he's trying to find a scapegoat. And he's trying to blame it on the Adelman.
Well, that's fine. And also, he had a take yesterday that they needed to play the bench, and so now we need that to be right. And we all do that, by the way. I do that too.
I was right, wasn't I?
But I think you're discounting the wits of Nikola Jokic in these games. Why does Nikola Jokic do it in these games? Because he knows he has to do it. Because he can feel his team. Because he can feel his teammates. So it's not a coincidence that the games that they struggle happen to be games that he scores a lot of points. He's scoring a lot of points because his teammates are struggling and he knows he has to do it.
Adelman screwed that game up, and he knows it.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
It sucks. And this is what's going to happen.
So you take Nikola Jokic off the court at the beginning of the fourth. What changes?
I think they battle. I think you go 3 or 4 minutes.
Who's going to battle?
DeAndre Jordan's going to battle. Yeah, DeAndre Jordan's going to battle.
Okay.
You're going to be tough. You're going to be physical.
So DeAndre Jordan's
and you're going to be scrappy. Jamal Murray's going to have a little extra responsibility, and hopefully you'll know that you have to take the ball to the basket and not huck up 46 three-pointers, which is way out of character for the team.
Let me throw this out there. Joker got 25 shots. 6 of those were second chance shot putback. So in reality, he only got 19. Why is he only getting 19 shots? Is that too many? Is that dominating the game for all the players to sit there and say we can't do anything?
Why didn't the team score a bucket from the field in over 7-minute period?
Because they went 1 for 14.
No, but I get it. What they did. Why? Why?
Because they missed shots. It was 1 for 14.
I mean, if
Joker scored, they missed 13 shots, and then Joker scored again.
If we're really being honest here, we wanted to look for a moment. We should have all known that game was over when Russell Westbrook shot the worst three-pointer in the history of the NBA. that was arguably
which
the
one?
Worst
He had like 3 air
balls.
balls.
No, you know the one. You know there was one that was the worst three-pointer I have ever seen.
All right, we got to take a break. That's it. I'll sit back and listen. I'm happy to be wrong.
It's Adelman's fault. Blame him. That's the easiest thing in the world. As a former player, and I'm not the player.
No, you're upset. I'm pissed off.
I'm just
clearly.
I hate when we blame coaches more than we do the players.
Are we going to look at the air ball real quick before we go to break?
Oh, this better be the right one.
Well, we dish it off.
Oh, it's the right one.
Plenty of time. No defense at all.
God bless it. That was the worst. That was the worst 3-point attempt I've ever seen.
And that was to go up 11.
Adelman's fault.
We'll
have the first keyword for playoff tickets next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. So here's what you do. You give them a holler. They work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, so schedule a consult today. The visit's $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's time for a Nuggets Playoff Ticket Wednesday. Keywords are your way to win. All three keywords have something to do with the Nuggets, and they're linked together, but I don't know what it is. I was told that it's a little puzzle inside a puzzle. You don't win anything. You figure out what they mean, but it's just to play and have fun. Tomorrow night, this is it. So if you want to be there to win tickets, text TREASURE as well as your first and last name to 303-504-0925. TREASURE. 303-504-0925. You have until 12:45 to get that done. At 2:45, we'll announce the name, and you have 5 minutes to claim your tickets. TREASURE. 303-504-0925. And don't forget, you can go to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory, and it's going to be crazy. It'll be, oh, by the way, 6:30. Guys like that?
Sure.
Fan of 6:30?
I'm kind of getting used to these late games, though. You know, it's kind of like you get the whole night in, especially now that it's staying light out there. You know, not bad.
Yeah. 6:30, 1:30 for Game 7. That'll be a big deal.
This late sunset. I've been trying to be an early to bed guy of late.
How's
It's
that
kind of
going?
it's messing with it because it doesn't get dark until 9 o'clock.
I know. I love it. This would be daylight savings. We just keep this year round. Who needs the sun up in the morning? What are you looking up there, Scott? You look like you're working away on something.
I'm just looking up the numbers.
Okay.
History.
Okay.
Looking up a little history. Just trying to figure out when the run was and what all the stuff.
All right.
You know, it's neither here nor there, but it's kind of ticking me off now that I'm thinking about it. It ticks me off that the NBA didn't pass out the MVP at that game last night.
Why?
That ticks me off. Because you know what they were saying? The Nuggets have no chance of winning this game. No chance of winning this game, and it kind of pisses me off a little bit.
It was a little arrogant.
Because if the Nuggets win that game, the NBA is running the risk of Oklahoma City losing in 6 in Denver and not having the opportunity to pass that award out.
Yeah, they were telling you what they think.
And now they get exactly what they want.
Well, they can do it before Game 7.
Well, they'll either do it in the next series if they win it in 6, or they do it in 7 when they bring it back home.
Yeah.
Well,
that was a risk by the NBA.
If they win Game 6, then they'll just do it in the in-between days before the finals, Western Conference Finals. They may do it. Who knows? Maybe they'll do it before Game 7 on Sunday.
It could give them a little inspiration.
Yep.
Do you think there will be a
little distraction?
Do you think there will be a Game 7 on Sunday?
I do.
I do too. You don't?
Nah.
That was it, huh?
It sucks. It sucks, man.
That was it?
Look, man, I hope I'm wrong. I certainly am not rooting for it. But, yeah, my gut tells me that's it. I thought that Game 5 is what it was going to be all about. And unfortunately, I think that game is going to be affirmation for that team that we suck at basketball right now, except for Nikola Jokic.
Oh, I think not only are they going to win tomorrow night, I think they could blow the doors off of Oklahoma City. I think they could. It could be somewhat similar to Game 7 against the Clippers.
Is Michael Porter Jr. playing?
Yeah, of course.
The same amount of minutes?
Oh, well, he's probably going to shoot well. Listen, we talked about it. It's like 2 bad games, 1 good game. 2 bad games, 1 good game. We're set for another good game.
I don't buy it.
Well,
all right, I don't blame you.
We've had 2 games of 3, so.
Yeah. I mean, we all wrote him off before Game 3, and he came out, and he was unbelievable that Friday night. He's kind of due for it.
2 points. 2.
The whole team's kind of due for it.
I mean, at least get some rebounds or something, dude.
Yeah, he was terrible. Why was he on the court?
I don't know.
Ask you a tricky question. It was an interesting moment that Vic had with Aaron Gordon after the game. Did you catch this interaction where Vic did not ask him about the article, but Aaron Gordon brought it up? Well, let me play the audio for you, and then we can talk about it.
Aaron, you know this team, and you know the character of this team. Can you win 2 in a row against that team?
Absolutely. But I got to start with 1 at home. But really, I don't feel like talking about the game. Earlier, I caught wind of an article that came out about Russell Westbrook in our locker room after Game 2, which was a completely arbitrary article and pointless and unnecessary by whoever it was that put it out. Russ is one of the most talented basketball players that has ever played the game of basketball. And quite frankly, he's been great for us all year long. We're brothers. We spend more time with our team than we do with our own family. Of course, there's going to be disagreements. But that conversation wasn't for anybody other than our own group and the the internal workings of our locker room. So that article is just so arbitrary and so far from the truth. Russ has been amazing for us. And not only is he a great basketball player, but he's an even better human being. And he's going to continue to be great for us, and he's going to make a huge impact, and he's going to help us win these next 2 games. And that's all I got to say, guys.
Thanks, sir.
Wow. Thoughts? Okay. Seriously? Nothing?
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't do anything for me or do anything against me. I mean, somebody probably said something that was a teammate that he felt was attacked via his words, and he thought he had to address it, I guess.
I don't want to talk about the game. I want to talk about this article, unprompted.
Well, it's probably been weighing on him.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Yeah, so I mean, first off, he doesn't discredit the idea that there was a discussion.
Didn't deny it at all.
Nope.
Basically confirmed it.
Yeah, which is fine. And like you say, when your brother's in a locker room, the stuff does happen all the time. I told you yesterday, the thing that bothers me the most out of it is who's the mold teammate? Who's the teammate that sought out Ramona and was like, yeah, Russ did this, Russ did that, Russ is selfish. Like, who are you?
That's what I wrote down here. Rat. Underlined. Like, that seems to be the bigger issue. Like, who on our team is spilling stuff that doesn't mean anything? He said it was arbitrary and unnecessary. From his point of view, absolutely. Doesn't do the Nuggets any good whatsoever.
I think his reporter was arbitrary and unnecessary.
That's interesting. Why?
Because it happened in Game 2 of the first series. Why didn't you report it in the first series?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, it was from the first series, Game 2 of the first series.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
So why report it then if not you're in L.A., you're from L.A., he's from L.A., you're trying to protect your reputation in L.A., so you wait till the following series to bring it up? I mean, why would you sit on that if you weren't trying to stir something right now?
Well, specifically, the article is by Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. What kind of reporter do you view her as?
I think I've never had a problem with her.
Okay, is she a reputable reporter? Is she credible?
I don't know enough about her. I just know how she's treated me. She's always kind and nice, and I've talked to her a lot.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, is it reputable to have a story from the first series and you wait till this late, this Game 6 of the second series?
That is a good point because
that's big news.
If you follow the story, she says, a player comes out and passes this on to me. Well, that means they passed it on in the hallway weeks ago, Like
the story itself wasn't about this one particular instance. It was like a magazine. It was a long piece. It was like a magazine type of story about Russell Westbrook on the Nuggets. Now, did it have some salacious details in there? Sure.
Is anybody talking about any other part of the article?
No.
Is it another one of the typical sports articles that get lost in the atmosphere somewhere?
You can make the argument, which would be fair. You got a juicy piece of gossip, and you wrote all sorts of blibbity blab around it so you could put in the dirt.
Right.
You could make that article. And because nobody is talking about any other parts of it,
at all,
you got a pretty good case that somehow I needed to get this gossipy stuff in there. So in order to do that, I'm going to write 3,000 words about other things as long as I can get this 100 words.
Get the gobbledygook in. And by her words, we're sure it was a player.
That's what she says. You don't buy that?
No. You know what? If I'm going to be real honest and not just be cryptic, no, I don't.
What do you think it was?
I think it was somebody else.
So there's a rat on board.
Maybe.
In the organization.
Maybe.
Well, now we're definitely calling her a shady reporter if she's outright lying about it.
Well, it's easier to say it's in the locker room than you throw everybody off the trail.
You sure it's not one of those players who's just dying in their sweatsuit, not playing in the games? It's a little bit bitter about not playing? You sure it's not one of them guys?
Yeah, because usually, and you know this, it's usually a relationship that's built with people. What was the SI reporter forever? McCallum or something.
Mike Silver was my guy that used to do that type of stuff all the time. But I like Mike now, but we had our differences.
But, yeah, and I can't think of this guy.
Jackie McCollum?
McCollum. It was a guy, beard. He wrote, anyway, he used to write SI, and he used to call me all the time.
Okay.
But I had a relationship with him for 8 years, and also I started
basketball guy back in your time, writer?
Basketball guy. McCollum. I think it was
Jack
Jack
McCollum.
McCollum.
See, there's Jackie McCollum, but there's also Jack McCollum.
Yeah, McMillan and McCollum.
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Jackie
right.
McMillan,
Jackie
Jack
McMillan, Jack
McCollum.
McCollum. Right,
Yeah.
correct.
And Jack would call me all the time. And I would do stuff, and I got quoted in SI all the time. That's why I was all NBA. I think it was all NBA interview team my last 2 years in the league.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and I never played. So there are guys that have a relationship. Who on the end of the Nuggets bench has a relationship with any national reporter? The answer is zero. So it's
on the end of the bench. Mm-hmm. What about in the middle of the bench?
Well, I don't think anybody in the starting five has either.
Okay.
I don't think anybody in the starting five is dumb enough to do that.
By the way, he's so immature.
Because I saw her talking to somebody outside the locker room during that first series.
Okay.
And you know what? It was not a player.
Okay.
Now, that could have just been a whole nother, get more information somewhere else. But it was not a player.
Outside the locker room, one player relayed why Gordon might have done so, which is, having a fight with him. Quote, he's so immature, he said of Westbrook. That is a short quote, by the way. There's nothing, that is kind of like borderline offhand. Now, it is pretty sleazy. If you say something offhand to a reporter, and the reporter really should say, is that on the record or not, in all honesty, if it's like some sort of offhand thing. If you're going to use a quote, if you just want to say, the rumor is, or this, that, or the vibe is that he's mature, if you just want to write that. But when you put that in a quote, that's on the record.
Yeah.
That's a little dodgy if the player clearly didn't know he was on the record. But I don't know. That goes to your source. Why is ESPN writing something for Clips? I mean, come on, let's stop being naive, right? That's what do you think ESPN does? What do you think Ramona Shelburne's trying to do?
But again, if it's such a good article and everything else, why then do you not do it? Because it goes down two paragraphs. Nuggets won 3 of their next 4 games, dispersed the Clippers, blah, blah. But why wouldn't you do it? I mean, that'd been a great quote during the middle of that Clippers series, wouldn't it? But why not then?
Mm-hmm. It's a good question. That'd be an interesting question from Ramona Shelburne.
Yeah.
We may see her tomorrow. She's been covering the series.
And it is an ESPN game.
Well, maybe we could ask her.
You're right down there. You can
I'll ask her. I'll ask her about the nature of the article, sure.
Yeah.
I'll say it caused quite a bit of consternation. Why didn't you just put
that
out?
Not within the team, it hasn't.
You're positive about that because Aaron Gordon didn't want to answer a reasonable question for Vic. He wanted to talk about this article after the game. So you positive?
But who does it make it look bad? In that quote, who makes it look bad?
I think it makes everyone look a little bit bad if you're just going to take it on the surface level. Now you're not going to buy it, and I quite frankly neither do I. But if you're just reading that article, you don't have vested interest in the Nuggets. I think it makes you look unstable.
Scott, if the team didn't fall apart in the fourth quarter, if they had won the game, had Aaron Gordon not just brought that up out of the blue to Vic, we barely talked about this yesterday on our show. Remember we had Vic on? The story came up while we were on the air. We kind of talked about it for 2-3 minutes, and we just blew it off.
I mean, it was enough for Russell Westbrook's wife to be tweeting about it. It was enough for Aaron Gordon to be talking about it after the game.
Hold on. So outside the locker room, one player relayed why Gordon might have done so. He's so immature, said Westbrook. 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs there. The great thing about this team is we're not afraid to talk honestly with each other and hold each other accountable.
Another anonymous
So why
quote.
wouldn't those things be tied together?
I think she's trying to write I think she got a good piece of gossip, and I think she's trying to put some balance around it. It's a moot point. The point is the article came out, and did that have any impact on how the game was played or on the players or their mental approach to things? That's actually the question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
and if the answer it didn't, then that's the answer.
I mean, maybe if I would have started to see fractures, but if anything, I saw it kind of uniting the guys. Like, Aaron Gordon didn't have to go out of his way to do that.
Well, after that blowout, as she says, or after that loss in game 2, they won 3 of the next 4 games.
I'll tell you this, man. If you ever had a moment to rally the wagons, we are here.
This is a perfect time to rally. Everybody's against us, Tom Brady style.
Oh, this is it, buddy.
This is a Tom Brady style.
We are here. If you can't Circle the wagons. Rally the wagons. Circle the wagons. That was close.
Rally the chickens.
This is a sort of a make or break moment here. But I think it's going to be a make moment for Game 6. I think they're going to come out and it's going to be, I think Porter will have an opportunity. I think now, in all honesty, it is too late to play the guys off the bench. I think that moment has really come and gone.
Oh, stop. I don't know what the difference would be between, like, if you're advocating for it in the last game, what the hell would be the difference in Game 6?
Because you had some time to play with in Game 5. We talked all about this yesterday. I mean, I went on and on about this yesterday. If you had a game to sort of get it in the mix and sort of fool around a little bit in a game you were likely going to lose anyways, yesterday would have been the time. And frankly, the other game would have been in Game 4 when you only had a 36-hour break, and Adelman after the game speculated whether he should have done that. It's not just me saying that. Adelman was speculating it. So you didn't do it in Game 4. You had a perfect reason to do it in Game 5, and you didn't.
I guess his conclusion was that, no, I shouldn't have.
No, I got you. I understand what he said, and I think it's a mistake. But at this point, forget it. Your opportunity to develop any of those guys or get anybody in a rhythm or develop any confidence is gone. You got no choice now but to do what you did now.
Let me look bigger picture real fast just because of what it pertains to this subject. And I said this today, I was in an interview with a guy in Grand Junction. That game gave me hope for Julian Strother.
Okay.
I have not lost any hope for Julian Strother. Two things have to happen. He has to get a little stronger. And if you remember, 2 years in a row, he was starting to have playing time and being significant, and he goes down with an injury that takes him out both years, rookie year and this past year, for over a month. I think it was 6 weeks this year. Your season's done. I mean, he was playing his rookie year, hurt his knee. Remember, he had a game that you won his rookie year in Atlanta because of how he played.
Mm-hmm.
Then he goes out for a whole month, misses, now it's done. Same thing to happen this year, right? When you really needed him, all of a sudden he's done for 6 weeks. But he's still quicker than I think people realize. He's weak. He still plays too much like a college kid when he thinks he's just got to holler and people are going to give him fouls. He and Peyton Watson both got to learn how to hit people and back away. But I still think this kid could be something. I still think this kid could be the guy off the bench that say, hey, we need 14 tonight on average. That means we're going to get a 26 out of you once in a while. Might get an 8 or a 6. We're going to average 14. I think he could be that guy. And if he can't, they are dead in trouble for the next 3 years.
Well said. And that's why draft matters, free agency matters, GMs matter. You're right. And it's scary if it's not. It's scary because you see the fall of these other teams. You see, we're barely a play-in team. We didn't even make the play-in. We got Kevin Durant on our team, but so what? Or we're first round out of the playoffs. We don't even get in. Like, don't tell me that hasn't happened with other superstars, and it could certainly happen to you too if your guys don't pan out.
Donovan Mitchell says hello.
How about that? Fun season, Cleveland.
I'll just answer one question of this. Donovan, and once again, we all the stat geeks, and everybody will jump me and because he had all these points. He was great. He had 25 shots and 21 free throws. 25 shots, 21 free throws.
Should be like 45 points.
That means he touched the ball a whole lot.
Yeah.
He had 1 assist. Huh? To me, you're not a superstar if you're not making people around you better. Donovan Mitchell's a great individual player. He did the same thing in Utah. He didn't make anybody better.
The key word is treasure. You still have 5 minutes to get treasure into 303-504-0925. There is still availability at nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory. Game 6 is going to be out of this world, and we want you to be there for free. The next keyword comes up at 1:20. We'll get back to the Nuggets in depth coming up after 1 o'clock, but we do know the first game for the Broncos. Looks like a nice start to the season. That's next.
Hey, all right, guys, gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got good news for you. You can get it back. You just got to commit to calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask them about their advanced FUE, and it's going to work. Simple as that. Just make the commitment. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. You will love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're the best of the best at what they do. Guys, I love Advanced Hair. It worked for me. It's already worked for tens of thousands of other folks, and it's going to work for you as well. They believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So call today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, we'll have another keyword for you for Game 6 that the Nuggets will win, I think.
Tyler doesn't.
Tyler doesn't, no, but Tyler's consistent. Tyler said yesterday was it, like that was it. And if you're going to be consistent, I admire you for being consistent because you said this was make or break, got to win.
Most important game of the series.
You can't say you got to win it and then come on the next day and say, well, no, I guess you didn't have to win it.
We got two.
You believe it? You believe it.
2 percentages rolling against or with and against the Nuggets. Somebody said I read today that if you win Game 5, 82% of people go on to win the series. 82%.
I didn't know that, but I felt like that.
Yeah, and there was a stat earlier, when you win Game 3, 74% of people go on and win the series. So you don't have quite as high a percentage, but it's like 82 versus 74 is what's going into Game 6 and 7.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind.
Another part of it, like, look, could the Nuggets win Game 6? Sure, they could. Do I think they could win back-to-back games against Oklahoma City when they're this tired? Hell no, I don't. So, unfortunately, for me, it just feels like the series is over. That's what it comes down to. Could they win 6? I hope so. That'd be awesome.
I'll just throw it out there then. What about, let's just, for the sake of this argument, say they win tomorrow night, which Scott thinks they will and I think they will, but a reasonable person could have their doubts. Let's say they win. What impact does it make for the first time in 2.5 weeks? You have a 2-day break between games instead of a 1-day break for the Nuggets.
Well, I think it helps them a little bit, but who knows?
It goes both ways, though. Like both teams are getting that, and that's a team that's already got more depth, and the depth and the starters are getting rest. So I don't know.
But it also gives you 2 days now to Oklahoma City. Oh, my God. Kind of like Cleveland. We can't get to a Game 7 after the year we've had, and so it also gives you 2 days to think about it.
Sure.
You're on house money right now. You win that Game 6, you're on house money.
It's always easier to be the underdog in Game 7.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it when I was watching on TV last night. I'm seeing those stupid T-shirts, and it looked damn cool that it was white in one section and blue in another. I was like, okay, that's cool. Because I'm inherently against the free T-shirt thing.
Oh, I love the free T-shirt.
I know, and it looked good yesterday. I was like,
looks better than the all black.
It looked better with light in the arena. Did you notice that?
Yeah,
they kept it all dark when they did the black T-shirts, and then you could actually see things.
It looked pretty cool.
Hey, that's a pretty, Scott, obviously you know a whole lot better than me, but that sure seems like a pretty loud arena to me.
Well, it was built to hold like the Big 12 tournament, basketball tournament. I think it did a couple times. It was built for a college arena, and then they go, oh, look, we got a franchise. Okay, here we go. We already got it.
I bet it was pretty quiet. I bet it was pretty quiet there going in the fourth quarter. I bet you could hear a pin drop then.
Yeah, watching the TV, you could tell. From the start, that what was it, 12-2 start?
However loud it was at one point, I bet it was good for calmness and shooting in the fourth quarter.
Did we really lose the game in hindsight at the end of the second?
That hurt.
Is that where we really lost it?
Wasn't
We're sitting here focusing on the fourth. We're focused on everything else. What were we up by? We're up by 10
11.
Plus, right?
You're up 11, and they go on a 9-0 run in the second quarter.
Oh, my gosh. I got to tell you, Scott, the ultimate Scott thing happened to me last night. This is true story. The Nuggets are down by 10 points. I go and I take a poop. I'm like, it's time. I got to go poop. So I go poop, and I'm expected to come back, and Nuggets are going to be down by 15 or whatever. Come out of my poop, and the Nuggets are winning. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I got to poop the rest of the night. I mean, somebody sent some Taco Bell to my house or something.
Well, here's a funny story.
So to this point, I don't even know how the Nuggets came back to that. What the hell happened right there?
Ian Eagle actually mentioned that on the broadcast. Like, why is Tyler still pooping? He said that. It was crazy.
The funny thing is I don't, like you guys live on social media. I other than watching kitty cat videos on Instagram, I actually got on X today for like the first time in a week or 2 weeks.
Welcome back.
First tweet I read. Well, what the heck happened? We were down 10 points. I went and pooped, and now we're up, and I got to sit on the pooper the rest of the game.
So you were aware of the poop story?
Yeah, it's like the first tweet I get in 2 weeks that I actually, it pops up on my thing. I open up Twitter.
These are the deep thoughts you're missing from X.
I'm thinking, boy, this is what I'm missing for not this.
All right, we'll get back to the
living
Nuggets.
in that stuff.
I thought you would understand and respect that story.
I respected it. I didn't know how to respond to it, though.
I got some X's and O's questions for you. We have more reaction from the game, and was fatigue a factor in the whole thing? And I still like my Kelly Leak analogy, although I know I'm something in the wind on that one, but I still like it.
Here's where you're wrong on it.
Can you just wait till 1 o'clock for that?
Well, you got 4
You can
minutes.
scream at me. You can scream at me
No,
all you want coming up at 1 o'clock.
No, 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Do your thing. How'd the Rockies do? They win?
I have a nickname for my little stunt.
Really?
Call it the Walk of Shame.
It is what you ought to dress in high heels and a dress.
Well,
I will dress.
She took off all her clothes, actually.
I will do the walk in some sort of dress or
although
something.
some will say that's sexist because.
Okay, all right. I don't want to do that, but
Just
I'll
do
do
it like she did it in the show. Go in the nude.
Okay, I'm not doing that. But I thought that was because I don't want to do the Walk of Shame.
Yeah, you're walk of shaming.
Okay, see, it's good. So we can do updates just like the Walk of Shame. See, it'll all work out. 4-1 they lost.
Do like Wild Thing, and we'll have a cutout of DMac, and we'll put a piece of clothing on it every time you. For every loss.
It's funny. Okay, see, it's good when we do that. It's funny. That's funnier, no doubt about it.
Be better than covering the team all summer.
Walk of Shame. So yesterday was a positive towards the Walk of Shame.
Oh, they won.
They lost.
Oh.
I only do the Walk of Shame if it's 41 wins in total or less.
So they're 0-2 since the.
They're 0-2.
Yeah.
Broncos schedule, real quick. I don't know if you could get a better opening opponent than the last place team with a rookie quarterback in his first NFL game ever, and you play it at home at a regular time.
On the road.
I don't know how the Broncos lose the opening game against Tennessee under those circumstances.
Yeah, you should smoke him. I
Right?
mean, you got Cam Ward, who I got you, number 1 pick. You're going up against what should be the. Hey, if we weren't the best secondary in the NFL before, we damn sure better be the best secondary in the NFL now. Now that you drafted Janae Barron, you dang sure better be the best secondary. So you got Pat Surtain, you got Talanoa Hufanga, and the rest of them boys. Good luck, Cam Ward.
Want to know?
Want to know?
Pretty cool, right?
That they're 1-0.
I just think it's a great start to the season. A great way to just.
I'd rather play Dumpos than Hardos.
Yeah, especially the first game.
Yeah,
it'll get hard enough as it comes.
Yeah, because you ain't gonna do nothing in the preseason, right? No one plays.
Nobody plays. You need that first game to be kind of
you need a Dumpo in game 1.
Yep, and you got it. I mean, you couldn't get a better one. A rookie quarterback, first NFL game at home, last place team. I mean, come on, man. How could you get a easier start to the season?
Good start.
And then if you follow the rest of the leagues, you got a pretty good game after that as well.
How well do you believe the rest of those leagues? Because I'm hesitant to go on about it, but I've seen it.
Well, I think it's worthy of going on about, but you just put it with the caveat that, hey, it's a leak. And
do you want to talk about it real quick?
Last year, I remember we did this, and there were 2 or 3 games that were definitely wrong from the leak to the real schedule that came out, but it was pretty close. You know what's almost always right on these leaks, though, is the primetime games. Those ones seem to be pretty dang accurate. And according to the full leak that you've got out there, Broncos have got 5 primetime games. Monday Night Football against the Bengals in Week 4.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Jets in London. You got Thursday Night Football against the Raiders in Week 10.
Yep.
Commanders in Week 13. And then you got the Christmas Day game against the Chiefs in Week 17. But according to the schedule, you start out with the Titans at home, and then you get to go against the Colts on the road. So pretty soft openers.
I got Week 7, so no on this leak thing. And it could be wrong. So the huge asterisks here. But on this league thing, too, I see home against the Giants and home against the Cowboys after the London game. So no bye week, according to these leagues, with 2 home games against
Which goes
NFC
against
teams.
the norm of what they do when they schedule London games, right?
But your benefit.
But there's an interesting twist in there if you can make it to the middle of the season. In Week 10, you got a Thursday Night Football game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you get a mini bye week right after that.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you play the Chiefs, and then according to this fake league schedule, we'll see if it's right or not.
Right.
Week 12 is your bye week. So 2 out of 3 weeks there, you've pretty much got a bye. That's a lot of time off. I don't know if I like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll get to it tomorrow when it comes out. We'll have it for you later tonight as it rolls out. We'll have it right here on the.
So the official comes today?
Yep. Yeah, and we'll this isn't like a wait. If we get more information about games throughout the course of the show, we'll just, as soon as we get it, we'll tell you.
5 primetime games, if that's right, though. NFL's telling you Broncos should be pretty good.
Yeah. The TV's telling you they like Bo Nix.
Of course, I will say this.
Yeah.
How many primetime games did they have when they signed Russ?
Yep.
They were we all saw it.
Remember that?
All right. Let's get to the Nuggets, and you can yell at me again.
I forgot what I was going to tell you.
Well, good. It's
See, you do that all the time.
PhD on 925.
Man, that Joker.
That Joker. I thought you were going to tell me something we didn't know.
But you just start taking it for granted because he had a couple bad games, and you're like, okay, now it's the biggest game in the series. And he came out and he balls. I mean, listen, they didn't win the game. Shout out to OKC, but man, I hope we know what we're watching in Denver. That man is great.
Yep. It's been something special.
Yes.
44 and 15 on this night, but not enough.
Well, we respectfully, at least I'm trying to be respectfully, disagree with what was going on last night. And I feel like I'm in a boat with one oar, just pushing in circles, but I call it the Kelly leak factor.
I feel like you hooked on to another one of your muggles. See, I think you got one or two muggles you get influenced by. I've kind of noticed that, and see if you agree, Tyler. There's a couple muggles with the Broncos get in his way, and then all of a sudden, boom, you form your.
You think I'm influenced by a basketball muggle?
I think you are muggled influenced.
Really?
Yeah.
On this one?
I think you're. Yeah, I think you're influenced by muggles.
Yeah, I think you're right for sure in football. I don't know about basketball, but you might be right.
Trust me.
Okay.
His rant came in today. I'm like, dude, I read this guy, muggle. I'm like, okay, he's muggle influenced.
Pretty simple though. He had a pretty strong take yesterday that they had to play the bench, and now we gotta back that up.
You can say you. I'm right here. I'm still sitting right here.
Well, we don't want to talk to you.
Who's he?
Yeah.
I don't even know who
another
he
thing
is.
he likes to do is.
He's back.
I didn't realize you were here because I'm looking at the reflection. I thought you were gone to lunch. So, my bad. That's on me.
All right.
But I do think you're muggle influenced.
Okay.
I really, really do. And I think if you sit back, I want you to sit back tonight. No sports on.
Well, yeah, there is, but okay.
Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and basketball games we don't care about.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to sit back in your quiet room before you flip on the 85. Is it 85 or 75?
75.
On the 75.
Mm-hmm.
And just say, before you pick up the Twitter machine, am I about to be influenced?
Okay.
Do
that.
Yeah.
And then say whatever random thoughts I may have on my own, discard those.
Yeah.
Who's going to tell me what to think?
Who's going to? No, I'm not going to tell you, but they sway you. I think you get swayed by muggles too. I think you got too much respect for the muggle world. I'm sounding a little bit like, what was the blonde-haired dude, the dad in Harry Potter?
The dad in Harry
Potter?
Potter?
The blonde guy.
Lucius Malfoy?
His son was the adversary.
Is it Malfoy?
The Malfoy.
That's what
Lucius.
Dan's saying.
Yeah.
Well, you lost me on Harry Potter.
Well, because I'm thinking you're too close to the muggles. He didn't like muggles.
Okay.
Sound like Malfoy right now.
You're going deep.
I think this summarizes it pretty well from one of our brilliant texters. So DMac's basic concept is our best chance of winning last night was for Joker to be on the bench.
In the fourth quarter, to start the fourth quarter,
It's pretty simple when you hear it like that.
I disagree.
Because I think a balanced Nuggets team is a better Nuggets team.
Well, here's the problem. It's like Lady Justice. You can take the weights off one side of the scale, then the scale's just going to fall down the other way. That's what's going to happen. I do agree with this, though, because I sat there and watched it again today, and I went back, and and they started the quarter up by 8. They got down to 6 or whatever. We had a 3, but it's 9, and they have to call a timeout. Now they're in panic mode. I'm like, boom, now you got this 3-minute timeout. You got rest. I would sit Joker from right now to like 6:30.
Yeah.
If you can get away with it. I would have rested him right there.
All right. Well, see, my only concern with Joker is not about the rest of the team. Like for me, it's not about getting other guys involved because these are professional athletes. It's their job to be involved. It's their job to be ready when their number is called, and their numbers got called plenty. My concern with Joker would be, is he going to wear down? So if I feel like he can't make it, then yeah, I think you got to put him on the bench. But I definitely didn't see any evidence of him wearing down in that game personally.
Yeah, my whole thing isn't about Jokic specifically. It's about the rest of the team. Now, if you want to make the argument, hey, it's pro sports, that's a bunch of BS. These guys have to be more accountable and responsible. I'll say, sure, yeah, I'm with you on that too. But the same impact that Game 4 had when you had a lead and you weren't using anybody happened in Game 5 as well. Let's listen to Adelman, okay? Because he was asked about both of these things very specifically. We start with on not sending Joker to start the fourth.
Yeah, it was my decision. I had a conversation with him. He felt good, and I was going back and forth with it. With the 4 timeouts, that was a big factor for me. You get 2 of those timeouts. If Mark calls one, that's 7 minutes of rest. The 2 3.5 timeouts. So I felt comfortable with that. And, I felt like the momentum of the game was going our way, and he was, very sure of himself. Wanted to play through him. I'll look back on it. I'll doubt myself because we lost the game. But keeping a guy out there that was 17 of 25 was extremely efficient, 5 for 7 from 3, at 44 of 15 and 5. So it was a decision that I made to leave him out there. I do not regret it right now, after a loss, but if I go back and watch the tape, maybe I'll have a different opinion tomorrow.
Raj and Coach were talking about, and it goes to the Kelly Leak factor, the Bad News Bears thing, is that it's not that the player is bad, but what does it do sometimes to the rest of the team if they're just seizing up because they don't want to fail in front of him? And sometimes
then you got the wrong guys.
Well, then you probably do have the wrong guys.
I would argue.
But that being said, you still are trying to win this game.
What?
Why'd you turn the mic off to say that?
I get in trouble. I yell at teacher's pet. I get in trouble. I don't want to be the bully.
You're being mean now. See, I told you you're going to be mean at some point.
You'll tell him about it.
Okay. So here's a deeper question there. If we're implying that the players were afraid of letting down Joker,
that's bad.
What are we talking about?
Come on, man.
What are we talking about?
I want you to say that out loud.
I mean,
to who? Just say it out loud to yourself. But tell me you don't think that's silly.
What if it's just a bigger deal? Maybe you got players that choked in the moment. Like choking versus being afraid of Joker. I don't know, dude. Like we got championship dudes on this team.
Why don't you say it out loud?
Say what out loud?
What you just said, that their take that I think that when Joker stays in there, guys are afraid to mess up in front of him.
I think last night was.
Oh, my. They increased the lead in the first 3 minutes he was out there. How? If they're so afraid, the lead was increased in the first 3 minutes. At 9:21, you can look at the rundown.
Let me back it up. Why did they take 46 threes? They usually take around 30. Why so many threes?
Because the Muggles have been begging them to shoot more threes.
To me, that's if they're shooting 43 threes, that certainly, to me, would not imply they're afraid of making a mistake.
Let me go back.
I'll tell you exactly why, though. I've told you it 100 times. OKC, listen, we got to give OKC some credit. I'm the last guy that likes to do that. I hate giving the other team credit. They have made the lane an impossibility. In fact, Grant Hill was talking about it last night. They have made it tough on the Nuggets. And now I think you've got too many people that are afraid to go in there. Last night, by the way, was a cut and a layup, a dunk, actually. This is the only bucket all game.
Mm-hmm.
Joker, here's the difference what Joker did. And I hope that he does it for Game 6. He decided on his own and said, you know what, screw this. I'm not going to get – like I said, he had 25 shots. 6 of them were putbacks. He decided, I'm going to live in front of the rim. I'm getting beat up here, not doing anything and taking tough shots all the time. I'm going to stay around the rim, see if I can get a couple offensive rebounds and putbacks. All of a sudden, go back and look of his 44 points, and I'm sure Dempsey could do it if he's listening. Call. How many of those 44 were in the paint? A lot more than they've been in a while. But I thought he made a concerted effort. I'm just going to run through guys, get in it, and I'm going to get in the paint, and I'm going to go on every offensive rebound. He had 6 offensive rebounds. And one he did kick out.
And let me put this in another perspective here. David Adelman's, okay? You're David Adelman. Put yourself in his shoes. Be honest here. Not just I had a take from yesterday, but like I'm on that bench. I'm coaching in this game.
Muggled influenced.
I am actually coaching in this game, and I'm trying to win a game.
Yeah.
And I'm watching my entire team struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's struggling. And I got one dude that's freaking lights out. He's the best player in the world.
Well, you got to be more specific. When like 3 minutes into the scoreless stretch, 4 minutes into it, like at what point?
Sure, pick one.
No, you pick one. You're giving me the example.
No, I literally don't care.
Well, if I'm David Adelman.
Okay, hold on.
All right, do you want me to answer the question or not?
Okay, I didn't think I was done, but go ahead.
All right, no, keep going.
No, go ahead. You're good.
If I'm David Adelman, I need to do things to win this job. So
No.
All right.
No.
You wanted me to answer it.
You got to win the freaking game.
Yes, Vic Lombardi.
I got to win the job. I got to win the freaking game. That's how I win a job.
Yes.
I like you yelling, Tyler. I had to call in because I'm so tired. I haven't slept. You know how it is, Scott Hastings. But DMac has this rare ability to force people to rise out of death and call in the radio shows because of some of the
You just got a tooth pulled, didn't you?
Yeah, but I could, I could be in my grave, and if I heard DMac's stance on this, I would have to call. It doesn't matter. I have to call. I cannot believe you're falling victim to this. I read it in the Denver Post today, and I laughed. And then I heard you say it, and I laughed. It's the dumbest notion ever. It's so dumb to take out the best player in the world for a couple minutes and to think that that's a good thing when he's the only player playing. It's so dumb.
And he wanted to play, by the way. He wanted to play.
Let me tell you, DMac, let me tell you why. All right?
Sure.
This will end the argument, and then you can go.
Oh, really?
And just give. Yeah.
I bet it doesn't.
End the argument.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Bet it doesn't.
It does.
Okay.
Okay. In Game 4, where was Joker in the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter?
He's on the court.
He's on the bench.
No, he wasn't. He was on the bench. And what happened in the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter of Game 4?
Outscored 9-0. 9-2.
And when he returned to the game, they were trailing. They were up by 8. When he got back into the game, they were trailing. So you say you got to sit him because that's really – they sat him in Game 4. How'd that work out for you?
It didn't work out well. You blew a lead.
Okay, so you're telling me that a man who's on pace for 44 points, who is having one of those nights, you're going to take him and say, let's go ahead and throw you in the corner and have you chill.
And I'll tell you why. The
I
argument's
heard your reasoning. It makes no sense.
Of course it makes sense.
Dumb reasoning.
All right, fine. Vic, is basketball a game of runs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's a game of runs.
So inevitably, Oklahoma City is going to make a run at some point, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So at what point do you need the most out of your players in any game?
How come that didn't work in Game 4 then?
I don't know, Vic.
Using your logic.
Oh, all right. Game 4. Well, here's why. In Game 4, it was the 36-hour rule. That's what we heard. It was fatigue. It was 36 hours. They didn't have the proper rest. That's what we were told, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Aaron Gordon told you. Even though Joker and CB denied it, Adelman speculated about it, and Aaron Gordon told it to your face that it had an impact. That's why.
So in your world, every game, I agree with Scott. Maybe you pick another spot to rest him. Maybe it doesn't have to be at the beginning of the fourth. Maybe it could be at the end of the third. But to rest a guy he's the only guy on the court who produced for you last night in the fourth quarter. The rest of the team shot 1 of 15. He was 4 of 6, 13 points. You want to take that out of the game?
Yeah, because you Kelly leaked the team. You created a situation where everybody was just looking at one dude and wasn't in the flow of the game.
His take, because the other 36 minutes they were in the flow, and then he stayed in. They got out of the flow. His take is everybody was afraid to play with Joker, and so they should have taken him out so they wouldn't have been afraid.
That logic would work, Scott, if in Game 4, when he sat for 3 minutes, they went berserko. Instead, they gave up an 8-point lead in a matter of minutes.
Which they did in a couple games, by the way, with the Clippers.
Should they have rested Joker? Should Adelman have rested Joker at some point in the fourth quarter?
No, not last night. The object is win the game, and he's hot.
So
were there diminishing returns at some point?
Oh yeah.
For Nikola Jokic.
Agrees with that.
Well, yeah.
Nikola wanted to play. It's one thing if he's like, he wanted to play. And if you disagree with that, I just don't understand. I don't think you know basketball.
There you go. That's like the weakest argument you can make.
Well,
the you don't know ball argument is right up there with you didn't play the game, Vic. So if you want to resort to the lowest form of sports talk commentary, congratulations, you get the ribbon.
But no, I'm telling you, if a player personally tells you he's not winded, if a player tells you, like if you played sports, right? If you go to your coach and say, I'm fine, let's go, let's get through this. Isn't that enough for you? What do you need the logic of DMac, this make-believe Kelly leak argument that exists? That logic is more important than a Hall of Fame player telling you I'm going to play?
Yeah, but this is why Adelman is, he's trying to be a head coach. He's not a head coach. I mean, this is a great example.
You've
of
been
it.
all in on Adelman until last. Now we're turning our back on Adelman.
That's where
I'm not turning my back on anybody. I'm telling you what happened.
So what did Bennett say today that the Muggle Bennett said that you're agreeing with today?
I didn't even read Bennett today, but I like Bennett as a writer. Young guy, good dude.
I like Bennett too. I like him as a writer too, but he had the same question about whether or not, because they lean on this. Well, when he rests, the Nuggets are this and that. Things change, man. The world changes daily. If you watch the pulse of that game last night, he was the only option for a while. Nobody else could do anything. You keep your only option in the game.
See, that's the one that I was starting to ask DMac right before you called in. If you're really being honest, you're putting yourself in David Adelman's shoes, and you got a bunch of dudes that are struggling. You got a bunch of dudes that can't make a shot, and you got the best player in the world who wants to play basketball, who's telling you, I'm good, coach. I'm good. There's not a human being on this planet that isn't rolling with the best player in the world.
No, D-Mac's going to sit there, put his arm around Joker's shoulder and say, let me tell you about the Bad News Bears and Kelly Leak.
I can do it after last night. I'm happy to do it after last night.
Let me break the simplicity of the game down. And you asked me yesterday, what would be the headline today if they won? Mm-hmm. And I said, the others made shots. If you remember, I said that on yesterday's show. The killer of that game was others for Oklahoma City. What did Lou Dort do to start the fourth?
Right.
Made 3 threes in the first 3 or 4 minutes. That's when you were done. Or actually from 9 minutes on. Made 3 straight threes, and you're like, oh.
I think you are being insanely dismissive and offensive to the rest of the basketball team with this Kelly Leak thing. I think it is unbelievably offensive.
I'm offensive.
Well, I'm saying I would be offended if my coach felt that way, that I need the best player in the world to back off so I can feel better about myself. How mentally weak am I as a professional basketball player that you're telling me I need Nikola Jokic to back
Adelman in his rotation right now. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
I don't care what DeAndre Jordan feels.
No, I get it.
Winning the game.
Well, you did. Then you should play DeAndre Jordan for a little bit. You should play Jalen Pickett for a little bit. You should trust that Strother can make because you don't have a choice, Vic, because you can't win this way. The way Adelman is trying to win, you can't win this way. You're not going to win stressing out Jokic, making him the only guy. It's totally the Kelly Leak factor. And unless you let Lupus try to catch the ball in right field, you're not going to win a game.
Which he did.
When you trusted Lupus, when Kelly Leak backed off and let Lupus catch the ball, Lupus had a moment.
What if Lupus can't catch the ball? Because isn't that why Calvin Booth got fired?
Who would have Lupus step up last night?
I'm being serious. Isn't that why Calvin Booth got fired? Because the bench? Because
there's
no
no
on this team? Is that not why he got fired? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Don't you love keywords?
No. Yes or no? Is that why he got fired?
Malone?
No.
Who?
Do you listen to anything?
I'm trying to do 10 million
Calvin
things
Booth.
at the same time here.
Did Calvin Booth get fired?
To get here and get chastised live on the air for the next
Did
hour
Calvin
straight.
Booth get fired because of a lack of depth on this basketball team?
The keyword.
And so now we're saying we're going to trust that dude to catch the ball.
Tell me what the keyword is.
Keyword is journey. I'm sorry.
Journey?
Do you think
Look at him turn into this keyword here as we're already 7 minutes over.
No, well, but it's 1:20. So I really.
We're going
Journey
to 22.
is in the band?
Doing the right thing.
We got anher minute.
The keyword
you're
is
going to have to pay the
journey.
price. If you get fired because you went over, you pay the price.
Journey. Text Journey to 303-504-0925. It's Journey, first and last name. And don't forget, Game 6, which we all think we're going to win. Vic thinks we're going to win. Scott thinks we're going to win. I think we're going to win. Tyler doesn't, Vic. You want to yell at somebody, yell at Tyler. He doesn't think they're winning Game 6. We think they may blow them off the court, right?
Because I don't think the right fielder can catch the ball.
Lupus! Use his name, know his name. He caught the ball. 303. At least Vic understood the reference. 504-0925. We'll announce a winner.
It's a stupid name anyway.
245. Well, Kelly Leak is cool. Journey. 303-504-0925.
Growing up, his nickname would have been Tuka from my childhood.
I knew that we were going to have a problem because I was listening to you this morning, Vic, and I was just like, okay, this is going to be an issue. But
it's okay. You cause conflict, and that conflict sometimes needs to be taken care of. So I think we took care of it.
Well, then try harder next time if you're trying to take care of it.
Modern era Joe Williams.
Okay.
Good job, buddy.
Hey, listen, anybody can do talk radio. Can you get paid for it? That's a Joe Williams quote.
I'd almost feel better if I thought it was an act.
It's definitely not an act.
Like, if I thought it was an act, I'd be like, at least he's doing radio.
There's no, it's not an act at all. How the hell would I come up with a Kelly Leak theory?
Nobody knows who Kelly Leak is.
Oh, there you go. We come back with our guy, Jeff Legwald, and the Broncos schedule. At least what we know, we'll detail coming up next.
I can't believe how weak you think these guys are.
All right, we'll get back to all the Nuggets stuff here in just a little bit. I knew today was going to go like it was. I'm not surprised. But Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
Now I feel like we just got to find somebody to yell at Jeff about. I mean, we just got to yell now.
I mean, I don't know if there's a lot to yell. Well, hey, let's just start with rookie minicamp, and then we'll get to the schedule, Jeff. What are your what's that, Scott?
I thought it made ask him whether Antetokounmpo was going to leave his home team.
Oh well, yeah, Jeff's a,
that could be later though.
Okay. Jeff, how are you, first of all? Good to see you.
I'm excellent. How are you guys?
We're
energized.
It's
As you should be.
As you put your heart and soul into covering teams, you get to moments like this, it becomes tricky, sticky sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Happens with football too, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Jeff, never blame the player, blame the coach.
Is that the theory?
That's DMac's theory.
That is not my theory, but
I thought we loved Adelman as of yesterday.
That is the corner I've been painted into. But I was well, you know what? It's Jeff's time. It's Jeff's time. Right. What are you doing? It's Jeff's time. Hi, Jeff. How was rookie minicamp? How are RJ Harvey's thighs? That seemed to be a big story.
No, they were noticeable. Let's just leave it at that, I guess. Certainly the head coach noticed him. I mean, that's a pick Sean Payton felt good about the night they made it. And as he often does when he feels very good about something, he's going to, it's not quite to the level of the Bo Nix vibe of last off season, but RJ Harvey is in that sort of on that parade float right now.
Yep. Gotcha. He's one of those guys.
Well, because it's the Sean Payton's a genius pick.
It is the Sean Payton's a genius pick. Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting the receiver's name. Help me.
Pat Bryant.
Pat Bryant. Is he on the float too?
I don't think to that extent. I think they know they need Harvey in the offense, as quickly as possible. And I thought it was really telling that, a lot of the question about Harvey coming into the draft was, okay, how's he going to be as a receiver? Because he wasn't asked to do it a lot, at Central Florida. So the Broncos, on the day we're out there, so that Saturday, basically give him a heaping helping of the route he runs the best out of the backfield. So it was a lot of, I'm sure Harvey left that practice field pretty good about his prospects coming into as they fold those guys into, the whole team workouts now. But Bryant is, he's a different kind of receiver. I think they see a very specific fit for him in the offense, the quick hitters, the flash routes, things where he can be facing Bo Nix right at the break of the route, and they get him the ball because his strength is getting the release off the line of scrimmage. Over and over again at the Senior Bowl, he won the release against the best defensive backs there over and over. And then as the route went on, they would run him down, because he's a 4.6 receiver. So to get him the ball quickly, that will be the key thing about him having as big a role in the offense as they hope.
Jeff, it's schedule release day, and as always, we got leaks coming out. I am curious over the years if you felt like these leaks that have come out are accurate or not. But of the leaks that we've seen, they've got 5 primetime games for the Broncos, obviously including that London game. NFL telling us Broncos supposed to be pretty damn good?
Well, I think they're telling you what the folks I work for tell us all the time. The Broncos are a guaranteed number in the ratings world, no matter what their record is. They're one of those teams. So any hint that they're going to be competitive and they're going to get a lot of primetime, a lot of holiday primetime action. So I think the team expected it. I think they, Sean Payton has embraced it. He wants to be able to tell, his guys, hey, look, you're on the front burner. You have expectations, deal with it. Because this is going to be this way for a while. That's been his message. But yeah, I think they'll get their full allotment, and they may even get flexed in late in the season if things go well.
Real fast, when you're in London, check out the Churchill Museum. It's fantastic. You get to go down his little bunker and everything. I think you'll love that.
I went last time, Scotty.
Isn't it fantastic? It's fantastic.
My dad was in D-Day, so any of that stuff is a lot of.
Where was your dad in D-Day?
He went up Omaha Beach. So
what?
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah.
What day on D-Day itself?
Yeah, he went in the good part.
Holy cow!
Not in the first wave, but yeah. No, I'll just say he went to Europe and his hair was jet black and it was white in my entire life. So I never saw him with his hair turned white when he came back.
Just really quick on this. So he survives D-Day, which is, first of all, wow. How far did he get into Europe?
He was in the Battle of the Bulge.
Oh my God! Wow.
He was at the forest of the Argonne Forest. He was in some of the worst stuff you could be at. Yeah.
So did he watch Band of Brothers? Did he ever talk to you about Band of Brothers? Did he ever see that?
No, he would never watch Scotty. He would never watch anything that had to do with it. And my whole life, I was very inquisitive about it all. I've read hundreds of books on it. He talked to me about it at length, probably 2 times my whole life. It was had a very big impact.
Wow, you guys just gave me chills thinking about that right
so
there,
now
Jeff.
let's talk about the schedule. The Broncos.
No, but the museum it's one of the best museums I've ever been to.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Because it's basically how it was in 1943 is what you're walking through. All they did was put glass around it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Now, have you ever been to the World War II Museum in New Orleans?
I have.
Well, that's awesome. That's pretty awesome too, right?
I can't quite figure out why they put it there, but it is awesome.
Well, because of the Higgins boats. They wanted to put the Higgins boats out there.
We had a little bit of a debate here. Curious about your thoughts, Jeff. Is Bo Nix the face of the Broncos franchise?
Well, the quarterback, I think, is always the face, no matter what, good or bad, up or down. I think Pat Surtain is the franchise player, but Bo Nix is the face of the Broncos.
And here was my take on this. I think you're absolutely right. Quarterback should always be that. But I think right now Sean Payton carries a big hammer, and he's making sure that his face is seen.
Oh, and that's part of the equation. I mean, that's part of why his personality he believes in the Bill Parcells method, which is the head coach is the one voice. That doesn't always work for a lot of guys because you gotta be pretty forceful and you got to convince your team it's a good thing. And right now he's done both.
All right, guys, got anything else for Jeff? You got help spend Christmas in Kansas City. That'll be fun.
Did you
for Jeff.
the article on ESPN about the biggest hole on every team? Did that come from you?
I helped with some of it, but it wasn't all me typing there.
So the article says Broncos biggest hole, number 2 wide receiver. Says the pick wasn't easy. Broncos are credible 2 deep at every spot, but number 2. Okay, who do you think that is?
I don't agree with that. I think Mims is a 2.
Okay.
And I think it's up to them to use him because when they did, he played well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not his fault if they won't play him. So that's always been my thing with Mims.
Well, what's that other receiver, the rookie last year? Is he in the
Franklin.
same?
Bailey.
Is Franklin Bailey early?
Yeah,
is Franklin and Bailey both in that same conversation too? Then.
Yeah, I just think Mims. You watch him, especially the Cincinnati game. I don't know how you can watch the Cincinnati game and not think, okay, that's a legit number 2 receiver.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, for whatever reason, early in the season, they just didn't have him in the rotation. And then he finally, kept making plays and they had to play him more over the last month of the season. I think the last month of the season is what he is as a player.
For all the hype that Marvin Mims gets, would it surprise you guys if I told you that Devon Vele only had 25 less yards than Marvin Mims?
No.
That would not surprise me.
Yeah. They're going to what he was saying.
Vele runs the route, but I think if they play Mims, the snap count they did over the last month of the season, I think his production is
way up,
matches his hype, as it were. I just think he's a really good player. They don't use enough, I guess, is where
they're pretty committed to him now. there
was no receiver on the board I would have had graded to take there. And they certainly was not a receiver on the board anywhere close to as a football player as Barron is. So I guess I don't have a beef with it. And they took the receiver they liked, in day 2 or day 3. That's the receiver they liked the best, especially Sean Payton.
I have to ask here because it was mentioned we played the sound yesterday. How about the new tight end's big hands?
The hoops player?
Yeah, the hoop player's big hands.
Caleb Lohner.
Yeah, Lohner. That's all Sean Payton said. Wait till you stand next to the guy and shake his hand.
All I know is that
unbelievable.
That dude's a hell of an athlete. If they can figure that out, there's some touchdowns in there.
There are, but it's such a specialty play. Listen, I'm not against it, and he wants to compare him to Jimmy Graham and all that. And who is that Go ahead. Sorry, Jeff.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but in this draft, on this board, from about halfway in the 6th round all the way to the end of the 7th round, teams were basically taking guys they would have signed as undrafteds in some years, and they were taking them so they didn't have to negotiate signing bonuses with them, compete against other teams, because this board was really late. So in that vein, they took a player when the draft was almost over that probably would have been one of their first undrafted signings in most years.
What the hell? I mean, if you like him, you like him. I just remember that super tall guy, skinny guy for Kansas City, Demetrius something or other. I kind of forget his name.
Wormwood.
I forget. I remember Chris Harris
played for the Chargers also.
Chris Harris tried to guard him. It was impossible. I mean, really tall guys in the red zone can be really dangerous. They can be. It's just that you got to.
Yeah. And I've said, a couple of years ago, one of my assignments at ESPN has always been the NCAA basketball tournament, 1st and 2nd round. And a couple of years ago, I was at the regional where Baylor was.
Okay.
And this kid was the highlight of the pregame warm-up. I mean, he's doing windmills and reverse dunks, and people were going crazy. And then they played him like 12 minutes in the game, but he was lighting it up before the game. So if they can figure that out somehow, he has a role.
From just one more question from the text line. I think this is an important one. It says, for Jeff, should Sean Payton be sure to sit down Bo Nix at times to avoid Kelly leaking the Broncos?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're going with the we're dragging the bad news bears.
Let's make sure we sit
don't
down
want
the quarterback.
all the players. If he becomes their best player, he don't want everybody to have a performance envy and fear,
right?
Because Bo's too good.
God forbid Bo plays well.
Yeah,
different type of sport. It's not all equal. You want your quarterback to be Kelly Leak. Your quarterback can be Kelly Leak. Clearly, that's not an intimidating factor because they all take shots.
Never.
Do you think in the football field that somebody else is going to throw the football? Somebody else is going to, call the plays?
You think people were ever afraid when Bird had to play the whole second half?
No, because he was with Robert Parrish and Kevin McHale, and then they got cocky guys like Danny Ainge because their general manager knew what he was doing.
So you're saying it was more of the people around him that you didn't have to worry about.
You had the right
roster. You got to
by the way,
punish.
you got rid of guys with Bird, too.
You have to punish Joker because you have the wrong rosters. What you're saying.
It's just what it is. And if you can't trust your bench, if you can't trust Scott Wedman to hit a bucket, then you're going to be in big trouble.
Shout out to the texter. Good job.
Jerry Sheasting can make a basket.
Great job, texter.
All right, Jeff. I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you understand the Kelly League.
Jerry
reference.
Sheasting right now at 58 would probably be getting minutes.
I'm not sure Bo Nix rides a cool dirt bike like Kelly
that's
Leak
true.
did, but
that's true. That's true.
All right, Jeff. We love you. We'll talk to you later. We'll see you.
All I know is I'm Adelman. I'm playing the best guys.
Thank
I
you.
want the job.
Thank you, bud.
I got you. Yeah, just driving right into the ground. That sounds good.
We've already come to the conclusion DMac is influenced by muggles.
Okay. Jeff Legwald, major muggle.
Well, he's the king of the muggles.
Is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
He's actually a qualified muggle.
IPEW Local 68. Start with the job and with the career.
He's a journeyman muggle.
We can do no dumb questions or we can just do yell at DMac one way or the other.
Both.
Okay, that's coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, but you probably know what it's like to have failed in the bedroom, and you probably just wrote it off. It's no big deal, once, twice, and maybe now this has just become part of your life. It doesn't need to be. And the loss of intimacy can really impact relationships. So here we go with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Treatment rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Good on you. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men have been in your situation. So this is what you do. Contact them. The initial visit's only $99. You can afford that. T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today. They're up and down I-25 from Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum, 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 dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we'll get to the big question of the day at 2 o'clock about the Nuggets. Also, I've heard some of the voice of the people, man. The voice of the people is awesome on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. So, hey, yeah, if you want to get through to us or about anything, it's so easy to do. So if you want to yell at me, by the way, I'm seeing plenty of support for my little opinions on the
because they're following all the same muggles you do.
I mean, did you really think you're the only dumb person in the world?
So 303-504-0925, you can let it rip. And that would be Tyler calling people that agree with me on the text line. Dumb?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I said.
All right. No dumb questions. Who the heck is Kelly Leak? I knew that was going to be kind of a.
Yeah.
I knew that going into it was going to be kind of a.
You've been pulling a Hastings all day on us.
I know man, it's tough when it's like one of your favorite things of all time.
It's a sports classic movie.
It is the 1976 version, not the Billy Bob Thornton version.
I've only seen Billy Bob.
I know. It's Walter Matthau. All the guys.
The Billy Bob version.
The Tatum
I
girl.
liked it.
I don't hate the Billy Bob Thornton version, but the 1976 version with Walter Matthau is maybe not only one of the best sports movies of all time, it might be the best baseball movie. And if you want to see something that's a joke, put Bad News Bears next to Sandlot, and you tell me what a better movie is. And Bad News Bears is going to win every single time in my book.
I love Sandlot.
Another just absolutely dumb take.
I know. I got you.
That's Dumb Take Tuesday.
Bad news.
Dumb Take Tuesday.
That's
we
great
used
considering
to do
it's considering it's Wednesday.
I know. So exactly.
It's so dumb.
That's a dumb take.
It's so dumb.
So from now on Wednesdays, we do Dumb Take Tuesdays.
But just to explain what Kelly Leak is, he is, and you probably experienced in life, the superstar kid player who's way better than every other kid on the team, and the coach just leans towards that guy to save the day.
Who's in our days in '76 was a hood.
Okay.
Which means you rode motorcycles and smoked cigarettes.
As a 12-year-old.
And drank alcohol, yeah.
So, but you can use Kelly Leak as a metaphor, though, throughout the course of life. Because who hasn't been – were you that guy, Scott? Were you seriously that guy in basketball? No, I'm just asking. And tell me what year it was.
Oh, Dumb Take Tuesday.
Dumb Take Tuesday.
Tell me what year you were just so much better than everybody else. The coach just deferred to you, and you tell me how the rest of the team played around you.
Played great. Still best friends to this day. Won a state championship, player of the year in the state of Kansas.
All right, so how did you have balance on your team where everything was going through you all the time?
Well, it was only when we wanted to win.
You know what's weird about this take?
Explain that. Because you're going
win. How about this?
You're going down my line.
We got a double-digit lead going into the state championship game. State championship game against Washburn Rural. And all of a sudden, I got my guards, and there's no three-point line, decides they're shooting three-pointers. Going into halftime, the league goes from 10 to tie game, I think, at half, something like that. And I never said anything because they were all my boys, and I was about good times and have fun. And I finally said something at that time. I said, quit being selfish, start passing the damn ball, and let's win this game. And I walked out of the locker room. Had 26 points in the second half. We won the game by going away, 16, 17, 18 points.
You know what's weird about this take to me also?
All-state tournament MVP.
I got you.
Okay,
you were really good at basketball. I'm not debating that.
Well, you asked me.
No, I get it.
I had a period in life.
I'm sorry,
I was
Tyler.
No, you're good.
No,
You're good. No, I don't want to get in the way. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Interrupt. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I apologize.
You guys are good.
I'm backing away.
Don't back away now. No, I mean, what's crazy to me about this take, and somebody facetiously brought up Bo Nix. Sean Payton's going to have to make sure to sit down Bo Nix so he doesn't Kelly Leak the Broncos, right? When he's having a great game.
Right.
Of all the sports, and if DMac fights this one, I don't even know what to say. Of all the sports, and everybody talks about how important quarterback is, and it's true. I think it's the toughest position of all sports to play. But even quarterback cannot influence a game the way the best player in the world can in basketball. of all the sports, if there's one dude that can single-handedly carry you to a win, maybe a series, maybe a championship, basketball is by far the easiest of the sports.
And here's where your Kelly Leak, and this is what I was going to say a while ago, that you made me hold off for an hour, and I finally remembered. It took me an hour, but I remembered.
You should write it down.
Yeah, well.
Go ahead.
I had a pen out. I got my pen out. I don't have paper.
Good start.
Here's the difference between, and comparing this to what Kelly Leak was as a player, whether he was forced to by the coach or not. Kelly Leak was a selfish player and a selfish person. That's not even close to Joker.
Kelly Leak
we just saw that Dan just showed the worst three-point attempt in the world. Who'd that pass come from?
If you remember, Kelly Leak was told to
I
do
said
what
it doesn't matter whether told or not.
He was
still selfish, man. Come on, anybody going around, smoke, ride their bike, kind of thing. You remember before they asked
selfish
him,
or cocky?
But same thing. Like Kelly Leak, don't pass the ball. Don't pass the ball. Kelly Leak, don't pass the ball. Oh, I'm worried what Joker's going to think. Air ball.
Yeah, let's make sure that we play more guys that are going to do that.
Third quarter. That's not the fourth quarter. That's the third
But
quarter.
what I tell you, they missed their last 5 shots in the third quarter.
Okay. They were still up by 8.
Should have been
Can
up
I tell you,
16. though.
I can't believe that Michael Porter Jr. actually had the balls to shoot that three-pointer at the end of the game.
Well, what is he supposed to do?
I wouldn't have shot it.
Make it.
Well, you got to shoot it. What else is he supposed to do?
Make one.
I got you. That's frustrating. Why was he even in the game?
Because everybody else was afraid of Kelly Leak.
That's what it looked like. That's what it damn looked like. That's what it looked like, my man.
No, you know what? Like you're putting it on Joker or the Adelman.
Putting it on Adelman, not Joker. I'm
So
not
you
putting
want
it
to
on.
talk about weird substitution
But
stuff.
don't
Let's
you
have
put,
a Michael Porter
you're
Jr.
putting it on Joker if
conversation.
you're saying sit Joker down. Now you're putting it on Joker.
The person that it's on is Adelman, in my take, 100%.
That game was not lost last night because of Dave Adelman.
Oh, okay. Well, we disagree.
If you want to have that conversation, I'll have that conversation about what he was doing with Michael Porter Jr. Okay, let's talk about that.
I'll go there with you, too. I agree.
That is a far bigger conversation than letting Nikola Jokic play basketball.
Porter's only basket was at 5:28 in the first quarter.
I don't know why he was still in the game.
Christian Brown's only basket was at 5:23, or last basket was at 5:23 in the second quarter.
I'm with you.
I think Russell Westbrook's was in that third quarter.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been out there either.
So where are we going to? So now we're going to play
Jalen Pickett.
Who?
Julian Strother. Julian Strother.
And I believe Peyton Watson's only basket was the first half.
Because why? Why do we want Jalen Pickett in the game?
Because he has a better chance of making a shot.
Listen, if Jalen Pickett would have played and been a -8 or 10 or whatever it would have been and been 1 for 6, you'd be roast him today.
Wrong.
There was nothing you could do last night when your second best player goes 10 of 27, has 2 or 3 bad turnovers that lead to 3-point plays on the other end. That kills you. Your best shooter on the team for the second night in a row goes 1 of 7, 0 for 5 from 3. That kills you. And your point guard or your 2 guard. I mean, I know they're asking him to do a lot, and he's not necessarily a scorer. But again, another single-digit game by him.
Well, it sets up the big question of the day. Coming up next.
Why are we playing Game 6?
Do the Nuggets have enough to win Game 6? That really is the big question. We've hemmed and hawed about the results of the game and gone back and forth, but it's kind of a, all right, fine. If we just turn the page a little bit, what will happen in Game 6? And then I can ask a follow-up question after that. So what will happen in Game 6?
I'm going to say it, Drew, and it's been your whole key is Michael Porter. If Michael Porter makes shots, you win the game.
Is that the key in Game 6?
Yeah, Michael Porter gives you 2 points or 3 points, it's over. He's the only thing. He's the only guy that can consistently, you hope, ever, sometimes win right around February, can stretch the floor for you. And if not, part of the reason that the points of the paints are down. I mean, I had the stat up a while ago. He was 0 for 5 last game. He was 0 for 4 the game before.
All right, I'm not saying you're wrong on that, but couldn't Russell Westbrook hold that same role?
It'd be great. Listen, if you were going to play horse between Russell Westbrook and Michael Porter Jr., and you had your last $50 in your name, and you had to bet on one of them two in this little game of skill of shooting, who you picking?
Oh, Michael Porter Jr. It's not even close.
So to answer your question, answer yourself, Muggle.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying.
You're the Joker of Muggles. If Legwald is the CEO, what would be the highest form we could give him? Commandant of Muggles?
Commandant?
I'm trying to think of something.
Primus
of Muggles? King of Muggles?
Mm-hmm.
Then seriously, you might be the court jester of Muggles.
I'll take the compliment.
It's a compliment.
As it's intended.
Because you got a lot of them to look up to you. I mean, listen, Dan, if you were ever to stop walking down the hallway, you're gonna black his eyes sometimes.
You're unbelievable. Game 6, Tyler.
Scott's just jealous.
I was trying to let it go, and I was chuckling internally, and it just finally came out.
Let me try one of your bandits.
There you go.
Oh, geez, okay.
It's a spearmint.
I'm trying to.
Trying to what?
Get off the leaf.
Okay.
Well, my take going into Game 5 was that was going to be a big affirmation game. I think the Nuggets were at a pretty mentally fragile spot of this series where you kind of peaked as much as you possibly could off the new coach bounce, all those sorts of things, and you were looking for affirmation one way or the other. And I'm afraid that these guys got plenty of affirmation. I'm afraid Michael Porter Jr., if that's who we're relying on, he's got plenty of affirmation. I can't play basketball. And whether you look. People get really sensitive about Michael Porter Jr. on Twitter. Really, really sensitive about him. Hey, how are you going to go after a guy with an injury? I got it. Okay? So if you want to say it's because of the injury, that's cool. That's fine. I got no problem if you want to say that the reason he's playing the way he's playing is because of an injury. Well, don't be out there. Because if you can't play basketball, you can't play basketball. It's just as simple as that. Whether it's a skill thing, whether it's a mental thing, or whether it's an injury thing, it all comes down to the same things. And I think Michael Porter Jr. is in a very mentally weak place right now, and probably a physically weak place right now. This basketball team is in a mentally fragile spot. So could I be wrong? Yeah, this team surprises me all the time. I thought that they were probably going to be done after the Clippers when they got smoked. So I could easily be wrong here, but I do think that they lose this next game.
Okay. I think they win, and I think Michael Porter Jr. doesn't have a spectacular game, but I think he has a solid game. Like when he came back and had a 15-15 game. That's a very solid game. Actually, even 15 rebounds may be on the border for him of spectacular.
My question on that, and I know there's been like this weird 2-2-1 whatever thing, but like, where does the belief in that come from? Because if I'm watching basketball, I don't got belief in that.
It's just who he's been, unfortunately. He's got Hall of Fame talent, but his physical issues have stopped him, and maybe some mental things have too, but the light is not burned out. And he's just had too many good moments to totally discount him. And we know he has the talent. So when it's not happening, it feels weird, except for the fact that we've seen it not happen quite often, unfortunately.
Well, then I would ask a deep question. Is he hurt or not?
That's a good question. And then you'd have to go through the semantics of what
because if he's hurt, then there's no reason to think that he's going to have a good game.
I got you.
Let me read you these numbers. 1 of 7, 4 of 5, 0 for 2, 2 for 7, 1 for 6, 1 for 6. What are those numbers?
I don't know. They sound like Michael Porter Jr.'s shooting numbers.
Yeah,
3-point shooting?
Yeah, 3-point shooting. Last 6 games of the Minnesota series.
Good to do it. Oh, Minnesota series.
When there wasn't a shoulder.
Okay. Hey, I got you.
Saying.
Well, hey, listen, man. I'm not the guy that offered him a max contract and has committed to play him no matter what, which is what the Nuggets are doing right now. And if you want to make an argument, he should be coming off the bench or being yanked if he misses his first 3 shots. He is being allowed to shoot out of his problems.
Which you should do.
Without screaming and yelling, the mere fact that Michael Porter Jr. played as many minutes as he did and has tells you everything you need to know about why Nikola Jokic was on the court. They don't have anybody that they trust to play basketball. Simple as that. If they did, Michael Porter Jr. wouldn't be playing that many minutes.
Well, and my argument against it is you have to embolden and trust your other guys, whether and it doesn't have to be Michael Porter Jr.
No, but he's the key, DMac, and he's always been the key.
Then we're in big trouble.
Well, maybe so.
We're in big trouble then.
What game did he hurt his shoulder in the Clippers series?
Early. I want to say it's game 1.
Wasn't it game 1 or game 2?
He got fallen on. God, it was early in the series.
I thought it was the game they lost. Didn't they lose game 2?
They did lose it. They did lose that game. The game that he got hurt, they lost.
Yeah, and I think that was game 2, and he shot 4 of 7.
And it happened late in that game, too.
Yeah, and then 1 of 3 in game 3, 2 of 4 in game 4, 2 of 5 in game 5, 1 of 3 in game 6, and 3 of 3 in game 7.
That's pretty good.
Not bad. And then in this series, 1 of 5, 0 of 2, 2 of 4, 1 of 2, 1. Well, that's 2-pointers, excuse me.
Well, then you got to go to the magical third game.
In fact, I take it back. He was 2 of this 3-point. The game he got hurt was 2 of 4. The next game, he was 1 of 6. That was game 3 when it was really hurting. Then 4 of 7, game 4. 3 of 5, 1 of 2, 3 of 8. Live with 3 of 8, right?
Absolutely. 4 is the magic number, but 3 of 8, you're doing all right.
And this series, 0 and 3 and 2 of 8.
Yeah, and then the magical game 3.
Yeah. And then 5 of 6.
Which was unbelievable.
Yeah,
Friday night spectacular.
And then he's 0 for his last 10.
Okay, not good.
I'm telling you, he's the key. He comes out in game 6 and goes 3 for 8 again.
Which he could easily do.
Easily do. I know he's hurting, but he's too good of a shooter. He's in his own head a little bit. He makes shots, they're going to win the game. And I'll be honest, we haven't talked about this. I know he had 28, but Jamal had another Jamal game.
He's right there, too.
Because he was 10 of 20, 27.
Asked, would you rather be consistent or clutch?
I mean, if he's 15 of 27, guess what? You win the game.
No doubt about it. And that's why balance means more than Jokic scoring a ton of points. You're right. You're right about all of it. And when you put yourself in a situation where you're leaning into Jokic having a big scoring night, you're doing a disservice to the team.
No, but that's a wrong take. You're looking at it from the complete optical. You go holding your binoculars and looking in the big ends and looking into the small end. Look how far away. Look, Jamal just gets 27 shots. Great. He's 15 of 27. You win the game. Porter was 0 for 5 and 3. If he's 2 for 5, you probably win the game. And that's not changing anything. That's on individual performances that have got to step up. They've got to be better. Christian Brown can't have his last bucket at 5:28 in the second quarter.
Let me ask you guys a deep question. This might hurt my argument. This might hurt my argument. I'm about to do something that might hurt my argument. Do you think in that 7-minute span that Joker was actually, because he only took 1 shot, correct?
He started the shot. He missed 1 in the span.
Do you think during that span, Joker, as the world's smartest player, which he is, was actually trying to get his teammates involved and they just couldn't catch on to the bait?
Well, I'd have to go back and watch it a little bit closer. But, Scott, what was the stat you sent us on the group text today? 22.
He had 5 assists, and he had 20 assists missed.
Yeah. So
20 times he
could have had 25 assists.
If everybody makes a shot. So that's where I think he's different than Kelly Leaks. He ain't doing it because he's selfish.
Well, I never said he was selfish. I did not. I said the coach told him to do it, and you're the one that said it was selfish.
Felt like you were selfish.
No, I'm not saying that.
I heard you called him an a-hole.
I didn't say that either.
DMac thinks Nicole is an a-hole.
I definitely did not say that. I love Nicole. It's listen, I'm giving you ammo against my argument because it would, if I'm arguing against myself, I would say, hey, listen, bro. And that's what I would call myself.
You are not a bro.
Joker was trying to get his other teammates involved. He wasn't costing you a damn thing. He literally during that stretch was begging his teammates, come on, let's go. Because he only took one shot, because he was distributing the ball. The Kelly Leak pucker factor is just that, you're not up to it. You're not man enough to come through in this moment. You certainly have the ability. Nobody's going to say the Nuggets that were missing the shots don't have the ability to make those shots. That's ridiculous.
So I made a little mistake by about 35 seconds, so I apologize. It was 90-81, but it was 90-81 all the way till the 8:27 mark. So neither team scored from 10-11, and Oklahoma City called a timeout when Joker hit a jump shot to make it 90-81, which I said that's where you should, maybe rest Joker then if you wanted to rest him. They don't score a basket again. They hit a three. Lou Dort hits a three at 8:21. They go almost, both teams, 2 full minutes without scoring. Problem was, Dort hits it.
He had the back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where it was.
That was unbelievable.
So he made it 88, 84-90. And then Murray, 1 of 2 free throws, 91-84. Caruso out. Murray makes both free throws. So it's 92-84 at 7:58. So you could have taken him out at 10, brought him out at those free throws at 7:58. And you would have gotten a little over 2 minutes of game time rest, which is probably, 15 minutes? Joker hasn't touched the ball, hasn't done anything in all that time. So I won't go on. But Joker hadn't shot in all that time. Joker makes a free throw to take the lead at 5:23. A lot of missed shot, but both teams missed shots for over 2 minutes after that timeout, which would have been a perfect time if you thought he needed rest.
Again, I don't think it was about the Joker needing rest or him playing poorly. I think it was what the team was just melting around him for whatever weird reason.
I think you got this weird fantasy in your head that in the postseason, the most important time of the entire year, it's do or die time. All of a sudden, these guys that we haven't trusted all year, all of a sudden these guys that got Calvin Booth fired, the guys that are coming off the bench, the guys that are the reason why we no longer have a GM, we've got this weird fantasy in our head that they're going to come to life and be the saviors of the team. And in reality, when you're coaching a team, you've got an entire season's worth of information in your head that you are processing and beliefs and opinions that have already been made. And you're not going to go to fantasy land when the pressure's on. You're going to go to what the evidence has told you. I got a depth problem on this team, and I got the best player in the world. And it's fantasy land to think that Pickett is going to come save the day.
To me, athletes and sports, observing it, are creatures of routine. And you've done something so often, routine-wise, for years and years and years. And it's just that when you want to mess with that routine, to me, you're messing with possible negative outcomes when you mess with it. And the message to your team, almost the entire existence when Jokic has been part of this team, is that we're going to lean on some other guys for a few minutes to start the fourth quarter if we have the lead. In almost every single Nuggets game, that's the way it's been.
And it was the same way in Game 4, and it backfired on you.
Okay. Well, here we are.
I mean,
Game 6.
I will say this, because it's. I don't think it's a smart take, but it's an interesting take in the sense that you got Game 4 and Game 5 when you did and when you didn't, which may just come down to one simple equation. They're better.
Well, that could be the case. I mean, we're barreling down that path right now.
Yeah.
But we all think, well, we don't all think. I think Scott thinks, Tyler's a little bit different on this, that they're going to win Game 6. Vic thinks the same thing, too. Not only that, but I think they could win Game 6 kind of like, kind of in a route sort of way, because if I'm Oklahoma City, what do I care about Game 6? Seriously. I mean, it'd be better to win in Game 6, but look what we're going back to in Game 7, and we earned that. We got an unbelievable crowd. We got unbelievable confidence. Sure, there's a little bit more pressure with Game 7, but we're not afraid of that. Not at this point of the playoffs. We're not scared of that.
The key is, and I don't know the year because I'm terrible with years, the year that you take You lose a close heartbreaker in L.A. for Game 5, the year Kobe and 8 Lakers won against Orlando. And you come in Game 6, and to the admission of Carmelo Anthony after the game, we quit.
Yeah, I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not the case.
Because the
That would suck.
The Nuggets weren't the first team to do that.
We'll have another keyword for you for that Game 6 coming up next.
All right, guys, gals. Hey, if you are in the market for a new vehicle, there's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. It's the best dealership in Colorado. They've got the best prices and they've got the best inventory. There's no reason to waste your time driving all over. Just go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute, and they lock those vehicles in at incredible rates. That means that you, the customer, you're going to save big time money in comparison to other car dealerships in Colorado. Guys, with over 1,000 vehicles, that means you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned. It's already on the lot at Phil Long Ford today. You just need to go buy it, pick it up, and drive it. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to visit them at phillongford.com.
At your own risk. It's Nuggets. Nuggoffs. It's Nuggets and playoff. It's Nuggoffs.
Nuggoff.
That's not a bad word.
You struggled a little bit on reads today, and you're so quality on them.
Oh, I'm not. I think I suck at them, actually. I listen to Brett Kane, and I'm like, oh, my God, how does he do that so good?
But why else is he?
Well, that's true. And Raj is unbelievable. I mean,
Again.
All right, here we go. See, now I'm all lost. It's our last word that you got to know for a keyword, and you text in elephant. So the journey, treasure, and elephant. What does that have to do with each other?
What was the second word?
Journey.
And the first one was what?
Elephant. Treasure.
Treasure, journey, elephant.
Well, I got to think about that one for a second. Anyways, let me just get through this. Elephant, your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Yeah, those words connect. You can throw out. You don't win anything.
Well,
there's nothing going on
but
here.
Dan, we win tickets, though.
No, not for how they all connect, but the keyword, yes.
But I guarantee you there's some thought of why they connect.
There is. I was told there is, but I wasn't told why. Because those, but I don't know. 303-504-0925. We'll announce a winner at 2:45. You got 5 minutes to claim the tickets. And remember, there is a limited, and I'm rolling my eyes because it is limited, but there is a limited inventory still available for Game 6 tomorrow night. So go to nuggets.com/playoffs to check that out. But you can win free tickets. Elephant and Nate and Andy have more keywords, and they have a pair of tickets to give away too. And nobody else has. It's just us. So there you go.
So what's the connection, Dan?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Treasure, journey, and elephant.
The treasure is the journey, but the elephant in the room is.
Wow, that's pretty good, actually.
Wow.
That's pretty good. The treasure is the NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
The journey is kind of self-explanatory.
But the elephant in the room is.
We don't have a bench. We normally.
I thought you were going to say it's David's fault. Come on.
Do you want me to say something a little bit more serious on this or not?
No, I don't want you to be mean.
That. All right.
Well, go ask permission first.
He doesn't have to do that. Are you crazy?
Does David Adelman want this job or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you think he played?
Do you need to separate yourself decision-wise from what Michael Malone did to earn this job?
Well, no. Yes and no. And I think he has separated himself from Michael Malone. The problem is when you coach 10 years, there's not been a situation that probably everything you're doing, Coach Malone's tried, to be honest with you.
What has David Adelman done in this series in particular that's any different than what Michael Malone would do?
Play Julian Strawther.
I think you could look at that one of two ways. Be like, yeah, okay, be your own man, do your own thing. Or you could look at it like, oh, man, Michael Malone was pretty hamstrung. Yep, his hands were cuffed.
Chooses how you want to look at it. But what gives Adelman the best shot to get this job?
Playing Joker as much as he can and winning games.
Well, that's what he thinks, right. And I think I respectfully, trying to be respectful, think he's wrong. And
hold on. Let's talk about that. We don't have to yell and scream, but let's talk about that one for a second. You think him coming out and playing some subs and coming up with some radically different rotation and losing games is going to give him a better opportunity at the job than winning games?
I think putting his own stamp and winning the series gives him an incredible shot to get the job. I think losing this series in the same fashion that Michael Malone would have lost it limits his opportunities. I won't say ends it because I really like Adelman, and I think he's going to be, and I'm a fan of Adelman, by the way, and I think he's going to be a head coach in this league. I don't think there's a doubt about it. He's going to be a head coach in this league. The question is, do the Nuggets go in a different direction, kind of with everything? Because we do know with this organization and ownership that winning matters, which is really great to know, as opposed to what happens down at 20th and Blake. And frankly, look what the Broncos have done with Greg Penner, man. They have proved winning matters. It's the most important thing. And as a fan, I love that. But there's some harsh realities to it, too. And if you're Adelman, what do you have to do to prove that you're the right guy to steer the ship?
You got to win games.
Okay.
So you got to win a series. And so you're going to do whatever you think is going to give you the best chance to win that series.
I got you. But now you have evidence that what you've done in this past game and past, frankly, 2 games ain't going to cut the mustard. Now what?
Which is 2 different things.
Well, okay. So what are you going to do now?
Well, you look for that third thing in Game 6.
Or you just kind of stick with it. And that's likely what's going to happen. You're just going to stick with the same thing. I do not anticipate Jalen Pickett or DeAndre Jordan or, frankly, anybody else is going to play. I think you're going to go with your same rotation, and you're just going to hope for the best that these guys can make some shots.
I think you may get Julian Strother a few more minutes. I don't think you stick with Russ. How many? He only got 19 last night, right?
Russell Westbrook had 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
he was hucking up air balls left and right. You couldn't keep him in the game.
And you put Michael back in because even though Michael was doing the same thing, you feel like there's.
Oh, this is where we get radical because your lineup, if you wanted to, because it was not a great night for Westbrook or MPJ, you would have gone with Christian, AG, Jamal, Joker, and you tell me it's not
Payton or Strother.
Okay, fine. And then why didn't he do that? I mean, we're not even talking about playing guys that you don't play. We're just talking about, hey, man, it ain't your night, Russ Westbrook. It's not your night, MPJ. Peyton Watson, you're in. Julian Strother, you're in. To close. Is that radical? Is that some sort of kind of crazy thought?
No, but I think that's a different conversation.
It's a crazy thought. Then if you get beat by 7 or 8, guess what? Everybody's killing him for that decision.
Well, okay.
He already said just
here we
because
go.
we said something bad a while ago about a player that you got all the people on line right protecting him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's another stat from Vic Lombardi, by the way, who did call in to yell at me.
Oh, you screamed at him, though.
Well, I'm not going to, this is going to be the end of the argument, DMac. I'm not going to sit here and take that.
I think we should just replay that segment. I mean, that was a good high-quality segment.
By a fellow midget, this is the end of the argument, DMac. Listen to me, please. What, am I going to take that?
So
I'm not going to take that. I'm like, well, okay. Okay, Vic. Well, what do you got that's going to end the argument?
Heart of hearts, you're not sure you couldn't take him.
In what?
We're going Knuckles.
He's scrappy. I don't know. He's Italian too. He probably got me.
You're
beat.
Irish.
I'd have to like surprise him and get him from behind or something. Like I'd have to do something.
Bring a couple
like
Southies up with you.
Yeah, I'd have to do Southies. We don't care about fair rules for the Southies. We're gonna lose face up, mano a mano, but we'll get you. Like in The Departed. Or we'll put you down in the mosh. We don't care. She felt funny. All right.
Irish mob versus Italian mob. Who we taking?
Both very effective, both different approaches. The Irish mob just doesn't care about any kind of rules.
Yeah.
Or that
Irish
sort of
mob
thing.
just doesn't seem to think things through as
much.
No.
They're
all
far
emotion.
stupider than the Irish mob. The Irish mob has made it a whole thing. We're idiots with the Irish. But we're not going to take any shizzle either. Whitey Bulger, he was a rat fink for years. But he was on the lam forever in San Diego getting a tan. Whitey. Murderer.
Got him.
Starters minutes. By the way, great job in this segment.
What happened
Dan.
to Let's Football Go?
I know. Well, it's going to be just Dan talking about basketball, but let me just give you this, and we'll get there. Actually, you could transition back to football at this point, Dan, if you want to. We could transition back. We'll see where he goes. I don't even know. Starters minutes. Nuggets, 950 minutes. OKC, 813. That's from your pal, Matt Kroll.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you really win a series where you're extending your starters so much more than your opponent?
Do you want to look at the Clippers too? I mean, can we look back at that series also?
I just have.
But we could, right? Listen,
I'd love to go back and look at the year we won.
It's the boat you rode in on, the horse you rode in on, right? What do I say? You got to stay on the horse you rode in on, and this is the bed they made. Well, how many analogies can I use before I have one take?
Sure.
But this is the bed they've made. But I mean, what else are you gonna do?
Nothing at this point. Actually,
there's nothing you can do.
Not now. I think there were some options in Game 4 with 36 hours of rest. I think there were options yesterday, but there's no options now.
I think there was more options in the first series.
Okay, well, yeah,
but I don't think there's any options now.
By the way, I think we're all on the same page right now with you guys. There are no more options now, so forget it.
And would you not say that these guys are better than the Clippers?
Yes.
Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And if we're being honest, are you a tad surprised they've Because I think the national media, the answer would be yes. Tad surprised they've played them this tight and this hard.
The one thing we thought we had over Oklahoma City, which is very frustrating, is that we were going to be better in close games because we have more experience with it. And that's been disappointing.
And then we felt affirmed of that in game 1.
And we've lost 2 in close games, and we've won 2 in close games.
Yep. So here we go.
2-2. Let's go 3-2.
I think tomorrow night's. I think the Nuggets are going to handle their business. I think they're going to shoot better, and I think they're going to win by 15 to 20 points.
All right. And so then go 3-2 in the series on close games and win Game 7 in a close one.
And you'll have 2 days of rest before Game 7, and I think it'll come down in the final 2 minutes, and we'll see who can make a shot. And I think that's how this series is going to go.
We still haven't had that game that Murray wins you either.
I got you. That likely could come tomorrow. And, hey, man, the NBA, you can't have empty possessions with less than 2 minutes to go. You just can't do it. 2 empty possessions with less than 2 minutes to go, you're probably going to lose. Yep. And that's the way, and that's just simply it. All right, I'll see what Dan does. I have no idea, but okay. It's Dan Tanner time. What do you want to talk about, Dan?
Well, let's hear from Nikola Jokic, guys. We've been talking about this all day. Joker and Jamal played the entire fourth quarter. Nikola was actually asked about that after the game. Here's what he had to say.
Okay.
You and Jamal played the entire fourth quarter. I'm curious if that was your choice, David Adelman's choice, and then also how does that change the way the game ends for you guys when you guys are out there the whole time?
Doesn't change. You don't think about that when you play. I felt it good, and I talked to DA, and he told me if you want to stay and stay, and then. I don't know. Did that change? Whatever, but I think we had good looks. We had everything. So I think we just didn't make it.
Okay, so Joker said didn't think it was affected the outcome in the ending of the game, guys.
I agree. How'd we do?
I agree with him, too. It's 103-103 at 140.
Yeah.
103-103. Joker makes 3, ties up. Unbelievable shot. And there from then on down. Jay Williams, 3-pointer.
Hey, by the way, real quick on that. When are these national guys just going to know it's the Sombor Shuffle?
Well, only one of them knew.
I know. It was so frustrating. Like it happened. It's happened. There's a name for it.
Yeah.
Now, I like the twist that it was a circus Sombor Shuffle. I heard somebody say that, which was like, oh, that's kind of a fun sort of thing. But, just understand what it is. All right, go ahead.
All right, so 103-103, Denver at 140. At 119, Jay Williams 3, 106-103. Timeout. Porter missed 3. Sage Gilgeous 3-pointer. Porter missed 3. Out of bounds. Denver ball gets it back. Gordon missed 3. Foul. Gordon, Shai Gilgeous 2 of 2. It's 111-103 now. Timeout, Denver.
Oh, it's over. Yeah.
Layup by Murray.
Right, that was the bucket.
Yeah, it makes it 105-111.
Uncontested.
Yeah. And then Jay Williams, 2 free throws. Murray missed 3 3-pointers. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. In the last minute 14, you got 5 shots, 1 layup, and 4 missed threes.
Yeah, and those 2 empty possessions when you were tied were killer. Absolute killer.
Didn't see 15 with the shot in there. But they were wide open. I mean, Michael had a couple wide open. Even Jamal's was wide open.
I'm with you. Got to make those shots.
Now the one that
what's this music
that Aaron missed? That would have been a tough 3. The one that Aaron shot.
Kind of vibing.
This is our groovy basketball music instead of football music. Go ahead, Dan. What's your next story?
Okay, so the Cleveland Cavaliers lost to the Indiana Pacers in 5 games. They won 64 games, fellas, in the regular season. They became just the 4th team in NBA history to win 64 or more regular season games without reaching the conference finals. The top-seeded Cavs lost 3 consecutive home games. Sound familiar, fellas, in the second round? To the Pacers, including Tuesday's series-ending 114-105 defeat. Are you surprised that the Cavs, with the second-best regular season record this year, lost in the second round?
I'm shocked because I don't think the Pacers are that good.
Tyrese Halliburton's fun to watch, man.
Yeah, he's a great player. I understand that.
He's got like an infectious personality too. Like
he
everything
does.
about him is just fun.
So does his dad.
He seems so different. Like how do him and his dad feel?
I don't know, man. Who knows? Some guys just live through their kids in weird ways. I'm not sure. He seems like a great dude, Halliburton. He seems like a great guy. It was fun watching him sit on the bench for Team USA.
Cleveland tried to make that interesting. They just couldn't.
It's really disappointing, man. It's like kind of borderline heartbreaking for their fans.
Well, here's a funny record. The Cavs this year were 36-5 at home against
that is so good
against 28 other teams. On themselves as 29th. 0-5 at home against the Pacers this year.
So the Pacers are their Minnesota.
They're their matchup.
They're their kryptonite.
Yeah, so they beat them twice in the regular season. They beat them 3 times in the postseason.
Do you know the Celtics are actually favored tonight by 5 points over the Knicks?
I could see them winning tonight.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why, but without Tatum, they're still favored.
That's wild.
I don't know if I spoiled that.
Because Jaylen Brown's it's 1A and 1B, and Jaylen Brown will take over.
All right, last one there. By the way, this is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We love Mountain High Appliance. A little twist, mountainhighappliance.com. What do you got, Dan?
So Game 5, Warriors and Timberwolves tonight. Steph Curry has been officially ruled out of this game. The Timberwolves can actually end the series tonight. He has been cleared, though, to participate in light on-court workouts after his left hamstring strain was reevaluated today. So do you guys think the T-Wolves close out the Warriors tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't, come on.
Yeah, I don't see any chance at all. Unless Jimmy Buckets or playoff Jimmy shows up.
I thought it was a good question, Dan.
All right, well, appreciate it. Yeah, how are you ever going to win without Steph Curry?
Not this team. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. Maybe they can. It'd be great if they could. It'd be nice if they would.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If the Nuggets tap out, is it more likely they're in the position they were in at the end of this year? Or is it more likely they're in the position that the Golden State Warriors were in? Still in the playoffs, but you're in the play-in. You're trying to be competitive, but you really have no shot.
Good question. I don't know.
It's interesting because how good is Steph Curry still?
He's really good, but they literally have no shot to win the NBA championship as they're constructed. Zero shot.
I mean, I thought they were fortunate to get out of the play.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
It's actually kind of scary because Steph Curry is still damn good, and it would feel better if he was like I know he's technically on the decline, but that dude is good.
Why did Kevin Durant turn down an opportunity to go back there and stay with a team that just sucks?
Just pride.
Because he probably knows that Golden State's on the suck trail too.
If you look at teams that don't make the playoffs or are quickly out of the playoffs, there's superstars all over the place. Superstars all over the place. And it's interesting because it is frustrating, like the Broncos last year. It was amazing to make the playoffs. Did any of us really think they were going to win the Super Bowl? No.
No, but you think they will this year?
No, I think they'll win a wild card game and they'll have 11 wins. I do not think they'll win a Super Bowl this year. I don't think they're ready for it. I don't think they have the team for it. But in 2026, I think they will. I do believe that in 2026, but not in 2025. But I think they'll have a better year slightly than they did last year.
Yeah, the real depressing part of it, like if we really want to go negative on the Nuggets right now, thinking about the future, God, I don't know what they do. You got no draft picks. You can't draft and develop. You can't go get younger guys on the bench. Good luck with Mike Porter Jr. trying to move that one.
Let me ask this. Is Milwaukee in any different position than the Nuggets?
I think Milwaukee is borderline in a worse position.
Feels like it's officially over.
They're about to blow it up. No, I don't think the Nuggets are there.
Why? They made the playoffs.
Yeah, I got you.
They got a guy that averaged 30.
I got you. Yo, you're right.
But he doesn't want to be there anymore.
Listen, here's the truth of the matter.
Anymore.
You win Game 6. You have 2 days of rest. You've been in close games for the most part with Oklahoma City
and the Clippers. So you've been in close games for the last 3 weeks.
So like, it ain't over this year. It ain't over. It is not over yet. And if you can somehow get through this, the path to winning the championship this year kind of opens wide if you look at the rest of the landscape.
Yep.
So let's not give up on it yet. And let's be more optimistic about it. And I am hopeful.
Listen to Grumpy Pants.
Don't tell me how to feel.
Been Grumpy Pants for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Now all of a sudden.
Captain Optimism. The key word is elephant.
Captain Underpants.
We will
like an
call
elephant.
out a name.
I remember the beginning
Call
of the show.
out a name to win tickets coming up next. Let's have some fun, Dan. Let's give away some Nuggets tickets. What's our name?
All right, this person has 5 minutes to call David Velasquez.
All right, David.
303-504-0925. Did I mess that up?
I don't know.
No, not necessarily. I think it could go either way.
David Velasquez.
Could be Quez, could be Kez, yeah. All right, David, 5 minutes on right now. Go. And if we get him, we'll put him on the air and we'll congratulate him and do that whole radio thing.
And if not, we slip in and get a second guy.
We got time.
And everybody out there is rooting for David to not call.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody that's listening got in, right?
And Nate and Andy will have another shot to win some tickets. So Game 6 tomorrow night.
I feel like you used a lot of energy.
You know what? I'm just gonna become that guy that is rooting for these people to not call.
Yeah.
So I'm officially rooting for David to not call.
Yeah, we just keep it going.
So you're the DMac of game winners.
Sure. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Just open for the negative.
No, well, I'm hoping for the mass. I'm rooting for the population here.
I am Captain Optimism. I have been saying I said it yesterday they would lose. I said they would win Game 6. I haven't come off that 1 second. Just because I was right about Game 5 doesn't mean I'm being pessimistic.
How were you right about Game 5 that they'd lose?
Did you not hear the show yesterday?
Listen, I'm like a mother bird. After I regurgitate the show, it's out of my head, brother. It's done. Oh, how's your show? Why I go home all the time. Warren goes, "How's your show? What'd you talk about?" Oh,
I have no idea.
Yeah, no clue.
I listened to Scott and DMac yell at each other.
Tyler's over here saying they're losing Game 6, not me.
That's true. He's negative name too.
But I respect what Tyler's saying, and he's not saying it without cause. It makes sense. Well, they needed. I'm rolling with you, Tyler. If they were going to win
Game 5
this,
was huge.
If they were going to win this series, Game 5 was the telltale game that they should have, could have won, and they didn't. So,
but he had them yesterday losing 5 and 6. Even if they won 5, they were losing 6. You said they were going to.
Remember back in the day when they were in Game 6 against the Lakers in the Western Conference Final, Scott?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that game sucks so bad because it's the Western Conference Final with Carmelo. And an unbelievable chance to win the championship.
Whoever wins that series wins an NBA championship.
Right. And what happened in Game 6 at home?
Well, to Melo's own words, we quit.
Yeah. Can you believe that, Tyler? You probably don't remember. It was a long time ago. But it was...
What year was that?
Oh, man. I mean...
2006?
Something like that?
8, somewhere in there?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking close to 20 years ago. But being at that game, I could not believe what was happening. I couldn't believe that a team this close would quit. And that will be devastating if that happens tomorrow night. You know, I will be devastated.
Well, that's what my fear is. My fear is that Game 5 gave them the affirmation that it's over. So whether you get there in Game 6 or in Game 7, I think it's probably going to be in Game 6 because I really do feel like Game 5 was what that breaking point was.
See, and I think that if they play it close and it's a Game 6, I think if it's close, they win this one. No, I don't think if they win Game 6, they think they can win Game 7. If they don't show up, if they don't think they can win Game 7, then you're going to go back to the 2008 Western Conference Finals.
Now, can I give you an unrelated, optimistic viewpoint here? And it's with that Ramona Shelbourne article.
Okay.
The fact that Aaron Gordon, after the game, wanted to talk about that, to me, that's a team that hasn't quit yet. To me, and that goes against my take, so I'm arguing against myself here. But Aaron Gordon is sitting there vehemently denying this article that he brought up on his own, that he was not asked about, because he cared about it, because he cares about what the look of this team is, because he cares about Russell Westbrook. And it'd be real easy to sit there and be like, yep, that stuff's true. I'm not going to talk about it because I actually think it is true.
You guys want to talk to a winner?
2009 was that series.
No, David called. See, I'm
you're disappointed?
Yeah, I mean, it's not about you, David. It's just I was rooting for the masses. The masses really wanted you to not call.
David, how are you, my friend?
I'm happy I called. I'm very excited.
David, congratulations. You win.
All right, thank you so much.
How do you say your last name?
Appreciate it. Velasquez.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, how do you say it?
Oh, Velasquez.
Velasquez.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, David. Who are you taking to the game?
So much.
Who are you taking to the game?
My wife. She's the biggest Nugget fan ever.
Have you been to a game yet this year?
Yes, I have.
Okay. All right. Well, you'll
Multiple.
be all right. Well, right on. Well, you win free tickets,
This
and we
is awesome.
6:30 game, not
6:30.
6:30.
Is that going to be a problem? 6:30.
Sure, I'm gonna be there before then.
All right. Good. All right, my man. Congratulations. Hang on a
Thank you,
second.
guys. I appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
All right. We'll see you. Oh, don't go anywhere. Stay there. Sorry. I got to swing back over here.
I ain't standing
Oh my
there.
gosh.
No, you stay there. Stay there. Hey, Andy, how you feeling?
So this is where it gets
Remember how we
awkward.
thought
This
that?
is
You're the
this is
only
where,
one
this is
that
where I
makes
don't know what to do.
this weird.
This is where he makes me feel like I got to
Yeah,
get
yeah,
up.
yeah.
He's pointing at me.
Well, I ain't driving, so I'm not getting in the driver's seat.
It's just a microphone.
I don't want to speak into it
Why don't you want to speak into it?
because it's dirty. Look, hey, have you looked at that one? Look at that one.
Okay. How you feeling, Andy?
Whatever.
Sit here.
Howard, no. How are you feeling?
Go.
Okay. I was
Just
trying to
leave
get one of
him
them
in
out so
DMac.
you and I could.
Well,
Although I'm out probably
Tyler.
more on his
Tyler
side.
out.
Hey,
so-
you got to talk to DMac because last night was all David
All right,
Adelman's
Tyler's
fault.
tapping out. All right, that's fine.
Because we got to be more cognizant that when Joker's out there, it puts pressure on everybody else to perform, and you need to rest him so these guys don't have performance anxiety. Was that be fair?
Get these guys a pill.
Yeah, they have performance anxiety when Joker's out there, so you have to take Joker out.
I don't know if-
Adelman screwed up not doing
If
that.
Andy would realize Kelly Leak, the Kelly Leak analogy. You know who Kelly Leak is?
I know.
Bad News Bears?
No, I mean I remember the movie, but not who was it the love interest?
You know, he was the cigarette smoking, motorcycle riding.
Yeah, he was the guy that Buttermaker
Yeah.
told, just do everything. Forget about your teammates. Forget about everything that we've done this year. Just go out there and do everything. And his teammates resented him. And it wasn't until he allowed Lupus to try to make the play in right field that the team actually won together. Now, they did lose to the Yankees at the end of the game, and Tanner told the Yankees to stick the trophy up their,
backside.
That's right. And then they all drank beers. That's how that movie ended. A bunch of 12-year-olds.
It was a different time.
It was a different time that a bunch of 12-year-olds told to take that trophy, stick it up your yin-yang, and let's crack a cold one.
When did you have the first sip of beer from Pops? Huh?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, 10, 12.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, it was a different
yeah.
time, Tyler.
Yeah.
From Pops?
10, 11, 12.
Like with my dad?
Dude, Bronco game. Here, we had
Really?
these tiny cups. He'd pour a little in. Here, take a little.
What age?
Hey, 10. Maybe it'll calm you down. I need to watch this game. Dude, you like this.
Well, he was absolutely giving you bourbon when you were 3 to shut you up.
Maybe.
Oh, well,
maybe.
that's a
I don't
common,
You like this? We had a priest who would come over to watch the games with us. Father Wind.
Wow.
Dude would be
Have a little communion.
Dude would be napping by the third quarter. And then my mom, it was all like a scene. It was like a skit out of Saturday Night Live. My mom's a TV coacher, which is probably where I get it from. And Elway throw him, John! And his name was John Wynn. He'd be waking up wondering she's yelling at Elway. While other Pops just trying to get another beer. Other Pops, I only had one. But yeah, he's sharing it with everybody. Did you not get a little taste if you asked?
Boy, the
We used to go to place-
Mullen education.
No, this was Holy Family. You can blame. This was the Vic Lombardi age. He was running basketball camps for us. Hey, you want to know why I didn't make it in basketball? Vic Lombardi coached our camps.
Well, that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
They used to have this little pub food place. My dad would play the rec league basketball when he was an adult. And after the games, the whole team would go down to the I think it was called Ernie's. And you go down to this little hole-in-the-wall place down over by the railroad tracks, really, and get a hamburger. And sure enough, you get a little beer, pour a little bit in a little glass of beer, and you'd sit there.
A little some.
Yeah.
All
That was
right,
probably,
but let me ask you this.
9, 10, 11.
So I don't know about the performance anxiety stuff. But again, you left Joker in to start. You didn't grow the lead at all. Don't at some point, you have to
actually
give
did.
him a couple, 3
There you go.
minutes of rest?
There
He
you
actually
go.
did grow.
There you
How
go.
much? It was 9 when they started. What did it get up to?
It was 8 starting the fourth. At 10, 11, somebody hit a shot, and it went up to 9 points. So you grew up by 1.
Ooh, okay.
That was where I thought you could take the break.
Well, that's where just a couple. The guy needs 2 or 3 minutes
And
of
then
a
you
breather.
went-
Thank you, Andy.
Neither team scored for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it was brutal. But then they. hit
But
the
you could have had
3.
him out that whole 2.5 minutes, and that would have been, as it turned out, it would have worked out.
Right. And the easiest thing to do was just to not start him in the fourth quarter in the first place.
the
and
bad
just
thing
put
is-
that rest in the bank.
But the bad thing is you did that in game 4 and it didn't work out either. And last night was different in game 4 because he didn't look tired last night. And I don't buy into that. Well, on defense, really?
Well, you can argue with Andy now because Andy, you and I are way more on the same page.
Well,
than,
no, that's because you all read Muggle stuff all the time.
I've been yelled at for 3 straight hours about this.
I watch the game, and I don't listen to Mahrez.
Oh, I got all of this, Andy. I got it like, you're influenced by other people. You don't know basketball.
yeah.
Vic called in to say, I don't know ball.
Vic said that.
Yeah, I don't know ball, which is right up there with
ju-
you didn't play the game in terms of sports talk arguments.
I just said you were influenced by sports Muggles.
Right, and I deny that premise, but I'm not yelling at you about it. And
But I mean, again, every time he's got to go the whole game this playoffs, it hasn't worked out as well.
Thank you, Andy. My Lord.
Now, nobody else can hit a shot. It'd be nice if somebody else
But
I don't
again,
know, maybe make a shot.
There's a reason. There's a reason you play one game at a time every other day or so, and it doesn't roll into next game. We're not playing 2, Sparky. Right? There's other games.
Why is it so tense in here?
He did not look tired to me in the
What's
fourth
wrong
quarter
with you
long.
guys?
Well, because I
To
have a strong different opinion.
Uh-huh.
We'll see where you guys land with it. I don't know. Maybe there'll be some middle ground, but I think it was a coaching.
We give you middle ground. You still don't want it. You and your Muggles are on the island by yourself.
By the way, I haven't pushed back on this.
You're on the Beast Island.
Who do you think that I'm really leaning on here, aside from my own independent opinion from watching Nuggets games for the past 25 years and following the team pretty damn closely?
I think probably who, if I picked up your ex, all the guys that you follow that are.
Who do you think that would be? Like, give me.
I don't know the name. Big Muggle, small Muggle, fuzzy face Muggle, tall Muggle.
Are you guys talking about the human beings from Harry Potter? What's happening right now?
Yeah, that's what he calls all the sports people that cover games. Like,
okay.
That do the big gang stuff all the time.
Those are Muggles?
Those are sports Muggles.
Like when you watch Harry Potter, and this did not start with Harry Potter. I'm not a
Okay.
Harry Potter guy, but somebody else came up with this.
Uh-huh.
Because I was saying, well, if they're the stars, if they're the wizards, the athletes, like, who are the people that are around covering the athletes? Who are those people?
Muggles.
And somebody pointed out that Muggles and Harry Potter are kind of the other people that aren't Harry Potter. Like when Harry Potter goes to lunch, there's like 100 people sitting there. Well, they can't all be Harry Potter.
So wait a
they
minute.
can't all be
Hold on.
magical. They're just kind of the other
thought
people.
they were extras.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's like they're there too.
They were
What if
friends
the
of the
athletes
director.
are Jedis and the rest of us are Wookiees? I don't. What are we?
That's
Han
a
Solos.
terrible comparison.
Yeah, Han Solo's just a human.
Only one Han Solo.
Just merely a human.
So there's supposed to be a race of people?
Oh, okay, all right, there's Jedis, but who's fueling the plane? Like, who's cooking the Jedi lunch? Who's on the tarmac
It's
for
the dude
Star
in the
Wars?
X-Wing.
Hey.
Oh, I'm losing it.
Yeah. Those guys are all Jedis. They're fighter pilots.
You know what they are? You're
Listen.
the red shirt Star
Listen.
Trek guys.
Get
That's
off
who
of
you are.
Porkins, all right? Leave Porkins alone.
Poor Porkins.
Poor Porkins. Porkins the first one that ate it.
Yeah, the triple
Porkins
chin,
bought
his
it.
helmet wouldn't even fit in the X-Wing.
Neither would he.
Why did they have to name the fat guy Porkins?
Have you ever, you know what? They did this at the Aeronautical Space Museum out there a few years ago. They had a real X-Wing from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So I literally won a raffle to sit in it. Now, I didn't sit in it. I took my son Hayden, and he barely fit in it. You would not believe how big these
Do you
things
know
were.
in
They were the
F1
tiniest actors ever.
In F1 racing, they customize, they mold the cockpit to the driver's body. Who's the guy changing the tire?
Muggle.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I know who
There's
it is.
that guy,
Hey,
too.
He's a tire Muggle.
Right.
Did you guys know the guy that played Porkins is no longer with us?
Of course
Am I
we
s-
did, because
Hey,
we were trying to be really
Am
cruel on
I
purpose.
supposed to be shocked by that?
His name is William Hootkins.
What happened? How'd he pass?
He's dead.
Does it say cause of death?
57.
Cholesterol?
A basketball accident.
Darth Vader got him.
He was choked.
He was also in Raiders of the Lost Ark and Batman. I did not know this.
Oh, is he the doctor at the end of Raiders of the... I think he was the guy at the end of the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
William
Ark,
Hootkins.
assuring Indiana Jones that their top people are on it.
Should Jokic
Top
have,
people.
should Jokic have started the fourth quarter?
Me? I don't care if he starts it, but
I'm asking you, should he have? It's a coaching decision. If you're Adelman, would you have started him the fourth quarter?
If I were Adelman, no, because that's been
No.
the rotation. But
Okay. Well,
after
yes or
a
no,
couple,
Andy?
3 minutes, I would have got him out there somewhere in the first 5-6 minutes. Like he said, you
Andy
stalled out.
because once you start him, you were pot committed. And you're pointing it out. You expand the lead, but you're pot committed because you started him in the first place. Would you have started him or
No,
not?
because that's not worked.
Okay.
I don't believe they lost because Jokic played the entire second half.
Me either.
I believe they.
Fine. But would you have started him to start the fourth quarter?
I'll tell you what was a bigger factor, that they played Jamal Murray the entire second half.
I agree with
He
that.
gassed out badly last night. Joker did not gas out last night. Everybody else gassed
Murray
out.
missed his last 4 shots of the third quarter.
Everybody,
and then all the shots in the fourth until that late.
This is what everybody was yelling at me about, Nate.
Everybody was awful in the fourth quarter except for Jokic. This is, okay, Jokic in the fourth quarter last night, 13 points, 4 of 6. Made 1 of 2 threes, made all of his free throws. He only had 1 turnover. He was freaking magnificent all night.
And I agree with you.
The rest of the team was 1 for 15.
And that was a layup
and the
20
one
seconds
make
ago.
was a garbage time. That's 7%. They were 0 for 10 from 3. I don't think they lost because Jokic played the full fourth quarter. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that's a perfect solution for this team, but I do believe that playing Jamal the entire fourth quarter hurt them. But also, have you guys seen what the numbers look like when Jamal's not on the floor? It's a disaster in this series when Jamal isn't out there, which I think the overarching point, while we sit here and muggle squabble over who should be playing and who isn't, is that this team doesn't have good options. They don't have any dudes to play.
All right, so in this series, I got this from Vic Lombardi earlier.
Okay.
Great. I thought you would love it. You guys might as well
It's the
hear
starters'
it.
minutes.
It's the starters' minutes.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Dumb numbers.
Why? What, 950 minutes to 813? You don't think it affects it?
No.
Why not?
No, I think it does.
Okay,
affect-
okay, absolutely. All right. No.
It's the dumbest
Since
stat
you
in the
think
world.
we all need to bow to you and your knowledge, and I'm fine doing that because you played what should happen. Just lay out what's going wrong.
Get down.
What would you be
Get
coaching
down.
differently?
Get down and bow. Okay.
What would you be doing?
No, you don't understand.
He made it literal.
Here's why it's stupid numbers, because all I got to do is go back to what he just said. All this means is you ain't got nobody.
Okay.
They play 10 and 11 guys in a game.
But you knew that coming in.
You play 7. So exactly.
So what would you have done differently?
No. So why put those numbers up then? You knew that going in. So why pull them? Do you want to bet that those numbers weren't skewed a little bit in the Clipper series too?
Oh, I'm positive that they were.
Denver is shallow.
Okay.
Denver,
so how do we fix it to get through this series?
You get lucky.
Yeah.
Get absolutely lucky.
I tell you one thing different they could have done last night that I would have liked to have seen. They could have closed with Peyton Watson.
Yes.
Well, we talked about that too, yeah.
I would have liked to have seen them close with Peyton
Yeah,
Watson
but you know
last
what
night.
happened that you and I talked about?
Close
You
with
had-
more
You had
defense.
Russ. Look, Peyton Watson, in my mind, works when Russ is hitting. When they're both out there and you don't know what either one of them is going to do offensively, then you're really rolling the cards.
But I would have closed with him for Porter.
All right,
last
that's
night.
fine. I can't argue that. You know what? And again, everybody getting on Porter, he deserves to be gotten on, and that's fine. But when Jamal Murray's shooting doesn't, I already went off on this to him today. When Jamal Murray doesn't carry over to the fourth quarter with that kind of shooting, listen, here's the real problem. You want to know, you want to really pry my anger out of me? Here's what I don't like. The only way damn Nuggets, the only way this damn formula works is if all four, the core four, they're getting paid lots of money. They're getting paid all the money so that you don't have a bench.
Yeah.
They got to perform.
Yeah.
So guess what? Nobody gets to cry about anything because apparently you were all down for it. Y'all took your money. Jamal's getting his $200 million next year. And so whether it's fair or not, 43 minutes or not, your ass needs to shoot in the fourth quarter. Period. And you've had one game. You've had one Murray playoff game in Game 5 of the Clippers series.
Yeah, but
but you know what, dude? You pout at TNT. You don't you get mad when Ernie Johnson asks you anything. You get mad at every press conference. You weren't going to be respected if you didn't get your contract. Well, you got your contract. So where's my shooting? Where's your Robin and his Batman? Because I ain't seen it in a year now. And it's the same thing that happened in last year's Western Conference semifinal against Minnesota. When they were chicken away and knocking your ass out of the playoffs, his shooting was nowhere to be found. So he needs to show up again.
He does.
Because your financial formula does not work if he ain't playing right.
Why were they up 8 going to the fourth quarter?
I'm sorry, Nate.
It's all right. Why were they up 8 going to the fourth quarter? Because Jamal was great.
Because Jamal was hitting shots.
Murray was great the first 9 minutes that fourth, but he missed his last 4 shots in the third.
Yeah, he fell off. He
Late.
was awful in the first half last night.
Yeah.
It just bad turnovers. Jamal didn't play well enough last night. I won't deny any of that.
And neither did MPJ. He didn't hold up his end of the bargain as far as shooting. And
did they win Game 6?
Brown.
He needs.
Well, you're shrugging your shoulders about Game 6.
He needs the injection again. It's time to juice Porter
Go
up
pro
again.
football. Should we get him Brian Grease?
All right,
to
that's
talk
an interesting
about
question. Do you think he's taking the shot or not?
I think he should. He did prior to Game 3, right?
He talked all about it.
Yeah. He did prior to Game 3, and he played great.
But does that mean he wasn't taking the shot between Game 1 and Game 2? I don't know that.
But also, isn't that some of the frustration then of, if you're Adelman, you know medically where he's at right now. So knowing that his shooting is not there anyway, why don't you close with the best defensive lineup you possibly can, which to me includes Peyton Watson, at least for last night. What do you have, 8 rebounds in 15 minutes or whatever? He played well.
Yeah.
I was really pleased with his play. He had a couple of turnovers.
Why didn't Adelman make that change?
Watson, he's going to do it.
Why didn't Adelman do it?
I don't know. Because I tell you why. Because when games get tight late, coaches are human beings too, and they trust the dudes. They trust the guys that have gotten them there. They trust the guys with experience that have done it before. And I think that David Adelman and I think Michael Malone before him, they look at Peyton Watson and they see third-year guy that we don't trust, but we don't know what we're getting game to game to do the right thing.
They go auto draft. Anybody could do that.
I will say this.
Anybody could do that.
Here's where I will defend Adelman. First off, here's a couple things I'll say in the defense of Adelman, okay? He's not had all basketball season to really get his opinions down. He's the second guy, and he's doing the second guy job. It's not like, I know he was on the staff, and he's familiar clearly with the whole roster.
He's been here forever.
But I'm sure
he knows the guys.
He knows the guys. But that doesn't mean he's thought every game. All these other coaches, Dagnall, he's had 82 games to go. Here's what I'm going to do when we get to this thing and so on. Adelman hasn't had that. He hasn't been the guy that's got to make the decisions.
I think there's something to that.
And then I think when you talk about Peyton Watson, look, dude, I like Peyton Watson. I really do. We've had him on the show. You guys have too. He's a fun
like
guy.
Peyton Watson.
He's an easy kid to root for. But the bottom line is, I am not going to get too much on the coach when I don't know if you're going to go out there and grab the rebound or somehow cross your hands up and chuck the thing out of bounds. Or if you're going to go misjump, if you're going to completely jump by the area I need you to jump by and leave the dude wide open.
But clearly what you've done has not worked in the past couple of games, so what do you do different? You just hope it works?
I keep asking.
Is
Nate
that what
hates
you
a
do?
question, so I'll ask Scotty. Why not DeAndre Jordan for just 3 minutes to survive?
I wouldn't play him right
just
now.
For some size.
I would throw him in for sure.
I wouldn't.
I'm legit asking. Nate says he is not fast enough, so help me out.
He's slow, but you could. But here's the difference. It's not just about Joker there, because now you're asking Aaron Gordon to play more minutes when you go the small ball.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest. It's way too bad that Zeke Naji never turned into a player.
No kidding.
Because that
your boy can't even catch a ball, much less be DMac's leave me hanging. All right.
Oh
no. No. You're a muggle.
You fire him up and then you leave.
Yeah. And you're stuck.
No, it's too bad because Zeke would be the perfect guy in this game, to be honest with you.
He has athleticism.
Yeah.
You can't put him in midway through the fourth quarter because that's okay, I'm asking you, dude who hasn't played 1 second of meaningful basketball in this postseason, to go out there and contribute in crunch time of that. That's not fair to him. That's not fair to the team. You can't play Zeke in that moment. Could you have put him out there at the start of the fourth quarter and gotten 2 minutes of just running up and down the court and hopefully honestly, even committing a couple of fouls, I'm okay with that. You got 6 of them. Maybe. What's so funny about this, though, and there's just an overarching truth that we're stuck with in the midst of all of this debate and everything is, I argue, maybe you should have closed with Peyton Watson last night. Maybe a little bit less Russ and more Julian getting out there on the floor, okay? While we have all of these arguments, we're doing so under the umbrella of the disaster that this roster has turned into, that they just don't have dudes. Like the Nuggets and the Thunder, I firmly believe this. At this stage of the series, this is dead even, okay? And anybody can still win this thing. I'm not going to be stunned if Denver wins this series in the slightest bit. But also, I know the advantage that the Thunder have, and they didn't gas out last night because they've got guys to play critical minutes. Nugget starters all play 40+. The OKC starters don't have to because they have other dudes, and they get surprise performances like frickin' Lou Dort making 3 threes in the fourth quarter that is essentially the difference in the game. And the Nuggets don't get that from anybody.
DMac asked us yesterday on the show, he said, what's the headline if the Nuggets win? Today, what will we talk about if the Nuggets win? I said, others made shots.
Yeah, they didn't.
And they didn't. And I don't even know if you know this, but I went back and watched it today. Michael Porter's last bucket was at 2:58 in the first quarter. Only bucket, too.
Oh.
Christian Brown's last bucket was at 2:53 in the second quarter.
He made 2 threes in the first quarter last night. I think he missed every one he took the rest of the night.
Missed the next
Clank
six,
fest.
6 or 7.
Yeah. How about this? All right, Dan Hyatt sent this over. Okay? This is passes from Jokic.
Yeah.
This is when Nikola Jokic gives you the ball. He had 5 assists last night. MPJ was 0 for 4 last night. Russ was 0 for 4. CB was 1 for 4. Jamal 2 for 11. That's
22 other assists.
Yeah.
If they made every one of those shots, he would have had 27 assists last night.
Which you'll never get that, but what if he
that'd
had
be a hell of a record?
12, you know?
What would that be?
They win
Would that
the
be a
game
record?
last night.
What's the all-time in assists? It's got to be up there, isn't it?
For a playoff game, that'd have to be way up there.
Regular season, it's Scott Skiles with 30. I know that one off the top of the dome.
Holy cow, a third of what he's talking about, and he gets his triple-double.
Yeah.
Just a third.
And they win the game. And they win the game. Okay, so the old adage, role players are better at home. I think the Nuggets should get game 6, go back to game 7. If you have an 8-point lead going to the fourth quarter, I'll take my chances with it.
I'm going to stick with it. I said it before the playoffs started. If this team can go deep and win games, Porter's got to make shots. He did it once in this series, took the shot, whatever, and it was a home game.
And they won.
And if he goes 3 of 8, which isn't great, but it's not horrible, 3 of 8 from the 3-point line, I think you win. I think you win tomorrow.
Yeah. So let's hope that whatever the shoulder needs to do, it does. Dempsey coming up here in just a few minutes.
For Hot Mike tonight.
It's going to be good stuff with
Hey,
Demps.
by the way, you heard him yell at me hard a while ago.
That was I felt as though I walked into a very tense environment.
There's a brotherly relationship here. He's like my big brother.
I feel as though I walked into Dad saying we're getting divorced and we have to move.
That was goose poop football.
Did you not have a brother that I wouldn't wrestle with him? He's too damn big. But did you not roughhouse with one of your brothers?
Did. Yeah.
I've been chased with a butter knife by one of mine.
Yeah.
Things got feisty back on Quitman Street.
Why were you running from a butter knife? Anyway.
I didn't know any better. I was 7. He was 4. And he had a butter knife. He got to the utensils before I did.
By the way, can I just let all you guys in on the conversation I had in the hallway before I came in here? By the way, I was primed for this by Tyler. I didn't know what was happening. I was walking into the building and everything else, but I walk in and Tyler's just like they're yelling at each other. I was like, "What's going on?" And you know what he says? He just goes, "This DMac's an idiot." Well,
you know we've yelled at each other before, though.
Fair
right?
enough. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll talk to Chris Dempsey. Plus, we'll get you a keyword to win tickets for Game 6 when the Nuggets are going to stay alive and force a Game 7. Keep it here. It's a Nuggets Playoff Ticket Wednesday, and we've got another keyword for your chance to win tickets to Game 6 tomorrow night. No place in the world like Ball Arena during a Nuggets playoff game, and you must be there. You never know what the next incredible moment might be, so go to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory that is still available. But if you want to win tickets, you need to text the word octopus along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. This hour's keyword, octopus.
There have been wild ones all day. Brett had one in the morning today. I think it was the 7 o'clock hour that was pumpkin.
This is octopus, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a name at 5:45, and then that person will have 5 minutes to claim their tickets. By the way, guys, yesterday, this is a cautionary tale. We called a name at 5:45 yesterday. Dude didn't call. And then a second winner was announced. That dude did call. So make sure you're tuned in at 5:45. Even if we don't say your name, there's a chance that person, they could have their head just being swallowed by an octopus at that moment. They might not even call.
Justin Salas is listening, and he told his significant other, "I'll listen, babe."
Okay, good. Thanks,
I don't think Justin meant to.
Thanks, babe.
Text us that.
One more time. This hour's keyword is octopus. So
you want to be babe?
Octopus with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Don't text pumpkin. Sorry, folks. I was just saying we've had funny words. I think Kevin, our PD that comes up with these words, maybe asked his kids how many hours in our day? 18, whatever he's got, 6, 3, I don't know, 9. He's just asked him, what's all your favorite words, and those are our keywords.
So we've got octopus today.
Today we've got octopus. Yes, this is ours, octopus.
An octopus.
Focus on that, octopus.
Has 8 arms. Our next guest, he is saddled with only 2. He is Chris Dempsey of Altitude Television, and he joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Demps, how you doing, man?
Well, I feel so inadequate. I need 8 arms. I need 6 more arms.
Yeah, don't we all?
So does Nikola Jokic, apparently.
Apparently. Demps, why did they lose last night?
Well, because the fourth quarter is becoming a problem. I mean, this was the thing that we thought was, and rightfully so, coming into the series was the biggest advantage that the Nuggets had, and that is their ability to, tap into experience and execution, which we always see them have in the fourth quarter. And now this is 2 straight games where they have been severely outplayed in the fourth quarter. And I think 2 things are happening. One, we're seeing Oklahoma City grow up as a young team that is learning how to play big-time playoff basketball in a way to what they hope would be a championship. And then just the Nuggets not having enough around the 2 stars to be able to, well, quite frankly, around the 1 star yesterday in the fourth quarter, Nikola Jokic, to be able to see themselves through. And if that is going to continue, then their season will be over sooner than later. And, this series has been interesting because it really has been both teams just saying to the other one, your role players can win the day. And then whoever's role players win the day, usually that team has won the game. And, as the series has gone on, OKC has challenged the notion that you need to have a short bench at all in the playoffs. And their role players are starting to come up big and play enormous parts in their victories.
All right,
like Lou Dort making 3 threes in the fourth quarter.
Well, but what stunk last night, I thought what hurt in particular last night, in my opinion, Chris, was you had this the whole way, and then it's like they ran out of steam. Okay, we threw this at Hastings, and of course he didn't like it, so I'm going to throw you the number that Vic had because I thought it was an interesting number. Nuggets starters minutes, 950. OKC starters minutes, 813. That's 137 more minutes for the starters. Scott's right when he says we knew that going in. You know what I mean? But to me, I guess it's one of those numbers that maybe I like it because it at least reminds me to stay logical if they can't pull this thing off. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually, honestly, you heard OKC really reference it kind of a lot yesterday, which was – our depth is starting to take over. Yeah. And, it's Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit of both. You know, I think that it's quality depth for the OKC Thunder, right? I mean, it's guys that can come in and hit threes. It's guys that can come in, block shots, get steals, just make kind of game-changing, momentum-changing plays for you on a regular basis. Versus a team that the starters are definitely used to playing a lot of minutes, but that doesn't mean that that's great, you know. I think it's a little bit of both. Nikola Jokic didn't seem to be showing any ill effects of long minutes on the court. And he had 13 points in that fourth quarter. Just made crazy shots as he was kind of going back and forth with SGA for a while there in that final quarter. But you know, everybody else was not good. You know, I mean, you're talking about, you know, Nikola made the only three in the period. The rest of them went 0 for 12. You know, it just is. In one part, it's the OKC defense really getting desperate because they were down by 8 points, 9 points, as you said. You know, they knew that their season was on the line and they had to turn it up, and they did. And the Nuggets offense didn't have an answer for that when they did, and maybe part of that is definitely due to fatigue.
Yeah, and I think they did gas out at the end of that game. Chris Dempsey is our guest. Chris Dempsey of Altitude Television. Again, if you want to win tickets to Game 6, text the keyword OCTOPUS to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, Octopus, 303-504-0925. We'll announce the name at 5:45. You'll have 5 minutes to call in and claim your tickets. Really, really rough Porter game last night, Demps, and a very bad fourth quarter out of Mike in his 8 minutes out there on the floor. Not with this shoulder injury that you can necessarily figure it out because, and we're not privy to all the medical treatment that he's getting all the time necessarily. But what are the differences you're finding in like the nights where Mike is, I hate to use this word, but useful versus not useful?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really do think this has 99.99% to do with the shoulder.
Yeah.
And you know, prior to the game, he scored 21 points. He had just taken like a shot in the shoulder. And, you know, you take a shot in the shoulder and it feels the best it has felt in a while. Now you're able to kind of go out and play without thinking about it. I think is the best way to put it because, you know, it's not like you don't feel it, but you feel it way less. But now you feel it so much less that you're not thinking about it. Now you're just playing and doing the normal things and getting back to your normal form, and fighting through screens and taking hits and those things. I mean, he got the shoulder landed on during that game and still scored 21 points in that game. So, but as you start to get, you know, days removed, you know, from your treatment, from that type of treatment, it starts to wear off, and it's the pain starts to come back to the forefront, and you're just way less effective. I feel really bad for him because, you know, there's obviously an element of inconsistency to his game that's kind of present, from time to time anyway. But this certainly is magnifying that situation, and it's too bad because they need his points really badly, and they need his shooting, and they need him to be a threat out there. And it's right now just very easy for OKC to guard him. And, you know, I don't know how that changes in Game 6 unless there's some treatment that makes his shoulder feel really, really good, and then he can go out there and do that. But if not, then – you know, they'll see what they can get. And you know, unfortunately for them, they also ran into a bad shooting Russell Westbrook game, so he couldn't even make up for those points, which, you know, was kind of the case earlier. He was making up for those points, but they got to have somebody else, multiple people, make big shots and make them when they counted. The Nuggets got this game to the fourth quarter and then stopped shooting again. And, you know, if they can find their own Lou Dort to make just 2 or 3 really big-time shots to kind of alleviate some of the pressure on Jamal and Joker, now they can kind of go to work because the defense isn't so, just tightly wound around them. Then, you know, then the Nuggets, I think, will fare a little bit better. But if they can't, it's going to be tough. It really is going to be tough.
Yeah. Oh, my soul for a Lou Dort.
Lou Dort. Give me Jalen Williams. I don't care. Any of them. Any of them. I take half that bench.
You didn't think you were going to say that at the
No,
beginning of the series.
really didn't.
How about, can I interest you in a Caruso?
I would love one of those. Demps, the decision to close with Porter last, and I hate making this all about Porter because I really do think he's battling and all those things, but also like you're David Adelman, you know that he's roughly 5 days removed from that last treatment. He's been playing on it. He's been struggling. Plus, you've got 3/4 of sample size in front of you that says, hey, Mike doesn't have it tonight necessarily. Like, I thought Peyton Watson gave them good defensive minutes last night. He had 8 rebounds and 15 minutes of action. He's not a huge scoring threat. We know that, but, he did hit one big shot last night. Why do you think that Adelman, when he gets in those moments, and this was Malone before him, why do they automatically just default to, well, we'll play the guys that we trust, that we know, rather than take a shot? Because I would have liked them to close with Watson just to close the game with defense last night.
Yeah. It's a good question. I think, when you're the head coach, you got to think a couple of things. And in that fourth quarter, they were missing so many shots. I wonder if going through his head, it wasn't the defensive question in his head. It was, oh my gosh, how can we make anything, from the field here? And, if that is your thought process, then you've watched Russell Westbrook obviously struggle from the field. So you've already taken him off. But now you have Michael Porter Jr. on, who is in foul trouble for the vast majority of that game. So you're thinking maybe if he can get lathered up a little bit, maybe he can knock in a couple of shots. The only other player in that scenario, given what they needed, would have been Julian Strawther. And, Julian, he came in, he gave him some decent minutes, but I think David Adelman just by virtue of the way he's playing him, or should say not really playing him.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's not a lot of trust there. And
I thought Strawther's minutes were okay, but I tweeted this. They were shaky, like a bad foul running back in transition on a breakaway layup. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. And granted, Mike did the exact same thing last night. I think he did it to Chet, didn't he? Where he fell asleep, got beat back door, and then goes and commits a dumb foul. Like, again, those are little cleanup kind of things, but also those are the kind of things that I think a coach standing on the sideline sees, and then he just goes, I don't know if I can play this guy right now.
Correct. And if you're Julian, you've come from a space. At least Mike has built up some sort of equity in the past, right? And Julian hasn't. He had a big chunk of his season, removed from him with the injury, and so he came back in, wasn't in the rotation, and now you have the coaching change, and the new coach is kind of like cool on you, and so it's. Look, I have to believe in a game like tomorrow that if you're faced with the same situation and you have played Julian for whatever minutes in the first half and you feel like he played okay, and you're actively watching two of your veteran players miss a lot of shots, that you maybe owe it to the team to just try the young guy, and let's just see if you run him off a couple of screens, if he just catches fire, or just he doesn't even need to catch fire. He just needs to make a couple of shots that therefore starts to make their defense a lot more honest in terms of guarding everybody on the court straight up. And which is what really you're looking for at the end of the day. They don't need Julian Strawther or any other, they don't need him to score 15 points in that game. They just need him to be enough of a threat so that his man now has to stay hugged up on him a lot more than what is happening right now. And then just kind of so your main guys can play in a little bit more space. They're not having that right now. But look, when it's a must win and when you're going to get eliminated, like these games tend to be all hands on deck. And sometimes you got to think a little bit outside of the box when things aren't going your way. Even if you trust the guys that aren't really playing well, you got to do something to keep yourself alive. And maybe Julian Strawther can be a little bit of an emergency break glass kind of player.
All right. My final question's really easy. What do they have to do to make sure Jamal Murray still has it in the fourth quarter? And look, Chris, of all the guys, and I know we're all hyper-focused on Michael Porter Jr., and I get it when you pull up the box score and he's got a single bucket and Jamal puts in 28 last night. It may seem unfair, but guess what?
He didn't close.
Jamal's the second money man on this team. Yep. And I was yelling about it at the beginning because this is just how deep the frustration goes for me. And I will tell everybody, it is a little bit personal, and I'm not trying to do radio that way, but Jamal forever has been one of my favorite players on this team. I love how that guy played. I love his clutchness. But if we're just being honest about things, it really hasn't been that kind of player for the last year. I'm seeing too many shades of what happened in the Minnesota series last year where you're begging for him to show up in the fourth quarter and hit a shot and take some of the pressure off Jokic, or at least create space for both of them to have the two-man game going, and it ain't happening. What do they have to – is he playing too much? Should he have not closed the third quarter? Should he have been out of there last night? Because I felt like I looked up at one point and, they're trying – I get it, you're trying to grow the lead – but I was like, you've got all these dudes in together. You got Gordon in there. You got Murray in there. You got Westbrook in there. You got Jokic. Like, who's going to sit out? Who are you going to take out so they can try to get a little rest so they're not dead at the end of the quarter?
Yeah, what was too bad about that game too yesterday, and I said this to our folks in the studio, was the Nuggets had a number of possessions where they could have made an 8-point lead and an 11-point lead, or a 9-point lead, a 12-point lead with the threes that they missed, and it was just like those matter, because it changes the lens of the game for both teams, and they never could get that shot, and then obviously OKC came back. All right, so Jamal Murray 1 for 6 in the fourth quarter, 0 for 3 from the 3-point line. Here's what I think they have to probably explore, and that is keeping him a little bit more off the ball the way they did for the vast majority of the first 3 quarters. Because, and just follow me here on this.
Hey, so Nate said this yesterday. Preach.
Yeah, so for OKC, if when you have Jamal coming from a pen down screen or from some of those quick elbow dribble handoffs, and now he's getting the ball already downhill. I mean, he played toward the rim a lot yesterday, got himself straight into the paint, got himself finished around the rim, and then built his game out to some jump shooting as well. So when you have a player moving around like that you're trying to corral the way OKC is, much harder to do, right? So, but what the Nuggets do in the fourth quarter is they put the ball in his hands the vast majority of the time, as well they should. This has worked in the past. But when you are running high pick and roll, it's much easier for a defense to go, okay, we know how we want to defend this. We know how we want to blitz this. We know how we want to switch that. And it just makes it a lot more self-explanatory, which you don't want for the number one defensive team in the NBA. And so I think what they're going to probably have to do, which runs totally counter to how they have won all these games and, in fact, a championship in the past, is keeping him off ball a little bit more into that fourth quarter so that he can still have the element of surprise, so that he can still have the element of, now when I receive this basketball, I don't have 15 guys in my face, or I'm not coming off a screen and I'm looking at 3 guys who are walling me off so I can't get into the lane, or I can't make this pocket pass back to Nikola Jokic. It's these little margins, and look, it's a delicate balance, because your most trusted action in the fourth quarter is the Nikola Jamal screen roll game, rescreen, do all the things that they do. But if a team has it hemmed in, and OKC in the last 2 games has it hemmed in, then you might have to go a little bit unorthodox for what you normally do in order to keep the element of surprise, in order to keep for those players, and to allow them to play, just with a whole lot less, very tough defense, very guys that are taking away your space.
Yeah, it was hard to come by last night, and it was doubly hard because nobody else was making shots. Chris Dempsey, everybody, Altitude Television.
Nate, if you can do that, you can run that high screen roll if people are making a shot.
If you can space the floor.
Yeah, correct. Because, look, when he comes off that screen, if he's staring down at like 3 or 4 different defenders, if somebody's open, and if that person's making a shot, then the defense is going to pay for that. But the minute that you have multiple people not making shots, it's so easy for a defense now to just pack it in and just make it super tough for those 2 players, get super physical, and that's how OKC is doing it. They've done it all series long, and in the games where the Nuggets have won, you can just point at some other players having big games, and the games that the Nuggets have lost, we're all coming back and saying, man, they need some more help.
Demps, I couldn't change the channel away from TNT to get over to Altitude last night fast enough. I had to hear what you and Marlo had to say and Katie had to say about that game. You guys are doing a great job. Keep up the good work, man. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, that's our dude Chris Dempsey with us right there.
Friday. You'll talk to us Friday.
Friday. The key word this hour is octopus. Text octopus along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That will enter you to win tickets to Game 6. Make sure you're listening at 5:45. We'll announce a name, and then you'll have 5 minutes to call and claim your tickets. But this hour's keyword, octopus. Text that in with your first and last name, 303-504-0925.
Well, guys, it's Wednesday. We're going to talk erectile dysfunction and how you can get it fixed over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm sure it's not a conversation that you want to have, but if you're dealing with this, you need to have it with somebody because there's no need to keep suffering with it at all. There are treatments out there that can help you feel better about yourself and eradicate this from your life. And they're over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, ED can kill your relationships. It can cause you to maybe pull away from the ones that you loved or have you not seeking a new relationship, even if you'd like so, because of the embarrassment of it all. But you don't need to feel that. Again, it's something that you can get fixed at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, but it's not about a one-size-fits-all kind of treatment. You got to find the right treatment for your condition. And again, they've got options over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Matter of fact, they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule the consult today. You can do it on the website if you like, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The initial visit is $99. That includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. However, if the test dose isn't working in the office, then your visit is free. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to your old habits the day after the appointment. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, and Fort Collins and the Springs included. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, we'll have another keyword for you to be entered to win tickets to Game 6 coming up at 4:20. And make sure, if you've been entering today, you're listening at 5:45 because we're going to announce a name, and then you'll have 5 minutes to call in and try and win yourself some tickets. Let's hear from David Adelman. Last night after the game, after the Nuggets gas out in the fourth quarter, he talked about the fatigue that his team is currently dealing with and their inability in back-to-back games now to close things in the fourth quarter.
Against the clock a lot. So if it is fatigue, that's on me. I'm deciding who's going to run it, who's going to be out there. So if guys were tired or had tired legs, that's the decisions I'm making. So I like the group that we had. We had a good rhythm there going to the fourth. And I thought we sustained it early. And I had the 4 timeouts to stop the game a couple times in the first 6 minutes. We didn't have enough at the end. And the shot creation that when we did make it, it felt like every time we had a chance to go back up 12 or get back up 14, we wouldn't make the shot and they'd run out and make a basket or score in transition. So it compounded itself. We had great performance from Nikola. Just, have to have a few other guys have a game, which we can do in Game 6. Have full confidence in our guys.
You need some other guys to have a game. Basically, last night you got one good quarter out of Jamal Murray. That was it. Christian Braun hit 2 of his 4 threes in the first quarter. Then he, didn't hit again for the rest of the night. That's the ball game last night. Is that nobody came along, and it's funny, Andy. I use the term role. Role players don't play as well on the road, right?
You've said it forever.
Yeah.
And I thought it was on display last night because theirs did and ours didn't.
But also, this is where we got to be a little bit honest about what the Nuggets are. Isn't it Nikola Jokic and then all role players?
But it's not supposed to be.
It's not supposed to be, but let's be honest about what it is. They're supposed to have depth and a better rotation. They didn't do that. It's supposed to be that that Jamal Murray can show up and hit shots off the bounce the way that he did in the third quarter last night, and he should be able to do more of that throughout the course of a game. And he was great in the third quarter. He was the reason his play was the boost that the team needed to be up 8 going to the fourth quarter, and they pushed it to 9. But Adelman said it right there. They never got it to 11 or 12. Jamal missed a key 3 that I think would have made it a 12-point game. After they were getting stops, they were doing what they needed to do, but they never got that bucket. And then the Lou Dort parade starts, and the Nuggets just kind of never really recovered. After that, you're trading punches, and the Nuggets are the gassed out fighter, and the Thunder are just fresher. And in the end, Shea outlasts Jokic because he's got help and he's got fresher legs.
No, I'm with you. This is where if they would be blowouts, a lot of this would be easier to accept. I think if you're a Nuggets fan and there's frustration today, by the way, you and I both predicted yesterday 7-point spreads, and that ended up being what it was. Yeah. I don't think either one of us picked the score 112-105, but anyway, neither here nor there. Here's my problem, and Dempsey said it right there, and I jumped on with Dan Tanner and In the Paint last night afterwards, and he said that the major thought from the callers, and I get it, when they were calling in after the show last night after the game last night was stop taking so many threes. But, Chris brought it up. If Jamal could have just hit one of those threes when you were to take it from 5 to 8 again, or take it from 8 to 11, or even from 2 back to 5, you grab the momentum back. Nate, they had the one late possession where they got 3 offensive rebounds in a row and still couldn't get it in the damn hoop.
Honestly, I didn't think the Nuggets' offensive process last night was that bad until the very crunch time of the game. I thought generally most of that basketball game, and this is where I'm very bullish on Game 6. I love the Nuggets to win tomorrow night.
Okay, good.
And one of the big reasons why was because I thought offensively the Nuggets actually played really well last night. But also, sometimes you got to step back and you got to remember, and this is oversimplifying it, it's a make or miss league. Yeah. And last night, the Nuggets, they did a lot of missing. Now, at the very end of the game, it went to crap. And Dempsey talked about it, and it was nobody was hitting anything, and the Thunder weren't respecting it, and they elected at the very end of that game, we will crowd the paint. We will not give Jamal Murray an inch to be able to work with. We'll crowd around Jokic. Joker still almost pulled that game out single-handedly, essentially, last night. But the offense got bad, I think, at the very end when everyone was too tired, and you got Porter flinging up threes, which, again, and I keep saying it, I would have liked to see what it looks like if you closed with Peyton Watson last night. Does it change anything? I don't know, because it comes back to this team just doesn't have good answers to their problems. No. And the answers kind of just come down to, did they make buckets tonight or not?
Well, and again, it's so funny because, look, we get in our emotions too, right? But I look at the box score. Russell Westbrook gave you 4 points. And I hate to pick on Russ, but Russ has been your only bench. He's been your only bench.
He was awful last night.
And he was shooting shots that either were overshooting the rim or undershooting the rim.
How many air balls did he shoot last night?
Yeah, you couldn't even get a shot clock reset after the rebound because it was an air ball.
All night was a layup at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah.
That was it.
That's brutal. But again, the box score tells you when you look at the way the other games went that they won. Box score tells you why they didn't win last. Again, 4 points. You got a total of 10 points off your bench. 2 of them were 3 points from Watson and Strother.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, this is why. And yet you were right there. Here's what I wonder about. Because I don't know how to feel about Game 6, even though we had talked about it. I had said I thought the 7-game series.
Yeah.
And I thought the Thunder would get it at home because of the energy and all that. But I've liked the Nuggets' chances through a lot of these, and quite honestly, they should have if they'd have just played the right way, they could have won the series.
Well,
but
and here's a question. And actually, let's talk about this coming up here on the other side because we're right up against it. Finish your point when we get back, and then I'll ask this question: which loss hurt worse, Game 4 or Game 5? Let's talk about that coming up here on the other side. Kreckman and Lindahl. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Game 5 last night. Nuggets fall 112 to 105. They trail 3-2 in this series. You know, Andy, I did say Thunder in 6 before the start of this series. I want desperately to be wrong. I'm rooting against my own take right now, which
okay.
I would like for me to be wrong. I know it doesn't happen often, but I would like for me to be wrong on this one.
You know what? Let's start right there.
Okay.
That's the perfect place to pick up what the point I was going to make prior to this. Okay?
Good. Let's go.
Are you worried at all? Because, look, for the most part, I think the Nuggets have what it takes to extend this thing to 7. Frankly, you get the right shooting combos, as we've talked about, and guess what? You might be able to get to Minnesota. But this team already looks gassed. Yep. Can we agree on that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you worry? And I realize they're competitors, but there's also some human nature. Do you remember in 2014 where you and I heard the rumors and I'd had a couple people basically confirm them that the Broncos weren't too into that Colts playoff game because they knew this is the John Fox, John Fox break. I'm going to go to Chicago if I get fired and all this. Remember all that ballyhoo the week leading up to the Broncos playing the Colts?
I really don't think that's happening here.
Okay. You don't think that the deep down the Nuggets aren't thinking, can we even handle Minnesota?
No.
Because the word for those that don't remember was there's a few Bronco players that thought we have to go to New England. We never win there. What's the point of winning this?
No. That team was super. That team was more dysfunctional than this one. I know this one fired the coach and the GM with 3 games remaining in the regular season.
Both coordinators thought they were out the door. One of them ended up being so, and John Fox was saying, if I get fired, hold a job for me.
Jokic and Jamal and Aaron Gordon and Christian, they're flat out not wired that way, and I don't think Adelman is viewing it that way at all. That's not what I think is going on. There is another factor, though, that I do wonder about. And let me bounce this one off of you as long as we're just throwing stuff out
we're throwing the ball around.
Yeah, we're tossing it here.
Whoa.
I wanted to toss it after that game last night. So would last night, for the balance of the series,
yes,
would it have been better if they got blown out last night?
Yes.
Like if there's garbage time minutes at the end.
And you get a rest a bit.
And, right, like that.
Forced rest.
Right. I think I don't worry about the motivation of this team. And, in fact, I would argue this team is extremely motivated by the dangling carrot of an extra day of rest if they win Game 6. I think the Nuggets will view that as that's in our favor. Like, the Thunder are going to be awesome in Game 7 regardless. If we have an extra day of rest, we will get closer to the peak version of the 24-25 Nuggets, and we can go in there and we think we can win a coin flip game in their building in a Game 7. I think that's a huge motivating factor for this team. Now, they got to go play well tomorrow night. And back to our conversation from last hour, they just got to flat out make shots. I don't worry about them packing it in. I do very much worry about energy.
Well,
not motivation, but energy, which are two very different things to me.
Because you're about to play your 13th game, and all of them have been within a night of each other. Not all of them. They had 2 days. Did they get 2 2-day breaks in the Clippers series? Only 1.
I think they got 2, yeah.
But for the most part, this whole series has been every other day.
Yeah, this one has been the entire way, including they had to play a Game 7 and then travel and then play a Game 1. Game 7 was on a Saturday. Game 1 was on a Monday. That's brutal.
I got to tell you, you asked an interesting question going into that break about which loss hurt worse. I think it's last night's, because last night Joker was going
because he was awesome.
Jamal, for the most part, was going, and it felt like these are our Nuggets. These are the Game 5 Nuggets of the Clippers series, right? And I think then you'd have had your chance to close out at home. You'd have had the momentum, and now you just don't.
Game 5 of the Clippers series in your building. Game 5 of the Thunder series in their place. And
but again,
that's huge.
Either way, you've had 2 games in a row that, I don't know. I just never felt like, I didn't always feel comfortable in the game on Sunday.
Yeah, Game 4.
Last night really felt like Jokic is back. Murray's doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Again, let's get Aaron Gordon going. They'll be fine. And look, they traded punches. They even survived the first half. Like game 4, they gave the lead back right away.
Right.
Right away. At least you hung in there. You traded some punches. You let them whittle away, but you kept staying up by 7 or 5 or 6. And then you fell apart at the end. Man, it was that last couple of minutes. And I'm telling you, one of the killer possessions in my mind is the one I keep going back to. You got 3 offensive rebounds. I think Jamal took 2 threes. MPJ took a 3. Then they blew a layup by somebody, and you got nothing. You got nothing out of it despite battling to get the rebound 3 different times.
My fourth quarter notes just get filled with rage. They really do. It's so funny. I'm looking back at this game. There was also just like sizable gaps where I wasn't sitting on the couch and I was just, whisper screaming at the television so I wouldn't wake up my children. That was a very stressful fourth quarter. The Nuggets started 1 of 8 from the field in the fourth quarter, and the Thunder ripped off an 8-0 run. That's it.
And again, you get a guy that is a role player. You know what? Lou Dort was the KCP last night. I got another question for you. I got to ask you a question. Let's say the Thunder pull this off, okay? Not out of reason. This is a team that's been growing for quite a while.
They're favored in the series.
Yeah, and they're expected to take the next step. Is this the series that maybe galvanizes them to go get past Minnesota?
You know what's funny is last night I saw a tweet, I think it was in the third quarters, from John Hollinger. Hollinger, who invented player efficiency rating, used to work in the Grizzlies front office. Nobody knows the game better than John Hollinger. And he tweeted this in the third quarter. He said, your NBA champion is in this game right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said it, and I was just like, yeah. Like right now, and with all due respect to the Pacers and the Knicks, but the Nuggets are so friggin' tough. They are so friggin' tough, man. And the way that the path has eased in the Eastern Conference, I think this team could win a championship. Now, Minnesota's going to be a hell of a series. It might be another 7-gamer if the Nuggets can get to that place. But I think the 2 toughest, most resilient teams in this year's NBA playoffs are in this series right now. You know what's wild about this series is, and I follow a billion NBA accounts on Twitter. Everybody that is not in Denver, and I suppose in Oklahoma City, freaking loves this series.
Of course they do. It's been the only competitive one.
And it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like if you were just like, I like basketball, and I'm going to watch Nikola Jokic go up against Shea, and that's the game you're going to get to watch last night, like unreal. Jokic hits a soundboard shuffle to tie it at 103 with under 2 minutes to go.
I was like, all right, that's what I really thought.
They can't lose.
It's going to push them over the top.
Yeah, but Jalen Williams hits a 3 right away, and then Shea hits a step back, and boom, that's ball game. I tweeted something last night, by the way. Speaking of hanging out on the internet last night, I tweeted this, and this really pissed off Thunder fans. And I didn't mean it this way. I guess it's why it could be taken that way. And I'm sure these people, click on my bio and they're like, you're a Denver jerk. But I tweeted this. Jokic played like the MVP and Shea played like the MVP runner-up tonight. That's not a diss of Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. He was awesome last night. Including, he was almost all of his points came last night, in crunch time. But he was phenomenal in that game. It's not a diss to say that somebody should be top 2 in the MVP voting. It's just Jokic was better last night. What was the difference? Shea had his dudes. Jokic's guys didn't come along last night.
Well, in order for Shea to hit all those shots in crunch time, what had to happen? Lou Dort hit those 3 threes and got him right back in it.
Yep. That was it. Mm-hmm. 9 of his 12 points in the fourth quarter. Thunder made 56% of their shots and their total three-pointers in a massive plus 15 fourth quarter.
It is a funny psychological study, though. That's in line with whether you lose the Super Bowl or the Stanley Cup or whatever.
Yeah.
You suck because you didn't win the championship. You were in while everybody else was home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I said they're both MVPs, but
what's so funny, too, is here in Denver, we get enraged by the fact that, in a 5-year stretch, Jokic is going to win 3 MVPs. The 2 years that he's not going to have won it, the Embiid season when they won the title, and this year with Shea, he's going to finish second. I believe it's the first time in NBA history that anybody has been top 2 5 years in a row. It's the greatest stretch of prime that we have ever seen in a player's career. Like, yeah, I think Jokic should be the MVP this year. He averaged a freaking 30-point triple-double. I believe that makes him the MVP. He dragged this team, which everybody can see directly in front of them, all the way to the 4 seed and home court advantage, at least for the first round of the playoffs. That, to me, is MVP stuff. I think Shea's phenomenal. I mean, this is no diss to him, but naturally, like, Thunder fans really, really hate me for that tweet. That's okay. It's fine.
They needed something to upset their night.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an opinionated Denver sports radio host. I get all of that. Like, you got to be mad at me. You think I'm a front runner and a homer and all that good stuff. I understand that, but also, like, the game that Nikola Jokic played last night is one of the single greatest games I've ever seen.
Well, you know what?
And
We
he
can
deserved
stand
better.
here. We all think that Nikola could be the 5-time MVP, and they think everything that Shea does throwing his shoulder and pushing off is fine. We're not all going to agree.
See, but I'm, like, that's just it. Like,
I know. You're not. You're more down the middle.
I really am. And also, like, Jokic throws his shoulder on everything. Like, I'm not going to get mad because a guard is doing it when our guy does it. Jokic was doing some elite foul hunting last night, and it was absolutely working all night long. Again, like, I know we view everything through Nuggets-colored lenses, so it's annoying when the other guys do it. Nikola Jokic does all that stuff. He just does it better than everybody else.
Well, but he's also doing it to bigger people, and then he doesn't fall down all the time. Hey, do you realize
he was falling a lot last night?
Can I tell you what actually clicked in my head? I completely forgot, because this has been such a slog, that if the Nuggets do find a way to win, they will have home court.
Hell yeah.
They get home court back for them. Now, I don't know if it's good based on last year.
Got a better record.
But I'm just like, this is insane.
You got to get it.
This has been such a meat grinder of a playoff, and it didn't click in my head the way they've been playing. They'll actually be the home team against Minnesota.
You have to.
Because they're 6.
I'm telling you, man, this team, if they play the way that they did last night, and I do think Adelman should make a couple of rotation adjustments. Some of this, and you brought it up earlier, and I'm glad you're saying this. Somebody needs to be saying this. Adelman, there's an aspect of learning on the job, okay? And it's like, well, yeah, Adelman's been the number 1 assistant for 7 years or whatever it is. Okay, fine. There's still a difference between being the guy and being the guy that is sitting there thinking, I think this is what they should do right now. Okay, and so I think Adelman is in real time is adjusting to his role. Okay, but also, like, I do think in real time he's going to take the lessons of last night and understand. Okay, I played Peyton Watson and he was okay. I played Julian Strawther and he was okay. I got to give these guys a little bit more leeway.
Well, and look, I
got to find it where I can.
It goes both ways. I'll make the point quick. Had Adelman had it all season be able to play those guys, he might have better faith in them. And frankly, had they had him as the coach, they might trust that if I don't do something spectacular in this shift, he's going to let me stay in the game.
Yeah.
And both are battling. He doesn't have the trust, and I'm telling you, every one of the bench guys is looking over their shoulder, wondering, am I coming out after 30 seconds?
The message and it seems as though Peyton Watson took it of just like, you got to go let her rip.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's got to be the message to Julian. And Strawther did some good things last night. Again, there were some shaky moments, all of that. The second-year guy playing in Game 5 of, one of the best series, most competitive series, most closely matched series we've ever seen. So he's going to have some slightly shaky moments, but the message just has to be, dude, just go let her rip. Okay? And whatever happens, just play as hard as you freaking can. And we won't take you directly out of the game. Do you see the way that Russell Westbrook shoots it? We'll take a quick break. When we come back, David Adelman on Jokic's turnaround in this series, plus some annoyance out of the Nuggets locker room after the game last night, specifically from Aaron Gordon. You'll want to hear this next. Hey, dudes, it's Nate Kreckman. I'm here for Roller Auction. They are Colorado's premier auction marketplace. Go to roller.bid right now. In fact, when you do that, go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up so you can bid at Roller Auction. By the way, all of their auctions are online. You don't got to go down there and yell over anyone or hold up a sign or anything like that. You just do everything online. But they got so many great auctions going on. If you go to roller.bid/altitude, sign up to bid, you'll be eligible to win great monthly prizes from Altitude, including tickets to games and concerts. Not bad at all. And while you're there, roller.bid, see the entire lineup of auctions, including right now an auction that's available to bid City of Fort Collins vehicles and equipment. This auction closes tomorrow morning, so check it out tonight at roller.bid. There's some great stuff in here, including, do you have a large patch of grass that you need to maintain? They've got a Toro Groundsmaster 580D front-wheel drive ride-on Batwing mower. This thing's incredible. An 18-foot cutting width. Great deal available. Go to roller.bid right now. Check out this Groundsmaster. Bid on it, and your grass will never be shorter, and your mow will never be faster. Roller.bid. Joker played all 24 minutes of the second half last night. And even that wasn't enough because he was absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately, nobody came along. However, I believe they will for Game 6. And you can come along for Game 6 because it's a Nuggets Playoff Ticket Wednesday. We got another keyword for you to enter to win tickets to Game 6 tomorrow night. Andy, as you know, there is no place in the world like Ball Arena during a Nuggets playoff game, and you do need to be there. You never know what the next incredible moment might be, so go to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory that is still available. But if you want to win tickets,
who doesn't?
Text bicycle along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. This hour's keyword is bicycle. Bicycle, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. How'd you like my Freddie Mercury? We'll announce a name at 5:45. That person will have 5 minutes to claim their ticket, so be listening and call us if you hear your name. One more time, this hour's keyword, bicycle.
Like the kick.
So text bicycle with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. That was good.
You like, hey,
I did.
Come on, you're a soccer guy.
I liked it.
Huh?
That was good. That was
you ever
good.
tried one?
A bicycle kick? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How'd it go?
I tried one in the box, and I whiffed it in high school. I've done others like at like midfield before. Whatever, that's fine. That's just booting the ball down. But yeah, I did go for one in the box. It didn't go my way. Yeah, I wasn't exactly Pele out there. Let's put it
None
this
of
way.
us were.
Sitting here with you right now. So
See, that's what I think is so funny when we talk about Vic Lombardi and his passion for the basketball. He was really good at soccer.
Mm-hmm. He was a football star?
Yeah, he was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had an uncle that coached us all.
Okay.
Tony.
Uncle Tony.
Tony Lombardi.
Hey, Tony Lombardi.
He's a good dude.
Who's bringing the orange slices?
He was always one of my favorite coaches. But what I love about all the Lombardis is that there's some Italian accent that always comes out in all of them. At least the adults that I did.
Is that like when they get around each other?
Yeah, a little bit. Dude,
Okay.
there was one time in Vic's house where, I was eating. It was awesome. I was friends with his little brother, Adalio.
Okay.
No idea what was being said. I was like, what? A lot of Italian being spoken in here.
What do you think they were saying? Like,
yeah, he was passionate.
Wow, that kid's really on his third plate, huh? Are you still going, huh?
Hey, who brought the fat kid here? No, actually, I will say his mom is the one, because again, it is known. It is you don't say no. Once you got it, you better finish it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't exactly dish myself up. You won't buy this, but I was shy once upon a time in my life. Not anymore.
Hey, you're polite. You're a guest.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, this is a lot of food. I don't know. I was a runt growing up, man. I was like, this food.
Hey.
But you can't not eat it. You know what I mean?
Andy, you didn't get to this place by not cleaning some plates, all right?
Oh, I clean plates later. That was in high school. 2 for Tuesdays at Subway. You never do the 2 footlongs? As a young... You got the full metabolism going in. I'd go to Subway. I'd house both of them.
I don't think I ever ate 2 footlongs in a day.
You haven't lived.
What
What about 2 pizzas?
I don't recall ever having.
Blackjack would do like 2 for $10. I'd get through at least a pie and a half. I'll show you pictures. I was skinny as could be.
I feel like
I was like Kobayashi of just normal food.
There was no doubt like I could take down a tombstone in one sitting.
Nah, it doesn't count.
I never did 2 of them.
Come on now, baby. You even trying?
Do you remember double quarter pounders?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I would eat those.
Not necessary, and yet you just crush them because you had metabolism.
I'm telling you, yes, in college, when we would go play in Vail, because they were like men.
Mm-hmm.
I was begging to get to 200 pounds, and I ate, I drank shakes, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Now, I cannot eat and still not get to 200 pounds. Bicycle.
Text it.
I
303.
rode a bicycle when I had that
504.
metabolism too.
0925.
By the way, people keep asking.
Yeah.
We remind you, Nate said it. I will say it again in isolation.
Okay.
We will not be notifying you via text that you've won.
You got to listen.
You've got to listen. And you'll
5:45.
have 5 minutes. We had it happen last night. Do we out the guy that lost it? Do we let him know? A gentleman named Darnell did not hear his name. And so Luis came
blew
in.
it.
Like Luis, within 15 seconds, was all over that.
Oh,
so.
Darnell was like Michael Porter Jr. from the outside. Actually, he was more like Westbrook jacking up airballed threes last night.
Nah, he was sorry. She didn't even get in the game.
Terrible
He
Darnell.
didn't even realize end of the bench, apparently.
You don't want to be like Darnell, so make sure that you're listening today at 5:45 when we announce a name, and then you can hopefully win some tickets.
Bicycle, not icicle.
David Adelman.
What did David have to tell us?
What helped Joker get into his normal rhythm last night? 44 on 25 shots. That's not even normal rhythm. That's just elite. How did Jokic do it last night?
Yeah, he had better legs, and I thought the face-up jump shot always gets him going. If he makes one of those early, and he made the touch shots around the rim that seem like haven't been going his way lately, which is surprising because he's been so good at them for so long. Once he saw those go in, it just kind of unleashed everything else. The three-point shot looked good. He found the offensive rebound, 6 offensive boards. That helps you get a rhythm too, just find easy baskets, layups, things like that. So good for him, but this is a really disappointing loss. The guys in there should be disappointed. It's a heavy loss, and we have to bounce back quickly to win Game 6 and give ourselves a chance to come back, have a game like this, but finish it.
He took 5 shots in the first quarter. He made 4 of them. He also had 5 rebounds. He had 2 assists. He rebounded really well. Dude, they were down 12-2 last night. The Thunder jumped out to a 12-2 run, and honestly, like that was where I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna.
I told my daughter, I said they're gonna get smacked.
Yeah, Game 5 road laugher.
I went to walk the dogs.
No, they
came back before you even get their leashes.
I mean,
on.
a 16-2 run.
Yep.
After that, to get themselves right back into the game. They got corner threes from CB, corner threes from Peyton Watson. They got some decent enough straw their minutes. Jokic has 9 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists at the end of the first quarter. Like, okay, but like right there, I was like, okay, things are just kind of going right. And I'll say this about Nikola Jokic, and normally this is not a thing you ever say about the way that he plays because he's always incredible. But the last 3 games, he wasn't. He kept making all the right decisions last night. And, I feel as though I'm a little bit scarred from games 2, 3, and 4 to just say that I think this is how he plays the rest of this series. But I kind of think he might. I kind of think he has solved a lot of what the Thunder are throwing at him. Last night, he was pivoting. He was using his footwork. He was pivoting away from the doubles that were coming his way. He was trusting shots that he was passing up earlier in the series. There was one in particular, Andy, and he was backing on Hartenstein. He hit a turnaround left-handed hook. And it was like, where has that shot been this entire series? Like, he just hasn't been taking looks like that, and I just don't know if he hasn't been trusting it or what it's been. But last night, like knowing where the pressure was going to be coming from, he seemed to always be moving away from it last night.
Yeah, he certainly physically looked like he felt better than he did in the other 2 games, and he wasn't afraid to be in the middle of all the mess. Now, that's just Joker. I think he knew his team needed him down there, tapping the rebounds to himself, trying to fight 3 other guys for the ball.
He was active on the offensive glass again last night. He had 6 offensive rebounds.
You sent us a great tweet from Dean Oliver, though, talking about just how efficient that game was. I'd seen like 3 tweets, including this one, that just talked about how great a game that was. What made it so great? I mean, because it's not just based off point total, right?
Sure. Specifically what you're talking about right there is basically like it's mathy kind of stuff, but Jokic's game last night was the best game of the year, and it came in a loss.
Which sucks.
Yes, it really does. That's the statsy part of it. To me, last night, I think, decided not to be bothered. And that's oversimplifying it. Decided not to be bothered. I think he just had counters to what the Thunder have been throwing at him a lot of this series. I think one thing that he has recognized, and the numbers bear it out, we talked about him yesterday, he can kill Hartenstein. Hartenstein's a big load, but he's not Zubats, number one. He's just not as crafty a defender to be able to stay with Jokic. Jokic can kind of kill him when he needs to. The other thing that I liked about last night is when Jalen Williams came into the game and was defending him, Jay Will, the Arkansas one, the one that comes off the bench.
I want to clothesline him.
Yeah, what the hell?
That was a weird one.
We'll get back to that.
But Jokic attacked him last night. He had a bucket that I specifically recall. I want to say it was third quarter where it was pump fake. It was classic Jokic. Catch the top of the key, pump fake. You're making your three. Williams went for the fake. Jokic put it on the floor, went right by him, hit a floater. We went a giant chunk of this series just like without seeing that possession. It felt like most of this series he might do that jab step and get that fake and get the defender to bite on it, but he would just take like one dribble to his right and then jack up a three anyway. Last night it was no, go down, get contact, get into the lane. He consistently worked in the paint last night, and he was just marvelous. It seemed as though he was both trusting his stuff, but also he solved a lot of things in that game last night. It sucks, but why are we talking about what a frustrating game it was? Because nobody else hit shots for him.
Well, and I'm also curious, do you feel like, and I don't know the answer to this, but it looked to me like first couple games of the series at points, he's tried to get guys fouled out. He's tried to get Chet fouled out. He's tried to get Hartenstein fouled out, right?
Yeah.
I feel like last night he was more worried about just make the shot.
He wasn't as frustrated with the officials last night. He did a couple of rip moves on Hartenstein, which, again, that's foul hunting, but it's smart foul hunting. Like, if he's going to put his hand in the cookie jar like that, like, you got to make him pay on a play like that. So, he did that, but he did it successfully. He did it intelligently last night. The play where I thought he was going to lose his mind, like you talked about, was Jay Will has got an arm up in Jokic's, basically in his throat, okay? Jokic puts his arms up and, like, to demonstrate to the officials, do you see what's happening right now? And then the whistle doesn't come.
So he ran. He cut.
So he cuts. And then he gets called for a foul.
Because they showed him up, I think is what it is. He showed them up.
Like, so what the refs are saying right there is that you just fouled his arm with your neck.
Yeah.
That's essentially what they said right there. You're right. He did show them up, but also, like, he had to make a point of, do you see what is happening to me right now? And if the refs, if they wanted to do anything there and not give Jokic a whistle, which they clearly didn't, then don't call anything.
Sure.
That would have been the smarter thing to do, but instead, like, we hear so much about freedom of movement, impeding the freedom of movement. How is that not impeding his freedom of movement?
Yeah, and I think that obviously was the point he was making.
That play was so stupid. Neither here nor there. It was one of those really stupid plays, and maybe some of it is just, in general, the officials' frustration with Jokic barking at him this entire series. But I didn't think he really... He let it bother him all that much.
No, I felt he was more worried about just getting to the hoop last night.
He was magnificent. Again, by efficiency and by a number of different efficiency metrics, the best game that anybody has played in the NBA all season long.
How many times, though, have we said this? Because wasn't that also one of the best games when he
dropped 61 against the Timberwolves?
Against the Timberwolves, and they didn't win that one.
And then Westbrook. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, there's been too much of that. Like, We'll have a lot of time.
Yeah, oh yeah.
After whatever the results may be, to continue our audit of the Nuggets and the moves that they have made, and Calvin Booth's mistakes, and all of that. When it's all said and done, I don't think it's worthwhile to spend a ton of time on it right now. But when you see the way that Joker played last night. When he can go for 44 points on 25 shots and they still lose, when he can drop a 61-point triple-double and they still lose, people that work in that front office need to take that as a massive indictment of jobs that have been done and need to make the proper changes going forward.
Yeah, but, I mean, and again, this is why this is an after-the-season discussion.
Right.
If you're going to make real change to this roster, you're going to have to make some trades.
Yep.
You said it last night. Yep. They don't have any draft picks. They have no draft picks.
No, the Orlando Magic have their first-round pick this year, number 25 overall. That was from the Aaron Gordon trade.
Yep.
They sent Gary Harris, R.J. Hampton, and their 2025 first-round pick to the Magic for Aaron Gordon and some other dude.
Sucks when the future first is no longer future.
That's what's so funny about it is because honestly, I looked it up yesterday because I was starting to look at mock drafts now that we got a draft order. And so I was just looking at it and I was like, what happened to Denver's pick? Like, what trade was that? And then I looked it up. That trade's from 2021. So at the time, I'm sure we were like, hey, who cares about your 2025 first rounder? And I sit here right now on May 14th, 2025, and I'm like, I really wish they had that first rounder.
Yeah, kind of care now.
Yeah.
Kind of care now.
Yeah, that could have really come
How about
in handy.
that second pick? Which, I mean, really, the real crime here, the real thing where, look, the Calvin Booth thing, and you said we'll talk about
Where
it
is
more
the
in
second
full.
round pick? Was that the Reggie Jackson?
Man, I don't even know because
It
Calvin
probably
Booth was handing out second round picks like Oprah at a talk show. Here's 3, you get 3. There's 4. I don't have any for 2 decades.
Didn't they? Wasn't it they gave 3 second round picks away to get rid of Reggie
Jackson? Yes, they did.
God, man.
To get rid of the contract.
Yeah.
Because that's how bad the contract is. And now the problem is when we start to work out what trades you're going to need to make to free up some money now to make some moves, you don't have any second rounders to throw in.
It's a Nuggets playoff ticket Wednesday. The key word to text in right now, bicycle, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, this hour's keyword is bicycle. Text that word to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a name at 5:45. That person will have 5 minutes to claim their tickets. Again, bicycle. Text that along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you'll be entered to win tickets to Game 6 tomorrow night. Aaron Gordon was who they got in that trade with Orlando, and he was annoyed after the game last night. You'll want to hear why coming up next. Hopefully you texted bicycle in. We'll have another keyword for you coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. I listen to this song every single day taking Sammy to preschool. Queen's Greatest Hits is his request on the way to school every single day.
I don't think I could do that, but good on you.
Yeah. Oh, every day. Queen's Greatest Hits. You not a Queen fan?
I don't mind them, but I don't, I might search around for another song if this was playing. But you and I grew up in the days of radio where we had a few options and you could punch a button and go to something else. I don't feel like the options are quite as vast.
Aaron Gordon. He's mad about Ramona Shelburne. He's mad about the article.
Is he mad about you loving Queen?
No, he's mad about you with Paul Reiser and Helen Hunt.
With Phoebe in it as her sister.
So Aaron Gordon, he didn't appreciate the Westbrook smearage that was on the internet yesterday. Let's listen to Aaron Gordon react to it after the game.
Ever played the game of basketball. And quite frankly, he's been great for us all year long. We're brothers. We spend more time with our team than we do with our family. Of course, there's going to be disagreements, but that conversation wasn't for anybody other than our own group and the internal workings of our locker room. So that article is just so arbitrary and so far from the truth. Russ has been amazing for us. And not only is he a great basketball player, but he's an even better human being. And he's going to continue to be great for us, and he's going to make a huge impact, and he's going to help us win these next 2 games. And that's all I got to say, guys.
Thanks, Russ.
All right, Andy. Really, what Aaron Gordon just did is he echoed our conversation from yesterday. Like, do I believe that there was a heated discussion after Game 2 of the Clipper series between Russell Westbrook and Aaron Gordon? Absolutely, I do. I don't think Ramona Shelburne is pulling that out of nowhere. But to what he was saying right there of there's going to be disagreements. Like, we're competitors. This stuff is heated. We're in the postseason. It's been a long year. We spend all this time with each other. I'm not surprised to hear Aaron Gordon's reaction right there. By the way, he didn't deny anything. It was just that was not meant for public consumption. Basically, the point that Aaron Gordon made right there is like, that's locker room business.
Yeah, this one gets a little tricky only in this way. So Aaron Gordon, for those that didn't hear the whole story, or maybe you forgot the story, Aaron Gordon was overheard because we should also back up to this. There's different parts of the locker room. Mm-hmm. There's an area where the guys basically can grab their coats and get dressed or whatever that the media has access to. Then there's other doors that you're not allowed to go through.
Yeah.
There's a back room where the players can hang out that, has stuff for them to do. I wasn't there that night, so I don't know which part of the locker room this was overheard in, and I guess we're probably talking OKC, right? Because what did they say? Was this the Clippers?
It was the Clippers series.
Game 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Denver.
that was a home game in Denver. Bottom line is, Aaron, I guess, like all of us maybe have been caught doing at times, talking a little too loud and more people could hear than you intended. Okay.
Aaron doing that thing that we've all done from time to time, which is complain about Russell Westbrook.
Well, you've been really loud. Yeah. But look, he's talking to Russ, and you have to remember, Aaron is not the one that called him immature. Ramona heard Aaron saying whatever to Russ.
Yeah.
And it was another unidentified player that called Russ immature.
Yes.
So I appreciate Aaron taking up for his teammate. And as we pointed out yesterday, first off, you were dead on. Is this really any big deal? This does happen all the time, especially. And remember, we heard about the big meeting. We heard about the tape session after that big Clipper win where they called each other out and they held each other accountable. That was on record with David Adelman. People needed to hear some stuff. But whatever player called him immature still has not addressed it because Aaron Gordon was not the one that called Russ immature.
Right.
And that was the headline quote of the piece.
Yes.
And we all have our theories as to who it might have been, but we don't know for sure.
I mean, good on AG.
Yeah,
right?
Sticking up for his team.
Good on AG for that. That's Mr. Nugget kind of stuff right there. Okay, I'm going to stick up for my guy. Stick up for our locker room right now. It's funny. As soon as the game started, one of the first things I noticed was Ramona Shelburne sitting courtside on Media Row. She was a couple seats down from Nick O'Hare. And I was kind of like, oh, huh.
Kind of awkward.
Yeah, I wonder if, I wonder if any comments are getting lobbed her way. Who knows? They could have been. They could not have been. I wasn't there. I wasn't privy to it. I have no idea. It wasn't picked up by any courtside microphones. Who knows? All right. But Russell Westbrook, and look, did that story with that pull quote of he's immature, did that impact his performance last night? I don't know. I do know this. He was awful last night. He was just terrible in that game. And it sucks because he's one of the guys that they need to go with him because he's one of the guys that David Adelman trusts.
He is their bench scoring, man.
Basically. Here's Dan Hyatt sent over some notes before the start of the show today, and there was one in particular that kind of caught my eye a little bit. Nuggets players from last night that played 40 or more minutes, they had 3. Nuggets players to play 20 to 40 minutes, they had 2. So that encapsulates the starting 5 right there. Russ was right at like 1930.
They list him as 20 on the box score, so they round it up.
Thunder players with 40 or more minutes, 0.
Yep.
Thunder players with 20 to 40, 6.
I got the box score up. The 2 Thunder players that threatened 40 minutes, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 39, Jalen Williams at 38.
Yeah.
Chet got 34, Hartenstein got 33, Dort got 28. They got 24 out of Caruso, 18 out of Wallace. A couple other guys had 10 or less or somewhere around there. But think about that. You've got Hartenstein coming in at 33 and Nikola at 44. The 2 main combatants right there. And Hartenstein's getting almost a whole quarter off of going against Nikola Jokic.
Last night, Joker had 17 made field goals. His teammates combined for 20 in that game last night. Every other dude that saw the floor. I'm very optimistic about tomorrow night.
Yep.
I think the Nuggets win tomorrow night. And a part of my optimism stems from I do think the other guys, and it's basically everybody else that isn't Nikola Jokic, is going to play a lot better when they come back home for Game 6 in their own building with the desperation of absolutely have to have it or they're toast. I think the Nuggets will play a lot better as a collective tomorrow. Now, asking Jokic to replicate 44 points on 25 shots is probably not realistic. But who am I to doubt the best basketball player in the world? I think the other guys play better tomorrow night. I think they get it. There was a lot about that game last night where I didn't hate the shots that they were taking. I just hated that they were missing them. Now,
and badly in some cases.
Yeah, it's a Russell Westbrook corner 3 is not a bad shot. In fact, it's a good shot. Ian Eagle pointed it out on the telecast last night. No, it's a good shot. He makes 48% of them. I'm aware.
Till it's an air ball.
Exactly. But they didn't make any. Now, the offense went to crap at the very end of the game last night. I just think it was complete and total fatigue. They had some bad offensive possessions down at the very end of the game. Jokic was the only one that made any field goals until Jamal made just a garbage time bucket, essentially.
Here's my concern about tomorrow.
Okay.
And for the most part, I'm with you. Look, I'm not necessarily down on this team. I think it's highly plausible that they come out, win this game, make it a 7-game series.
Yeah.
I'm not even so sure I don't believe that they don't make it to the next round. But what I do worry about with last night, and again, every game's been its own entity, as Scotty talked about in our crosstalk. But you had a winning effort last night, and you didn't turn it into a W.
Yeah, they went hard.
And that's really, I think last night was more a winning effort than Game 4.
Yeah.
Game 4 was a product of both teams being tired and really not shooting well.
Yeah, they went really hard last night. Like that. Do you remember Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals against the Lakers in 2009?
Yeah.
I have Game 6 trepidation at home in the Pepsi Center / Ball Arena because I was there that night watching that game when they were down by like 35 points in the third quarter, and you're just like, oh, okay, they're dead. Like this team is completely toasted out. They missed too many opportunities early in the series, and they were due for a stinker, and this is the way that they went out and played. The Nuggets, they missed 2 golden opportunities in Game 4 and Game 5. Could that happen again in Game 6? I don't think a Nikola Jokic team is going to pull what a Carmelo Anthony,
No.
God bless him, Chauncey Billups-led Nuggets team did that very night. I don't think a Jokic team is going to do that, but the energy is a concern.
Here's my main problem. I'm trying to figure out who finds their shot. Look, we said before the series, I think I said to you, if they're going to win the series, they need 2 Game 5 Jamal games. They've yet to get 1 Game 5 Jamal game. So maybe he'll do it in 6 and 7 and all be forgiven and on we go.
They got a quarter last night.
Yeah,
it's a damn good quarter.
But you need more in a quarter.
You sure do.
You just do.
You needed him to be better in the fourth quarter. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the high five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around, well, what's going on with the Nuggets and the Thunder in the best series currently going on in the NBA and one of the best series that any of us have ever seen. You'll hear from David Adelman. You'll hear from Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and much more coming up next. Game 6 tomorrow night. You'll hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Better yet, you could be in the building. We have got your third and final keyword of the afternoon to enter to win tickets to Game 6 tomorrow night. 6:30 tip, by the way. Kreckman and Lindahl will be broadcasting live from Ball Arena tomorrow afternoon. We'll be in Kaz's spot. We'll be getting the seat nice and warm for him.
He'll be psyched about that.
He'll be thrilled to see us, as he always is. But we'll be down there tomorrow, and then 6:30 tips. So hopefully you can win tickets and be here. We'll have another keyword for you to enter to win tickets coming up at 5:20. Right now,
one?
It is time for John Tesh and the High Five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around this second-round series between the Nuggets and the Thunder. What up, Spring?
Hey, it's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Last night, the Nuggets dropped Game 5, 112-105 Thunder win. Jokic played the entire fourth quarter. David Adelman, after the game, was asked about Jokic not sitting in the fourth.
Yeah, it was my decision. I had a conversation with him. He felt good, and I was going back and forth with it. With the 4 timeouts, that was a big factor for me. You get 2 of those timeouts. If Mark calls one, that's 7 minutes of rest. The 2, 3.5, timeouts. So I felt comfortable with that. I felt like the momentum of the game was going our way, and he was, very sure of himself. Wanted to play through him. I'll look back on it. I'll doubt myself because we lost the game. But keeping a guy out there that was 17 of 25 was extremely efficient, 5 for 7 from 3, at 44 of 15 and 5. So it was a decision that I made to leave him out there. I do not regret it right now, after a loss. But if I go back and watch the tape, maybe I'll have a different opinion tomorrow.
Andy, last night was the 4th time Jokic has played an entire second half of a playoff game. The Nuggets have lost 3 of those games. Now, in 3 of those games, the Nuggets have held the lead heading into the fourth quarter. I don't think they lost because Jokic played the entire second half yesterday, because if you look at his fourth quarter, he was the only one out there that was any good. 13 points, 3 rebounds. No assists because nobody else could make a shot. 4 of 6 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3. Made all of his free throws and only had 1 turnover. The rest of the team in the fourth quarter last night, 6 points, 1 for 15. That is a 7% field goal rate and 0 for 10 from 3. That includes Jamal Murray, who also played the entire fourth quarter last night, and there was a quote post-game. And maybe we'll get to this later, but I'm just going to hit it right now. Did you see this, Andy? He said, "I play better when I'm tired."
Yeah.
The evidence would suggest that's not true, Jamal, because in the third quarter last night, you scored 13 and you were a +7. In the fourth quarter last night, you scored 4 points. You were 1 of 6. You missed all of your threes, and you were a -15. Jamal Murray was really bad in the fourth quarter of that game, and it's frustrating because he was outstanding in the third quarter. Really, essentially, I think he had 1 good quarter in that game last night because his first half wasn't great. Just some weird passes and turnovers, being careless with the basketball, stuff that he's got to be better on, that he knows better. But I don't think they lost because Jokic played the entire fourth quarter. I do think it hurt that they played Jamal the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah, I can agree with that, especially when you see how things went. But I would also say I felt like there was an opportunity. You got to that first time out of the quarter. You still had your 8-point lead. Try to steal Jokic a couple of minutes of rest there. I would have liked to have seen. But the evidence does say that it wasn't the fourth quarter or playing the whole fourth quarter that killed him necessarily.
Yeah.
But look, he had a couple threes that he was hitting that all of a sudden didn't go near the end. Was it legs? I don't know. We'll never know. The bottom line, Nate, is here's what I wish you could do, okay? And clearly, Adelman's not comfortable doing this. But somehow in the first half, try to steal a little more time here and there for some of these guys so that there is maybe less of a need in the second half. I don't know. Look, it is what it is. At the end of the day, they don't have enough bench to get this done, and it's frustrating. And if they're going to win, they're going to need at least 3 of the 5 starters to have 20-point-plus nights. Right?
The minutes that their starters are playing is insane. It is just insane, and they don't have another option. Again,
and all the guys know it.
Everybody knows it. We have spent so much time in this postseason on this show and throughout the station here on Altitude Sports Radio. What about this guy? What about this guy? What about this guy? It's not happening. Okay? Strother gave you 9 minutes and 53 seconds last night of -1 basketball. That's fantastic. I'm okay if you want to crank that up to 11, 12 minutes coming up here in Game 6. P-Watt, I thought his hustle was outstanding in that game last night. He had 8 rebounds. He had 3 offensive rebounds, which was fantastic to see. You got a bad Westbrook game, but you got a bad Porter game. You got a bad Christian Brown game. Aaron Gordon wasn't terrible, but he wasn't great last night. And he
didn't get to 20 points.
Yeah.
He didn't get to his magic threshold.
And Jamal had 1 great quarter. That's it. That's why he lost the game last night. The Nuggets starters have to be magnificent. The Thunder have better depth. That's why they win. That's why they're more fresh.
High five. The Nuggets went just over 7 minutes between field goals made in the fourth quarter. Both were Jokic field goals with about 10 minutes to go to about 3 minutes to go in the fourth. Jokic, on what went wrong during that lengthy stretch without a field goal?
I think nothing. I think AJ had the open look. I think Jamal had the open look. People had an open look. I don't know. I think we had open look. It's not like if we turned the ball over. I think we had the open looks. We just didn't score, I think, in those moments.
He's right about that. Nikola Jokic is a, and I think this is one of his great strengths, Andy, is he is a completely process-oriented basketball player, okay? Because he knows no other way to be. Like, if the possession generated a good shot, Nikola Jokic is going to be pleased with it. The make or miss thing, he's got the requisite experience and everything else to be able to say that's basketball. Sometimes the ball goes in the hoop and other times it does not. They were generating good looks. I think they make those shots at home in Game 6. I can't speak for Game 7. Who knows? They got to get there first. But it's my optimism for Game 6 comes from I think they're going to shoot better at home.
Yeah, and I agree with what Nicola said. All you can do is get yourself a good look, but you got to hit them.
I didn't.
And you didn't. But you've got better looks than I felt like you got the last couple games.
Westbrook airball in corner threes, stuff like that. CB just clanking left and right,
and
man.
looking unconfident again.
Yeah. And he made 2 in the first quarter. I even tweeted at the end of the first quarter, I was like, if CB wants to keep making 50% of his threes all night long, great. That's fantastic. I don't know. Maybe I put the whammy on the guy because he never made another one the rest of the night. But I thought they played good offense last night. I think they generally played good offense. They gassed out, and their defense was terrible at the end of the game.
Yeah, it just stinks because, again, let's go scoring by quarter, too. 28, 28, 30, and then all of a sudden off to 19.
Yeah.
It
minus
sucks.
15.
You were in your realm the whole game.
Let's hear from Jamal Spring.
High five. That's back-to-back poor fourth quarters for the Nuggets. Jamal Murray was asked how they can change that.
It's better communicate, I think, all around, offense and defense, get to our spots and execute. I felt like we got some good shots at the end. I just felt our defense wasn't up to par, so especially closing minutes of the game. So I think it just comes down to a little bit better execution and not giving up wide open shots, just kind of putting out contests, make them have to do something else or whatever, work for it at least, you know what I'm saying? So I think we could just do better in that regard.
Yeah, the Jalen Williams 3, 2 defenders blitzed and didn't communicate and blitzed SGA, and apparently the Nuggets were just going to say on that possession we're going to live with a Jalen Williams open 3. The moment he caught that thing, Andy, I was just like, he's making this.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he's not going to miss that shot right there. But yeah. I thought the fatigue was more evident. Well, it was evident in the shooting, but it was really evident on the defensive side of the ball. The Nuggets, they got lazy because, and I say lazy, I just think they were tired in the fourth quarter.
They were, but look, they did get to their spots.
Yeah.
They got the shots.
Yeah.
They just weren't hitting them.
Good looks.
And then when you don't hit them, I'll go back to the time where you got 3 offensive rebounds and couldn't cash anything home. You don't get energy from that. You need energy. When you hit shots, you buy a little energy for the other end.
Yep.
They were not hitting any shots except for Jokic. And I know Jamal got his one. Jamal got a bucket in the fourth quarter. It came very late in the game when the outcome was decided.
Yeah, it didn't matter. No. By the way, Shea scored 10 of his 31 in the fourth. All 10 came in the last 3.5 minutes of the game.
Right after Lou Dort got him tied?
Yeah, after Lou Dort went freaking
no
nuclear.
Answer for him.
Yeah, Lou Dort had been throwing up bricks all series long until the fourth quarter.
High five. Christian Brown, after the game, was asked how the Nuggets can win these next 2 games.
Yeah, we'll be all right. Got to go protect home court, and then we'll come back here, and we've won here before, so we got to do it again.
How do you explain that stretch in the fourth where you just couldn't buy a bucket?
It's got to be better. We got to help Nicole out. We got to hit a shot. Thought we got a lot of good shots. We just didn't hit them, and they hit shots when they needed to, and we didn't.
That sums it up as succinctly as anything.
We missed,
Got to
they
help
made.
Nicola out and make our shots.
Yeah, we missed, they made. That's it, man. Speaking of helping Nicola out, last night, this is Porter on passes from Jokic, 0 for 4, including all 3 of his threes. Russ on passes from Jokic, 0 for 4. CB on passes from Jokic, 1 for 4. Jamal Murray on passes from Jokic, 2 of 11, including 1 of 6 from 3. That's the game. Make shots, you win, because they were good looks.
High five. And finally, let's hear from SGA following the Thunder's win.
Yeah, we had no choice. The game obviously wasn't going our way. And we always say, like, the answer is never, like, a hero play or anything out the ordinary. It's being who we are. It's trusting each other. It's playing with all 5 on both ends. And whatever the problem is, we can fix it with the collective effort and not a single effort. And that's all we tried to focus on when it wasn't going our way. We did enough to get a W.
Yeah, they got contributions. They had 6 dudes scoring double figures last night. Chet had a very good offensive game. He scored 14 points. He had 8 rebounds. He was a team best, by the way, plus 13 last night for the Thunder. So he played well. Jalen Williams hit a big shot down the stretch, and Shea was great in crunch time. Ball game. That's it.
Well,
and,
yeah.
And freaking Lou Dort scored 12 points.
Well, and you're also look, it's real easy to say trust the process when the 5 minutes out of Isaiah Joe on the bench, that was the least amount of time. But
yeah,
10 from Williams, 11 from Wiggins,
God, Caruso
18
was
from
good last night, too.
Yeah, Caruso went 24 minutes.
Yeah.
The Nuggets bench minutes 15, 20, 10. Watson, Westbrook, Strother, 15, 20, 10.
Yeah, that starters minute stat, that's a very real thing right now, but it's a frustrating game to talk about because a lot of it was so good last night, and then they don't come up with a victory. Game 6 tomorrow night. You can be there. We've got another keyword for you to enter to win tickets to Game 6. We'll give that to you when we come back. Plus your playoff playback. Let's relive Game 5 last night with Kaz on the call. There was a hell of a lot more fun than not fun last night. It's just at the very end, it became not fun. We'll really lean into the fun parts when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Time for your final keyword of the day for you to attend Game 6 tomorrow night. You can win tickets from us here on a Nuggets Playoff Ticket Wednesday. No place in the world like Ball Arena, Andy, during a Nuggets playoff game, and you need to be there. You never know what the next incredible moment might be. So head to nuggets.com/playoffs to see the limited inventory of tickets that is still available. To win tickets from us, you want to text the word backpack. Backpack. I feel like I'm doing a Chris Berman right now. Backpack. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, this hour's keyword is backpack. So text backpack along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a name at 5:45. That person will have 5 minutes to claim their ticket. So be listening and call us if you hear your name. One more time, this hour's keyword is backpack. So text backpack along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. Backpack.
See, it's funny that you would. I've told you, I go backpack. That damn Dora song is all I hear when.
Oh, I don't know this one.
Be happy.
Okay. I'm not aware of this.
And pray you never are.
Okay.
You no Dora Diego for your kids?
We never did Dora. No. The
Go Diego go.
The kids never explored Dora or Diego. I don't know anything about any of that stuff.
The songs will kill you. There's the map.
Okay.
There's Swiper, No Swiping.
Uh-huh.
And then there's the stupid backpack song. And her backpack apparently contains literally everything.
I have an elite ability to be able to tune out anything that my kids are watching at any given time. Like
You're proud of it.
It's kind of my superpower.
Okay.
Yeah. No, like Abby will bring stuff up that the kids were watching or whatever, and I was like, what are you talking about? She was like, you were in the room. You were right there. I'm like, no idea. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Don't know.
You know what? See, I get where you're coming from with that. The problem with Diego and Dora is they literally make the kids yell at the TV what they need.
Oh, okay.
So
Dora the Explorer. All right, let's play backpack.
Playoff.
Let's do it right now. All right.
Playoffs.
So Game 5 was last night. It wasn't a good start for the Nuggets. Hartenstein got a dunk that had OKC jumping out to a 12-2 lead. But here's the good news. Nuggets responded with a 16-2 run. Huge first quarter. You can tell right away this was going to be a big-time Nikola Jokic night. This first highlight we want to play from last night with the great Jason Kosmiski on the call is exactly one of those kind of plays that are indicating to me Jokic right now is in his bag and knows exactly what the Thunder are throwing at him.
Jokic has it the other way. He's up the left sideline. He's guarded by Hartenstein. He's at the mid-post. Step through the defenders. Got it in the foul as well. That's either on SGA or Jalen Williams. It's going to be on Jalen Williams and an and-one free throw coming up here for Jokic.
Yeah, it was a self-post possession. It was one of those plays where Joker brings the ball up, but then basically just works himself down to the post. Sometimes the stronger defenders, the smaller, stronger guys can kind of hold him out a little bit better. Hartenstein had no interest in being able to do that. You get a half-hearted trap from SGA. Jokic just splits them and scores. But, right there, it was okay. They cleared out one side of the floor. They basically gave Jokic an ISO possession. He got to his spot. He knew exactly where the double was coming from, and he killed it. That is a sign, okay, he knows how they're playing him, and he knows how to beat it right now.
Was this just delay haircut? Juice, superpower, you know what I mean? He did get the haircut before Game 4.
Game 4, but he wasn't that good.
Did not have the desired effects.
Yeah, no, it all seemed to work in Game 5. Yes, I don't know what it was. Game 4 was not good, and Game 5 was absolute brilliance on the part of Nikola Jokic. Hopefully that Jokic shows up again in Game 6 tomorrow night. Nuggets were up 1 after the first. We go to, by the way, Jokic 9 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists in the opening quarter. We go to the second quarter, minute and a half in. This is non-Jokic minutes, and this is one of those offensive possessions that very much looked like a non-Jokic minute possession, but Aaron Gordon bailed the Nuggets out.
Gordon, dribble handoff over to Strother. Strother has it on the right side over to Watson, almost threw it away. Peyton has it. Bounce pass off over to Gordon. He almost threw it away. Loose ball comes down to Gordon. Short clock against Caruso. Tough, too. Good! Wanted a foul, didn't get the whistle. Nuggets lead it by 3, 32-29.
Caruso was glued to him, and he got that bucket. Nuggets went +1 in the non-Jokic minutes in the second quarter. That's fantastic. You'll take that every single time that you can get it. Jokic came back roughly 8-minute mark of that second quarter. Nuggets had a good quarter. In fact, by one point, they got up by 8. Jokic hit a big 3, contested 3 right at the end of the shot clock. Now we go to 4.5 minutes left in the second quarter. I highlighted this one in particular because, again, this is the kind of work in the post that Jokic needs to do more of the rest of this series.
Denver leads it by 1, 44-43. Up the left sideline, here comes Jokic. He's at the mid-post against Hartenstein. Left-handed hook shot, good. No double team that time, and Jokic made him pay, 46-43.
So Wallace actually was coming on the double. It was just that Jokic saw him coming from a mile away, knew exactly where the pressure was coming from. He saw him on his right, spun back the other way to his left, shows the touch with the left hand. Denver up 3 right there, 4.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Andy, that bucket right there, like that's the shot Jokic just in games 2, 3, and 4 wasn't taking, and if he was missing because he just wasn't comfortable for whatever reason. It was good to see him working with the left hand yesterday.
Yeah, and the left hand's not the sleeved hand, right? That's the one that's got the right.
Yeah, the left's the good one.
Yeah, okay.
Or at least the better one.
Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't done that a little bit more. But again, I also think they did get in his head where he just was losing track of where guys were. And a couple times, especially in the early going, he'd turn and there'd be a guard or someone right there knocking the ball out of his hand.
Denver, 10 turnovers in the first half last night. The Thunder ended the first half on a 9-0 run. Nuggets were up 2 at the break. Jokic had 19 and 9 with 3 assists in the opening half of the basketball game. He was 8 of 13 from the field. Third quarter, and this was one of the Nuggets' better quarters of the entire series. 90 seconds into the quarter, Jamal Murray started getting hot.
Up the left sideline is SGA. Got it out there by Murray. Bounce pass over to Williams. Catch and go in the paint. Layup won't go. Tip won't go. Second tip won't go. Rebound down to Jokic. Should have been fouled by Holmgren and no whistle. Back the other way comes Denver. Thunder wanted a jump ball. Murray to the paint, leans in. Layup is good. Foul as well on Chet Holmgren. That'll put Murray to the free throw line for an and one.
Yeah, ball screen on Hartenstein, who played at the level. SGA didn't recover. Jamal attacked, and he beat Chet to the cup and laid it in. Got the foul right there. Huge bucket. Third quarter, that was pure Murray flurry stuff right there. We needed Chris Marlowe on the call there last night. Jokic hit a huge 3. AG hit a big 3. Nuggets were up 12 at one point in that third quarter last night. Let's go to 2:52 left in the third quarter. Another signature Jokic bucket that we haven't seen enough of.
You know, actually maybe try and slow the game down just a little bit to not get them all amped up coming back the other way. Top of the key is Christian. Throws it inside the arc over to Jokic. Jokic to Christian. Christian has it behind the three-point line. Gets a Jokic pick. Throws it back over to Joker. Head fake on the 3. Drives instead. One-legged floater. Up and in. That's a big basket.
Huge bucket right there. Jalen Williams bit the fake, drive, floater, touch, good. Fantastic stuff right there. Really good quarter out of the Nuggets. Let's finish up the third quarter with, hey, you know, Andy, when Russell Westbrook only makes one shot all night, we got to play it on playoff playback.
Jokic has it on the high right side. A bucket here would be huge. 9 on the shot clock. Gets a pick from Peyton Watson. Now he's on the elbow against Holmgren. Kick that over to Watson. Left side Strother. Got to shoot it. He's in the paint. Layup by Westbrook is up and in right at the horn.
Great pass. Like good drive and dish right there by Julian Strother. Good minutes out of him right there. All was well at the end of the third quarter.
Nuggets up 8. You're feeling all right.
Yeah.
Or no, 12.
Yeah.
8. Sorry, 86-78.
Yeah, they would push it to 9 in the fourth quarter. You want to win tickets to Game 6, text BACKPACK along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, this hour's keyword is backpack. So text backpack along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a name coming up at 5:45 this afternoon in about 15 minutes. That person will have 5 minutes to call in and claim their ticket, so make sure you're listening. But text the keyword backpack to 303-504-0925. Do you want to play fourth quarter highlights?
I don't care to, but I know you've picked a few out.
No.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We don't need to.
No, we really don't. The Nuggets
Frankly, there's a
went
long stretch where we've got none to pick from.
7 minutes without a field goal. However, Lou Dort couldn't miss.
Rebound comes down to Dort. Outlet pass off over to SGA. Dort for three. Got it! Hasn't hit the broadside of a barn all day. Now he knocks home a three-pointer. Here comes SGA. SGA has it between the rings in the corner. Dort, three. Come on now. Got it again. Outlet pass off over to Jalen Williams. This time the starter has it. He's on the high left side. He's guarded by Jamal Murray. Throws it to the backup. Jalen Williams puts it on the floor. Picks up his dribble. Top of the key. Dort, three. Got it! Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
But you can.
Is that a drop of the year candidate right there? I can't believe that.
Oh, he took a long time to figure out what he wanted to say, too.
Yeah, he really did. Dort was 1 for 4 from the field through the first 3 quarters. He's been throwing up bricks all series long, and then he just makes 3 threes in the fourth quarter last night.
And immediately catches you up.
Yeah.
Makes it a 2-point game.
Kaz is a pro. He'd never do it, but if he ever got that close to dropping an F-bomb on the air, it might have been in the fourth quarter last night from Lou Dort. What was the line right there? You can't get beat by Lou Dort?
But except when you can.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Except when you can.
He said the name with such disdain.
So angry. That guy? That guy?
Lou Dort.
That's when you see who she broke up with you for?
Lou Dort.
That guy? I'm taller than him.
My son is also named Dort. All right. Nuggets down 3. Thunder have taken over. Offensive possession going quite poorly. Nikola Jokic hits an all-timer that I thought meant they were going to win the game.
Jokic runs it down at the midcourt circle. 6 on the clock. Jokic, spin move, one-legged three. Got it! Oh, my God! 103 to 103, the tie! What a shot by Joker! They want to confirm that it's a three.
It was.
That was one leg in the air, a fadeaway three-pointer at the point, right over Weird Science.
Yep.
Somebody shuffle, baby!
Good Chet reference,
There
the
we
older
go,
brother
there
in
we
Weird
go,
Science who turns into the turd at the end of the show.
There you go, Kaz. Well done. Well done. He pukes, you die. Nice job right there. Yeah, 103. Then Jalen Williams had hit a corner three, and then Shea would close the door.
SGA has it at the point. He's got it out there by Christian Brown. Gets a pick from Hartenstein. Takes a three. Ball game. Denver's going to lose game number 5. They're down by 6, 109 to 103. And it's win or stay home for Denver in game number 6.
Yep, they lose. They lose.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
That just happened.
They lose because of Lou Dort. And he's calling Holmgren Weird Science.
That I enjoyed.
Anytime I hear the name Chet, even with the passing of the great Chet Lemon last week, I still instantly... Was that Paxton or Pullman, by the way? Which Bill was that?
I never can tell who. I don't know.
I don't remember.
I think it's Pullman. I'm always wrong.
Okay.
One of them is the President and Independence Day, among other things, or While You Were Sleeping.
One of them was Lone Star in Spaceballs.
Yes, one of them, yes. The other one, you know, he's got all sorts of... He was in Twister. He was in Weird Science. He's the one, unfortunately, who's no longer with us.
Paxton was Weird Science.
Yeah.
Yes. Bill Paxton was also True Lies. He had the cameo in True Lies that is a chef's kiss 10 out of 10 cameo in movie history. Yeah. There's a line in there when Arnold is holding him over a cliff that I can't repeat on the air that makes me laugh every single time that I hear it. Nuggets lose. The key word is backpack. Text backpack along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 right now, and you are entered to win tickets to Game 6 tomorrow night. 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text backpack along with your first and last name, and then be listening coming up at 5:45. Andy, what emotions did playoff playback stir in you today?
Nothing. I'm dead inside. So I'll be honest with you. I had to watch the game back because I just didn't have a good vibe after that start, even though the Nuggets caught up.
Couldn't see it through your rage.
And so I just was like, I'm going to go walk the dogs. I don't need to do this to myself. And I did.
Okay.
Took them on a good 90-minute walk.
Wow.
Covered about 4 miles. Maybe not quite 90.
You missed a lot.
Yeah, I got back for the fourth quarter. You know what ended up happening? I saw none of the good stuff. By the time I walked in and watched what I watched live before watching the rest of it back,
yeah,
I'm like, oh, good. I show up. They had the 8-point lead or whatever.
The third quarter was a great time.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah.
I'm seeing texts on my watch, or not texts, but tweets on my watch
Yeah.
from Romy and Cosmiter and all the folks saying, oh, Nikola Jokic, he's amazing. And, oh, the Nuggets, they got a great lead. Oh, the Nuggets are playing. So I get in there and I'm like, awesome, awesome.
Yeah, it's going to go great.
And I saw the bad stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Saw the Lou Dort threes. Saw Chet. Yeah, the other thing that really bothered me was stupid. I'm so sick of Chet. I guess it's the Aaron Gordon dunker play that we've got a version of. But
right.
Big lanky Chet doing it just bugs the hell out of me. I don't know what it is.
I did
but
appreciate, by the way, in the fourth quarter when Jamal got 2 free throws on a pass. I did like.
Yeah, that was wild.
That was a good whiff by the refs. I had just tweeted something complaining about the officiating right before that, and then it was just like, nope, never mind.
Well, but wasn't that also like Aaron would have put it home anyway, right?
Yeah.
Or were they saying that was basket interference? What were all the?
No. It was Jamal went up and shot. What they thought it was a shot. It was a floater that missed the rim.
Right.
I'm almost positive it was a pass to AG, who then just went up and threw it down. But they called the foul and they give Jamal free throws. So that's cool. We'll take it.
He
Got
made
the 2
them
points.
both. I give him that.
Yep.
He's nailing his free throws. But see, that was the other thing. I was like, where is Jamal? I had to go back and realize there was a good quarter of Jamal.
Yeah.
Because the fourth quarter was not good.
Well, and okay, like the Thunder, to their credit, and I know the Nuggets they missed makeable shots last night, but like their ability, it's so hard to get separation on those guys. And the Nuggets had good offensive stretches in that game last night, but like it's always a turnover. It's always they force a turnover. And I know we killed Jamal for turning the ball over and Russ for turning the ball over the way that they do. And Peyton Watson had a couple of turnovers last night. CB, fine. But like also, this is where you got to give the Thunder credit for being the best defense in the NBA. They force a lot of them.
Yeah, and they're always, they're always around the ball, and that's not by mistake.
Yeah.
Nikola is always battling 2 or 3 of them for a rebound that he's got to tap 9 times to himself.
Yeah.
So, by the way, last one, backpack. We're going to call some names on the other side, hopefully just a name.
That's right. We're going to do that. So coming back here on the other side, we're going to announce a name. You'll have 5 minutes to call in and claim your tickets. And then we will acknowledge the heavily rumored Broncos schedule that is out there when we come back.
I've seen plenty of these not be right, but we'll venture and see how this does.
What the hell do we care? They're going to announce it later anyway. So
in 20 minutes.
Exactly. We'll do our best to get ahead of it. Coming up next on Kreckman and Lindahl.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
All right, it's time to announce a name. You've been entering all day long. You texted in octopus. You texted in bicycle. You texted in backpack. Well, right now, we're going to announce a name, and you are going to have exactly 5 minutes to call in to 303-504-0925 and claim your tickets for Game 6. This is for a pair of tickets tomorrow night, Ball Arena, Game 6, to watch the Nuggets knot things up at 3 games apiece and send this series back to the Paycom Center on Sunday. Extra day rest for the Nuggets. Good carrot to dangle out there. Let's do it. Spring, can I get a drum roll, please? Oh, you've been texting in all day. But right now, you are going to have exactly 5 minutes to pick up the phone. Make an actual phone call. Nobody even makes phone calls anymore, but you're going to have to. Spring, the name is?
Galen Mell.
Galen Mell. That's a hell of a name. Galen Mell. Galen, you need to call. Don't text. Call 303-504-0925 right now. Galen Mell, 303-504-0925. You have got 5 minutes. Spring has started the clock, and you have exactly 5 minutes to call in and claim your tickets. Galen Mell. You want to be Galen Swell, not Galen Smell. Galen Mell.
Wow, you are something. All right, clock is starting. Start the death clock.
Start the death clock, Spring. And right now, give me football music because I have got a schedule.
Oh, we didn't get the...
This, by the way, is not official.
Thank you. There
you go.
I just kind of like it.
This is from some dude named Ozzy on Twitter. Could be Ozzy Canseco. I don't even know who it is.
Well, but so just real quick.
Yeah.
This guy, Ozzy, did give us the news that the Colts are the reason the Broncos basically are not going to get to play in Germany.
Oh,
so he does know something.
Ozzy knows these things.
He knows a couple. Now, does he know the whole schedule? We're fixing to find out.
Is it Ozzy Newsome? Is it Ozzy Smith? We don't know what Ozzy it is.
Osborne?
So here we go.
Is he with Harriet?
Well done. Well done. Here we go. Broncos schedule. Andy, week 1, Titans at Broncos. Cam Ward in his first NFL start will be taking on Vance Joseph's mighty Bronco defense. I like the Broncos to start 1-0. Beginning against a rookie quarterback at home, that's a pretty good situation.
I would say that. Now, it's funny. Someone had just tweeted out some of the skill position players the Titans have added, so maybe not quite as easy as you'd think just because they were bad last year, but we'll see. I like Brian Callahan. He was here for a while, but you're right. A rookie quarterback going against Vance Joseph in that defense, good luck.
Yeah, I like going up against a team.
It'll probably look like Bo going against Seattle against a very experienced defensive coordinator in his first crack last year.
Well put right there. All right, Broncos, they're 1-0. Okay, week 2.
Oh, wow, we're doing the record. Okay.
Denver at Indianapolis.
Oh, there's anger over not getting to go have strudel in Germany. That's 2-0.
That's 2-0. They're going to be pissed about that. Week 3, Broncos at Chargers. First crack for this defense against Omari and Hampton and Jim Harbaugh's vaunted run game.
You know, I don't know.
We're not doing the 17-0 thing?
Yeah. Throw a loss in there. They'll split. They'll split with the Chargers. How about that?
Week 4, Joe Burrow. Big overtime victory last year against Denver. Now he'll be heading into the Mile High to take on the Broncos on Monday Night Football.
You know what I'll tell you? I'm going to call that a win. You want to know why? Bengals always start off like crap.
Yeah, well played. Well played right there. Yes, typical slow Cincinnati start. Broncos.
And they may not have Trey Hendrickson.
There you go. Broncos are 3-1. Week 5, Denver goes to Philadelphia. Did the Eagles do anything special last year? Yeah, I think they did. Broncos at Eagles, week 5. Andy, are they stuffing tush pushes all over the place?
I'm not ready to go there yet.
Nope. Okay.
So I'll just call that the second loss.
3-2. Okay.
And then they go to the Greenbrier.
Yeah, they'll spend the week at the Greenbrier.
and then they'll go to London.
It is off to London to take on the Jets at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Tottenham Hotspur. I guess this is the first time they played there. I didn't realize that. They've been Wembley the other times, I suppose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
And they beat the Jets.
Yeah, Jets suck. They're going to win that game. Week 7, Giants at Broncos.
Oh, it's going to be saucy.
Will Russ still be the starter
Will
by
Russ
week
actually
7?
play this time?
Will Russ have already lost his job?
Russell Wilson, Russell Westbrook, Russell Brant, Broncos winning.
Is Tommy Cutlets going to be starting in that game?
Gosh, they've got such. Could it be Jameis Winston?
Could it be Jackson Dart?
Could it be Jackson Dart?
You got a lot of options.
Could Tommy Cutlets still be hanging around?
I think he could still be hanging around. You
I
can't
don't
kill
give a damn
Tommy
who the
Cutlets.
quarterback is. Broncos win that game.
Week 8, in front of 30,000 Cowboy fans out there at Empower Field at Mile High, will the Broncos defeat Dallas?
You better get your damn act together, because they're gonna.
Hell yeah, they are. Broncos over the Cowboys. What's the record now?
I don't even know. I've been keeping track.
I think they're 6-2.
We're gonna have to redo this when I don't know. We get to the season
6-2. Week 9, Denver on the road at Houston to take on C.J. Stroud and the McNair family and the Texans, according to Ozzy
Well,
NFL.
we'll call that a loss. 6-3.
Ah. Tough luck, fellas. Okay,
They got the Halloween vibes going.
Short week.
Uh-oh.
Denver back home Thursday night football to take on Geno Smith, your guy Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, Pete Carroll chomping on his gun, and the mighty Raiders.
What week is this? So it's short
It's
week at
10.
home?
Short week at home.
Yeah, we'll give them that one.
Yeah,
I
I
bet they probably split there, too.
I think they'll get that one.
Sure.
Now they'll have a couple of extra days to prepare for Week 11, where the defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs come to town to take on the Broncos.
They're going to beat them at home.
Yeah.
8-3, baby.
Okay.
8-3.
That's a good 8-3 going into the bye.
You're feeling good.
In Week 12.
Vibes are high.
Hell yeah.
Bo Nix jerseys all over town.
Coming out of the bye, Bo Nix takes his Bo Nix to our nation's capital to take on Jaden Daniels, the guy that actually won Offensive Rookie of the Year, and the Manders. That's Week 13, Andy. Sunday night football.
Yeah, you know.
You'll be waiting all day for Broncos Manders.
I'll pat my back a little bit. I knew this would be Sunday night. I thought it might be the first Sunday night of the year, but no, much later. But that's tough, man. They're in Washington. We'll go make that 8-4.
Week 14. Broncos go to Allegiant Stadium to take on Mark Davis and his pumpkin pie haircut. Broncos Raiders, Week 14.
You know what?
Yeah? Think they get this one?
They're going to sweep the Raiders
Hell
this year.
yeah!
Pete
Hell
Carroll's